In a parallel universe, Liu Lang graduates from a film academy, acquiring a revolutionary cinematic technology system that allows the films he creates to manifest in the real world. Faced with a film industry dominated by celebrity culture and the rampant commercialization of fandom, Liu Lang resolutely chooses to embark on the creation of science fiction films. Beginning with The Wandering Earth, he gradually constructs his own science fiction universe. As skepticism arises regarding the ability of individuals from the Dragon Nation to produce quality science fiction, and doubts linger about the very existence of a conducive environment for such films. A towering space elevator, reaching an astounding height of 90,000 kilometers, emerges at Liu Lang's filming location. I am a science fiction director. It is only reasonable to pursue intricate details and create advanced cinematic props, Liu Lang explains, raising his hands in exasperation to the prominent figures from the Dragon National Academy of Sciences and the Strategic Command, who have come to inquire about his work. With the release of his creations, groundbreaking technologies such as exoskeleton armor, heavy nuclear fusion planetary engines, and the 550 series intelligent AIs begin to emerge, propelling the Dragon Nation's technology into the era of interstellar travel. Chapter 1. The Cinematic Technology System ***. Before the gates of the Imperial Capital Film Academy, graduates clad in academic robes exuberantly capture their graduation moments. Outside the throng, beneath the shade of a tree, two figures stand apart from the jubilant crowd. Brother Lang, how far along are you with your graduation project? Inquires a stout, affable young man beside him. Not much progress. I'm still seeking investments, Liu Lang replies absently. Graduates from the Imperial Capital Film Academy must complete a final project to successfully graduate. Performance majors are required to participate in a film, while directors must at least shoot a short film. However, Liu Lang's current concerns lie elsewhere. He is a time traveler, having arrived in this alternate reality just a week prior. Brother Lang, don't push yourself too hard. I heard you went out drinking last week and ended up with a perforated stomach. You nearly lost your life. As his friend Lin Hao recounts the tale, Liu Lang recalls how he came to traverse into this world to secure funding. He had accompanied a group of affluent middle-aged women for a karaoke night. Relying on his youth and good looks, he was quite the charming young man. He had naively believed that a little flirtation would convince these predatory women to invest. To his shock, they had drugged his drink with a substance meant for animal breeding. Overwhelmed by intoxication and the drug's effects, he had convulsed and perished right there. Had Liu Lang arrived any later, the original body would have been sent to the morgue. But let's not dwell on the past. It's all quite absurd, he mutters, reflecting on the original's humiliating demise. What about you, Hao? I'm in the same boat. With our lack of money and connections, why did we even enroll in the directing program? You're fortunate. You're handsome enough to find work as an actor. I'm in trouble. If I don't complete my graduation project, I won't graduate at all. Lin Hao's face contorts into a grimace as he contemplates his future. I've come to realize that the directing program is merely a venue for the offspring of directors, stars, and the wealthy. That guy Bai Fei from our class received a budget of 5 million for his graduation project. The performance graduates are practically elevating him to the heavens, desperately trying to secure roles in his production. Lin Hao gazes enviously at Bai Fei, who is being fawned over by admirers. 0.5 million is a considerable sum for recent graduates, and Lin Hao believes himself to be slightly more attractive than Bai Fei, yet the latter has the advantage of a wealthy father. As they converse, a tall girl in an academic robe with fair skin and exquisite makeup approaches. It is none other than Liu Lang's former girlfriend, the campus belle, Wu Mingming. Liu Lang, here are the materials for Bai Fei's graduation project. Chasing dreams in the entertainment industry, she says, handing him a stack of printed documents. However, Liu Lang frowns and does not reach for them. I agreed to star as the female lead in Bai Fei's film, so he is willing to credit you as co-director. Consider it a parting gift. We are all adults. Let's be mature and rational, Wu Mingming states coolly, casting a glance at Liu Lang before turning away. No thanks. I'm already preparing my own graduation project. What is it? A low-budget skit? A science fiction film? At the mention of science fiction, both Wu Mingming and Lin Hao visibly pause. Science fiction? Liu Lang, can you come up with a more plausible excuse? I helped you out with Bai Fei. It's up to you whether you go or not. Wu Mingming tosses the documents onto the nearby stone steps, departing without a hint of regret. As graduation approaches, she finally realizes that looks alone cannot sustain a career. The social resources Liu Lang possesses offer her no advantage in her aspirations within the film industry. With a clear vision for her career, she rationally chooses to end their relationship, viewing it as a necessary measure to mitigate losses. To her, offering Liu Lang a co-director credit is an act of great generosity. Brother Lang, don't be too downcast. I understand you. The heartless woman, the ungrateful artist. Lin Hao pats Liu Lang's shoulder, empathizing with his plight. Graduation season at the film academy often coincides with breakups, and over the years, they have become accustomed to the phenomenon. Yet Liu Lang finds the situation perplexing. Having traversed into this world, he feels indifferent toward his former campus belle and has no intention of accepting her charity. Brother Lang, you truly are steadfast, rejecting a co-director role with a 5 million investment. Lin Hao sighs, lamenting his own lack of fortune, wishing for the chance to be as dashing as Liu Lang, leveraging his looks for a comfortable life. That be why the way, Brother Lang, when you mention a science fiction film, you mean one with romantic elements, right? After all, love is a universal theme. Regardless of the genre, be it medical dramas, cop thrillers, detective stories, war films, or mysteries, they all revolve around love at their core. Lin Hao speculates, seemingly grasping the essence of Liu Lang's graduation project. In this parallel world, young actors from the Dragon Nation and celebrity influencers dominate the scene. Without their presence, no production can attract investment. The almost talentless young stars are best suited for romance films. Liu Lang ponders this, but offers no response. After completing his graduation photos, he returns to his rented apartment. Upon entering this world, Liu Lang acquires a system known as cinematic technology, which enables him to convert box office earnings and viewership into points that can be used to purchase various advanced technologies featured in his films. Not only that, but the cinematic technology system also assists Liu Lang in filmmaking, constructing CG imagery and visual models. In essence, with its aid, the cost associated with special effects will be significantly reduced. After inheriting the memories of his original self, Liu Lang discovers that the realm of science fiction in the Dragon Nation is nearly barren. It is not that there is a lack of interest in science fiction. Rather, there is a dearth of individuals capable of producing quality works. Moreover, the renowned science fiction writer Liu Cixin, celebrated both domestically and internationally, appears to have vanished from existence. This revelation inspires Liu Lang to conceive an audacious idea, to create the milestone film that once opened the doors to the realm of science fiction in the Dragon Nation. Current project, The Wandering Earth. Project progress, script completed. Advanced technology redemption list. Drones, without accompanying AI system, 500,000 points. Exoskeleton armor, 1 million points. Security gate robot, 8 million points. Bun Bun military dog robot, equipped with a basic emotional AI module, unable to undergo iterative upgrades, 20 million points. Navigator space station, 25 million points. Space elevator, 50 million points. Heavy nuclear fusion planetary engine, 1 billion points. Series 5, 50 AI system, 3 billion points. Traversing a parallel universe, Liu Lang graduates from the Film Academy and acquires a cinematic black technology system, enabling the production of films that materialize in the real world. In an industry dominated by internet celebrities and the decay of fan culture, Liu Lang resolutely opts to create science fiction films. Beginning with The Wandering Earth, he gradually constructs his own cinematic universe. Skepticism surrounds the ability of the Dragon Kingdom to produce quality science fiction. A towering space elevator, reaching an altitude of 90,000 kilometers, manifests at Liu Lang's film production base. I am a science fiction director. It is entirely reasonable to pursue detail and craft some advanced technological props, isn't it? He explains with a resigned gesture to the esteemed figures from the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences and the Strategic Authority who have come to investigate. With the release of his works, cutting-edge technologies such as exoskeleton armor, heavy nuclear fusion planetary engines, and the 550 series intelligent AI emerge in succession. Consequently, the technology of the Dragon Kingdom experiences a meteoric rise, ushering in the era of interstellar travel. Chapter 1. The Cinematic Black Technology System. Before the grand entrance of the Film Academy, graduates don their caps and gowns, exuberantly capturing memories and photographs. In the shade of a nearby tree, two figures seem out of place amidst the jubilant crowd. Lang, how far along are you with your graduation project? Inquires a somewhat stocky young man with a sincere countenance, addressing his companion. Not much progress. I'm still seeking investment, Liu Lang replies, his mind elsewhere. Graduating from the Film Academy necessitates the completion of a graduation project. Acting students must participate in a film, while directors are required to produce at least a short film. Yet, Liu Lang's troubles extend beyond these requirements. That he is a time traveler, having only arrived in this parallel world a week prior to Lang, don't push yourself too hard. I heard you went out drinking last week and ended up with a perforated stomach. You nearly lost your life. Listening to his friend's words, Liu Lang recalls how his predecessor met his untimely demise in pursuit of investment. He accompanied a group of middle-aged socialites to karaoke, relying on his youthful vigor and good looks, believing that a slight compromise of charm would entice them into funding his project. To his dismay, these predatory women had drugged his drink with a veterinary mating stimulant. Overwhelmed by intoxication and the effects of the drug, his predecessor tragically succumbed on the spot. Liu Lang barely arrived in time to avoid being carted off to the morgue. Let's not dwell on it. Life is tough for everyone. Reminiscing about the absurdity of his predecessor's demise, Liu Lang cannot help but scoff. What about you, Hao? Alas, my situation is no better. With our families lacking wealth and influence, why did we even enroll in the directing department? You're fortunate, Lang. With your looks, you could easily find success as an actor. I am in a bind. If I fail to complete my graduation project, I won't graduate. Lin Hao displays a woeful expression as he contemplates the future. I've come to realize that the directing department is merely a playground for the next-gen elites. That Bai Fei from our class received a budget of 5 million for his graduation project. The acting graduates are practically worshipping him, desperately vying for roles in his production. Lin Hao gazes enviously at Bai Fei, who is surrounded by admirers. 5 million is indeed a substantial investment for recent graduates. Lin Hao believes himself to be a notch more handsome than Bai Fei, but is thwarted by the latter's affluent father. Just then, a tall girl in a gown, with fair skin and striking makeup, approaches. It is Liu Lang's former girlfriend, the campus belle, Wu Mingming. Liu Lang, here are the materials for Bai Fei's graduation project. Chasing dreams in the entertainment industry, she hands him a stack of printed documents. However, Liu Lang frowns and refrains from taking them. I agreed to star as the female lead in Bai Fei's film, so he's willing to credit you as co-director. Consider it compensation for our breakup. We are adults. Let's be mature and rational, Wu Mingming states coldly, casting a fleeting glance at Liu Lang. No need. I am already preparing my own graduation project. What is it? A low-budget skit? A science fiction film? Upon hearing the word science fiction, both Wu Mingming and Lin Hao visibly pause. Science fiction? Liu Lang, can your excuse be any more far-fetched? I helped you with Bai Fei. Whether you go or not is up to you. Wu Mingming tosses the materials onto the stone steps beside her and turns away without a hint of regret. Approaching graduation, she finally realizes that good looks alone do not guarantee success. Liu Lang's social resources offer her no advantage in her career in the film industry. With a clear vision for her professional path, she rationally proposes a breakup, viewing it as a necessary measure to mitigate losses that lie in her eyes. Offering Liu Lang a co-director credit was already a generous gesture. Lang, don't be too disheartened. I understand. The heartless betray, and the actors remain ungrateful. Lin Hao pats Liu Lang's shoulder, seemingly empathizing. The graduation season at the Film Academy is also known as the season of breakups, and after years of observing, everyone has grown accustomed to it. However, Liu Lang feels perplexed. As a time traveler, he is indifferent to his former girlfriend, the campus belle, and naturally cannot accept her charity. Lang, you're truly resolute, turning down a 5 million investment for a co-director credit without a second thought. Lin Hao sighs, lamenting his own lack of parental support. Wishing he had inherited Liu Lang's striking appearance and secured an opportunity to benefit from someone else's success. By the way, Lang, when you say science fiction, you mean a romance infused with sci-fi elements, right? That makes sense. Romance is a vessel that encompasses all genres, be it medical dramas, crime thrillers, detective stories, war epics, or suspense films. They all ultimately revolve around love. Lin Hao seems to have pieced together the essence of Liu Lang's graduation project. In this parallel world, the Dragon Kingdom is rife with young actors and internet celebrities. Without them, production companies struggle to secure investments in any genre. The virtually talentless young actors and celebrities are best suited for romantic narratives. Liu Lang ponders, but offers no response. After taking graduation photographs, he returns to his rented room. Upon arriving in this world, Liu Lang discovers he possesses a system known as cinematic black technology. The box office and streaming revenues from his films can be converted into points, which can be used to purchase various advanced technologies depicted in his works. Moreover, the cinematic black technology system assists Liu Lang in film production, facilitating the construction of CG imagery and visual models. In essence, with its aid, the expenses on visual effects will be significantly reduced. Upon inheriting the memories of his predecessor, Liu Lang realizes that the realm of science fiction in the Dragon Kingdom is largely barren. It is not that there is a lack of audience interest. Rather, there exists a dearth of capable filmmakers to create compelling science fiction. Furthermore, the celebrated works of Liu Cixin, renowned in both the domestic and global arenas, are conspicuously absent. This revelation inspires Liu Lang to entertain a bold idea. to create a cinematic masterpiece that serves as a milestone, opening the doors to the science fiction realm in the Dragon Kingdom. Current project, The Wandering Earth, project progress, script completed. Black technology redemption list. Drones, without accompanying AI system, 500,000 points. Exoskeleton armor, 1 million points. Security gate robot, 8 million points. Bunbun military dog robot, equipped with a basic emotional AI module, non-upgradable, 20 million points. Navigator space station, 25 million points. Space elevator, 50 million points. Heavy nuclear fusion planetary engine, 1 billion points. Series 550. Artificial intelligence system, 3 billion points. Chapter 2. My journey is the stars and the sea. The points required for the Black Technology Exchange are often in the hundreds of thousands to millions. Akin to planetary engines, while artificial intelligence demands sums exceeding billions. This implies that a film's box office must reach tens of billions to fully redeem these advancements. This does not account for the share that cinemas and distributors will take from the box office. For Liu Lang, who has just graduated from film school, this presents an insurmountable challenge. Even with the assistance of the Black Technology System, which can significantly reduce the exorbitant costs of special effects in a science fiction film, the expenses for actors and production remain substantial. The financial burden of filmmaking is overwhelming for Liu Lang at present. He has ceased to hope for any investments. Given the current investment climate in Longwa's film industry, without the involvement of prominent stars or well-known actors, no one dares to risk funding a science fiction film. Moreover, this particular project features romantic elements that are less than 10% of the narrative, marking it as a hardcore sci-fi film. To many, this suggests it is destined to fail. Investors, with their superficial outlook, only engage in ventures that promise guaranteed returns. Expecting them to provide support in times of need is utterly unrealistic. Liu Lang is also reluctant to allocate a significant portion of the film's budget to hire popular stars. Perhaps he could consider creating a CG animation first? The most pressing issue now is the necessity to complete his graduation project within 2 months. Otherwise, he risks delaying his graduation. Liu Lang understands that the conditions for producing a live-action film are not yet ripe. He decides to commence with relatively simpler CG animation, utilizing the system's assistance to create a short film featuring special effects, thereby fulfilling his graduation requirement. Liu Lang quickly sets about selecting the concept for his short film. It must emphasize science fiction elements and possess visually stunning imagery that causes the audience's adrenaline to surge at first glance. The scene from The Wandering Earth, depicting the joint government's Air Force battling swarms of drones to protect the space elevator, flashes in Liu Lang's mind. This vivid imagery is exhilarating and technologically impressive, making it the perfect foundation for a 10-minute science fiction short film. Without hesitation, Liu Lang promptly orders a batch of computer equipment for rendering CG animation online. Although the Black Technology System can assist him with rendering visuals, modeling characters and props, and producing special effects, these tasks necessitate suitable hardware as a medium. The performance of the old laptop in Liu Lang's rented apartment is woefully inadequate to meet the system's formidable special effects capabilities. During a venture to secure investments while entertaining a group of middle-aged socialites, he not only failed to attract funding, but nearly lost his life in the process. Subsequently, the group of affluent women compensated him with a mere few thousand yuan for medical expenses, and the incident faded into obscurity. The medical costs, coupled with Liu Lang's frugal savings of 20,000 yuan, amounted to a total of 100,000 yuan. While this sum could purchase a top-tier personal computer for gaming, it is merely a beginner's budget for the machines required in the film industry's special effects production. A mature visual effects studio typically requires hundreds, if not thousands, of top-tier computers, professional rendering facilities, and a variety of virtual cameras and motion capture devices. However, Liu Lang found himself less concerned with such intricacies. His sole focus was on swiftly completing the exhilarating scenes of a drone battle defending a space elevator that played in his mind. He aimed to finalize his graduation project to ensure a smooth path to graduation. 2 days later, the computer equipment he ordered online arrived promptly. Liu Lang had also prepared a box of instant noodles and 2 cases of Red Bull. After assembling the computer, he switched off his phone and plunged into a state of seclusion. With the assistance of an advanced cinematic technology system, the vivid shots in his mind were transmitted as electrical signals to the computer before him. The high-end computer, which had consumed nearly all of Liu Lang's savings, roared to life, its graphics card fans filling the small apartment with a cacophony of sound. Yet, Liu Lang remained unfazed by the noise. He gazed at the screen, where each rendered frame could be admired as wallpaper, his excitement rising to an almost unbearable level. Thanks to the cinematic technology system, every shot he envisioned was accurately rendered on the screen, significantly alleviating the operational strain on the machine. The special effects CG short film Liu Lang envisioned was being generated frame by frame, akin to a loom weaving fabric, at a pace visible to the naked eye. The computer operated at full capacity for an entire half-day, during which Liu Lang immersed himself completely. After such a long duration, the rendered special effects amounted to just under 5 minutes. Nevertheless, Liu Lang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Compared to established visual effects studios abroad, his speed was commendable, if not superior, as nearly every frame he created was of value. With the cinematic technology system's support, his production efficiency reached its zenith. Were it not for the limitation of having only one rendering device, Liu Lang's speed could have increased further. After quickly slurping down 2 bowls of noodles, exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed into bed. After a brief 3-hour slumber, he rose once more to continue rendering the special effects CG and crafting the short film. Thus, after 3 days of relentless effort, day and night blurred into one, Liu Lang finally completed the under 15-minute sci-fi short film. At this point, he resembled a homeless wanderer. With dark circles under his eyes, hair in disarray, and a scattering of empty noodle containers and Red Bull bottles around him, the air thick with an indescribable odor. Slumped in his computer chair, Liu Lang felt a wave of emptiness wash over him upon completing the short film. This was undoubtedly the most exquisitely crafted special effects short he had ever produced. More importantly, despite the system's assistance, it was still a result of his personal effort. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Was it too much to simply submit this as his graduation project? After purchasing a rendering computer, my savings have been completely depleted. At this moment, not to mention filming the live-action adaptation of The Wandering Earth, I can barely afford next month's rent. This situation is untenable. I must devise a way to earn some income. With my graduation short film completed, the issue of graduation has been resolved, but now I must focus on my survival. Liu Lang gazed at the computer, still emanating warmth from the recent rendering. This is my tool of productivity. Selling it is simply out of the question. Thus, the only option left is to monetize the freshly created sci-fi short film. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Lang opened the browser on his computer and created a new account on Bilibili, naming it Liu Lang Studio. He set his signature to read, "My journey leads to the stars and the sea." Subsequently, he uploaded the completed sci-fi short film. Chapter 3. High energy alert. After uploading the short film, Liu Lang, exhausted, tidied up his rental apartment, took a shower, and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. He awoke the next day at noon, his phone buzzing with a flurry of message notifications. Upon inspection, he realized it was messages from the class group chat. His classmate, Bai Fei, had become a prominent figure in the directing department. Graduates from this year's film academy were scrambling to secure a position in his crew through various connections. Although a $5 million investment is relatively modest in the film industry, it is considered extravagant for a graduation project. Graduates from the directing and acting departments were self-recommending to join the crew, with many even offering to perform for no pay. In the past few days, Bai Fei's graduation project had commenced shooting in Sanya. Their recent activities were visible on social media and in the chat group. Islands, sunshine, beaches, yachts, handsome men, and beautiful women. With ample funding, Bai Fei had transformed the filming location into a veritable party. In stark contrast, Liu Lang was confined to his modest rental while producing his graduation short film, which felt rather meager. "Bai Fei, you've truly spared no expense this time," exclaimed one participant. "You even invited Lin Junyan, who has recently skyrocketed in fame. Good resources should be allocated wisely. Of the $5 million investment, $4 million was spent on Lin Junyan alone. His management agency only acquiesced due to my father's connections. Ordinarily, he wouldn't accept a role for less than $6 million. Bai Fei proudly discussed this in the chat group. Goodness, with Lin Junyan as the male lead, Bai Fei's debut film is bound to surpass $10 million at the box office. I bet Lin Junyan's fans could cover $5 million of that. Others in the group chimed in, filled with envy. There are distinctions among popular stars, categorized as either major or minor. Major stars command fees no less than $10 million per film, while minor stars range between $1 and $10 million. Above these tiers are top-tier celebrities, whose fees and revenue shares can easily reach tens of millions or even over $100 million. Their compensation corresponds with their market appeal, regardless of the film's quality. The presence of these stars guarantees their fans' unwavering support. Consequently, investors can be assured of a portion of box office returns in advance. This is also a significant reason why these traffic stars can thrive in the Dragon Kingdom's film industry. The first film, my father mentioned, is merely a trial run. Once you gain experience, we can increase the investment. In chasing dreams in the entertainment industry, my expectations are modest, at best, to break even, perhaps earn $1 million or $2 Bai Fei suddenly began to express his grand visions in the chat group, and the others transformed into sycophants, flattering the newly minted director from the Film Academy. The graduation project is a crucial milestone for students of the Film Academy. Not everyone possesses the means, like Bai Fei, to finance their graduation film with sheer capital. Many are troubled about how to approach their own projects. It's been a while since we've seen Liu Lang. Has anyone heard from him lately? Liu Lang? I believe he is working on some science fiction film, perhaps still seeking investors. In my opinion, science fiction is not a genre for the faint-hearted. Hollywood has developed significant technical barriers over the years. Even if he secures hundreds of thousands in funding, what can that amount produce? If I were him, I would rather focus on crafting a low-budget short film, then seek guidance from mentors. Perhaps that would lead to success. Initially, I had invited him to join my crew as an assistant, but alas, he declined the offer. Liu Lang's refusal left Bai Fei feeling unsettled. It was evident that Liu did not hold him in high regard, which was disheartening for Bai, who had been basking in flattery. A science fiction film? There seems to be a lack of buzz around that genre lately. Not just lately. Historically, the Dragon Kingdom has not produced many noteworthy science fiction films. In my view, it would be more prudent to venture into underdeveloped rural areas and document their hardships, portraying their struggles in an exaggerated manner. Not only would this be cost-effective, but international film awards have a penchant for such narratives. One might even secure a Best Newcomer award. What a pity! Had I been invited by director Bai, I would have hurried over without hesitation. Once a notable figure in the directing department due to his appearance, Liu Lang found that reality struck hard upon graduation. The Film Academy is never short of handsome men and beautiful women. It is those like Bai Fei, with wealthy backers, who garner admiration and pursuit. Liu Lang glanced at the chat records and chose to disengage. Over the past few days, aside from the chat group messages, the only correspondence he received was from Lin Hao. Brother Lang, I can't stay in the capital any longer. I'm heading to Hengdian to stay with my uncle, who is a casting assistant. Brother Lang, I'm really leaving. Come visit me in Hengdian when you can. Take care of yourself, if all else fails. Consider transitioning to acting. With your looks, it would be a shame not to seek a wealthy benefactor, haha. Brother Lang, I've arrived in Hengdian and managed to get into a major production as a background actor. It's intense. I'm working 15 hours a day. I need to rest now. Liu Lang felt a warm surge of emotion among all his classmates. It seemed Lin Hao was the only one genuinely wishing him well. After sending a few heartfelt replies filled with good wishes for a bright future, Liu Lang turned his attention back to his rented apartment, opened his computer, and logged into his Bilibili account. In the upper right corner, a red notification popped up, indicating 99 messages. Liu Lang was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized what was happening and promptly opened the page for his uploaded science fiction short film. The total views stood at 3.01 million, with a cumulative barrage of 306 comments, 980,000 likes, 72 million coins, 35 million favorites, and 66 million shares. As a novice content creator, Liu Lang was somewhat bewildered by these figures. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming barrage comments flooding the screen, he was struck by the fact that less than 8 hours had passed since he uploaded the video, and today was a weekday. Could it be that my video has gone viral? With this curiosity, Liu Lang clicked on his video. The screen opened with a resounding alarm, accompanying the blaring sirens. A multitude of large drones, parked in the hangar, sprang into action, ascending into the sky. Thousands of drones obscured the heavens, resembling a swarm of bees. As the stirring background music swelled, the drone fleet prepared to launch an assault. Wow, this scene looks incredibly realistic. Which foreign special effects company created this CGI animation? Damn, I thought it was real. My eyes can't tell the difference. This is impressive. This is exactly how I envision future warfare. A drone battle, reminiscent of Remington. Utterly useless. A single EMP bomb could take them all down. Is this a trailer for a movie? Why is there no introduction? High energy warning ahead. High energy ahead. High energy alert. Chapter 4. Has the video gone viral? Suddenly, a wave of uniform barrage comments appeared on the screen. High energy warning. Following this, the direction of the drone formation filled the screen with a towering, spectacular human structure that shot into the clouds. The space elevator. This magnificent construction, vividly depicted in numerous science fiction narratives, comprised multiple thick cables made of special materials, with elevator cabins propelled by rocket boosters, swiftly elevating large compartments to altitudes of tens of thousands of kilometers above the Earth's surface. What was once a complex and arduous endeavor for humanity in manned spaceflight became as simple as riding an elevator. For the viewers witnessing this imagery, the grandeur of the space elevator fulfilled their fantasies of such a sci-fi structure. Absolutely incredible. This is how I envision a space elevator. Listening to this background music gives me goosebumps. It's so overwhelming. The CGI is well done, but unfortunately, such a space elevator could never exist in the real world. It's purely a product of fantasy. What a convoluted film. There's no background context. Even with stunning visuals, I can't comprehend it. Did you not pay attention? I've watched it twice already. There's a voiceover hinting at artificial intelligence going offline, suggesting those drones might have been hacked. Since the appearance of the space elevator in the video, the density of barrage comments skyrocketed once again. Amidst a flurry of comments and discussions, the barrage of remarks streamed in densely. Aside from a few questioning the feasibility of the space elevator, the majority were effusive in their praise of the stunning visual effects and the awe-inspiring sight of the space elevator. Liu Lang found it necessary to filter out the vast majority of comments just to discern the short film he had uploaded. Soon, with the ascent and surprise attack of a drone swarm, the scene shifted, and the sound of air raid sirens began to pierce the atmosphere. The battle to defend the space elevator erupted in an instant. The drone swarm unleashed a barrage against ground units, catching the human forces stationed at the space elevator off guard, resulting in heavy casualties. Subsequently, the bulk of the drone forces launched an assault near the space elevator, initiating a swarm attack. Numerous automated defenses at the space elevator's base began to retaliate. In a heartbeat, hundreds of automated close-in weapon systems commenced operation and fired. A dense rain of bullets surged towards the swarm of drones above. Simultaneously, the drones persistently launched their own offensives. The airspace surrounding the space elevator rapidly transformed into a battleground of intense firepower, with drones being obliterated mid-air by anti-aircraft defenses, bursting into fiery spectacles. Wow. DJI has betrayed us. Incredible. Is this the future of aerial combat? Funding is burning. Funding is burning. These anti-aircraft guns look so realistic. Just like what I saw during fleet exercises. On the first viewing, I hazard a guess that these drones will be taken out by EMP weapons. As the short film progressed, the volume of comments diminished somewhat. The audience appeared to be awestruck by the spectacular drone assault, too engrossed to type their thoughts. However, the subsequent scenes reignited the viewers' excitement, leading to an explosion of comments. A multitude of manned fighter jets stationed near the space elevator received orders to scramble and join the battle to defend it. As the hangar door swung open, familiar silhouettes began to fill the viewer's vision. Whoa, isn't that our fifth-generation fighter? I can't be mistaken. That's definitely the J-20. It looks incredibly cool. And there's the Su-57, F-22, F-35, and wait, how did a third-generation Rafale sneak in? Have we got a traitor among us? The vertically take-off J-20 looks fantastic. Chengdu Aircraft Industry Group, hurry up and make improvements. I wonder if there are copyright issues with the J-20. Just kidding. Sci-fi fans and military enthusiasts are in ecstasy. As a representation of the Dragon Kingdom's military prowess, the advanced fifth-generation fighters instantly ignited a surge of comments. Soon, the screen depicted a multitude of fighter jets soaring into the sky to confront the attacking drone swarm. The fighters, swift as lightning, evaded the pursuing drones, showcasing their exceptional maneuverability. Following this, a significant number of reinforcement fighters arrived, engaging the drones in combat using visual targeting methods. These scenes sent many military enthusiasts among the audience into a frenzy. I declare this the most outstanding military film of the year, bar none. I second your declaration. Amidst the fervent discussions of military enthusiasts, a decade-long fan of the J-20 posed an intriguing question. Is this a preview of the Dragon Nation's military-industrial development? A fellow enthusiast pondered why all the drones seemed to be pursuing that particular Goose Nation aircraft, expressing a lack of understanding of military strategy, suggesting it appeared somewhat illogical. A humorous reply pointed out that the stealth capabilities of the Goose Nation's S-57 are the weakest among fifth-generation fighters. The attention to detail was commendably acknowledged, and the production team received well-deserved praise. Following the takeoff, the absence of the Rafale fighter jets from the French nation was noted, humorously questioning whether they had all been downed by drones. As the series of comments unfolded, the space elevator battle ultimately concluded with the defenders' defeat. The cable of the space elevator collapsed, causing the upper space station to lose its support and begin its descent to Earth. The compact 15-minute sci-fi short film reached its climactic finale. With the grandiose space station plummeting, the narrative transitioned from science fiction to military action, and finally to a disaster film. Requests for the background music surged, as viewers expressed how the score sent shivers down their spines, rendering them breathless. The cinematic quality evoked the essence of a Hollywood blockbuster, leaving viewers in awe of its epic visuals. The sheer size of the space station, seemingly weighing over 1,000 tons, raised concerns about the colossal impact it would have upon crashing, likening it to a meteor striking the Earth. The film's brilliance was hailed, with some viewers already watching for the third time. In less than 15 minutes, the short encapsulated an array of elements and was produced with exceptional quality, delivering a delightful surprise. As the short film concluded, discussions among the audience continued unabated. As avid users of Bilibili, they were accustomed to various CG animated productions. Yet this short, titled Space Elevator Battle, stood out for its remarkable craftsmanship, realistic effects, and the overwhelming intensity of its combat scenes. The video's metrics continued to rise as time passed, and many viewers felt compelled to share it with friends. Liu Lang sat before his computer, watching the view count skyrocket from 3 million to an astonishing 10 million within a matter of hours. It appeared that the video had indeed gone viral. Chapter 5. The Hope of Dragon Nation Sci-Fi. Liu Lang, while savoring instant noodles, eagerly browsed the internet to ascertain how much revenue a 10 million view video could generate. His primary concern was not his newfound fame, but rather the potential returns on his investment in the short film, into which he had poured his entire fortune. With next month's rent still uncertain, he faced the looming threat of homelessness if he failed to recoup his investment. However, the answers he found online were disheartening. A video with 10 million views yielded a mere 20 to 30,000, at most 50,000 in total revenue. True profit came from increased fan engagement leading to advertising opportunities and merchandise sales. Frowning, Liu Lang opened his creator dashboard. Although the account was created less than a day ago and only hosts a single video, the popularity of the sci-fi short film Space Elevator Battle has rapidly propelled its follower count to 300,000. Must he truly resort to promoting subpar web games or peddling counterfeit products? Liu Lang sighed. These were not the paths he wished to tread. Moreover, such income would not contribute to his video earnings, yielding no corresponding points that could assist him in acquiring the cinematic black technology he desired. The production of a live-action film like The Wandering Earth requires a substantial investment. Liu Lang pondered, realizing that only the black technology depicted in films could potentially resolve his financial dilemma for filmmaking. However, his immediate concern was how to generate his first pot of gold from video production to exchange for that coveted technology. Just then, his phone buzzed. Hello, is this Mr. Liu from Liu Lang Studio? Yes, who is this? Greetings, Mr. Liu. I am the head of the National Creation Zone at Bilibili. I previously reached out to you via internal messaging, but since you did not respond, I had to contact you through the phone number listed in your profile. Liu Lang opened his creator dashboard and indeed discovered several internal messages amidst a flurry of notifications. May I ask if the sci-fi short film Space Elevator Battle is an original work by your studio? Yes, that is correct. It is our pleasure to inform you that after review, our National Creation Zone has unanimously agreed to select your studio's work for this year's Starlight Award competition. The Starlight Award. Upon hearing this, Liu Lang's mind raced with possibilities. The prize money awarded for the video would also count as points. If we win, there will be a cash prize, correct? On the other end of the line, Liu Zitao, the head of the National Creation Zone, was momentarily taken aback by Liu Lang's inquiry. A studio capable of producing such high-quality CG animation must be among the finest in the country, given the special effects level of Space Elevator Battle. The production cost would average several thousand yuan per second at the very least. This was the conservative estimate. If there were more discarded special effect shots, the costs could soar to tens of thousands or even over 100,000 yuan per second. 15 minutes equates to 900 seconds, and considering labor costs, equipment wear, and other expenses, Liu Zitao speculated that the studio must have invested at least tens of millions into this short film. In contrast, while the Starlight Award is a prestigious international sci-fi accolade, Space Elevator Battle, being merely a 15-minute short, could only compete for the Best Sci-Fi Short Film Award. Even if it were to win, the prize would amount to only several 100,000 yuan. This sum is trivial compared to the production costs, rendering it almost negligible. Liu Zitao believed that a studio capable of crafting a short film as exquisite as Space Elevator Battle would hardly be concerned with such a paltry prize. You jest. The monetary reward is minuscule, but that is not the crux of the matter. The honor of the Starlight Award is what truly matters. As the most renowned and authoritative science fiction award globally, it has been many years since anyone from our dragon country, or even any individual of Chinese descent, has ever been nominated. If we could achieve a nomination, it would indeed be a historic moment. Liu Zitao exclaimed excitedly, as he immersed himself in the collaborative efforts of the Liu Lang Studio, considering it as a joint endeavor of our own. The exquisite production quality of the short film The Space Elevator Battle left Liu Zitao, the head of the National Creative Zone, utterly astonished. After a brief discussion among the judges, They unanimously decided within mere minutes to grant this year's Bilibili Starlight Award nomination to the work of Liu Lang Studio, allowing it to represent Chinese science fiction in this year's selection. With the exceptional quality of the space elevator battle, Liu Zitao believed this was the most promising attempt for Dragon Country's works in many years, a persistent effort to break the Western monopoly on science fiction. The hope and significance it embodies are monumental. However, Liu Lang found it difficult to resonate with this sentiment at the moment. After all, he was struggling to secure next month's rent and subsisting on instant noodles for his daily meals, leaving little room for lofty aspirations to pursue the highest honors in global science fiction. Thus, upon hearing that the prize money was negligible, Liu Lang's interest waned significantly. After agreeing to let the head of the National Creative Zone handle the award selection entirely, he chose to disengage from the matter. After browsing online, Liu Lang did not leave empty-handed. At least he learned that his produced video should yield an income of several tens of thousands next month. Although this modest sum would not afford him any cutting-edge cinematic technology, it alleviated his concern about being unable to pay his rent and facing eviction. Should he continue creating CG shorts for profit or venture into advertising and merchandise promotion? Liu Lang found himself in a state of indecision. If it weren't for the system-assisted filmmaking capabilities that could only be applied to his own projects, he might well have profited significantly as an effects outsourcing studio. Scratching his head, Liu Lang resolved to set these matters aside and focus on submitting his graduation project to the school first. After a weekend of fervent anticipation, the space elevator battle had garnered considerable attention online. Best Science Fiction Short Film of the Year. I declare that China's special effects production level has reached a world-class tier. It's truly heartwarming to see those still striving for Dragon Country's science fiction. As an industry insider, I can responsibly say that although this short film lasts only 15 minutes, its production cost exceeds 10 million. CG animation is an expensive endeavor, and the producers will undoubtedly not recoup their investment. The path for Dragon Country science fiction remains long and arduous. Across major online platforms such as Bilibili, Tieba, and Weibo, the emergence of the space elevator battle received widespread acclaim, despite the lack of substantial development in China's science fiction over the years. This does not imply that there is no hope for the future. The production quality of science fiction films is often correlated with a nation's overall strength and military prowess. American science fiction films, bolstered by Hollywood's formidable film industry and military hegemony, are marketed globally, disseminating American values. Over the years, many have observed the situation without finding effective means to address it. The emergence of the space elevator battle serves as a flicker of hope. While it may not alter the landscape of science fiction in the Dragon Kingdom, it certainly ignites optimism. Chapter 6. Is this truly your creation? Amidst the overwhelming tide of online commentary, accolades abound alongside critiques. It's merely a brief animated feature, hardly comparable to the works of Sakura Country, let alone reaching the standards of the United States. It's utterly laughable. Liu Lang Studio? I've never heard of such a special effects studio domestically. Surely this isn't another instance of outsourcing to foreign teams for extravagant sums? The production team lacks even the most fundamental scientific knowledge. In reality, a space elevator is utterly unattainable. Mark my words, no nation will achieve this within the next 30 to 50 years. The notion of drone swarm combat is preposterous. With such dense formations, there is no need for close-in weaponry or fighter jets. A single EMP bomb would obliterate them all. Praise and criticism coexist. Fans of the space elevator battle engage in a heated exchange with detractors across various online platforms. Liu Lang quietly scrolls through his phone, observing the uproar he has inadvertently sparked. His decision to create this science fiction short film prior to preparing for a feature was driven not only by financial constraints, but also by a desire to establish his presence in the industry. The entertainment realm is pragmatic. A neophyte, freshly graduated from film school, is often overlooked. The buzz generated by the space elevator battle has, however, allowed Liu Lang to step into the public eye. Vibrations from his phone signal a flurry of activity in the chat group. What's with Lin Junyun's diva behavior? We've waited so long, and he only spends a day on set. This is absurd. He's the male lead, and one day is hardly sufficient to complete his scenes. Director by, you must find a solution. Communicate with his agent. This isn't how we rush a project. How can we film without our male lead? In the director's class group, many students, eager to associate with Bai Fei's grand production backed by a 5 million investment, willingly forego compensation to assist with filming. However, the male lead, the somewhat lesser-known Lin Junyun, not only arrives late, but also spends merely a day on set, taking a few promotional photos before vanishing. The freshly graduated directing students are taken aback by such antics. Upon witnessing the complaints in the chat, Bai Fei, The director of Chasing Dreams in the entertainment industry finds himself in a quandary. The rising star seems to disregard the newly graduated director, asserting that the $400,000 is merely an appearance fee and that he will only cooperate if a share of the box office profits is included. Bai Fei is left in disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone who had signed a contract could behave in such a manner. Our esteemed Junyent's schedule for commercial performances is now fully booked, earning millions daily. There is simply no time to spend an entire week with you filming a movie. Lin Junyent's manager adopts a rather uncompromising stance. The popularity of a rising star is as fleeting as a shooting star. Various idol groups, trainee variety shows, and singing competitions continuously churn out a plethora of stars. If one does not seize the opportunity to capitalize on their fame while it lasts, their commercial value will plummet once they fall from grace. After much persuasion, Bai Fei slipped a red envelope containing 200,000 yuan to the manager, who finally relented, agreeing to allow Lin Junyent to participate in other stages of the film's production through post-production effects and green screen techniques. I spoke with Lin Junyent's manager, and he is indeed quite busy lately. However, we have found a solution. Let's use a stand-in for the shooting, avoiding close-up shots. And later we can enhance the facial features in post-production. Given the circumstances, Bai Fei had no choice but to swallow his frustration. With a daily fee of 4 million for an actor, he felt as if he were metaphorically dissecting Lin Junyent. Yet outwardly, he must maintain a facade of cordiality. The director, the majority of the cast, and the crew members are mostly novices. Lin Junyent, despite being a minor celebrity, is the film's most significant draw. After the film's release, Bai Fei must rely on Lin Junyent's fanbase for support, making it impossible to sever ties at this juncture. Upon hearing Bai Fei's explanation, the chat group fell into a profound silence. No one anticipated such a peculiar maneuver. Most astonishingly, the director Bai Fei had agreed to it. A couple of days later, Liu Lang seized the opportunity to bring his graduation short film back up to school. Unexpectedly, he encountered Bai Fei while submitting his work. Bai Fei, aren't you still filming with the crew? The rough cut is ready. I'm here for post-production effects. Isn't your film Chasing Dreams in showbiz a romantic drama? Does it also include special effects? Liu Lang inquired, somewhat puzzled. Bai Fei found himself in an awkward position, unable to admit that his special effects merely involved digitally swapping Lin Junyent's face onto that of a stand-in actor. Ahem, Liu Lang. Is that the sci-fi short film you mentioned? Bai Fei quickly changed the subject, directing his attention to the backup Liu Lang held. Liu Lang nodded. You are quite fortunate. I heard a sci-fi short has recently gained traction online. Riding its wave might just secure you a pass from the judges. Liu Lang's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Haven't you seen that short film? If you knew it was from Liu Lang's studio, you wouldn't be wearing that expression. I haven't seen it. I've been so busy working on my film that I hardly have time. Bai Fei clearly had not considered that the viral short might have any connection to Liu Lang. As a director of a 5 million production, he felt an innate sense of superiority toward Liu Lang. Liu Lang nodded slightly, choosing not to say anything further as he made his way towards the counselor, who was responsible for collecting the graduation projects of this cohort. Teacher Ning, this is the rough cut of my film, Chasing Dreams in the entertainment industry. I kindly request your guidance, as well as that of the esteemed judges. Bai Fei interjected, seemingly brimming with confidence in his work, hastily presenting his graduation project before Liu Lang could do so. Ning Xueli adjusted his glasses, nodding nonchalantly as he cast a cursory glance at the backup disc Bai Fei offered, not particularly invested in it. Coming from a distinguished lineage, with both his grandfather and maternal grandfather being prominent figures in the annals of Dragon Country's film history, he found Bai Fei's commercially driven romance film utterly unimpressive. Teacher Ning, this is mine, Liu Lang said, handing over the backup of his short film before turning to leave. Ning Xueli accepted it, initially indifferent. But upon glancing at the title inscribed on Liu Lang's backup, The Battle of the Space Elevator, he paused. Wait a moment. Liu Lang, could it truly be your creation? Bai Fei stared in bewilderment at the previously aloof counselor, who now, filled with enthusiasm, rushed to Liu Lang's side to engage in friendly conversation. Chapter 7. A comprehensive package. I initially assumed the name was merely coincidental, but it turns out that this Liu Lang studio genuinely belongs to you, Liu Lang. Counselor Ning Xueli exclaimed with delight. Like many other science fiction enthusiasts online, he was thrilled to discover that the Battle of the Space Elevator was crafted by one of his own students. Hailing from a cinematic family, he had once aspired to create a science fiction film for the people of Dragon Country, but various circumstances had thwarted his ambitions. Nonetheless, this had not extinguished the flickering dream of science fiction within him. The realization that the brilliantly produced The Battle of the Space Elevator was authored by a student under his mentorship was an immense surprise for Ning Xueli. I have viewed your short film, and the level of production quality is such that securing the top spot among this year's graduation projects is undoubtedly within reach. Ning Xueli warmly patted Liu Lang on the shoulder. As a mentor, it is impossible to suppress an affinity for high-achieving students, particularly for someone like Ning Xueli, who is also a science fiction aficionado. Unlike the acting department, the directing department has a limited number of students, resulting in a finite selection of graduation projects for evaluation. Although the Battle of the Space Elevator is merely a short film lasting a little over 10 minutes, its quality stands out among the array of graduation works. If one were to suggest a potential competitor, the so-called large production chasing dreams in the entertainment industry, with an investment of $5 million, might barely qualify. The evaluators consist of senior professors and the associate dean, who may harbor biases against science fiction and CG animation due to their age. Do remember to rally your fans to vote on the evaluation website when the time comes. While the final decision remains in the hands of the college's evaluators, online voting can certainly exert some pressure on them. At this moment, Ning Xueli had completely set aside his neutrality as a counselor, openly providing Liu Lang with advice and direction. Liu Lang found himself momentarily bemused by the sudden warmth of his counselor. On the opposite side, Bai Fei, who had initially been taken aback, finally grasped the situation. The recent sensational sci-fi short film circulating online was authored by none other than Liu Lang. Bai Fei found it hard to absorb this revelation. He had never witnessed his advisor display such warmth and kindness towards any student. Listening further to the words exchanged between Liu Lang and the advisor, it seemed blatantly apparent that there was some underhanded maneuvering at play. Bai Fei's expression twisted in envy and jealousy. Traditionally, the top graduate project in the Film Academy's directing department is awarded as a mark of honor to the recipient. Within the context of the various awards in the film industry, this title might seem trivial. Yet, for the students of the Film Academy's directing department, it embodies unparalleled prestige. The competition within the Dragon Kingdom's film industry is exceedingly fierce, often steeped in a hierarchy that favors seniority. A single step ahead can lead to continual advancement. Possessing the title of top graduate project from the Film Academy would undoubtedly garner respect upon entering the Dragon Kingdom's film industry. Bai Fei was determined to secure this top spot, which is why he had set a substantial investment of $5 million for his graduation project. Cough, Teacher Ning. Do you see any areas in my work that require improvement? Bai Fei coughed lightly, signaling to his advisor that he was still present. Oh, Bai Fei, you haven't left yet? Your pursuit of a career in the performing arts should be fine. You should pass. Ning Xueli casually dismissed, before eagerly resuming his discussion with Liu Lang about the intricacies of the space elevator battle. It's the pursuit of a career in the performing arts. Bai Fei's expression darkened upon hearing his advisor's assessment. Considering the bribe he paid to the male lead's agent, he had spent over $5 million. He was aiming for first place, and a mere passing grade was utterly unacceptable to him. After leaving the school, Bai Fei hurriedly sought out an internet cafe and booted up the space elevator battle. The sheer volume of comments flooding the screen immediately soured his mood. Anxious, he disabled the comments and watched the short film at double speed, only to find his spirits further dampened. As a student of the directing department, he possessed a basic level of film appreciation. To put it mildly, he was aware that Liu Lang's sci-fi short film had undoubtedly cost well over $5 million to produce. How could you, Liu Lang, play the fool while hiding your true prowess? Wu Mingming even claimed you were broke. Yet you secretly managed to create such an extravagant sci-fi animation. Bai Fei was filled with both fury and distress. His own graduation film's male lead was being difficult and uncooperative during filming. The female lead, Wu Mingming, Liu Lang's ex-girlfriend, was now viewed by Bai Fei as a traitor, a mole. Even his advisor was not easing his burdens, openly assisting Liu Lang in manipulating online votes right before his eyes, attempting to sway the evaluation outcome. This cannot stand. I cannot simply sit idly by. Feeling he had been treated unjustly, Bai Fei immediately called his father. Dad, it's over. My position for first place in the graduation project may be in jeopardy. What happened? Didn't I invest $5 million into your film? Is that not enough? Our counselor shows favoritism towards another's work, and I fear the impending evaluation. Counselor? What significance does a counselor hold? Isn't it the senior members within your college who ultimately decide the fate of the works? Thus, tomorrow I shall invite Vice Dean in for a meal, hoping to foster some rapport. After concluding the call, Bai Fei's anxious heart began to settle somewhat. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the playback interface of the short film Space Elevator Battle, which displayed a staggering 86 million views, a wave of restlessness surged within him once more. Boring, unappealing. Only elementary school students watch animated films, he sent out this scathing comment. He quickly reached out to Lin Junyun's agent. The agent quoted a promotional fee of 100,000 for a text post on Weibo and 500,000 for a video under 30 seconds. A comprehensive package involving fan interactions was priced at $1 million. Hearing such exorbitant figures, Bai Fei felt overwhelmed. $1 million? How exorbitant? Wasn't he had agreed beforehand to cooperate on promotions? Have you not seen the recent New Force's New Stars popularity chart? Junyan has already ranked within the top 100. Tons have changed. Bai Fei suppressed his urge to curse, negotiating fervently, and after slipping the agent a generous red envelope of 500,000, the agent finally agreed to offer him a discount. After hanging up, Bai Fei felt utterly drained. But wait, a 500,000 red envelope. And a discounted package still amounts to 500,000. Wasn't he that still $1 million? Bai Fei felt a surge of frustration. He had been duped once again. Just then, a notification flashed on his computer screen, indicating that his comment had received a reply. What is wrong with watching animated films? Are you perhaps an orphan using your ID as a household register? His casual remark had stirred a hornet's nest among the two-dimensional community on Bilibili, attracting an avalanche of aggressive responses. Fueled by indignation, Bai Fei rushed to engage in a heated online debate. Chapter 8. Online voting. Liu Lang was taken aback by the counselor's unexpected enthusiasm towards him. Rumor has it that Ning Xueli hails from a distinguished family within the Dragon Kingdom's film industry, which explains how he effortlessly secured a position at the Film Academy before reaching 30. The counselor, who eagerly discussed the details of the short film space elevator battle, seemed like a completely different person from the stern and aloof figure Liu Lang had known. Had it not been for the incessant inquiries about the film's intricacies, Liu Lang might have assumed his counselor's orientation had shifted. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Liu Lang sat before his computer and opened the web page for voting on graduation projects. The simplistic, almost rudimentary design of the site displayed nearly 50 works in a vertical arrangement. These were the graduation projects of this year's directing students. Following the title of each project and the author's name was a voting option. While online voting may not sway the jury's final decision, the number of votes could reflect the general public's appreciation for these graduates' works. Liu Lang glanced up and was astonished to find that the leading entry was none other than Bai Fei's Dreaming of the Entertainment Circle. The number of likes and votes has reached 534 and continues to increase slowly. A substantial gap has already emerged between it and the second place, which has garnered only 56 votes. Liu Lang frowned as he observed the comments, finding them excessively intense. No wonder it held the top position. It was evidently the influence of the male lead's modest fanbase. In truth, Liu Lang did not place much significance on the honor of being the top graduate project from the directing department. After all, it was merely a title that carried no monetary reward. As long as his graduation project achieved a passing grade, he would graduate smoothly. Given the exceptional quality of the short film The Space Elevator Battle, attaining a passing score was undoubtedly not an issue. However, the thought of the male lead's fans engaging in fan culture over the graduation project unsettled Liu Lang. Thus, he reopened the Bilibili creators' backend. The Space Elevator Battle, after a round of online buzz, had amassed over 70 million views on Bilibili alone. As soon as Liu Lang logged into the backend, a flurry of notification alerts began to sound, making his scalp tingle. Ignoring the rapidly increasing video statistics, Liu Lang posted a new update. I hope everyone will lend their support. Thank you. This is the online voting for the Film Academy's Directing Department graduation project. A succinct message accompanied by a call for votes. So simple. After clicking send, within mere seconds, comments began to flow beneath the post. I'm on my 4th watch. I thought the uploader had released a new video. I voted, so hurry up and update with the next video. Wow, the uploader is indeed from Long Country. Liu Lang Studio. The director who voted is also named Liu Lang. A fresh graduate director? A rising star in Long Country's sci-fi scene. Vote. Vote support. Bilibili has shared it 3 times. All 4 of my family's phone numbers have voted online. Uploader, you better be working on the next video. Liu Lang scanned the comments, nearly all of which were from fans urging for more content. The fervor of the netizens overwhelmed him. After closing the creator's backend, he refreshed the online voting page. Indeed, the enthusiastic netizens were astonishingly powerful. In just a few minutes, the likes for the Space Elevator Battle had neared 1,000, surpassing Chasing Dreams in the Entertainment Circle. As time passed, with each refresh, the vote count increased by dozens or even hundreds, leaving Liu Lang utterly astonished. Wait, why is the webpage frozen? Just as his work's vote count was about to exceed 10,000, Liu Lang refreshed the page, only to be met with the message, web server error, please try again later. Perhaps it was just a network glitch? He dismissed it from his mind. Then, a buzzing sound indicated his phone was vibrating. Upon checking, he discovered it was Liu Zitao, the head of the National Animation Division at Bilibili. Mr. Liu, Good news. Our work has been nominated for the Best Short Film category of the Starlight Awards. The final winners will be announced tomorrow. The awards ceremony is set to take place in Copenhagen, and time is of the essence. You must prepare to fly over without delay. On the other end of the line, Liu Lang was 100 times more exhilarated than the author Liu Lang. Currently waiting at the airport in the bustling metropolis, he was brimming with excitement. Liu Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes. His pockets were as devoid of funds as his expression. How could he afford to spend several thousand, or even tens of thousands on a flight? Moreover, this was merely a nomination. Whether he would win was still uncertain. Liu Lang had no desire to engage in a venture that was destined to incur losses. Well, I've been occupied with special effects at the studio lately, and truly cannot spare the time. Liu Lang certainly could not admit his financial constraints. So he hastily concocted an excuse to deflect. Mr. Liu, are you preparing a new project? I understand. Creators need a tranquil environment for inspiration. I'll take care of attending the awards ceremony. You need not worry. Liu Lang promptly assumed the responsibility. Meanwhile, at the Beijing Film Academy, the evaluation of graduation projects had commenced. A jury composed of the vice president, several directors, and associate professors took their positions. Ning Xueli, being the youngest member present, served as the host of the evaluation meeting. Upon careful review, among the submissions, it seems the work with the best chance of winning is undoubtedly the short film Chasing Dreams in the entertainment industry by Fei, the vice president remarked, casually touching the Rolex Submariner he had just acquired. The other jurors exchanged knowing glances upon hearing this. However, as it was merely an internal ranking of graduation projects, the professors present were unlikely to openly contradict the vice president's opinion. Yet, Ning Xueli felt a surge of urgency. Vice President, there is also a high-quality sci-fi CG short film created by Liu Lang, I believe. Ning, we must not let personal preferences cloud our judgment in our work. I have heard that Chasing Dreams in the entertainment industry has recently begun screening in theaters. How many of these graduation projects can reach such a level? A sci-fi CG short film? Isn't that merely a children's animation? In truth, the vice president had not even glanced at the graduation works. In his eyes, what could freshly graduated students possibly create? Just a child's play. By Fei's parents, however, were astute enough to understand who held the sway in the evaluations, and they were content with the prospect of their child receiving the top prize. Ning Xueli was prepared to argue his case further when suddenly a staff member rushed in from outside, declaring that the school's online voting server was overwhelmed and had crashed. Chapter 9. Starlight Award for Best Short Film. The server has crashed? The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback. The Film Academy's official website rarely attracted traffic beyond its students, hence the issue of server overload had never arisen before. At this moment, the vice dean recalled the conversation he had with Bai Fei's father at the dinner table yesterday, regarding the popular star featured in Chasing Dreams in the entertainment circle. It seemed that the voting for a particular work had garnered an overwhelming number of votes, a phenomenon that could be easily understood. Although the results of online voting do not dictate our decisions as judges, we cannot turn a blind eye to works that resonate with the public. I often assert that art is born from reality, and the voice of the masses holds significant weight. The vice dean had already concluded that it was indeed Chasing Dreams in the entertainment circle. After delivering a formal statement, he inquired about the ranking situation from the staff. Before the server crashed, the top position was held by Liu Lang's space elevator battle. Upon hearing this, the vice dean's previously mild expression darkened. Wasn't this result a blatant slap in the face? What about the second place? Surely the gap wasn't too vast? The second place belonged to Chasing Dreams in the entertainment circle, with a total of 986 votes, trailing the first by over 9,000 votes. How much of a difference was that? 9,000. The vice dean nearly stood up in disbelief. If it had been a difference of a few dozen or 100 votes, he might have been able to brush it off. However, this gap of over 9,000 votes felt like a heavy blow to his face, leaving him momentarily speechless. The professors present, witnessing the vice dean's repeated embarrassment, lowered their heads, focusing on their own thoughts, pretending not to notice. Meanwhile, Ning Xueli smirked slightly, eager to see how the vice dean would handle the situation. Yet, in his youthful naivety, he did not anticipate that the vice dean would simply extinguish the competition with a single statement. The disparity in voting data was too significant, suggesting possible ballot tampering. Thus, the online voting would be annulled. Ning Xueli stood frozen in shock, utterly unprepared for such a maneuver from the vice dean. Dean Fu, this is not in accordance with the rules. All right, let's conclude the meeting here. The vice dean waved his hand, signaling the end of the review session, and promptly exited the conference room. Standing there, Ning Xueli felt his breath quicken with indignation, nearly bursting into an expletive. Young Ning, you are still inexperienced. There will be many such instances in the future. Maintain your composure. A middle-aged professor, recalling his own past, patted Ning Xueli on the shoulder, offering a few comforting words before departing. Ning Xueli felt utterly disheartened, with the vice dean's evident bias. It would be difficult for chasing dreams in the entertainment circle to avoid securing the top position. Liu Lang remained oblivious to the unfolding events within the academy. Even if he were aware, it wouldn't concern him greatly. He was currently preoccupied with the preliminary preparations for his second video short. He aimed to exchange the items on his wish list for advanced technology. Even the most affordable drone would require 500,000 points. This meant he needed to achieve a revenue of at least 500,000 with his video creations. Once he resolved the issue of his graduation project, Liu Lang set a modest goal for himself, to earn 500,000 first. Having gained some recognition with his first work, Space Elevator Battle, Liu Lang intended to capitalize on that momentum and launch his second video, which would once again feature CG animation. Focusing on a science fiction short depicting a nuclear explosion on the moon and the descent of meteors. The CGI animation segment, requiring no live actors, stands as his optimal choice at present. With the aid of cutting-edge cinematic technology, he can effortlessly produce it all by himself. While Liu Lang was meticulously planning the storyboard for his short video and engrossed in writing its premise, a buzzing sound interrupted him. His phone vibrated. A WeChat video call from Liu Zitao at Bilibili appeared on the screen. Upon connecting, Liu Lang was greeted by an exuberant young woman, a stranger, whose excitement was palpable. Beside her stood numerous foreigners clad in haute couture, their golden hair and azure eyes strikingly prominent. As Liu Lang pondered the situation, the unfamiliar young woman eagerly spoke first. "Teacher Liu, I am the assistant of Supervisor Liu. Teacher Liu, we did it. The Space Elevator Battle has won the Starlight Award for Best Visual Effects Short Film." In the video chat, the young woman's face flushed with enthusiasm as she nearly shouted the good news to Liu Lang. Despite her fervor, the surrounding foreigners expressed their understanding, clapping warmly in support. "Teacher Liu?" Liu Lang found the title rather perplexing. He had just graduated from university. How could he be considered a teacher to this young assistant? Shortly thereafter, the camera angle shifted to the award stage, where the world-renowned science fiction director, Cameron, was presenting the awards. To Liu Lang's astonishment, Liu Zitao was there accepting the award. They had truly won. Liu Lang felt a surge of disbelief. He had never thought the Space Elevator Battle, for which Liu Zitao had even added English subtitles, would receive such an honor. Thank you to the committee for their generosity, and to the audience for their recognition of science fiction from the Dragon Nation. This is a small step for global science fiction, yet a monumental leap for our country's genre. Liu Zitao expressed passionately on stage, gripping the trophy tightly, his fingers turning white with excitement as he trembled with emotion. He continued with a heartfelt speech, articulating the challenges faced by Dragon Nation's science fiction community and emphasizing that this Starlight Award for Best Short Film was not only recognition for Liu Lang as the creator, but also an affirmation of the entire Chinese science fiction world and indeed all of Asian science fiction. Throughout his speech, Liu Zitao choked up several times, prompting Cameron, the award presenter, to kindly offer him tissues. Liu Lang gazed at the unfolding scene on his phone, astonished. "Liu Zitao, you sly one, your performance is so convincing. One might think you are the original creator." The assistant girl seemed to be moved by Liu Zitao's speech as well, covering her mouth as she fought back tears. It appeared Liu Zitao was quite dedicated and responsible in his efforts. After the Best Short Film Award was presented, Liu Zitao descended from the stage and shared his joy of winning with Liu Lang. After a lengthy conversation, they finally ended the call. "Supervisor, it seems that the matter of the bonus has yet to be communicated to Teacher Liu. There is a sum of 100,000, nearly 700,000 dragon coins. Not to be critical, but in such an elegant artistic setting, discussing finances feels rather crass. The production cost of the Space Elevator Battle is at least in the millions. Could Teacher Liu really be swayed by such a meager amount? Ultimately, the organizing committee will automatically deposit the bonus into Teacher Liu's account. So this is not something we need to worry about." The female assistant responded with a vague "oh." She vaguely recalled seeing a stack of instant noodle cups on Teacher Liu's desk in a video. Could it be that Teacher Liu has a penchant for consuming such nutritionally devoid fare? Chapter 10. Exclusive interview with the People's Daily the following morning. Liu Lang awoke groggily from his slumber. His stomach grumbled in protest, having been awakened by hunger. However, upon seeing the only food available in his rental room, a collection of instant noodle cups stacked in the corner, he felt a wave of nausea rising within him. This simply would not do. If he consumed any more, he would surely be sick. He needed to procure some decent food. The revenue from his work as a creator on Bilibili would not be available for another 2 weeks. As Liu Lang pondered how he would survive the upcoming fortnight, his phone buzzed once more. Hey, Lang, have you won some foreign award? Oh, it's a little-known award called the Starlight Award for Best Sci-Fi Short Film. How did you find out? Sci-fi is considered a niche culture in the Dragon Kingdom, and short animations are even more obscure. Liu Lang was perplexed as to how Lin Hao, who was busy working day and night in Hongdian, had learned of this news. My uncle told me. Even the crew of an anti-Japanese drama has heard about it. I found it quite unbelievable as well. Wow, Lang. I just did a quick search, and it seems you're trending on Weibo. The official account even mentioned you. Don't forget your little brother when you strike it rich. I'm currently working 15 hours a day. I feel like a workhorse. After a brief exchange of banter, Liu Lang ended the call. He opened his computer-esque browser and went to Weibo, where he indeed found the 5th trending topic. University Student Sci-Fi Short Film Wins Starlight Award. Clicking on it revealed a series of news headlines, nearly half of which were dedicated to explaining what the Starlight Award is. It is the internationally recognized premier award in the field of science fiction. Established for several decades, the awards have been predominantly claimed by creators from Europe and America, with only Sakura country in Asia having ever been nominated. Prior to this, no Chinese or overseas Chinese individual had ever been nominated for this highest accolade in science fiction. The People's Daily hailed it as a historic breakthrough for Chinese science fiction, shattering nearly a century of Western dominance in the genre. Liu Lang could scarcely believe that such a niche science fiction award could provoke such a significant reaction within the Dragon Kingdom. Even authoritative media such as the People's Daily took a stance, offering positive affirmation. The statement from the People's Daily served as a signal, prompting countless online media outlets to fervently capitalize on the buzz surrounding the Starlight Award. Platforms such as Tieba, Weibo, Bilibili, and Douyin became vibrant arenas for numerous content creators and curious netizens, turning the Starlight Award into a viral sensation. Any content related to the Starlight Award attracted throngs of onlookers eager to engage with the unfolding narrative. Under the influence of various online media and the enthusiastic introductions by numerous science fiction aficionados, many casual observers may still perceive the realm of science fiction through the lens of fictional superheroes such as Superman, Iron Man, and Captain America. However, this does not hinder their recognition of Liu Lang's remarkable prowess. Had the Starlight Award been established and conferred by the Dragon Kingdom itself, it would have held little significance. The populace of the Dragon Kingdom harbors an inherent lack of confidence in the caliber of their own science fiction works. Yet, when the space elevator battle garnered accolades from an internationally recognized jury, winning over foreign judges and audiences alike, the people of the Dragon Kingdom began to realize that their compatriots were indeed capable of creating science fiction that meets global standards of excellence. Liu Lang was engrossed in reading the online reviews of his work, which praised the space elevator battle as the best short film at the Starlight Awards. Suddenly, his counselor's call interrupted him. Hello, is this Liu Lang? Where are you right now? The voice of Ning Xueli carried an unmistakable hint of excitement. I'm near the school, in a rental on Langyu Road. Hurry, come to school at once. The People's Daily wants to conduct a special interview with you. Ning Xueli interjected before Liu Lang could finish. However, a voice soon emerged from the other end of the line, and Liu Lang could vaguely hear mentions of authenticity and a visit to the birthplace of his work. Shortly thereafter, Ning Xueli instructed Liu Lang, send me your location. The journalist from the People's Daily will come to find you for the interview. He discreetly reminded Liu Lang to tidy up. Fully aware of the typical disarray found in a male student's dormitory after years of experience as a counselor. After hanging up, Liu Lang remained somewhat bewildered. An interview with the People's Daily? Me. The individuals featured in the special interview section typically include combat heroes from the military, exemplary workers from various sectors, eminent scientists who have made significant contributions to research, and village officials who have uplifted their communities from poverty. What merit does a freshly graduated student like myself possess to be selected for such an honor? Shaking his head, Liu Lang dismissed these thoughts and swiftly tidied up the clutter in his room while opening the windows for ventilation. Within a mere 10 minutes, Ning Xueli arrived at Liu Lang's rental with a team of 5 from the People's Daily. Hello, Liu. I am Zhang Xiaolan, the journalist for the special interview. You can call me Xiaolan. She introduced herself, exuding a polished and professional demeanor in her uniform. Behind her stood an assistant tasked with recording the interview material, while 3 others were responsible for capturing the visual aspects of the session. Ning Xueli lingered in the background, gesturing for Liu Lang to engage earnestly. As Zhang Xiaolan observed Liu Lang, she was pleasantly surprised. She had anticipated meeting a disheveled engineering student or a scruffy artsy type, but instead, she found him to be quite handsome. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two settled onto the only 2 chairs in the rental, commencing the interview. Don't be nervous. It's just a casual interview, Liu. Have you had breakfast? Zhang Xiaolan opted for a conversational tone. To be honest, I didn't have time to eat. Liu Lang's stomach let out a series of awkward growls, prompting him to respond with a hint of embarrassment. It's nothing, really. After the interview, let's have lunch together. It's on me, Zhang Xiaolan replied, her generosity swiftly bridging the gap between them. Do you usually consume only these instant foods? Zhang Xiaolan inquired, her gaze lingering in surprise on the unopened buckets of instant noodles piled in the corner. Nearby lay a large bag filled with discarded noodle containers yet to be thrown away. Yes, instant noodles are convenient and inexpensive. Creating special effects animations is quite labor-intensive. Both money and time are precious to me, Liu Lang admitted, to which Zhang Xiaolan nodded in understanding. It is said that the cost of producing CG special effects animations is exorbitantly high, and given that your work spans nearly 15 minutes, some speculate that the production cost could reach tens of millions. As a university student, how did you manage to finance such an endeavor? The interview team had already learned that Liu Lang did not hail from a wealthy family. 10 million? That's an exaggeration. It doesn't require that much. That's the price of a top-tier special effects studio abroad. The largest investment I've made is in this high-end computer worth 100,000. The rest is all about hard work. 1 bucket of instant noodles, 1 bottle of Red Bull, and a day dedicated to labor. His frugal meals are a testament to the hard-earned savings from his part-time work. Yet he does not hesitate to invest in expensive rendering machines for special effects. Zhang Xiaolan looked at this cheerful young man before her, feeling an inexplicable stir within her heart. She recalled the exemplary individuals she had previously interviewed, labor models, combat heroes, and scientists, and discerned a similar essence within Liu Lang. Chapter 11. Undoubtedly a news report featuring Liu Lang as the protagonist, who continuously overcomes adversities in pursuit of his ideals and strives for the rise of the sci-fi era in Longhua, has gradually taken shape in Zhang Xiaolan's mind. The half-hour interview swiftly elapsed, and upon its conclusion, Liu Lang joyfully joined the others for a meal. However, at the moment of checkout, the counselor Ning Xueli eagerly took the initiative to pay the bill. Once Zhang Xiaolan and the others had departed, Ning Xueli excitedly revealed to Liu Lang that the official media interview had bestowed upon the space elevator battle a formidable protective aura. This time, no one would dare to usurp the honor of being the top graduate project from Liu Lang. It was at this moment that Liu Lang recalled the existence of a competition for the top graduate project. Ning teacher, it's really unnecessary. Internally, Liu Lang was indifferent to whether he could secure first place, having already received the affirmation of the Starry Sky Award for Best Short Film, an accolade from within the Film Academy. The allure of any internal project awards had diminished for him. How could it be unnecessary? If a piece of rubbish like chasing dreams in the entertainment circle can overshadow you, it is a lamentable state for the artistic realm of Long Country. People like Bai Fei believe that by merely spending a bit of money on a few popular stars, they can carve out a niche in the Long Country film industry. I shall make them aware that this is a delusion. Rest assured, I assure you, what is rightfully yours will not elude you. Everything is under my control. With fervent passion, Ning Xueli conveyed these words to Liu Lang, then patted him on the shoulder and turned to walk towards the Film Academy. Watching Ning Xueli's figure gradually fade into the distance, Liu Lang felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. A series of knocks interrupted the moment. Come in. The vice dean looked up, only to be greeted by the sight of Ning Xueli entering, which immediately caused him a headache. Xiao Ning, hasn't the ranking of the graduate projects already been decided? There's no need for you to come back and forth over such trivial matters. Ning Xueli had strong connections and a substantial background, and even as the authoritative vice dean of the academy, he did not dare to directly confront him. If it were another counselor without much backing, they would have long since been reprimanded for their audacity in bothering the vice dean. Vice dean, I am here to bring you some joyous news. Ning Xueli's face beamed with genuine joy, leaving the vice dean puzzled. What joyous news? Our academy has a project that has won an award abroad. Oh, is that so? As a prominent figure in the academy, the significant awards won by students naturally contributed to his achievements. The vice dean quickly donned his reading glasses and took the materials that Ning Xueli presented. Starry Sky Award, the world's most authoritative science fiction award, Best Short Film, Space Elevator Battle, author, Liu Lang. Upon seeing Liu Lang's name, the vice dean's expression soured as if he had bitten into a fly. Starry Sky Award? Not particularly renowned, is it? Who decides what is considered the world's most authoritative? It wouldn't be yet another dubious foreign award, would it? The vice dean furrowed his brow and questioned repeatedly. In the realm of Long Country cinema, science fiction films had long been a void, and thus most citizens paid little heed to science fiction awards. In the vice dean's eyes, only the Oscars, Golden Globes, Palme d'Or, Golden Bear, and Golden Lion could be deemed international accolades. This award, however, held significant prestige abroad. The lifetime jurors included renowned directors such as Spielberg, Ridley Scott, and Peter Jackson, among others. You see, it is Mr. Cameron who presents the award for the space elevator battle. The Vice Dean's countenance turned awkward as he gazed at the image of the person before him, the internationally renowned director James Cameron. Moreover, he was well aware of the illustrious figures such as Spielberg, Ridley Scott, and Peter Jackson, all of whom are esteemed directors of global repute. Their masterpieces, including Saving Private Ryan, Jurassic Park, Gladiator, King Kong, The Lord of the Rings, The Terminator, and Titanic, have each dominated the global box office, receiving both critical acclaim and commercial success. With such world-class directors endorsing it, the authority of the Starlight Award is beyond question. As he observed Cameron warmly handing the trophy to the recipient, the Vice Dean felt as though he had swallowed a green fly. How could a work recognized by foreign luminaries only rank second in the evaluations within the Film Academy? If this news were to circulate online, how would the populace of the Dragon Country perceive him as a member of the judging panel? His expression was one of deep conflict. The meal had been consumed, the money received, and the watch long since dawned. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Closing his eyes and steeling his heart, the Vice Dean resolved to endure the pressure and ensure that chasing dreams in the entertainment circle retained its first place. Little Ning, we must not heed every rumor. Should we treat the accolades of foreigners as sacred mandates? The Academy has its own set of standards for evaluating works. Besides, Liu Lang's piece is merely an animated short film. Upon hearing the Vice Dean's evasions, Ning Xueli could not help but smirk inwardly. He had anticipated this old man's duplicitous demeanor. Vice Dean, forgive my forgetfulness. There is another matter I neglected to report to you. The Vice Dean felt a sense of foreboding as he looked at the smiling Ning Xueli. Today, a reporter from the People's Daily came to the school for an exclusive interview. What nonsense! Why did you not inform me of such an important matter sooner? The Vice Dean was taken aback. This was the most authoritative state media in the Dragon Country, and even a small mention in it could be considered an achievement, let alone a substantial exclusive interview. Wait, who are they interviewing? They are covering Liu Lang's award-winning work. I followed the interview team and even saw the title of their press release, striving to reach the pinnacle of science fiction, steadfastly moving forward. Vice Dean, this is excellent news. Ning Xueli's response struck the Vice Dean like a series of heavy blows to the heart. In just over 10 seconds, beads of sweat appeared on his balding forehead. While he could choose to ignore the awards Liu Lang had received abroad, at most facing a bit of public criticism, the acknowledgement from the official media, which would soon be published as a positive feature, was another matter entirely. At this juncture, if he, as the influential Vice Dean, continued to suppress Liu Lang, it would be akin to directly opposing the state media. The potential dire consequences of such actions immediately alerted the Vice Dean's conscience. Dear Ning, I have pondered over your words these past few days, and I must concede that you possess a valid point. Liu Lang's work, having garnered such overwhelming support in the online voting, undoubtedly reflects the preferences of the masses. His ascendance to the top position is, without question, well-deserved. The Vice Dean, with a facade as unyielding as stone, behaves as though the preceding events have been erased from memory. Internally, however, he is lamenting, realizing that his relationship with Bai Fei's father, the financial backer, has irrevocably soured, leaving him uncertain of how to mend the situation. By the way, let us hasten to organize a report conference highlighting Liu Lang's commendable achievements. Chapter 12. Bai Fei, it doesn't matter, let us go all out. Upon discovering that his work had fallen short of securing the first place, relegated beneath Liu Lang's space elevator battle, Bai Fei's reaction was astonishingly calm, even more so than he had anticipated. Unlike the Vice Dean, who embodies an antiquated mindset, Bai Fei is acutely aware of the esteemed standing of the Starlight Award within the realm of global science fiction. Thus, upon learning that Liu Lang's creation had won the Best Short Film accolade, he felt a mix of envy and jealousy that was almost palpable. This award, judged by illustrious directors such as Spielberg, Ridley Scott, and Peter Jackson, held significant prestige. As he watched Cameron personally bestow the trophy upon Liu Lang's representative, extending heartfelt congratulations, Bai Fei felt an intense yearning to be in that position himself, ready to sacrifice half of his father's fortune for such an honor. The substantial investment of millions he had poured into securing the top prize for his graduation project seemed trivial compared to the significance of the Starlight Award. Consequently, upon reading the coverage from the People's Daily, he resigned himself to the loss of the graduation project accolade. It was not entirely humiliating. After all, he could still consider himself a peer of the Starlight Award winner. Reassuring himself in this manner, Bai Fei's thoughts shifted solely towards ensuring that his debut work achieves the highest box office possible. Liu Lang's science fiction short film would not be screened in theaters. But if his chasing dreams in the entertainment circle could generate impressive box office results, he could, in a sense, overshadow Liu Lang. To this end, he once again persuaded his father to leverage their connections, convincing several cinemas in the capital to expand the scale of the film's preview. The initial 10 theaters grew to 3 chains and over 200 cinemas. The cost of this endeavor was a signed wager, stipulating that if the total box office fell below $5 million within a month, Buffet's side would owe the theaters $10 million, while breaking even required a total box office of $12 million. For the theaters, this was an assuredly lucrative deal. Buffet, however, could no longer afford to dwell on the details. He needed to ensure a triumphant opening for his work. Yet, reality soon doused his enthusiasm with cold water. As a newcomer director with inexperienced actors, his film was yet another run-of-the-mill romantic comedy. After deducting the exorbitant actor salaries, the total production cost of Chasing Dreams in the entertainment circle barely reached a few $100,000. After a week of screening, aside from the dedicated fans of the male lead, the popular star Lin Junyi, there was scant additional box office contribution from the general public. If this trend continues, not only will box office earnings fail to surpass $10 million, but even recouping the production costs will remain an elusive dream, leading inevitably to a loss in the betting agreement. In that moment, Buffet felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Losing money is trivial. Losing face is far more significant. If his debut work were to end in such dismal failure, how could he ever hold his head high in front of his family and classmates? In his state of disarray, Buffet thought of Liu Lang, and suddenly a plan flashed through his mind. He promptly contacted the managers of various cinemas and, out of his own pocket, had them replace the posters with those for Chasing Dreams in the entertainment circle, a work by a fellow student of the International Science Fiction Award winner. This autumn, prepare for an unforgettable tale of heart-wrenching romance. Buffet added a blurb about his connection to Liu Lang on the poster. As Liu Lang's classmate and a fellow awardee, Buffet felt justified in this approach, thanks to the overwhelming online promotion of the Starlight Award. The new poster for Chasing Dreams in the entertainment circle yielded unexpectedly favorable results. Many ticket buyers were drawn by the prestigious award. In just one day, ticket sales remarkably exceeded those of the entire previous week. Witnessing the poster's success, Buffet experienced a tumult of emotions. It seemed he had indeed been outdone by Liu Lang. When he opened Dubon to seek solace in the reviews from the public, he was met with a disheartening surprise. A score of 25 points. Surely there must be a glitch in the system. The moment he saw the rating for Chasing Dreams in the entertainment circle, Buffet felt his mind suffocate. He had never encountered a film with such a dismally low score. What a farce. Produced by a fellow student of a Starlight Award winner. This is nothing more than a low-budget, cliched romance. Is the male lead disabled? His head is perpetually tilted. If the space elevator battle deserves a perfect score of 100, this movie can only receive a 1, and that solitary point is for the voluptuous female lead. False advertising under the guise of a Starlight Award connection. Does this film even deserve such recognition? I'd rather feed my dog with $30 than watch this trash. I declare this to be the true science fiction film. It cured my insomnia that has plagued me for years. I fell asleep within 6 minutes of the screening. Utterly infuriating. I brought a date to this movie, thinking it was produced by Liu Lang's studio, only to find this pile of garbage. My date said my taste was appalling and left halfway through. Damn it, that director owes me a wife. 5-star review. I refuse to be the only one whose eyes are tainted. If I can deceive even one person, it's worth it. As Buffet scanned the reviews, his eyes were met with a shocking sea of 1-star ratings. Occasionally, he spotted a few 2-star or 3-star reviews, but they were merely from fans of the male lead, who criticized the director's incompetence while lamenting the plight of their beloved actor. As for those 5-star ratings, they were all unmistakably from trolls relishing in mischief. Buffet felt his breath quicken and his mind swell with blood. You ignorant swine, can you comprehend the character's journey of growth? Can you perceive the internal struggles of each character under the narrative's intricate layers and their relentless pursuit of dreams? You are the worst audience I have ever encountered. Buffet could not restrain himself from tapping away at the keyboard, launching into a rebuttal of the film critiques posted by netizens. However, his actions seemed to ignite a firestorm, provoking an even more vehement backlash from viewers who had seen the film. At this juncture, Buffet was utterly unfazed. Having lost the chance for first place with his graduation project, and facing the likelihood of financial loss from his debut film, he found himself further incensed by the audience's nitpicking. In light of this, he decided to retaliate vigorously. Buffet engaged in a high-octane exchange with the dissenting viewers online, sending out over 1,000 replies throughout the course of a single day. Such a frenzied display from a director was unprecedented in the eyes of the online community. In a matter of moments, Buffet had gained notoriety through an unexpected avenue. Subsequently, the studio of the male lead, Lin Junyan, swiftly issued a statement expressing regret over his participation in the film's production, attributing its lackluster quality to the director's autocratic approach. From this point forward, the studio vowed to exercise greater prudence in selecting film projects for the sake of their fans and the audience. Upon witnessing Lin Junyan's disavowal, Bai Fei was nearly choked with indignation. The $4 million remuneration for merely a day's presence and the obligation to supplement promotional efforts with personal gifts flooded his mind with memories of the various instances of arrogance he had endured. How dare you treat me with such disdain? In that moment, he severed ties with Lin Junyan, shedding any pretense of decorum as he unleashed a torrent of grievances online. Chapter 13. Predator drone. Liu Lang had never regarded Bai Fei as a rival. After winning the Starlight Award, their competitive standings were further apart than ever. Yet, despite Liu Lang's indifference, Bai Fei's frantic antics inadvertently thrust chasing dreams in the entertainment circle into the spotlight, becoming a hot topic of discussion within the school and across the internet. Many were using this unprecedentedly low-rated film as fodder for conversation. Among those who suffered the most from this debacle, aside from Bai Fei himself, was the female lead, Wu Mingming. Unlike the male lead, the popular Lin Junyan, who commanded a staggering $4 million in fees and enjoyed fan protection, Wu Mingming, like many of her peers drawn to high-budget productions, performed without remuneration. Following the completion of filming, she was immediately inundated with private messages from Lin Junyan's fans, laden with insults and vitriol. Though she initially tolerated this, she was unprepared for the tidal wave of negative reviews that followed the film's release. With the director and the male lead under fire, she too found herself the target of scorn and derision from the vast audience. Wu Mingming felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Being branded as the leading lady of a poorly received film on her debut had the potential to inflict significant psychological trauma on a freshly graduated actress. What weighed most heavily on her conscience was the knowledge that her ex-boyfriend, Liu Lang, whom she had chosen to break up with, had quietly secured the Starlight Award for Best Short Film with his graduation project. This prestigious accolade, renowned as the pinnacle of science fiction recognition, had been awarded to directors of considerable repute worldwide. With the Starlight Award adorning his resume, Liu Lang's future in the film industry was poised to be extraordinarily promising. The mere thought of this filled Wu Mingming with regret, to the point of physical pain. Initially, I had entertained the thought of entering the group as a single individual, perhaps harboring the chance to strike up a connection with that rising star, Lin Junyi. Reflecting upon it now, I am baffled as to why I hastily sought to sever ties with Liu Lang. This simply will not do. I must devise a plan to mend the situation. Wu Mingming, pondering deeply, meticulously adorned herself and hurried to Liu Lang's apartment. A series of knocks resounded at the door, and upon opening it, Liu Lang was taken aback to find Wu Mingming standing there. "What brings you here? Are you here to borrow money?" he inquired, his tone tinged with caution. In recent times, Liu Lang had been plagued by unwanted advances, as numerous acquaintances, previously distant, sought to reconnect under the pretext of borrowing money after his recent accolade, the Starlight Award. Wu Mingming's expression stiffened at his words, yet true to her training at the Drama Academy, she swiftly regained her composure and donned a smile. "Is it not permissible to visit you without a specific reason? Are you truly going to leave me standing at the door without inviting me in for a seat? How insufferable!" Her voice, laced with a playful tone, accompanied by a coy demeanor, sent shivers down Liu Lang's spine. Concerned about provoking gossip from other residents in the building, he reluctantly allowed her entry. As soon as she stepped inside, Wu Mingming excused herself due to the warm weather and removed her outer garment. Beneath it, she wore a flimsy camisole that failed to conceal her alluring figure. The delicate fabric rising and falling with each breath, deliberately displayed for Liu Lang's viewing. "Liu Lang, my decision to break up was solely to focus on my film career. Now that the film is completed, I realize that the glitz of the entertainment industry is not what I desire. I cannot forget you, Liu Lang. Let us reconcile," she declared passionately, tears welling in her eyes. Just as she reveled in her increasingly refined acting prowess, she caught sight of Liu Lang engaged in a phone call. Determined to intensify her efforts, Wu Mingming steeled herself, unwilling to shy away from making sacrifices to ensnare Liu Lang completely. Seizing the moment while he was occupied, she shed her attire until she was clad only in her minimal undergarments, prepared to surrender herself to Liu Lang. At times, a woman must be resolute in her pursuits. Wu Mingming possessed unwavering confidence in her physique and allure, believing that any normally inclined man would be irresistibly drawn to her boldness. However, the subsequent turn of events unfolded far beyond her expectations. Upon concluding his call, Liu Lang was exhilarated. He had just learned that the prize for the Best Short Film at the Starlight Award amounted to a staggering Long coins, which had just been credited to his account. Finally, he was liberated from the burdens of financial worry. Even more thrilling was the fact that this substantial sum counted towards his points. Now, he could redeem his coveted high-tech products from the film industry. In that moment, Liu Lang's face flushed with excitement, his thoughts consumed, leaving no surplus energy to respond to Wu Mengmeng, who sat provocatively on the bed. Her figure illuminated in the soft light, devoid of any impulse within him. Liu Lang swiftly approached Wu Mengmeng, just as she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impending storm. In an unexpected turn of events, Liu Lang gathered her scattered garments from the bed, crumpling them into a bundle and thrusting them into her embrace. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he propelled her out of the door. "There is something urgent today. We shall converse another time." With a resounding thud, the door to the rental apartment was shut behind him. Wu Mengmeng stood bewildered, her face a portrait of disbelief at the recent occurrences. The man within the room had exhibited a complete indifference towards her physical presence. This unexpected reaction instigated a profound questioning of her own allure, something that had never crossed her mind before, despite her reputation as the belle of the drama department. How could he be so unresponsive? How could he act in such a manner? At that moment, her worldview, life philosophy, and values seemed to shatter. Liu Lang's actions inflicted a blow far more severe than any defeat she had ever faced in her artistic pursuits. "Liu Lang, are you even a man? Open the door." This humiliation sent Wu Mengmeng into a frenzy, as she repeatedly pounded on the door of Liu Lang's apartment. Yet, within, Liu Lang remained unfazed, his attention wholly captivated by another matter. Current points related to the Wandering Earth, 708,693, Black Technology List, drone, without an accompanying AI control system. Exchange price 500,000 points. Upon selecting the Black Technology Predator drone from the Wandering Earth, Liu Lang experienced an overwhelming influx of knowledge akin to the enlightening moments found in martial arts tales, as a wealth of information about the Predator drone flooded his mind. In a mere span of 10 seconds, he acquired comprehensive knowledge regarding the manufacturing of the Predator drone. This sensation was exhilarating. In contrast to the mundane entanglements of romantic interactions, the sheer thrill of absorbing vast amounts of knowledge was far more intoxicating. As the enlightenment concluded, a proportional 3D model of the Predator drone materialized in his mind. It was a large military unmanned aerial vehicle, boasting an 83-meter wingspan, an 8-meter length, and a height of approximately 19 meters. Chapter 14. You are partially correct. The Predator drone, as a significant component of the joint government military forces in the Wandering Earth, could execute terrifying swarm tactics, augmented by the 550 series artificial intelligence. It employed its mounted large-caliber cannons and various missiles to engage target units effectively. Its combat prowess was indisputably formidable. However, in comparison to the exorbitant point requirements of other black technologies in the universe of the Wandering Earth, which often demanded millions or even billions of points, the mere 500,000 points for the Predator drone seemed trivial. Liu Lang concluded that the absence of a compatible AI control system was the critical factor. To achieve air superiority in warfare, drones not only required substantial numbers to operate in swarm tactics, but also necessitated a pivotal controlling AI system to manage them effectively. The cutting-edge technology of the Predator drone that Liu Lang exchanged for is equipped solely with a basic active operation mode, which is a pivotal reason for its affordability. However, Liu Lang harbors no disdain for it. Compared to the current technological standards of the world, the capabilities of the Predator drone undoubtedly surpass all types of drones, whether military or civilian. Furthermore, in contrast to other intricate pieces of advanced technology, the architecture of the Predator drone is relatively straightforward. Liu Lang is able to modify and process real-world items through the cinematic technological system, and he can even swiftly upgrade and assemble a brand new Predator drone by purchasing drone components online. The mere thought of being able to create those sci-fi-inspired drones from his videos in reality fills Liu Lang with excitement. The prize money from the Starlight Award for Best Short Film has also been credited to him, with 700,000 Dragon coins at his disposal. He is more than equipped to assemble a Predator drone. However, Liu Lang must first address another concern. He needs to consider renting a larger space. The Predator drone is no mere toy, boasting a wingspan of 83 meters, a length of 8 meters, and a height of 19 meters. It can undoubtedly be classified as a behemoth among drones. Attempting to assemble it in his current rental space is simply impractical. After browsing online, Liu Lang quickly discovered a dilapidated factory located on the outskirts of the capital. The spacious area and low rent alleviated any concerns about disturbing neighbors. The only drawback is its somewhat remote location, but Liu Lang is unconcerned by this. After paying 3 months' rent, he tidied up his rental apartment, took his 100,000 yuan computer, and hailed a taxi to his new abode. Wu Mingming had seemingly left at some point, much to Liu Lang's delight, as it spared him the trouble of explanations. The taxi ride lasted a full hour before it delivered Liu Lang to his destination. The abandoned factory is situated in a secluded area, surrounded only by a few struggling old factories, with no neighbors in sight. The vast expanse of land, covering tens of thousands of square meters, is overgrown with weeds. The space allocated for Liu Lang to reside in is a temporary metal house converted from a shipping container. To his surprise, the dilapidated factory still housed some metalworking equipment, including welding machines, cutting tools, and pneumatic hammers. The successful exchange for the Predator drone technology temporarily set aside Liu Lang's plans for creating a second video. He decided to focus first on manufacturing a Predator drone. The components and materials needed for the drone can be purchased online, which Liu Lang promptly ordered. For those items that are not readily available, he plans to craft them himself, utilizing the equipment at his disposal. With a comprehensive understanding of the entire production process, blueprints, and various related scientific knowledge of the Predator drone instilled in his mind, Liu Lang navigates the assembly with ease. Over the next few days, as the online ordered materials and parts continued to arrive, the Predator drone that Liu Lang meticulously assembled and constructed gradually took shape. His efforts in creating this Predator drone are certainly not intended to serve as mere toys for himself. The production of the Wandering Earth necessitated a staggering financial investment. Liu Lang estimated that, even without considering any expenditures for special effects or CGI, at least 100 million yuan would be required. Therefore, the paramount challenge confronting Liu Lang remained a lack of funds. Thanks to the Starlight Award, his follower count on Bilibili had surpassed 5 million. With such a substantial fanbase, Liu Lang began to contemplate ways to monetize his popularity. Engaging in advertisements and promoting products were the two most straightforward methods. However, Liu Lang was reluctant to accept advertisements for low-quality online games or endorse inferior merchandise. Instead, he intended to represent himself, promoting his own high-tech figurine, the Predator drone. Yet, he harbored uncertainty regarding whether the Predator drone would capture the market's favor. He planned to create a video to gauge the audience's reaction. The title of Liu Lang's video, Real Footage of the Predator Drone Prototype, remained refreshingly unembellished. After uploading it to Bilibili, the operations team quickly took notice. Liu Lang's previous video, The Space Elevator Battle, had sparked a phenomenon across Bilibili and beyond, further amplified by the honor of winning the Best Short Film at the Starlight Awards. Under the guidance of Liu Zitao, the head of the National Innovation Zone, Liu Lang had become a prioritized content creator on Bilibili. Once published and approved, the video was immediately given preferential exposure, appearing on the browsing interfaces of all online users on Bilibili. Within a mere 5 minutes, it attracted millions of viewers. Wow, the master finally released a new video. Can CGI animation be produced this quickly? Hi Yield Sao. Calm down, this isn't CGI, it's real footage. Don't you even read the title? A flurry of comments cascaded across the screen as Liu Lang began to introduce the star of the video, the Predator drone prototype, positioned in an open space. Its silver gray, heavy metallic exterior bore the marks of welding, exuding a rugged industrial aesthetic. 4 large circular rotors were distributed on either side of the body, while 2 rectangular engine exhausts resembled the drone's eyes, gazing forward. The industrial sci-fi design of the drone captivated the audience instantly. That's pretty cool. It looks massive. What model is this? Wow, I recognize it. Isn't this the drone from the Space Elevator Battle? Incredible. You actually built it. Isn't that CGI animation? Even though the prototype had not been painted, its distinctive design was recognized by keen-eyed viewers. I knew it. These content creators get famous and start cashing in on their fans. Just wait. He's definitely just another guy selling models to swindle money from fans. Amidst the deluge of comments, there were always those who believed they were the sole voice of reason, speculating conspiratorially about Liu Lang's upcoming actions. Liu Lang smiled faintly at the comments on the video. You guessed right, but not entirely. Just as the barrage of comments continued to debate whether to support the content creator. In the video, the previously stationary Predator drone, resting on flat ground, begins to rotate its rotors. Mere seconds later, with a thunderous roar, this large drone, boasting an impressive wingspan of 83 meters, ascends into the sky with the swiftness of a cannonball. Chapter 15. The Boy Chasing Kites. A torrent of comments floods the screen as the Predator drone takes flight. Just when nearly everyone presumed that the drone on the ground was merely an immobile model, Liu Lang in the video begins to maneuver it into rapid aerial maneuvers. Such a large drone must weigh 3 to 4 tons, right? Is its endurance reliable? I hope it doesn't plummet after just 10 minutes of flight. I'm an amateur model enthusiast, bowing to the master. Let us not even mention the size and weight. The agility it possesses is simply ridiculous. I strongly suggest equipping it with those cannons and missiles from CG Animations. I would gladly spend $100,000 to buy it. If that is not enough, I'll add more. If it is, forget I said anything. Isn't this more impressive than DJI drones? I recommend the creator refine it. In 3 years, it could surpass DJI, and within 5, enter the international arms market, dominating the skies of Blue Star within a decade. A myriad of humorous comments continues to drift across the video. In light of the Predator drone's current performance, while the audience is astonished, their enthusiasm is tempered. They merely regard Liu Lang's creation as a flying model resembling the sci-fi drones from the space elevator battle, believing it pales in comparison to established drone manufacturers. To truly captivate the majority of ordinary viewers and entice them to make a purchase, its current demonstration falls considerably short. Suddenly, the scene shifts, revealing aerial footage captured by the Predator drone. As it ascends higher, the various buildings on the ground appear increasingly minuscule. In just a few minutes, the drone has soared above the clouds, rendering everything below indistinct. My goodness, how high is it flying? At least 1,000 meters, right? Not just 1,000 meters. My DJI, which cost over 10,000, doesn't reach such heights. Be cautious, creator. This is near the capital, isn't it? Airspace above 500 meters is a radar identification zone. I genuinely fear you might be apprehended by the military police. Viewers engage in fervent discussions, marveling at the Predator drone's capabilities and Liu Lang's audacity. This prototype is merely a test model, and due to material procurement limitations, it can currently maintain a cruising flight at 5,000 meters for only 3 hours. WOC. Is this even possible? If it can cruise at 5,000 meters, with the right materials, could it soar to 7 or 8,000 meters? Is the creator building a fighter jet? 3 hours of endurance? At an altitude of 5,000 meters. Goodness, if what the master says is true, my $2,000 DJI is nothing but a child's toy in comparison. I am skeptical. If the content creator possesses the ability to keep the drone airborne indefinitely, I would gladly offer a generous gift of 2,000 yuan. In the video, Liu Lang remains oblivious to these comments as he continues to elaborate on the attributes of the Predator drone. Beyond its impressive endurance and cruising altitude, the Predator features a remarkable characteristic. Its internal structure is equipped with devices that counter radar radiation, effectively shielding it from detection across most radar bands. This technology also exhibits formidable resilience against localized electromagnetic pulses. Prior to conducting test flights with the Predator drone, Liu Lang certainly contemplated the challenges posed by radar identification systems. However, the drone's robust capability to obfuscate radar signals allows it to effortlessly evade aerial surveillance. Such technology, if indeed authentic, would undoubtedly pique the interest of foreign powers, particularly given the underwhelming stealth capabilities of their Su-57 fighter jets. It is astonishing. Nearly an hour has elapsed, and the content creator remains unapprehended. Considering the sensitivity of the airspace near the capital, it is implausible that oversight is absent. As time progressed, the Predator drone continued to glide steadily at an altitude of 4 to 5,000 meters. Viewers were compelled to believe in the extraordinary radar evasion capabilities of this large UAV. In the concluding segment of the video, Liu Lang showcased the drone's exceptional payload capacity. Without the addition of cannons or various air-to-air and ground missiles, the Predator can effortlessly carry a weight of 1,000 to 1,500 kilograms during its flights. This ability, undoubtedly more enticing to the general audience than the radar evasion features previously discussed, captivated viewers. Such a high payload capacity? If the price is reasonable, I would consider purchasing one. It seems far more economical than buying a car. Adding a passenger cabin, I could fly home for the holidays in style, far surpassing any luxury vehicle. That makes sense. I am tired of being stuck in traffic during every holiday. If it could be sold for under 100,000 yuan, I would also buy one. Greetings, esteemed creator. I reside in Xinglizi village in the Daliang Mountains. Due to its mountainous terrain, we still lack road access, and the village relies solely on manual transport for supplies. Each year, individuals have met tragic fates due to this situation. I am the only university graduate from my village, having saved 60,000 yuan over the past 2 years of work. I wonder if that amount would suffice to purchase such a drone. If not, I would be willing to sign an IOU and work diligently to repay the debt. I wish to spare my fellow villagers from further suffering due to our circumstances. As the video concluded, Liu Lang perused the comments section to gauge the audience's reactions to the Predator drone. Among the waves of astonishment and praise, He noticed a poignant remark from Shinglizi village, stirring something within him. Perhaps, beyond mere profit, it is time to engage in endeavors of greater significance? After a moment of contemplation, Liu Lang clicked on the profile of the user named Chasing Kites and initiated a private chat. Liu Lang, greetings. I am the creator of this video. Could you kindly provide something to verify your identity? Liu Lang, of course, could not blindly trust a stranger based solely on a brief message. The youth who chases kites was elated upon receiving Liu Lang's private message, and without hesitation, he sent a plethora of evidence in the chat box. This included dozens of certificates spanning over a decade, along with his educational credential documentation, a picture of his identification card, and a multitude of photographs capturing his life in his hometown village and school. Ultimately, to further substantiate his claim, he even added Liu Lang on WeChat for a video call. Upon witnessing the vast mountains in the background, Liu Lang finally believed him. Please send me your location. I will come to find you in a few days. Great one. I have not yet made the payment. Could you let me know your account details? The signal is poor. I cannot hear you well. Let us discuss this later. Hearing these words, Liu Lang feigned a poor signal and ended the call. Chapter 16. What does this mean? Liu Lang did not intend to accept any payment from the other party. In truth, he had yet to determine an appropriate price. The handcrafted prototype of the Predator drone had cost approximately 23,000 yuan. Should mass production become feasible, the cost could be significantly reduced. After meticulously planning his journey, he disassembled and packaged the large prototype, arranged for a long-distance freight truck, and set off for the mountainous region where the kite-flying youth resided. Following a period of intense work on CG animations, coupled with the various engagements after receiving the Starlight Award, Liu Lang felt it was high time to take a break. He decided to treat this mountainous excursion as a form of leisure travel. The video showcasing the prototype quickly garnered widespread attention online. While the average viewer merely enjoyed the spectacle, marveling at Liu Lang's ability to manifest the sci-fi apparatus from the space elevator battle into reality. Those well-versed in aeromodeling and drone technology, along with researchers in radar technology, understood the true implications of the Predator drone depicted in the video. Before long, even the cyber police began to take notice of this footage. Liu, we have discovered a video online. The creator has constructed a drone that appears to possess the capability to evade military radar detection. Where was it found? The video premiered on Bilibili. Upon hearing the name Bilibili, Liu's previously stern demeanor relaxed somewhat. Are you being overly sensitive? Do you really believe that those video creators on Bilibili have the expertise to manufacture such high-tech devices? It is hardly surprising that Liu held Bilibili in such low regard. As a leader of the Internet Regulatory Agency, he was well aware of its audience demographics. The platform primarily caters to a youthful audience, and the average age of its content creators is not particularly high. Even within the technology category on Bilibili, the technological sophistication of the creators' videos is astonishingly low. The truly popular technology videos often revolve around humorous entertainment and trivial inventions. In addition, various seemingly advanced technological invention videos often reveal signs of visual manipulation upon closer examination, rendering them fundamentally unconvincing. Liu Chu, we have contacted the relevant personnel at Bilibili and learned that the creator of this video holds significant credentials. Recently, they won the prestigious Starlight Award for Best Short Film at an international science fiction festival. Liu Chu's demeanor shifted to one of earnest concern as he hastily reviewed the video titled Prototype of the Predator drone. Is it possible that this video was fabricated? After all, the creator specializes in video CGI effects, which raises the possibility. Liu Chu furrowed his brow as he analyzed the situation. The technical team has already conducted a frame-by-frame analysis and ruled out the possibility of visual deception. Moreover, I have communicated with colleagues at the radar detection station in the capital, and they confirmed that on the day the video was released, the air defense identification zone near the capital did not trigger any alarms. As he listened to his subordinates eliminate various possibilities, Liu Chu's expression grew increasingly grave. The enormous drone depicted in the video traversed the air defense monitoring zone of the capital as if it were an uninhabited realm. Furthermore, the audacity to publish this video online constitutes a blatant provocation to regulatory authorities. Get to the bottom of this. I want to know everything about this individual before noon. Additionally, instruct the action team to monitor his movements and be prepared for immediate apprehension. Given the implications for national defense, Liu Chu could not afford any negligence, issuing a series of directives. Within a mere hour, comprehensive information regarding Liu Lang landed on Liu Chu's desk. Liu Lang, male, 22 years old, is a graduate of the Capital Film Academy, with his graduation project titled Battle of the Space Elevator. This work simultaneously garnered the esteemed Starlight Award for Best Short Film Abroad and received a feature interview from state media last week. Family background. Both parents are employees of a state-owned enterprise in Ningxing, and he has a younger sister who is a junior majoring in financial management at Ningxing University, set to graduate next year. As for relatives and acquaintances, the information about Liu Lang is impeccably thorough, revealing no flaws. His family has no travel records, and his parents have never left Ning province in their lives. Liu Lang's profile is largely unremarkable until his college graduation, when he began to emerge prominently. How could a filmmaker possibly engineer high-tech devices capable of evading military radar signals? Liu Chu scrutinized the flawless dossier before him, perplexed and at a loss. Just then, a member of the action team approached with an unusual expression, stating, "Director, our personnel have been sent back." Liu Chu's expression shifted, anger surging as he slammed his hands on the desk. Which department is being so uncooperative? If we lose track of the target, can they bear the consequences? Director, it's the Security Bureau personnel. Upon hearing the word Security Bureau, Liu Chu's previously furious demeanor abruptly faltered. Must you fragment your speech? Unable to convey it all at once. After casting a stern glare at the action team member, Liu Chu's mood lightened. The authority of the Security Bureau undoubtedly supersedes that of the cyber police. Since Liu Lang has agents from the Security Bureau monitoring the situation, there is no need for him to worry further. Historically, spies and traitors under the watchful eye of the Security Bureau have never faltered. For a moment, Liu hoped he might have misjudged Liu Lang. In Hong Kong, at the headquarters of DJI, a unicorn in the drone industry, the company enjoys a dominant position due to its overwhelming advantages. These advantages are closely tied to the relentless efforts of its researchers, but also depend on the company's acute awareness of industry trends. General Manager, there's a viral video related to drones that I believe you should see. Wang Hao took the tablet from his assistant, and the description featuring CG animation models made him frown. He did not believe that a personally produced model could threaten the supremacy of the company's drone business. However, having followed him for many years, his assistant's insistence warranted consideration. Thus, Wang Hao donned his glasses and began to watch intently. The massive body of the Predator drone, with its industrial metallic paint scheme, initially failed to capture his attention. Over the years, he had become quite accustomed to the various ostentatious drone designs attempting to challenge the company. Yet, when the Predator drone shot into the sky like a missile, Wang Hao's eyes involuntarily narrowed. He sensed a threat. As the footage showcased its high-altitude cruising capabilities, endurance, and heavy payload features, Wang Hao realized that this drone could indeed be a formidable competitor. When he learned that the Predator drone had evaded radar detection systems around the capital, he turned to his assistant in disbelief. The assistant nodded gravely. Wang Hao's expression shifted to one of shock. Chapter 17. The living canary being able to evade radar detection near the capital is something that ordinary individuals might not grasp the significance of. But as a senior manager at DJI, Wang Hao understood its implications all too well. The primary distinction between civilian and military aircraft is not merely whether they are armed, but rather whether they can be easily detected by radar. This is why the most crucial criterion for assessing the performance of fifth-generation fighter jets is their stealth capabilities. The Su-57, despite its maneuverability and firepower being on par with its rivals, is mocked as a mere fourth-and-a-half-generation fighter due to its inferior stealth performance. The footage of the Predator drone, capable of freely entering the air defense identification zone near the capital without detection, indicated that it possessed the ability to evade military radar monitoring. Such capabilities are absolutely prohibited for civilian drones. Initially, Wang Hao considered how he might leverage business strategies to acquire this potential competitor, eliminating the threat before it could materialize. However, upon realizing that the rival likely possessed a means of circumventing military radar detection, Wang Hao understood that this matter had transcended the realm of commercial competition. Involving national defense security was far beyond his purview. The power system and the associated structural design should significantly benefit our company. It is truly unfortunate. Though he expressed regret, Wang Hao effortlessly closed the tablet screen. He instinctively shunned what could potentially bring calamity upon the company. However, as the saying goes, what one fears often comes to pass. Before long, his assistant returned with news of a visit from personnel of the Dragon Nation's Security Bureau. As a leader in the high-tech drone industry, DJI was no stranger to the Security Bureau, with some of the company's key researchers under the protection of its agents. Yet this unannounced visit left Wang Hao somewhat perplexed. "Colonel Shirley, what brings you here today?" Wang Hao inquired, looking at the middle-aged man seated across from him, clad in a Zhongshan suit, with neatly cropped hair and a resolute demeanor. To put it succinctly, Manager Wang, have you heard of the Predator drone? Upon hearing this familiar name, Wang Hao's eyelids fluttered. It sounded somewhat recognizable, though he was not well acquainted with it. "Shirley, undeterred by his response, continued to elaborate on the drone's remarkable attributes. After finishing his presentation, he then posed a question to Wang Hao. Is your company interested in acquiring this technology? Yes, we are indeed very interested. But when it comes to technology that could pose a threat to national defense, even with all my courage, I cannot dare to agree. Colonel Shirley, we are a law-abiding civil drone company. We have always firmly rejected any technology that might involve national defense. Rest assured, our company will never engage in any business outside of civil technology, both now and in the future. You may proceed with the acquisition. Shirley's response caught Wang Hao off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. I cannot make that decision. I must consult the board. Please do so promptly. Wang Hao hastily contacted the company's rotating chairman. However, the response was not unexpected. He was merely instructed to fully cooperate with the Security Bureau personnel before the call ended. Setting down the phone, he observed Shirley's calm demeanor, as if he were in complete control of the situation. It dawned on Wang Hao that he had been kept in the dark. After finalizing matters with DJI, Shirley prepared to return. The actions of the Security Bureau were far swifter than those of the Cyber Police. In fact, while the Cyber Police were still gathering information on Liu Lang, the agents of the Security Bureau had already commenced their operations. Nevertheless, the Security Bureau's head, Shirley, found himself in a quandary regarding how to approach Liu Lang. If Liu Lang had been a researcher in a scientific department, the process would have been straightforward. By revealing their identity as members of the Security Bureau, they could have transferred Liu Lang to a higher-level research institution for protection, providing him with all necessary research conveniences and significantly enhancing the welfare benefits for him and his family. Such a series of countermeasures had precedent to follow. However, Liu Lang was not a researcher. He was, in fact, a graduate of a film academy, with no connection to scientific research whatsoever. Moreover, according to the investigation conducted by the Security Bureau, Liu Lang has recently ended his relationship with his ex-girlfriend. Based on the account provided by his former partner, Wu Mingming, it appears that Liu Lang may be experiencing psychological trauma due to the breakup. This would explain why he callously expelled the devoted Wu Mingming from his abode. Furthermore, Liu Lang's science fiction short film has garnered the prestigious Starlight Award, marking him as a public figure of sorts. In light of his complex psychological state, the Bureau's psychological experts advised a gentle approach, advocating for unofficial engagement to avoid provoking any resistance from him. Although this may seem rather absurd, the Security Bureau deemed it necessary to exercise such caution with a young student who has only recently graduated from university. Nonetheless, Shirley had to concede that the psychological experts' analysis held merit. Liu Lang is no longer an inconsequential student. He has become a pivotal individual in possession of technology that poses a threat to national security. Shirley could not afford to be careless. As he prepared to depart, a remote satellite communication call reached his ears, announcing the departure of the Canary. Upon hearing this, his expression turned grave. An aide promptly presented him with a tactical tablet, displaying highly precise real-time satellite imagery. A truck was seen traversing the outlying roads, and within it the journey from the capital to the Daliang Mountains is long, requiring 2 days and nights of travel on the expressway for the freight truck to arrive. Had it not been for the cumbersome size of the Predator drone, which made air transport impractical, Liu Lang would have taken a flight long ago. Thus, as the truck continued its journey, Liu Lang could no longer contain his impatience and decided to disembark early upon reaching the mountainous basin. The roads within the basin were winding and tortuous, and Liu Lang lacked the patience to proceed slowly behind the truck. After assembling the prototype of the Predator drone by the roadside, he climbed aboard and deftly maneuvered it towards his destination at breakneck speed. As the drone ascended, it swiftly vanished into the night. This left the agents of the Security Bureau's task force, who had been trailing Liu Lang, utterly astonished. To avoid detection, the pursuit vehicles had maintained a considerable distance from the freight truck Liu Lang was on. By the time they realized the gravity of the situation and hastened their pursuit, it was already too late. The Alpha Wolf, the Canary, had flown away. The report from his subordinates ignited a furious response from Shirley, who had been sleepless throughout the night. 18 individuals and 6 vehicles, and they still lost track of him? In his rage, Shirley abandoned the use of code names. Boss, there's nothing we could do. That kid truly flew away. Not long after, Shirley received a photograph on his tactical tablet, depicting Liu Lang airborne aboard the Predator drone, vanishing into the night's embrace. Liu Lang flew in a straight line, crossing over towering mountains, until he arrived at the location sent by the boy chasing the kite. This was a small town nestled within a forested valley, surrounded by steep and rugged mountains, with only a narrow concrete road connecting it to the outside world. Liu Lang reached this place just before midnight. After registering at the town's Seoul Inn, he collapsed into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, chaos erupted above the southwestern airspace. Hundreds of armed helicopters scoured the area where Liu Lang had vanished, flying low. Higher up, fighter jets occasionally zoomed past. In the more distant border region, a state of high alert was declared, prompting the mobilization of hundreds of thousands of armed soldiers and police to the frontier area. Numerous tanks and armored vehicles stood guard nearby. Any unidentified individuals appearing in this region would face the most stringent searches and questioning. Any sign of resistance would result in immediate execution. This massive military mobilization, even occurring in the dead of night, captured the attention of many civilians. Some speculated it was a drug crackdown, others suggested it was an operation against smuggling, while some proposed it was a preemptive strike against telecom fraud. The onlookers, eager to speculate, busily engaged in their conjectures. Upon waking, Liu Lang sent a message to the boy chasing the kite before leisurely wandering around the town. Compared to the previous night, several off-road vehicles with out-of-province license plates had appeared in the town. However, Liu Lang paid no mind to these details. The town's pristine natural scenery and amenities captivated his attention far more. The imposing prototype of the Predator drone was parked on the open ground in front of the inn. A dog, tethered by a chain, barked furiously at the imposing drone, as if it were an intruder into its territory. Nearby, a group of snot-nosed children gathered around the marauding drone, their eyes wide with wonder at this magnificent machine. Steeped in a sci-fi industrial aesthetic, in their limited worldview, the rumbling tractor had previously been the most colossal creation they had ever encountered. Now, this gargantuan drone had entirely redefined their perception. Breathing in the fresh air, rich with the scent of surrounding forests and devoid of any industrial fumes, Liu Lang felt an experience that was profoundly different from his time in the capital. Although he found it somewhat pretentious, he sensed that his mind and body had been rejuvenated. Unable to resist, he captured a photograph that included the marauder drone, the innocent, untainted eyes of the children, and the distant, undulating mountains. Accompanied by the caption taking the prototype out for a breath of fresh air, he shared the selfie on Bilibili, providing his followers with an explanation of his recent disappearance. "Damn, this kid can't be on a vacation, can he?" exclaimed a stunned agent from the Security Bureau's operations team, seated in a distant jeep. They had frantically searched for hours due to Liu Lang's disappearance, ultimately tracing him through his registered identification at a local inn. Exhausted from a night of relentless pursuit, the team now realized that their target had merely gone for a leisurely outing. Warning: an unplanned unfamiliar male is approaching the target. The stranger is 20 meters away. Should we take action? The detection equipment indicated that the man bore no firearms or sharp instruments. Wait, hold off on action. Inside the jeep, the agents anxiously monitored the interaction unfolding before them. The stranger produced a paper package, which contained cash. Were they about to engage in a transaction? The agents perked up, estimating the cash to be around 50 to 100,000. But wait, there were also 50 and 20 yuan bills present, suggesting that the actual amount was less than anticipated. Meanwhile, Shirley, stationed further away and overseeing the operation, listened intently to the reports coming through his earpiece, feeling an unsettling sense of unease. Was such a small sum truly sufficient to exchange for equipment capable of jamming military radar signals? Suddenly, an unexpected situation arose. Upon hearing this, Shirley sprang to his feet. What unforeseen circumstance? I don't know how to describe it. The agent's vague response filled Shirley with frustration, wishing he could deliver a punch through the electromagnetic waves. What do you mean you don't know how to describe it? Is this your first day on duty? Boss, it seems the target is unwilling to accept the money from the other party, yet they are insisting on giving it the agents. Seasoned in witnessing transactions at least 30 to 50 times, had never encountered such a bizarre scenario. Every previous exchange had been fraught with tension, but this was their first time witnessing such an uncanny negotiation. Even Shirley was left momentarily speechless. Chapter 19. Liu Lang. I report myself, boss. The technical team has successfully infiltrated the backend of Bilibili. We have uncovered these chat records within the target's account. At that moment, one of the subordinates reported the latest intelligence to Shirley, gazing at the lengthy string of chat logs and images displayed on the tactical tablet. Shirley finally comprehended Liu Lang's arduous journey to this remote location. It was not for tourism, nor was it absurdly for dealings with foreign entities. Rather, it was to assist a destitute village nestled in the Daliang Mountains. Boss, the target is departing the town with an unfamiliar man, and they have taken the drone with them. Should we initiate action? The operatives on standby in the action team were oblivious to the chat records that Shirley had just observed. Stand down. The frontline action team is to suspend operations. The secondary snipers are to withdraw as well. All surrounding armed helicopters and armored vehicles are to return to base. Upon hearing Shirley's orders, The hundreds of operatives in the vicinity of the small town were taken aback. It is worth noting that in response to Liu Lang's situation, the entire Southwest Theater had undergone extensive mobilization over the past 2 days. Not only were there thousands of operatives and military police lurking around this town, but also over 100,000 armed personnel and numerous mechanized armored units meticulously investigating potential foreign infiltration forces along the more distant southwestern border. Such a significant operation even stirred neighboring countries, prompting them to issue diplomatic notes. Yet, with a mere statement from Commander Shirley, it seemed this grand endeavor was abruptly halted. This left the operatives at the scene somewhat perplexed. Though they remained unaware of the unfolding circumstances, orders had been issued, and the various units lying in ambush around the town began to withdraw from combat readiness as planned. As the target, Liu Lang, was guided by the boy chasing butterflies toward the nearby Victory Village. The journey through the mountains proved arduous. The roads were rugged and treacherous. Traversing a mere 10 kilometers took considerably longer than it would on flat terrain. Fortunately, the Reaper drone Liu Lang possessed could bypass the difficult ground conditions and soar directly through the air. Upon reaching the foot of Victory Village, Liu Lang finally beheld the perilous ascent ahead. The path carved into the cliffside barely allowed passage for a single person. A moment's inattention could lead to a fatal fall. Villagers could only carry goods weighing under 60 kilograms into the village at a time, as exceeding this limit would exponentially increase the risk of tumbling down the cliff. Although the village was electrified, the construction of a proper road was hindered by insurmountable costs. Victory Village, home to a mere 100 or 200 households, faced exorbitant expenses for road construction, far beyond the local government's financial capacity. Why not relocate? Liu Lang inquired, perplexed. The elder generation was deeply rooted in their homeland. Having lived here for centuries, the lifestyle of the mountains had become ingrained in their very essence. Moreover, their limited education and status as a minority made it exceedingly difficult for them to integrate into the world beyond the mountains. The boy chasing butterflies let out a bitter smile, for he was the only university student to emerge from the entire village. He yearned to transform the status quo of Victory Village, yet felt utterly at a loss. A video posted by Liu Lang on Bilibili ignited a glimmer of hope within him. The Predator drone, capable of transporting over a ton of cargo, could significantly mitigate the casualties the village endured each year due to falls from the cliffs, even if there were but a single unit. At the behest of the boy chasing kites, the villagers, who had long awaited this moment, carefully placed the goods they had procured from beyond the mountains onto the drone's rudimentary cargo rack. As the Predator ascended into the sky, gradually shrinking to a mere speck, the hearts of the villagers raced with anticipation. The items stacked upon it represented the fruits of their arduous labor throughout the year, as well as the essential supplies for a household's sustenance for the foreseeable future. Under Liu Lang's adept control, the drone sped forth, reaching the village clearing atop the mountain in mere minutes. Through the lens of the drone, the villagers at the summit gazed upward in awe at this remarkable machine. With the assistance of the kite-chasing boy via walkie-talkie, the cargo was successfully unloaded. The entire process of loading and unloading took less than 10 minutes. In just over an hour, the Predator drone, under Liu Lang's guidance, had efficiently resolved the villagers' transportation needs. In stark contrast, at this time in the past, the villagers, burdened with heavy loads, would have only reached halfway up the mountain. Moreover, with the alleviation of their burdens, the villagers, who had long dwelled in the mountains, were now almost entirely free from the peril of falling from the cliffs. Witnessing the drone's repeated successful deliveries moved the kite-chasing boy to tears, his eyes glistening with emotion. Through conversation with Liu Lang, he revealed that his father had also fallen from a cliff while carrying goods into the mountains. Having lost his father, he had relied on the support of the villagers to gradually emerge from the mountains, ultimately becoming the first student from the village to attend university. Liu Lang was profoundly touched. After teaching the boy how to operate the Predator drone, he bid farewell and returned to the small town he had previously visited. Unbeknownst to Liu Lang, agents from the Security Bureau's action team silently observed the unfolding scene. They had not anticipated that Liu Lang had journeyed from the capital to this remote and impoverished area solely to assist the villagers in need. This realization filled many agents, who had eagerly awaited the commencement of their mission to earn merit, with a sense of shame. He had not even accepted payment for the drone. I truly deserve to be cursed. Those agents who once doubted Liu Lang's loyalty were now consumed by regret. Liu Lang's moral clarity and actions undoubtedly confirmed that they had misjudged his character. Upon returning to the small town, Liu Lang stayed an additional day at the local inn, only to realize he had neglected to plan his departure. With the Predator drone now entrusted to the kite-chasing boy, he felt reluctant to reclaim it. Thus, he arranged for a driver to transport goods into the mountains through the innkeeper, intending to leave alongside the delivery truck after some time. Subsequently, Liu Lang began to review his Bilibili account dashboard. However, aside from the fans urging for updates and requesting Liu Lang to sell the Predator drones, there has been no communication from any official source ever since the video titled Live Footage of the Predator drone prototype was uploaded. Many fans kindly reminded Liu of the drone's imposing size, its extraordinary cruising altitude, and its suspected ability to evade radar surveillance in air defense identification zones, which could potentially violate regulations or even laws. This left Liu Lang, who intended to accumulate funds for filming a live-action movie through the sale of drones, feeling intimidated and compelled to postpone his plans. Is it strange? Could it be that the Predator drone is not significant enough to attract the attention of cyber police? Days passed without any contact from official personnel. This led Liu Lang, lacking legal knowledge, to believe that the fans were merely trying to scare him, completely unaware of how formidable his Predator drone appeared to professionals. Although he had been inundated with scientific knowledge regarding the Predator drone, he remained, in essence, an ordinary university student. Thus, he personally created a secondary account to probe the reactions of the regulatory authorities in the comment section. Just as Liu Lang was absorbed in fiddling with his phone, several off-road vehicles with out-of-town plates opened their doors in the small town. Chapter 20. The Film Director's Department. Unfamiliar with radar electromagnetic waves. Hello. May I inquire if you are Mr. Liu Lang? Liu Lang looked up to see several impeccably dressed individuals, distinctly out of place among the small-town residents, greeting him. Behind them, the doors of those vehicles had yet to fully close. Upon noticing this, Liu Lang's vigilance heightened. He recalled that these vehicles had been parked in the town since this morning. However, he was not particularly worried, as the local police station was merely a few hundred meters away, and many locals were curiously observing them. Liu Lang doubted that they would dare to engage in any unlawful activities in public. It is I. What is the matter? I am Wang Hao, and this is my assistant along with our security consultant. I wish to represent DJI to discuss the drone technology licensing mentioned in your video. A man in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, spoke slowly. When he introduced the security consultant, Liu Lang couldn't help but take a closer look at him, as the deep dark circles under his eyes were strikingly prominent. Upon hearing the name DJI, Liu Lang's interest peaked. Despite his limited knowledge of drones prior to creating the Predator drone, the reputation of DJI as a dominant force in the civilian drone industry was undeniably resounding. Initially, his plan was to garner fan attention through the live footage of the Predator drone prototype, subsequently launching a crowdfunding campaign for the Predator drone to collect funds. He intended to connect with reliable factories for the bulk production of the materials needed for the Predator drone and then proceed with mass assembly. Ultimately, he aimed to fund his film project through the sale of drones. However, as he began to execute these plans, he discovered that each step was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Not to mention the challenges of finding trustworthy manufacturing partners and handling the assembly tasks, which were both time-consuming endeavors. The mere task of obtaining the qualifications for large-scale production of the Predator drone posed a significant challenge. The Predator drone is far from a mere plastic figurine or a toy. With a wingspan of 83 meters, a length of 8 meters, and a height of 19 meters, it undoubtedly stands as a behemoth in the realm of civilian drones. While possessing only a prototype might allow Liu Lang to indulge in his creations, the prospect of legally and compliantly mass-producing them fills him with trepidation due to the myriad of production licenses and operational qualifications required. The emergence of DJI has undoubtedly provided Liu Lang with an alternative path. In truth, all his preparations are aimed at serving the future filming of the live-action adaptation of The Wandering Earth. As long as the offer is adequate, Liu Lang is open to selling the drone-esque technology. The group settled in the lobby of a small-town hotel. How much can you offer? Liu Lang inquired. As forthright as ever, Wang Hao discreetly glanced at his security consultant beside him, and seeing no further instructions, he proceeded according to their plan. We have two proposals. The first offers you a total compensation valued at 90 million yuan, which includes 40 million in cash and 50 million in internal company stock options. Though I must caution you that these stock options cannot be immediately converted to cash. You may choose to hold them long-term or sell them to a third party after 4 years. The second proposal entails an initial cash payment of 30 million, in addition to 20 of the net profits from the drone models developed based on your technology once they are marketed. Wang Hao slowly unveiled the company's internal offer to Liu Lang. This valuation was entirely predicated on the current market conditions and the company's assessment of the commercial value of the Predator drone's capabilities. However, it did not include the most astonishing, perhaps even terrifying, radar signal jamming feature. Should the transaction be finalized, DJI would acquire the radar jamming technology. which would subsequently be entirely managed by the Security Bureau. For Liu Lang, who was fretting over next month's rent just 2 weeks prior, both proposals represented a windfall. Yet, he forced himself to maintain composure and attempted to negotiate a higher price. Your company's revenue seems to have long surpassed the 100 billion mark. Isn't an offer of less than 100 million somewhat lacking in sincerity? Mr. Liu, you may have misunderstood. The majority of our revenue comes from small to medium-sized models. The market for super-large drones like the Predator is still in its nascent stages. Therefore, the funds we can allocate for technology licensing are quite limited. Our 2 proposals are already among the most competitive offers in the industry. Wang Hao sincerely explained to Liu Lang. In fact, he was correct. Moreover, as the industry leader, DJI could easily leverage various legally permissible commercial strategies to suppress competitors. A personal developer like Liu Lang, possessing only technology without capital backing, would face insurmountable challenges in mass-producing the Predator drone and competing with DJI in the market. Capital seeks profit, and without intervention from the Security Bureau, they could easily attempt to acquire this technology at a far lower cost. I personally recommend that you opt for the second plan. In light of my extensive experience in this industry, I believe your technology will significantly broaden the application scope of large drones. Choosing the profit-sharing model will maximize returns. After some contemplation, Liu Lang also tends to favor the second option. Although Plan 1 offers a total compensation of 90 million, it is not entirely in cash. The stock options included would not be tradable for another 4 years. In contrast, the profit-sharing model presents a higher potential for greater gains. Following their verbal agreement, both parties signed a letter of intent, stipulating that the technology licensing agreement would only take effect after being validated by an authoritative third party. Mr. Liu, I must remind you that once the exclusive licensing agreement is successfully concluded, certain technologies on the Predator drone, such as the radar signal jamming technology, will no longer be applicable to other commercial products. As for the prototype you previously gifted to others, to prevent any potential loss of technology, it will be retrieved in the future, and as compensation, 2 new heavy lift models will be gifted to the other party. Liu Lang nodded in understanding, feeling satisfied with DJI's humane handling of the matter. After concluding the business discussions, both parties were quite content. Noticing a subtle signal from the security consultant, Wang Hao casually inquired of Liu Lang, Mr. Liu, do you have some knowledge regarding radar electromagnetic wave communication? I'm not too familiar with it. I am from the directing department of a film academy, so I have a bit of insight into science fiction films, Liu Lang responded earnestly, nearly causing Wang Hao to choke on his tea. Ahem, you are truly too modest. Our company has connections with the 404 Institute of the Academy of Sciences, and you could pursue further studies there. Academician Li Fuzhen is an authority in the relevant field at the 404 Institute, and you would likely have much to discuss with him. May I ask if you are interested in this opportunity? As a prominent figure in the realm of radar electromagnetic wave communication, Academician Li Fuzhen's name resonates profoundly within the academic community. The security consultant nearby could not help but perk up, eagerly awaiting Liu Lang's response. While Liu Lang possessed a modicum of knowledge about the domestic film industry, the academic sphere was an entirely unfamiliar territory for him. His mind was preoccupied with filmmaking, and he hardly registered the inquiry. Does this academician Li have an interest in science fiction films? I must visit him when I have the chance. Chapter 21. Next steps. Wang Hao and his assistant were momentarily taken aback. A brief exchange had left their minds racing, almost overheating. Come on. Can we not engage in a normal conversation? Wang Hao lamented inwardly, yet he maintained a facade of composure, slightly turning to cast a pleading glance at the security consultant. The consultant subtly shook his head, and receiving the signal, Wang Hao finally felt a sense of relief. Mr. Liu, I wish us a fruitful collaboration. Wang Hao raised his teacup in place of a toast, draining its contents in one gulp, before hastily departing with his assistant, leaving behind a driver responsible for escorting Liu Lang back to the capital. After a series of efforts, Liu Lang finally commenced his journey home under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Watching the retreating figure, Shirley could not help but let out a sigh. Boss, this Liu Lang is indeed a graduate of the directing department at the Film Academy. Is it possible that he genuinely does not know? Upon hearing the words of his subordinate, Shirley shook his head. While ignorance of the 404 Institute might be understandable, it is inconceivable that someone of his caliber, capable of creating devices to shield military radar signals, could be oblivious to the esteemed academician Li Fuzhen. Shirley was convinced that Liu Lang was subtly declining the Academy's overtures. As the head of the Security Bureau, Shirley was aware that there are numerous brilliant minds in the country devoted to research, many of whom exhibit reclusive and socially anxious tendencies. Furthermore, with the multitude of personnel in various scientific research institutes, where there are people, there are factions. Liu Lang's desire to remain uninvolved in such entanglements, preferring to quietly pursue his own research projects, was entirely plausible. The considerable commotion this time was likely primarily aimed at securing research funding. Although Shirley was not a scientist, he understood well that almost all leading research projects require substantial financial investment, which is not something Liu Lang could bear alone. The agreement Liu Lang reached with DJI, securing hundreds of millions in funding, was presumably for the research endeavors he was undertaking independently. While hundreds of millions may sound substantial to an average individual, investment in cutting-edge technology research is often limitless. Liu Lang's work on radar electromagnetic wave communication did not rely on government funding, and he willingly submitted the successful technologies he had developed. In contrast to those charlatans in academic circles who deceive the government for subsidies, Liu Lang was a breath of fresh air in the scientific community of Longhua. Shirley could not help but marvel at the fortune of Longhua in having a solitary and selfless warrior like Liu Lang contributing to scientific advancement without seeking personal gain. Upon hearing Shirley's speculation, the agents of the Security Bureau were filled with deep reflections, feeling a sense of shame for their earlier doubts about Liu Lang. Boss, should we continue to monitor him? Withdraw all personnel. Any actions that infringe upon his privacy must cease immediately. Dispatch a team to ensure his safety from the periphery. Remain discreet. Do not let him notice. He likely prefers not to engage with official forces. For many engaged in international cutting-edge research, privacy and freedom are treasures far more valuable than money. Shirley was acutely aware of this and resolved to accord Liu Lang as much privacy and freedom as possible. His orders were swiftly disseminated, and the agents of the Security Bureau promptly sprang into action. Boss, the Southwest Military Region has sent a communication stating that the sweep of the border area has concluded and no foreign elements have been detected. Shirley nodded. Liu Lang had been confirmed to be without issue, and naturally, there would be no foreign elements involved. However, during this unexpected sweep, 2 drug trafficking gangs were discovered engaging in illicit transactions, alongside smuggling groups connected to foreign fraud networks and poachers involved in the illegal trade of protected wildlife. Under the highest level of alert, over 100,000 armed military and police personnel surged into the border region. The criminals, concealed in the desolate mountains along the border, could hardly fathom the extent of the attention they would attract. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Shirley furrowed his brow. He instructed the Southwest Military District to handle the situation, stating that there were no individuals of interest among them, and they should deal with them on site. Just as his subordinate prepared to depart, Shirley called him back. Wait, have the military district establish a public trial for these individuals, and let them face the harshest penalties. Boss, is it really that complicated? Isn't it the same as executing them outright? You don't understand anything, do you? We must uphold the rule of law. On the return journey, Liu Lang remained unaware of these developments. Occasional sounds of armed helicopters whizzing overhead and the sight of returning military vehicles sparked his curiosity. Is this a drill? He inquired, to which the driver quickly explained. They say it's to apprehend criminals along the border. Upon checking his phone, Liu Lang soon came across a pinned news article. Operation Blade Unleashed successfully completed. Under the mobilization of the Southwest Military District, criminal gangs involved in drug trafficking, human smuggling, and poaching have been apprehended. This operation has effectively curbed the brazen activities of both domestic and foreign criminal forces, successfully maintaining the security situation along the southwestern border. The trial of the criminals will be broadcast live online. Liu Lang raised an eyebrow at the news. Although he felt a disconnect from it all, he silently commended the military and police. After returning to the abandoned factory he rented in the outskirts of the capital, Liu Lang, urged by DJI, promptly signed a legally binding contract. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of DJI's technical director, he presented the technical documentation related to the Predator drone. The counterpart readily transferred the technology licensing fee into Liu Lang's bank account, gazing at the lengthy string of numbers in his account balance. Liu Lang felt a sense of relief as he could now confidently proceed with his next plan. Though 30 million seemed a substantial sum, it was still insufficient to produce the live-action film he envisioned, The Wandering Earth. In the future, DJI would continue to provide him with profit shares from products developed based on the Predator drone technology, but that was a matter for another day. Holding over 30 million, Liu Lang was determined to continue with his previous plan to create the next CG animated film, Moonfall Crisis. On one hand, this would help him build his reputation, making it easier to enlist actors for The Wandering Earth. On the other hand, it was essential for raising additional funds for the live-action film. Despite his confidence in minimizing the significant special effects costs, ample funding was undoubtedly preferable for the long-awaited production. Chapter 22. Securing a good price upon returning to a semblance of normalcy, Liu Lang's first endeavor was to procure a new array of high-performance special effects rendering equipment. The computer he had once purchased for a staggering 100,000 yuan, having exhausted all his savings, was deemed a pinnacle of gaming capabilities. Yet, in the realm of special effects rendering, there exists no ceiling to the performance of equipment. Despite the assistance of cutting-edge cinematic technology that enabled Liu Lang to vividly manifest the images conceived in his mind, he remained reliant on superior rendering apparatus. The 100,000 yuan computer had long ceased to meet his burgeoning demands. Without delay, he commenced an online procurement of equipment, acquiring over 300 of NVIDIA's premier rendering graphics cards, complemented by corresponding rendering interfaces, as well as various power supply and cooling devices, culminating in an expenditure of nearly 5 million yuan from his savings. Had it not been for the scarcity of high-end graphics cards due to the manufacturer's strategic marketing, Liu Lang might have even contemplated investing tens of millions in rendering equipment. Once the equipment arrived, was installed, and successfully tested, Liu Lang was finally poised to embark on the creation of his second CG animated video. Much like his earlier work, the space elevator battle, he meticulously kept the video's duration to approximately 15 minutes. Staying true to his vision, he refrained from utilizing specific human characters as focal points, instead prioritizing visually arresting special effects designed to captivate the audience's attention. In truth, Liu Lang intended to craft the space elevator battle and the Moonfall Crisis as trailers for the future live-action adaptation of The Wandering Earth. Without divulging the plot, he aimed to present the most breathtaking cinematic scenes in the form of CG animation, simultaneously enticing viewers and signaling his capability to produce an unprecedented sci-fi spectacle in the annals of Dragon Kingdom cinema. As he contemplated the casting for the live-action film adaptation of The Wandering Earth, he envisioned collaborating with numerous luminaries from the Dragon Kingdom's film industry. Merely possessing the title of Best Sci-Fi Short at the Starlight Awards might not suffice to persuade these stars to join his project, particularly as he was still an emerging director fresh from graduation. Thus, his true objective lay in creating the Moonfall Crisis to solidify his reputation as a sci-fi filmmaker, garnering greater attention and stirring discourse within the industry. Equipped with powerful new devices, Liu Lang experienced an unprecedented acceleration in the rendering speed of his visual effects. In the days of his dimly lit rental apartment, he had subsisted on instant noodles and energy drinks, laboring tirelessly for 3 days and nights, investing countless hours to complete the rendering of the space elevator battle. Now, with the aid of 5 million yuan worth of large-scale rendering equipment, he accomplished the rendering task in less than 20 hours. This time frame included his meticulous attention to detail, as he repeatedly rendered certain pivotal scenes, weighing the necessity of each iteration. With the video finally completed, Liu Lang exhaled deeply. The next step was to upload it to the website. However, when Liu Lang opened the Bilibili creator's backend, preparing to upload his video, he suddenly hesitated. What he lacked now was not merely the funding to produce films. Far more precious was the points needed to exchange for cinematic black technology. His bank savings amounted to over 25 million, yet ever since he redeemed the Predator drone, he was left with merely a few 100,000 points. Points could only be accrued through direct revenue from his self-produced films. The tens of millions earned from selling the Predator drone technology to DJI could not be converted into corresponding points. Thus, to obtain more points, he needed to devise a way to sell the Moonfall Crisis video at a good price. However, recalling the revenue from his previous video, Space Elevator Battle, Liu Lang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Were it not for the prize of 700,000 long coins from the Starlight Award for Best Short Film, he would have been left waiting an eternity to exchange for the Predator drone valued at 500,000 points. Excluding the Starlight Award prize, his previous video had only garnered a meager few thousand on Bilibili, for a video that had been a sensation across the internet for a period. The earnings provided by Bilibili were exceedingly scant, although not all creators produced videos of such high caliber. The time and monetary investment required to create a popular video were considerable. It was no wonder that those creators with substantial followings opted to take on advertisements and promote products to sustain their income. Currently, Liu Lang faced a dilemma. The duration of Moonfall Crisis was awkwardly short. At a mere 15 minutes, it could not be sold as a CG film. Being just a single episode, it could not be aired as a special effects animation either, unless Liu Lang was willing to create additional sequels or fill it with substantial narrative footage to extend its length to at least 90 minutes as a CG film. Yet, setting aside the amount of additional time and cost this would incur, such an endeavor would contradict Liu Lang's intention of presenting Moonfall Crisis as a trailer for The Wandering Earth. Hello, Mr. Liu. How may I assist you? Upon receiving Liu Lang's call, Liu Zitao felt a wave of confusion. I wanted to inquire if there are any upcoming award selections. Given Liu Zitao's diligence that had aided Space Elevator Battle in securing the Starlight Award for Best Short Film, Liu Lang held him in high regard. Thus, he reached out, hoping to discover any recent awards available for selection, as securing both an award and a monetary prize would be ideal. Recently, after the conclusion of the Starlight Award, there haven't been any significant awards. Liu Zitao paused. By the way, your inquiry suggests you've produced a new video, correct? Yes. It's titled Moonfall Crisis. Like the previous Space Elevator Battle, it is approximately 15 minutes of special effects CG animation, though this time it leans towards a disaster film style. Liu Lang's explanation filled Liu Zitao with excitement. Then, Mr. Liu, are you still in the capital? I can represent Bilibili and meet with you. We are keen to support emerging sci-fi talents like yourself. Liu Lang, as the recipient of the Starlight Award for Best Short Film, created a captivating CG animation that aligns seamlessly with Bilibili's developmental trajectory. For Bilibili, he represents a talent worthy of deepening their collaborative ties. Under Liu Zitao's fervent persuasion, Bilibili is prepared to offer a compensation package that far exceeds that of other creators on their platform to partner with Liu Lang. Early the next morning, Liu Zitao, accompanied by his assistant, arrived at the abandoned factory in the outskirts of the capital rented by Liu Lang. Upon witnessing the entirety of Moonfall Crisis, he could hardly contain his excitement. In his view, this was yet another impeccably crafted sci-fi disaster CG animation. Its production quality was on par with, if not superior to, Space Elevator Battle. A staggering offer of $5 million. Bilibili was willing to pay $5 million for the rights to acquire this short film. Upon hearing the figure of $5 million, Liu Lang felt a surge of joy. However, when the term copyright was mentioned, he regained his composure. Chapter 23. Copyright is the bottom line copyright? So, you intend to spend $5 million to buy out Moonfall Crisis? The concepts of purchasing a video and acquiring video copyrights are fundamentally distinct. Once the video is bought outright, Liu Lang would retain only the credit as the author, as the legal ownership of Moonfall Crisis would no longer belong to him. This was unacceptable for Liu Lang, who envisioned utilizing Moonfall Crisis as a teaser for the film The Wandering Earth. Mr. Liu, I understand that the production cost of this short film surely exceeds $5 million, and I empathize with your sentiments. However, Bilibili is a publicly traded company, and every investment must be accountable to our shareholders. Frankly speaking, while this exquisitely crafted CG animation possesses immense artistic value, it is nearly impossible to recoup the costs, Liu Zitao candidly expressed, opening his heart to Liu Lang. As a platform rooted in the realm of anime, Bilibili is acutely aware that within the current market landscape, the viable pathways for CG animated features are either to produce lengthy series comprising dozens of episodes, or to create animated films of comparable length to traditional cinema. Any other approach is a dead end, rendering cost recovery unfeasible. Projects that cannot generate profit, regardless of their artistic merit, appear glaringly unviable on the company's financial statements. Although Bilibili enjoys a robust reputation, it faces significant revenue pressures. Were it not for Liu Zitao's advocacy as a senior executive, Liu Lang would likely not have even received the $5 million offer. I regret to inform you that there is no room for negotiation regarding the copyright, Liu Lang replied, shaking his head. While the $5 million was indeed enticing, a substantial portion of the visuals from Moonfall Crisis would inevitably be incorporated into the live-action film The Wandering Earth. He could never risk relinquishing the copyright so readily. If someone were to assert the rights to Moonfall Crisis and accuse The Wandering Earth of infringement, it would be an immense embarrassment. Observing the resolute Liu Lang, Liu Zitao recognized that copyright was indeed a non-negotiable boundary for him. He glanced back at the rendering facility, valued in the millions, that Liu Lang had established for the production of Moonfall Crisis, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him. Like Liu Lang who, despite having earned a fortune, chooses not to indulge in luxuries, instead residing in the economically modest outskirts of the capital, even inhabiting a dilapidated factory space. He has invested millions in constructing his own rendering facility. Were it anyone else, they would have long since acquired a villa and a luxury sports car, reveling in nightly soirees surrounded by glamorous companions. Liu Lang has devoted both financial resources and considerable effort to create superior special effects and CG works, pioneering the barren landscape of sci-fi cinema in the Dragon Kingdom. This artisan spirit has further deepened Liu Zitao's admiration for Liu Lang, who, after a moment of contemplation, resolutely addressed Liu Lang, stating, "Give me another chance. I will discuss this with the board and strive to provide you with a satisfactory response." Liu Lang understood that his counterpart was also an employee with limited influence within the company. Even though the terms proposed by Bilibili may not fully satisfy him, it was not Liu Zitao's fault. Furthermore, following the Starlight Award incident, they had already established a friendship. After bidding farewell to Liu Lang, who would need several days to negotiate with the company's upper management, Liu Lang kept himself occupied during the wait by logging into the Bilibili backend. The video release was temporarily halted, and there was little of interest in the revenue section. Having received compensation for the technology licensing of the Predator drone, Liu Lang had grown disinterested in the few tens of thousands generated from video revenues. The recent updates revealed that fans had inundated the comments section with over 5,000 replies urging for more content. A substantial number were also following the developments regarding the Predator drone prototype. Hey, it's been almost a week. Hasn't the prototype succeeded in testing yet? Hurry up with the crowdfunding. I'm itching to buy one. I'd purchase without hesitation for under 100,000. Rich guy upstairs, challenge me for 50 to see your prowess. Is the model too large to pass production safety audits? I suggest creating smaller models. Even if they have lesser performance, a reasonable price would definitely attract buyers. Alas, I fear it may be unlikely. Not to sound pessimistic, but such large-scale production of drone equipment typically relies on major enterprises like DJI. Individuals can't manage this. Many were astounded by the performance of the Predator drone, yet remained skeptical about its commercial viability. The heartfelt responses from numerous fans and netizens in the comments, filled with friendly advice and encouragement, warmed Liu Lang's heart. They genuinely hoped for the Predator drone to make its debut in the market. After some reflection, Liu Lang began typing a new update. After a period of negotiations, I have reached an agreement with DJI to collaboratively develop a large drone system based on the Predator drone technology. DJI will be responsible for production and sales in the future. I hope for your continued support. At the end of the update, Liu Lang attached the relevant materials he had just received. As soon as this post was published, it stirred a tremendous response on Bilibili. Many clicked on the link at the end of the update and discovered the pre-sale page for DJI's new product had indeed appeared. Although comprehensive real-world testing visuals are lacking, the appearance and scale of the new model unmistakably signify its lineage as a sibling to the Predator drone. Fans expressed their astonishment at Liu Lang's collaboration with DJI, the preeminent leader in the drone industry, both domestically and globally. With DJI's formidable prowess, Liu Lang's remarkable Predator drone is poised to reach an expansive audience of potential buyers. This partnership undoubtedly presents a win-win situation for Liu Lang, as the technical licensing alleviates him from the burdens of intricate production permits, sourcing raw materials, and dealing with various assembly issues. For every unit sold utilizing the Predator drone technology, Liu Lang receives a commendable share of the profits, with a pure profit margin of 20 being quite generous for him. Thus, he is more than willing to assist DJI in its promotional efforts. After a 2-day wait, Liu Lang returned with a new offer from Bilibili. The company agreed to relinquish the copyright for Moonfall Crisis and proposed increasing the original acquisition price from $5 million to $8 million. Upon hearing this revised offer, Liu Lang felt a sense of confusion rather than excitement. As pointed out, Bilibili is a publicly listed company, and the capital market can be unforgiving. It is implausible for them to make such a significant concession in such a brief period. Liu Lang, appearing somewhat awkward, continued, revealing that they had a request. They wished to sign a long-term contract with him. This long-term contract would entail producing 2 animated series for Bilibili, each comprising no fewer than 60 episodes, following Moonfall Crisis. The scripts and investments would be specified by the company, with strict adherence to budget and delivery timelines. The production quality of Space Elevator Battle and Moonfall Crisis has been duly noted by Bilibili's executives. Furthermore, Liu Lang holds the distinction of being an award-winning short film creator. In the realm of CG animation, he undeniably ranks among the elite in the nation. Bilibili's board members recognize Liu Lang's exceptional skills in CG production. Their concession on the Moonfall Crisis offer primarily aims to secure a cost-effective director and production team for the subsequent animated series. Ultimately, the company's revenue heavily relies on the success of extensive animated series, as a popular series can significantly enhance their financial metrics. This reflects the true stance of capital firms toward individual production teams. What significance does the illustrious reputation and the prestigious Sci-Fi Starlight Award hold if Liu Lang's creations fail to exhibit commercial value in the marketplace? In the eyes of investors, he is merely regarded as an inexpensive laborer. The script and funding are dictated by the other party, who also imposes a budget and a delivery deadline. Once Liu Lang acquiesces, he finds himself ensnared in a passive predicament. More crucially, he is preoccupied with the preparation of his own project, The Wandering Earth, leaving him little time to assist others in producing 2 lengthy animated series. Is this the sincerity your company extends? Liu Lang feels a pang of disappointment. He harbors some affection for Bilibili. After all, his debut work achieved phenomenal success here. His receipt of the Starlight Award is also substantially linked to Liu Lang, a relevant figure within the organization. However, the offer from Bilibili is rife with calculation. It is worth noting that, according to market standards, the production cost for Liu Lang's 2 sci-fi short films would not fall below $10 million each. Even so, Bilibili's offer caps at $8 million, and they aim to bind Liu Lang with a long-term contract, compelling him to create 2 lengthy animated series for the company. Such actions reveal a shrewdness typical of small-minded merchants. The other party is clearly aware that while Liu Lang possesses considerable technical prowess in CG animation, he lacks the means to monetize short films like the Space Elevator Battle and the Moonfall Crisis. Thus, they persistently probe Liu Lang's psychological price point, attempting to secure his services for Bilibili at the most minimal cost. Should I agree, I might find myself working pro bono for Bilibili for the next year or two. If the animated series succeeds, I would be left with nothing more than a meager salary. Conversely, if it fails, I would bear the brunt of the blame. Given Bilibili's negotiation stance and sincerity, Liu Lang cannot help but speculate with the utmost malice about their intentions. It is entirely plausible that they would resort to such tactics. Sighing deeply, Liu Lang is at a loss for how to respond to Liu Lang. The capital market is ruthless and profit-driven. Whether it pertains to CG animation or sci-fi films, the high barriers and costs have deterred the domestic film industry in Longhua. Consequently, sci-fi films have nearly vanished from the local market over time. Each year, foreign blockbusters dominate the Chinese market unchallenged. Were it not for the protective measures for domestic films, the Chinese film industry would have long since crumbled into ruins. Yet, relying solely on those self-indulgent romantic and comedic films will not suffice to break through to the global stage. Only sci-fi films can genuinely represent a nation's cinematic industrial strength. The films that sweep the globe and rake in international box office revenue, such as Titanic, Avatar, and The Avengers, are predominantly sci-fi blockbusters. Liu Lang, filled with fervor, immersed himself in this industry with the hope of altering this situation through his efforts. Yet, reality continuously douses him with cold water. As the company prefers to invest heavily in importing foreign animated dramas rather than taking risks on local creators. Under his earnest persuasion, Liu Lang received an offer of $8 million, a sum that represents the pinnacle of what local creators can attain on Bilibili. Frankly, I find this rather disheartening. With a population of 1.4 billion, it is lamentable that we cannot cultivate a market that embraces science fiction films. Liu Lang seems to have lost interest in persuading Liu Lang on behalf of the company, instead engaging in casual conversation. During his years at Bilibili, he has witnessed the fervor of fans obsessed with traffic-driven celebrities, and in a film industry nearly dominated by various popular stars, he sees little hope for Chinese science fiction. Perhaps the market has always existed. It is merely the lack of quality works that hinders it. Having personally witnessed the groundbreaking work of Chinese science fiction, The Wandering Earth, Liu Lang remains considerably more optimistic than Liu Lang. I hope to see that day come. By the way, this may be our last meeting. I am preparing to resign. Resign? Liu Lang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Liu Lang, who was considered a senior manager at Bilibili, would choose to leave. Bilibili has reached this point. If I stay any longer, I fear I might become one of those I once despised. While still young, I wish to try something new. Although Liu Lang did not specify what he intended to pursue, Liu Lang could surmise it was likely related to Chinese science fiction entertainment. When Liu Lang accepted the Starlight Award on Liu Lang's behalf, his passion for science fiction was unmistakably genuine. That contract was indeed not worth signing. It was likely a servitude agreement. Gold will always shine. I believe there will always be those who recognize its worth. After imparting his advice, Liu Lang slowly departed. Liu Lang was not prepared to undervalue his work. After postponing the release of his video, he redirected his energy towards writing a short story based on The Wandering Earth. He intended for the story to reach the audience in written form before embarking on the production of a live-action film. Just as Liu Lang was engrossed in his writing, an unexpected phone call interrupted him. Mr. Liu, I am the Entertainment Strategy Director at ByteDance. Would you be interested in a discussion? Chapter 25, A Fortune Spent to Acquire Bones. ByteDance. Liu Lang's heart stirred. As one of the giants in the Chinese internet landscape, second only to Tencent and Alibaba, it boasts popular products such as Douyin and Tuxio. As a rising star, it has shown signs of surpassing Tencent and Alibaba in recent years, challenging their dominance. Liu Lang had certainly heard of its reputation, but he was unaware of how they had managed to contact him. Upon inquiry, he discovered that Liu Lang had made the introduction. After returning to Bilibili, Liu Lang, facing accountability from the board, had already intended to resign and had subsequently joined ByteDance. Eager to expand in the entertainment sector, with a familiar connection facilitating the opportunity, Liu Lang was more than willing to meet. especially since his science fiction short film, Moonfall Crisis, required immediate monetization. ByteDance, also headquartered in the capital, did not keep Liu Lang waiting long. That very afternoon, the entertainment strategy director arrived at the dilapidated factory in the suburbs where Liu Lang resided. Dong Yinling, ByteDance entertainment strategy director, a middle-aged woman with neatly cropped hair, dressed in a well-fitting white jumpsuit, approached Liu Lang to introduce herself. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation swiftly turned to the main topic. Liu Lang presented his latest work, a video titled Moonfall Crisis. He anticipated that, although she might not react with the same astonishment as Liu Zitao had in the past, she would at least display some semblance of surprise at the impressive special effects, which were regarded as the pinnacle of domestic standards. However, the ByteDance entertainment strategy director maintained a stoic expression throughout the viewing, revealing no emotional fluctuation on her face. This perplexed Liu Lang, causing him to furrow his brow. Could she possibly be an outsider who lacks understanding of special effects and CG animation? Or was she merely feigning disinterest in an attempt to negotiate a lower price? Mr. Liu, to be candid, I have little interest in science fiction works, she stated. Liu Lang couldn't suppress a cold laugh within himself upon hearing her words. Here it comes, the familiar tactic of capitalists attempting to manipulate workers, first belittling the work before seizing the opportunity to drive down the price. However, according to our data team's analysis, your work possesses significant appeal to young men aged 15 to 35. On Douyin, videos related to your work have been viewed for over 10 seconds by 85% of users within that demographic. Furthermore, following your receipt of the Starlight Award, related topics surged on Douyin, generating over 1 million discussions and attracting attention from older male and female audiences alike. Following this series of data analyses, Dong Yinling continued, I have never believed in intuition, fate, or astrology, these mystical concepts. I only trust in data. Only data can be relied upon to tell the truth. More than the short film itself, it is you who captivates me. Upon uttering these words, Dong Yinling fixed her emotionless gaze directly on Liu Lang. He felt a chill run down his spine. Sister, what exactly are you getting at with all this? He wondered. You don't mean to imply that you wish to support me, do you? Since Liu Lang had traversed into this world and learned of his predecessor's demise due to a group of middle-aged women administering animal estrus drugs, he had developed a psychological aversion to that demographic. Meanwhile, as Liu Lang was lost in his thoughts, Dong Yinling was contemplating ByteDance's strategic positioning in the entertainment sector. As a formidable player capable of competing with giants like Tencent and Alibaba, ByteDance entertainment strategy must ascend to a strategic level, transcending the confines of a single film or television series. Tencent and Alibaba had long established their footholds in the entertainment industry. Tencent had nearly monopolized the music sector with QQ, Kuwo, and Kugu. In the realm of video, it had Tencent Video, while Bilibili focused on anime. And Alibaba had secured iQIYI and Youku. In terms of film and television IP, Tencent boasted the treasure trove of Yuan, while Alibaba made substantial investments in the film industry, encompassing Alibaba Pictures and a series of related investment groups. Both entities had entrenched their positions in the entertainment sector, creating intricate barriers that formed a protective moat, making it exceedingly difficult for emerging contenders like ByteDance to gain a foothold. As the director of entertainment strategy at ByteDance, Dong Yinling's primary task is to carve out a path amidst the encirclement of rivals like Tencent and Alibaba. In such a scenario, the most straightforward and effective approach is to invest heavily. In response to the competitive landscape posed by Yuan, ByteDance has recruited Liu Zitao, a senior executive from Bilibili, to establish a free reading platform, encompassing both anime and a series of film adaptations, directly countering the charging reading systems of its competitors. In the realm of film and television, facing the formidable barriers and entrenched positions of Alibaba and Tencent, Dong Yinling must explore alternative avenues. At this juncture, under Liu Zitao's insistence, the name Liu Lang emerged in Dong Yinling's purview, a fresh graduate and emerging director with formal training. He has not been co-opted by the factions associated with Alibaba and Tencent within the film industry. Furthermore, he has been honored with the prestigious Starlight Award for International Science Fiction, making him a standout among the younger generation of directors. Most significantly, the science fiction genre he specializes in lacks any direct competitors within the Chinese film landscape, which is crucial for Dong Yinling. She seeks not only to break through the blockade imposed by Tencent and Alibaba in the film sector, but also aims to decisively defeat them. To establish a clear distinction, relying solely on comedy or romance films appears futile, as both Alibaba and Tencent have been deeply entrenched in those domains for years. Science fiction represents her beacon of hope for a breakthrough, and the accolades Liu Lang has garnered bolster her confidence. Regarding the high costs and substantial investments associated with science fiction films, Dong Yinling has never been concerned. Since ByteDance announced its foray into the entertainment market, it has invested hundreds of billions annually. As the director of entertainment strategy, the resources at Dong Yinling's disposal far exceed what Bilibili could fathom. $50 million for this short film, with the rights remaining yours. Upon hearing the offer, Liu Lang almost questioned his own hearing. The figure was an astounding 6 times greater than Bilibili's offer, leaving him momentarily speechless. This video short will enjoy exclusive streaming rights on ByteDance platforms for 48 hours, after which it can be broadcast on other platforms. Furthermore, you are required to join Douyin, and for future video shorts, we will have the right of first refusal under equivalent pricing conditions. When promoting new works, priority will be given to releases on ByteDance platforms. Additionally, should your projects face funding gaps, we will hold the right to invest preferentially under the same conditions. A series of subsequent terms flowed from Dong Yinling's lips, each one seemingly more generous than the last. After some contemplation, Liu Lang began to grasp the essence of the proposal. Are you asking me to choose sides? The competition among Tencent, Alibaba, and ByteDance in the entertainment sector had reached his ears, but he had not anticipated such a swift connection to himself. I would prefer to call it buying a bone at a high price, Dong Yinling replied with a smile. Chapter 26. A grand gesture in modest promotion. Liu Lang had never expected that, as a novice director who had yet to film a proper TV series or movie, he would be chosen for such an overture. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather reasonable. The film industry in the Dragon Kingdom is neither vast nor insignificant. The two dominant factions, Penguin and Alibaba, have long established their foothold within this realm, and most of the notable directors and producers within the nation's borders have had dealings with them. Aside from a select few top-tier directors and producers who manage to maintain their independence, skillfully navigating between both factions, many other somewhat notable filmmakers and production teams have already been absorbed and aligned with either Penguin or Alibaba. As a latecomer, ByteDance faces the formidable challenge of attracting talent while contending with the aggressive tactics of these two established factions, which would inevitably come at a considerable cost. Although lacking extensive experience in film production, Liu Lang, with a formal education and having previously won the Starlight Award for Best Science Fiction Short Film, appears to possess great potential. His inclination towards the science fiction genre may allow him to engage in a form of differentiated competition against the other two factions. To thrive within the Dragon Kingdom's film industry, one cannot avoid interactions with these three major factions. Until Liu Lang has grown sufficiently powerful to negotiate with them on equal footing, aligning himself with one faction may indeed be the wiser choice. The talent pool within the Penguin and Alibaba factions is vast, and they may not regard Liu Lang, a burgeoning director, with the attention he seeks. Moreover, as a director of science fiction, he may find himself at odds with the numerous directors specializing in comedy and romance within their ranks. Consequently, the recognition and treatment he receives will likely pale in comparison to what he might enjoy at ByteDance. Penguin excels in television dramas, while Alibaba shines on the cinematic big screen. In contrast, ByteDance's unparalleled prowess lies in its internet marketing capabilities. Often, the choice of platform can prove more significant than mere effort. With the backing of a colossal internet enterprise, Dong Yinling exudes confidence, a sentiment that Liu Lang cannot help but acknowledge. After a brief period of contemplation, he swiftly reaches an agreement with her. The accord lacks any harsh stipulations akin to those imposed by Bilibili. Dong Yinling dismisses such petty tactics. In her eyes, the terms offered by ByteDance far surpass anything a small operation like Bilibili could present. Subsequently, Liu Lang posts his final update on Bilibili, announcing that henceforth, video and work updates will be prioritized on the Douyin platform. He attaches an image of a human clad in a spacesuit, gazing at Earth from the moon, with a backdrop of an expansive starry sky, serving as a promotional teaser for the Moonfall crisis. The moment the update goes live, it swiftly garners the attention of numerous fans. This promotional image is quite evocative. The Moonfall crisis? Is the maestro's new work a disaster-themed piece? Did you all notice the square box behind the astronaut flashing red, combined with the title Moonfall? Goodness, could it be that humanity has obliterated the moon? Why would we destroy the moon? What wrong has it done? I stand for the moon. Please clarify, OP. Doge emoji, are we really getting a teaser for a science fiction short? Impressive. Hurry up and release the main feature. I can't wait. Many fans treat Liu Lang's teaser image as a puzzle, speculating on the content that the forthcoming science fiction short might unveil. Others, however, notice a comparatively subtle declaration. Wait. Prioritized on Douyin. Is the esteemed individual contemplating abandoning Bilibili? Is he preparing to shift his allegiance to Douyin? thereby severing ties with Bilibili? Upon opening Douyin, I was astonished to discover a promotional cover featuring a revered figure. Is it possible that Douyin has been surreptitiously monitoring my activities? To my astonishment, I, too, received this notification. Have you all been alerted as well? Is it that our esteemed figure possesses such prominence? The last time I witnessed a similar cover advertisement was when Jackie Chan joined Douyin. Reading the comments below the dynamic updates on Bilibili, Liu Lang felt somewhat bewildered. Consequently, he decided to launch the Douyin application on his mobile device. Upon entering, he was met with the startling sight of his own visage gracing the opening advertisement on the screen. Countdown. 2 days until the World Science Fiction Starlight Award winner. The luminary of Dragon Nation science fiction, Liu Lang, officially joins Douyin. Click to follow for a chance to receive a limited edition signed collectible. The commemorative model of the Predator drone produced by DJI. For a full 5 seconds, Liu Lang's bashful smile appeared as a splash screen advertisement on his mobile device. Upon reading the title, Luminary of Dragon Nation Science Fiction, Liu Lang couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. Intrigued, he contacted the representative from ByteDance Entertainment Division with whom he had been coordinating, only to discover that Douyin intended to promote this splash screen advertisement to male users aged 15 to 35 within the Dragon Nation. Moreover, due to Liu Lang's striking appearance, analytics indicated that some female users aged 16 to 55 would also receive this advertisement. The only distinction was that these female users, upon clicking to follow, would be eligible for gifts that differed from the commemorative Predator drone, such as beauty devices and cosmetics. A total of 5,000 scaled-down commemorative Predator drones and 25,000 assorted beauty devices and cosmetics were set to be given away. The cost of these gifts alone exceeded 10 million, not to mention the advertising resources allocated for promoting Liu Lang over the next 2 days. It is noteworthy that Douyin's monthly active user count surpasses half of the national population, and the visibility of its splash screen advertisements is such that it could incite envy among celebrities and influencers alike. Was this merely a minor promotional endeavor outlined in the agreement? Liu Lang couldn't help but marvel at ByteDance's lavishness, merely to generate anticipation for his entry into Douyin. They were willing to expend such considerable resources. Clearly, he was being held in high regard. Naturally, Bilibili took note of this extensive promotional campaign on Douyin. It dawned on them that they had been outmaneuvered by ByteDance. Only upon losing did they come to appreciate what they had. And the willingness of ByteDance to invest heavily in promotion underscored Liu Lang's value, which had been grossly underestimated by Bilibili. Following an urgent high-level meeting, they promptly dispatched the newly appointed head of the National Creation Division in an attempt to reclaim Liu Lang. Mr. Liu, we have deliberated thoroughly and are prepared to raise our video acquisition offer to 10 million, with no copyright stipulations. Future collaborations on long-form animated series will only require one installment. It appears that misunderstandings may have arisen due to communication issues with Liu Zitao. Bilibili, in its misguided belief of making significant concessions, still appears ludicrously miserly when compared to the conditions offered by Byte Entertainment. The remnants of Liu Lang's goodwill towards Bilibili evaporated entirely as the company shifted the blame onto Liu Zitao. Indifferent, he decided to disengage, as he had been contacted by representatives from Byte Entertainment. Chapter 27. Oh no, do I have an NC fan now? The excuse Liu Lang used to hang up was not merely a random choice. He indeed received a text notification from Byte Entertainment. His entry for a science fiction writing contest had been selected. As the promotional activities for Douyin were still in their preliminary stages, Liu Lang prioritized addressing another matter first, the publication of The Wandering Earth. As a short to medium-length piece, The Wandering Earth comprised merely over 24,000 words, which Liu Lang managed to complete within a few days. Meanwhile, after leaving Bilibili, Liu Zitao joined Byte Entertainment, overseeing the newly established free reading section. His task was to emulate the model of Xinjiang Literature City, building a treasure trove of film and television adaptations based on free content. Upon taking charge of the free reading section, Liu Zitao promptly coordinated resources to launch a science fiction writing contest. Science fiction, being the guiding star in Liu Zitao's heart, was naturally the direction he ardently pursued. With the backing of Byte Entertainment's resources, he generously set lavish rewards for the contest. The first prize would receive a staggering 1 million yuan, while the second to fifth places would earn 500,000, 400,000, 300,000, and 200,000 yuan, respectively. The top 10 entrants would also gain opportunities for adaptations into anime and film. The remaining 100 participants would receive varying amounts of monetary awards and support resources. Exceptional works deemed fit would be translated by professional literary translators at Byte Entertainment for the overseas market. The judging panel would include esteemed editors from both domestic and international science fiction magazines, relevant researchers from the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences, and numerous seasoned readers from domestic sci-fi publications to ensure absolute fairness and impartiality. Liu Lang chose to submit The Wandering Earth to this contest rather than to traditional publishers. Not for the monetary rewards. After all, $1,000,000 was a trifling sum for someone like him, with tens of millions in his bank account, but primarily to support Liu Zitao. Had it not been for Liu Zitao's assistance, Liu Lang would never have won the Starlight Award for Best Short Film. Now, as Liu Zitao had just joined Byte Entertainment and was eager to prove his worth, Liu Lang repaid his kindness by supporting him with his work. To avoid any special treatment, Liu Lang refrained from using his real name as a pseudonym, confident in the strength of The Wandering Earth. The substantial prize money attracted a vast number of online writers, a level of incentive unprecedented in the Dragon Kingdom. However, for Liu Zitao and others involved in the review process, this influx might not be advantageous. What is this utter nonsense? Interspecies tormented love? A story about a mentally challenged protagonist falling in love with an alien. Liu Zitao struggled to suppress his urge to curse, taking a deep breath before tossing the manuscript aside. Attracted by the allure of substantial rewards, many authors are often oblivious to the true essence of science fiction. In an attempt to fulfill the required sci-fi elements, numerous writers hastily substituted characters from their previous romantic, suspenseful, martial arts, or fantasy narratives with aliens and robots, subsequently submitting their works for evaluation. Who could fathom the despair of a devoted science fiction aficionado confronted with titles such as My Lover, Mr. Alien Tentacle, The Corpse in the Mountain, The Killer is a Robot, Zhang Wuji battles the Iron Tower Robot, and the fierce battle with Martians? Liu Zitao smoked nearly half a pack of cigarettes before regaining his composure. Editor-in-Chief, here is a remarkable piece with a uniquely fresh theme. Upon hearing the phrase fresh theme, Liu Zitao hesitated momentarily, took a deep drag from his cigarette, and extended his hand to accept the manuscript. The Wandering Earth? A solar crisis prompts humanity to construct 10,000 planetary engines to escape the solar system along with Earth? That sounds intriguing. As he perused the synopsis of The Wandering Earth, Liu Zitao's furrowed brow finally relaxed. This was the kind of imaginative and eye-opening science fiction he had been yearning for. Upon glancing at the manuscript's author name, he noted the pen name, Little Broken Ball. Having resolved the submission issues, it wasn't long before the day arrived when Liu Lang joined Douyin. After uploading a pre-recorded greeting video to his Douyin account, he discovered that over 30 million people had already followed him. With his videos on Bilibili being shared on Douyin, thousands of comments quickly flooded in, and the number of likes surged explosively, reaching over 1 million in just 10 minutes. After 2 days of anticipation, Liu Lang ascended to the pinnacle of Douyin's trending list, becoming the most popular figure among hundreds of millions of active users that day. With Liu Lang's meteoric rise, his status as the recipient of the Starlight Award for Best Short Film was once again highlighted. The previous official interview with the People's Daily provided a different perspective, revealing Liu Lang as a diligent graduate who relentlessly pursues his dreams with unwavering determination. The plethora of positive reports and public discourse made Liu Lang feel as though an invisible hand had elevated him to new heights. He finally comprehended the truth behind Dong Yinling's words. The unparalleled strength of Byte Dance Entertainment lay in its exceptional internet marketing capabilities. While some praised him, others were quick to criticize. What is this? In this day and age, a mere 10-minute animation can be hailed as a directorial achievement? Light of Dragon Country science fiction? Just a short video. Do you truly deserve it? Are there any directors in Dragon Country who look this handsome? I seriously suspect there are undisclosed transactions behind his sudden fame. Brother Liu Lang is so handsome, my beloved. I declare myself his loyal fan from now on. So handsome and so hardworking, it was destined for Lang Lang to become a sensation. No amount of envy from the trolls can alter the reality. In the face of such critical comments, Liu Lang remained largely unfazed. A director indeed must let their work speak for itself. Liu Lang is diligently following his meticulously crafted plan, taking measured steps to prepare for the production of a grand, industrialized science fiction film. He believes that once the live-action adaptation of The Wandering Earth is released, all doubts will dissipate, hence he remains largely unconcerned. However, he finds himself puzzled by some peculiar comments from fans mixed among the criticisms. What if I inadvertently attract a group of fervent fans? While Liu Lang is lost in these thoughts, Byte Entertainment seizes the opportunity of his surging popularity online, launching the recently acquired science fiction short film Moonfall Crisis across Byte's various platforms. Douyin, Tushio, Shigua Video, and a host of other platforms engage in simultaneous promotion and broadcasting. The film even airs on Tito, the overseas version of Douyin, after adding English subtitles. Hundreds of millions worldwide have received promotional notifications for this Chinese science fiction short. Nearly 100 million viewers flock to witness the meticulously crafted Moonfall Crisis. Chapter 28, Moonfall Crisis Warning. The Earth-Moon distance is projected to reach the Roche limit in approximately 221 hours. Warning. The Earth-Moon distance is projected to reach the Roche limit in approximately 221 hours. As the video commences, an emotionless male voice issues an alarming alert within the expansive hall. Countless bespectacled individuals, clad in standardized uniforms, resembling scientific researchers, populate the space filled with numerous monitors displaying a plethora of complex data. They gaze in astonishment at the urgent broadcast on the large screen, which illustrates an animated depiction of the moon's impending descent towards Earth in 221 hours. What is the Roche limit? When celestial bodies come within a certain proximity, tidal forces can cause fluid bodies to disintegrate. In essence, if the moon approaches the Earth too closely, it will be drawn by Earth's gravity and crash into it. Is this truly an animation? The characters in the video appear remarkably lifelike. Once Moonfall Crisis is made available on Bytes platforms, a torrent of audience interactions floods the video's comments section. Aside from the meaningless check-in replies, many intrigued viewers begin to express curiosity about the various technical terms, equipment, and phenomena depicted on screen. The scene shifts to the moon, where 3 equidistant lunar planetary engines are shown, one of which has self-destructed due to overload. A massive explosion propels countless lunar regolith and rocks into the void of space. Before long, the remaining 2 planetary engines also enter a state of overload. The red flames originally spewing from the engine ports gradually transition to a blue hue, indicating higher temperatures. Ultimately, the remaining 2 engines erupt in a cataclysmic explosion, generating a terrifying shockwave across the lunar surface. A plethora of shattered rocks is hurled into outer space. What a spectacle! It looks incredibly realistic. Reminiscent of foreign science fiction films. Looks fake. Why is there no sound from the explosion? Hey, what is your educational background? Didn't graduate middle school? There's a vacuum on the moon. Sound doesn't travel. What are those 3 structures built on the moon? The aesthetic design exudes a rugged industrial charm, reminiscent of a lunar mining base. This narrative follows the familiar trope of science fiction, suggesting the existence of rare energy resources on the moon, with humanity's relentless extraction resulting in environmental degradation, leading to a catastrophic explosion. As Liu Lang's second science fiction short film, it retains the stylistic essence of his inaugural work, the space elevator battle. The visuals allocate scant time to elucidate the scenes, compelling viewers to engage in wild speculation. As the moon draws nearer to Earth, the shockwave from the explosion of the planetary engine sends a relentless barrage of meteors hurtling towards our planet. These meteors, upon fierce friction with the atmosphere, transform into fiery orbs, trailing thick plumes of smoke as they descend. The sight of countless meteors simultaneously streaking across the sky evokes an image of the moon launching an assault on humanity. The heavens are ablaze with fiery meteors, shrouded in a dense blanket of smoke, rendering the sky and clouds reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. What is that structure on the ground? An artificial mountain? It's enormous. Another exclaims, I think I see the Eiffel Tower, but why does it appear so diminutive? No, it's just that the adjacent structure is colossal, observes another. The design resembles the building that exploded on the moon. Is it a mining facility? That large nozzle on top surely cannot be an engine, can it? Before the viewers lies an unprecedented colossal man-made edifice on Earth's surface. Standing at 330 meters, the Eiffel Tower appears as a mere toy in comparison. Meteors continue to descend from the sky, like divine fire, prompting the military installations around the planetary engine to initiate defensive countermeasures. Rapid-fire close-in weapon systems and surface-to-air missiles engage the meteors, threatening the planetary engine. The close-in weapons buzz ominously, unleashing a torrential downpour of projectiles into the sky, where hundreds of high-velocity missiles explode in a cacophony, meeting the incoming meteors in a fiery demise. Despite these defenses, numerous meteors persist in breaching the protective firepower, crashing down with tremendous force upon the planetary engine. The ground is ablaze with fires ignited by the fallen meteors, while countless others continue their descent from the sky. These close-in weapons are linked to the previous space elevator battle. One remarks, wow, the visual effects are astonishing. They rival those of premier disaster films from abroad. Another exclaims, the budget is clearly on fire. The financial cost of these mere 10 minutes of special effects could likely rival the price of a home in the capital. Even the most discerning viewers are captivated by the quality of the visuals and effects. The brief yet spectacular meteor descent sequence leads them to mistakenly believe they are witnessing a top-tier foreign science fiction disaster film. In addition to the meteor showers, as the distance between the Earth and Moon diminishes, the gravitational influence of the Moon induces colossal waves rising over 100 meters high upon the ocean's surface. The video depicts coastal cities besieged by these towering waves. Once bustling with life and traffic, the city streets are overwhelmed by waves towering over 30 stories, engulfing the metropolis in an instant. Countless citizens struggle in the ocean, only to be mercilessly engulfed by the next wave. The scene evokes a sense of impending doom reminiscent of disaster films like The Day After Tomorrow, a genre I find utterly captivating as it portrays nature's wrath against humanity. The good news is that humanity need not rush to extinguish fires. The bad news is that there is an overwhelming deluge. It is utterly absurd to consider that if the Moon were to collide with Earth, humanity would be powerless to prevent it. In the video, after the Moon wreaks havoc upon Earth, a fleet of human spacecrafts ascends towards the Moon. A series of ominous metallic boxes, flickering with dangerous red lights, are deployed onto the lunar surface. The striking black and yellow radiation warning signs emblazoned on these boxes are particularly alarming. The audacity to suggest detonating nuclear devices on the Moon is staggering. As a viewer from the northern mainland, I find this video utterly lacking in scientific merit. The creator seems bereft of any understanding of basic science. The Moon's mass is 181 that of Earth, and even the combined might of all nuclear weapons on the planet could not obliterate it. Perhaps the commenter above failed to notice the subtitles explaining that the nuclear devices would be arranged in a phased array to initiate a fusion reaction within the Moon itself. These bombs would merely serve as a fuse, igniting the Moon's own intrinsic energy. As the debate rages in the comments over the feasibility of detonating the Moon, the video progresses to a series of explosions. Over 3,000 of humanity's most destructive weapons burst forth on the lunar surface, illuminating the darkness with blinding brilliance. Chapter 29. Gone. Truly Gone. A 15-minute video is the perfect length for an internet platform, striking a balance between conveying ample information and retaining viewer interest before fatigue sets in. A compelling video is one that lingers in the viewer's mind, igniting a desire to share and discuss with others. Undoubtedly, the Moonfall Crisis exemplifies such a science fiction short film. Why send astronauts to manually detonate a nuclear bomb on the Moon? Could it not be controlled remotely? The remote detonation of a nuclear device necessitates the input of a password, a closely guarded secret among the world's nuclear powers. This complexity renders the process far more intricate than merely unlocking a smartphone. Additionally, with over 3,000 nuclear weapons from various countries and eras, the task is not one that can be accomplished swiftly. Thus, manual operation by personnel in critical situations remains the quickest method of detonation. Can humanity truly succeed in detonating the Moon as depicted in the video, utilizing all 3,700 nuclear weapons? As someone who occasionally engages in scientific research, I can offer some insight. If one has conducted experiments with heavy magnetic methods and possesses a basic understanding of seismic waves, it becomes evident that the video references the focused seismic waves generated by the nuclear detonations, which, after beam shaping, would interact with the Moon's interior. The principle is remarkably straightforward and not overly complex. The creators of the video exhibit a remarkable imagination, rendering it one of the finest science fiction films I have encountered in recent years. Following the video's release, a multitude of students, professors, and researchers from the fields of science and engineering emerged on various online platforms. They earnestly endeavored to elucidate the scientific phenomena depicted in the video and assess their plausibility using their specialized knowledge. While certain elements, such as the notion of detonating the Moon, may seem overly idealized, they nonetheless possess a conceivable scientific basis and maintain internal logical coherence. The video has unexpectedly attracted a plethora of academic elites, leaving individuals like myself, with merely an undergraduate degree, feeling insignificant and bewildered. My own educational background has left me feeling a pressing need to expand my knowledge. As a high school student, I find myself in awe of these intellectuals, and I am resolute in my decision to pursue a scientific education after my college entrance examinations. The discussion surrounding the Moonfall Crisis has sparked an unprecedented dialogue on scientific knowledge across major internet platforms in our country, an event of historical significance. The overwhelming popularity of the topic has generated a staggering surge in traffic and interest, with keywords like Moon Explosion, Roche Limit, and Moonfall Crisis dominating trending lists across various platforms. As the platform with exclusive rights to stream the video for 48 hours, ByteDance has emerged as the principal beneficiary of this fervor, aside from Liu Lang himself. Listening to the reports from her subordinates, Dong Yinling, who typically displays little emotion, could not help but smile. The event she had orchestrated proved to be a resounding success, with all key metrics soaring and the investment of 50 million yielding exceptional returns. As the driving force behind the Moonfall crisis, ByteDance Entertainment has undeniably captured significant attention within the industry. However, Dong Yinling is acutely aware that this success is largely attributable to Liu Lang. The production quality of the short film is paramount. Without it, no amount of resources from ByteDance Entertainment would have garnered interest. Following this project, Dong Yinling's confidence in Liu Lang's capabilities has been significantly bolstered. Director, our international department is inquiring if there will be any follow-up content for this short film. As she contemplated ByteDance Entertainment's next steps, her assistant rushed in to report an unexpected development. The international department? Are you referring to Tito? If one were to consider which of ByteDance platforms holds greater global influence, it would undoubtedly be the international version of Douyin, Tito. Its monthly active user base has surged to a staggering level of over 1 billion, excluding domestic users. Tito has effectively surpassed Twitter and Facebook, becoming the most popular social media platform abroad. Furthermore, with their involvement in the promotional campaign for the Moonfall crisis, the Tito department has reported considerable success in certain regions and is preparing to expand their promotional efforts across Europe and America. As a part of the ByteDance family, the international department is naturally expected to contribute to the development of ByteDance Entertainment. However, it has always been a challenge for the cultural entertainment sector in the Dragon Country to generate a globally resonant influence. In literature, aside from the rural narratives favored by serious literary awards, there is virtually no popular literature that has transcended the Chinese-speaking community. In music, the reach is limited to East Asia and the Chinese diaspora. As for film and television, only the action genre has once swept through like a tempest. But that was long ago. Currently, the flourishing romance and comedy films in the Dragon Country's film industry remain confined to domestic audiences. The emergence of Moonfall Crisis has garnered high praise from many foreign viewers who have never encountered Dragon Country science fiction films. As ordinary spectators, they neither comprehend nor wish to delve into the cultural symbols such as the Red Lanterns, Black Earth, and various rural elements depicted in Dragon Country cinema. Films laden with these motifs are unlikely to gain popularity abroad. However, Moonfall Crisis stands apart. Within its tightly packed runtime of just over 10 minutes, it showcases an array of stunning, realistic, and meticulously crafted special effects. Elements such as meteor strikes, lunar explosions, towering waves, and grandiose artificial structures send their adrenaline soaring. Science fiction is the genre that most effectively bridges world cultures. While many may lack interest in historical narratives of European settlers slaughtering indigenous peoples in the New World, a shift to a future scenario where Earthlings wield advanced starships, weapons, and engage in combat with primitive tribes on the exotic Pandora planet could potentially send box office figures skyrocketing, perhaps even shattering some global records. In the eyes of Dong Yinling, breaking through the market barriers established by domestic giants like Penguin and Alibaba, science fiction represents a remarkable opportunity for overtaking. The international acclaim for Moonfall Crisis has delighted her. It is precisely the opportunity she has long awaited. Space Elevator Battle is soon to be entrusted to the international department as well, yet the combined length of these two videos, totaling less than 30 minutes, does seem somewhat insubstantial. What? Do I have any new works recently? No, none at all. Oh wait, I did write one. Chapter 30, Space Elevator. Exoskeleton Armor. When Liu Lang was asked whether he had any new works, he recalled a manuscript he had submitted a few days prior. After several continuous days of tireless effort, the review team, led by Liu Zitao, had finally managed to endure their physical discomfort to complete a preliminary review of the submissions. Sifting through nearly 10,000 short science fiction manuscripts to select a mere 100 felt akin to panning for gold in a sea of refuse. Exhausted by the barrage of titles such as My Lover, Mr. Tentacle, Urban Management Hero vs. Martians, and Crisis of Intelligent Machinery, The Sperm Thief, Liu Zitao found himself utterly drained. At that moment, he received a call from his superior, Dong Yinling, the strategic director of ByteDance Entertainment. How does Liu Lang's work measure up? Although the quality of Liu Lang's science fiction short films is commendable, Dong Yinling harbored some reservations. As this would be his inaugural foray into the realm of science fiction. Liu Lang? Did he also submit an entry? Liu Zitao, with a look of confusion, inquired. Most authors of the participating essays used pen names, and only during the final selection of award winners would their identities be verified. Thus, Liu Zitao was unaware that Liu Lang was among the list of contestants. Do you remember the author of The Wandering Earth, Xiao Piqiu? At this reminder, Liu Zitao's eyes lit up. The Wandering Earth had become a glimmer of hope amidst the brutal review process of recent days. Had it not been for the emergence of the wandering Earth, Liu Lang would have nearly despaired, believing that the realm of science fiction and Longhua was beyond salvation. It turned out that the wandering Earth was his work, and it had not only made it to the finals, but was also a strong contender for the top prize. The concept was remarkably imaginative. Humanity constructing 10,000 planetary engines to wander through the cosmos with Earth in tow. This was the most creative idea he had encountered in recent years. Speaking of the wandering Earth, Liu Lang began to radiate enthusiasm, passionately extolling the merits of this short science fiction piece to his superior. Dong Yanling listened patiently, although she herself was not particularly interested in the science fiction genre. She trusted the judgment of the professionals under her command. Excellent. Let us expedite the translation of The Wandering Earth into English. It will serve as one of the first works to promote Byte's international influence. Liu Lang was not entirely aware of Byte's subsequent actions. He was preoccupied with contemplating how to exchange his black technology rewards. After Byte's substantial acquisition of Moonfall Crisis, it remained uncertain whether the success of this science fiction short was due to its exceptional quality or to entice Liu Lang. They had generously paid a staggering acquisition price of $50 million and additionally awarded Liu Lang over $1 million in commercial dividends. Liu Lang's second science fiction short had brought him a total cash and points income exceeding $51 million. His points balance stood at $51.22 million, with a cash balance of $56 million. However, he found himself at a crossroads when considering the options for redeeming black technology. While 51 million points was neither excessively abundant nor painfully insufficient, he certainly did not dare to aspire to the nuclear fusion planetary engines or the advanced 550 series artificial intelligence technologies that required billions of points. Liu Lang wished to present the most perfect version of the Wandering Earth film in his mind. Although the special effects and CGI had reached an impressive standard, they still fell short of reality. He planned to recreate the grand scenes depicted in the film as faithfully as possible in the real world. This endeavor would necessitate an array of film props. Drones were already available, and DJI had even begun mass production, so he would only need to borrow a batch of real machines from them for filming. The Navigator space station could also be considered a grand spectacle. Yet without the prerequisite of a space elevator, constructing such an enormous structure in outer space would require national support. After careful consideration, Liu Lang concluded that only the technology of the space elevator could fulfill his criteria. If the construction of a space elevator were to become a reality, it would not only provide filmmakers with visuals far more authentic than mere special effects, but would also facilitate its implementation. The paramount challenge in fabricating a space elevator lies in the material requirements. To extend cables from the surface to an altitude of at least 30,000 kilometers. The materials currently known and invented by humanity render this endeavor seemingly impossible. The requisite material must be extraordinarily robust, yet as lightweight as possible, while also possessing a degree of flexibility. Its tensile strength must reach an astonishing 240 times that of steel, meaning that a cable no thicker than a human hair must be able to support the weight of an automobile. At present, whether it be high-strength steel cables used in construction, aerospace-grade titanium alloys, or Kevlar composite fibers employed in bulletproof vests, none can meet this demand for tensile strength. However, once such a material is discovered, all other technological challenges associated with the construction of a space elevator would be easily surmountable. After exchanging for this space elevator technology, Liu Lang decided to utilize the remaining points to acquire another advanced technology, the exoskeleton armor. A total of 51 million points was expended. The experience of receiving knowledge of this cutting-edge technology was once again overwhelming. Compared to the Predator drone technology, the breadth and depth of knowledge associated with space elevator and exoskeleton armor were undoubtedly vast. Liu Lang remained unconscious for a full 5 minutes in this state of enlightenment before regaining consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of unprecedented wisdom shone within them. So that's how it is. This gradual realization and understanding of the fundamental truths of existence matured his mindset from that of a recent university graduate in an instant. Just as Liu Lang was immersed in contemplation, his phone began to buzz incessantly. "Hey, brother, is that really you, the Liu Lang online?" A familiar voice abruptly pulled Liu Lang back to reality. It was none other than his younger sister, Liu Yan. Their parents were formal employees at a state-owned water plant in Ningxing. While their family was not affluent, they were comfortably well off. Liu Yan was currently in the critical phase of her third-year internship. Liu Lang, not wanting to disrupt the tranquility of his family's life due to his newfound fame, had refrained from informing them of his sudden rise to prominence. However, he did not anticipate that, bolstered by the vigorous promotion from ByteDance Entertainment, he would become an internet sensation, transcending the confines of his previous existence. Now, Even his sister Liu Lang, who was preoccupied with her impending graduation, became aware through the overwhelming publicity that the Liu Lang who had gone viral online was indeed her elder brother. Upon learning that his sister was conducting graduation research at a wellness center in the capital, Liu Lang swiftly made his way to meet her. Chapter 31. The cosplay of the canary. He pulled out his phone and opened a ride-hailing app. While awaiting the arrival of a taxi, Liu Lang pondered whether it was time to purchase a vehicle, considering that his rented accommodation was situated in the suburbs of the capital, quite distant from the city center. And presently, he was not financially constrained. However, the thought of having to participate in a lottery to obtain a license plate in the capital city seemed too cumbersome. Shaking his head, he dismissed the idea. Merely 3 minutes later, a taxi arrived before Liu Lang. Upon entering, he found himself pondering why he was able to hail a cab so swiftly in such a remote suburb. By chance, he noticed that the driver bore a slight resemblance to someone he had seen before. "Excuse me, have you been delivering food recently?" Despite the driver wearing sunglasses and a mask, Liu Lang felt an inkling that this might be the same delivery person who had been bringing him meals. After the driver denied it, Liu Lang shrugged it off, attributing it to a case of mistaken identity. The taxi sped along, and before long, they reached the address that his sister Liu Lang had provided, a large rehabilitation center also located in the suburbs. "Brother." As soon as he alighted, a spirited young woman in a sky-blue dress greeted him enthusiastically. As Liu Lang's younger sister, Liu Lang was undoubtedly charming, her thick, lustrous hair framing a face radiant with a smile, instantly captivating the attention of passers-by. Liu Lang was equally delighted to see his sister, engaging in conversation as she led him to the dining area of the rehabilitation center. "Is it true what they say online? Have you truly become a renowned director in the Dragon Kingdom? Do you often encounter celebrities? Will you take me to a film set someday? Do you engage in the rumored practices with actresses?" With a barrage of questions, Liu Lang resembled an inquisitive child. Liu Lang stifled the urge to roll his eyes and began to explain. As their conversation unfolded, it shifted from Liu Lang to Liu Lang herself. "I'm studying financial management, and I've been assigned to this rehabilitation center for my graduation research. This company was once quite reputable in the industry, specializing in rehabilitation services for individuals with disabilities, but it is now on the brink of insolvency. My research project involves creating a detailed analytical report on this institution." Liu Lang listened attentively as Liu Lang spoke, noticing that her demeanor transformed from playful to serious as she discussed her field of study, exuding the aura of an urban elite. Just then, as the two conversed by the window in the dining area, a shadow suddenly fell past the glass facade. Startled patrons rushed to the window, only to discover that a patient from the rehabilitation center had jumped to their death. This tragic event underscored one of the significant reasons for the company's impending collapse. They had marketed themselves as capable of aiding individuals with disabilities to regain their mobility. However, 2 years had passed without a single success story. The market had continued to decline, and what was once valued at hundreds of millions was now listed for a mere 20 million, with no buyers in sight. Through Liu Lang's introduction, Liu Lang gained a preliminary understanding of the rehabilitation center. Suddenly, Liu Lang recalled the recently acquired cutting-edge technology of the exoskeleton armor. This remarkable innovation enables manipulation of the mechanical assistive device worn by the user through neural signals connected to the back of the neck. Moreover, by integrating an electronic signal receiver within the mechanical apparatus, the feedback of force is transmitted back to the wearer's neck in the form of electrical signals, thus allowing the host to achieve a profound sense of bodily awareness. The most striking feature of this exoskeleton armor lies in its extraordinary artificial neuron control mechanism, which governs external mechanical devices. As long as brain function is intact, even an individual completely paralyzed can utilize this system to regain mobility, potentially surpassing the capabilities of an average person. "If I possess the technology to restore mobility to those with disabilities, brother, how audacious your dreams are. If such technology truly existed, you would not merely be a renowned director, but also an extraordinary inventor and a wealthy magnate. There are countless individuals worldwide with physical disabilities and limited mobility, and one can never fathom the immense sacrifices they would make to regain the ability to run and walk." Liu Lang simply assumed her brother was jesting and paid no heed to his words. After a period of research, Liu Lang understood that enabling these individuals to regain mobility was indeed a global conundrum. Numerous leading research institutions across the world have invested countless resources into this endeavor. Yet the outcomes have been minimal. Even the wealthiest tycoons on the global rich lists, upon succumbing to related ailments, can only afford to delay symptoms at exorbitant costs, with no hope of a cure. If they are so limited, how could a film school graduate director possibly tackle such a monumental challenge? Liu Lang merely smiled at her response, offering no rebuttal. Upon returning to his dilapidated rented warehouse, Liu Lang immediately set to work. The primary challenge in creating the exoskeleton armor lay in the device for receiving and exchanging neural signals at the nape of the neck, also known as the brain-computer interface. Through this interface, biological neural signals from the brain can be received and converted into electrical signals that control external mechanical devices. Consequently, this conversion device, the brain-computer interface, becomes the most crucial component of the exoskeleton armor. With it, the wearer can manipulate the mechanical apparatus enveloping their body with the same immediacy as their own limbs. Current global research on neural signal conversion remains in its nascent stages, far from practical application. However, endowed with advanced knowledge of cutting-edge technology, Liu Lang was already well-versed in this field. Leveraging the immense computational power of his rendering facility, he personally synthesized an electronic device capable of processing the interaction of biological neural signals from scratch, even equipping it with a self-destruct mechanism that would activate if anyone attempted to dismantle it for reverse engineering. With the most intricate aspect of the brain-computer interface resolved, the subsequent tasks paled in comparison. Utilizing the tools and equipment available within the warehouse, Liu Lang crafted a robust steel-structured armor that, at first glance, resembled a model toy. Recently, there has been little to report, as Canary has become quite the recluse, often remaining in his abode, crafting videos. Just moments ago, he even created a cosplay model. What is cosplay, you ask? It is akin to toy armor, something children play with, perhaps serving as props for video production. Rest assured, Canary is in no danger. If he were to lose even a hair, I would. Oh my goodness. Chief. Canary just kicked down the wall. Chapter 32, Funding? I deem it unnecessary. Coughing. Liu Lang waved away the dust stirred up by the collapsed brick wall. He had merely intended to test the feel of the exoskeleton armor's footpad, never anticipating such overwhelming power. Fortunately, his rented space is rather secluded. Under the control of his mind, the steel framework, tightly connected to his limbs, moved without delay. And through the force feedback device installed on the frame, he could distinctly perceive the metallic structure attached to his body. It felt as though this exoskeleton had become an intrinsic part of him. This was precisely Liu Lang's objective, to enable the wearer to control the exoskeleton prosthetic effortlessly with their mind. Theoretically, even a person with high-level paraplegia could regain mobility with the assistance of this exoskeleton armor. After several adjustments, Liu Lang felt satisfied and decided to contact his sister. When Liu Yan arrived at her brother's rented space, she had not yet found the opportunity to bemoan the dilapidated and remote factory when she spotted Liu Lang beckoning her, clad in a sci-fi style armor. "Brother, what on earth are you doing? Are you cosplaying Iron Man?" she exclaimed, utterly speechless. This endeavor might seem a bit advanced for children. Yet for a college graduate like Liu Lang, it appeared just right. Props. These are movie props. As a science fiction film director, it is entirely reasonable for me to create sci-fi style film props, Liu Lang earnestly clarified, ensuring she understood he was not idling away his time. He then proceeded to demonstrate the various functions of the exoskeleton armor he had painstakingly crafted, kicking down a half-meter thick brick wall, effortlessly flattening hefty steel pipes as if they were mere strands of dough, and lifting a stone pedestal weighing over a ton with ease. Liu Yan gazed at her brother's display, utterly astonished. When she learned of the brain-machine interface's function on the exoskeleton, her shock intensified. "Brother, do you realize what this implies? It means that individuals with damaged bodily organs stand a chance of regaining mobility. Brother, you are destined for great fortune." Liu Lang observed his sister's eyes gleaming with excitement, his expression momentarily faltering. It seemed he had overestimated her awareness. He almost forgot that his younger sister was quite the little money enthusiast, which was likely why she had insisted on pursuing a degree in financial management. "Have you applied for a patent for this technology yet?" I haven't had the chance. This needs to be addressed promptly." "Oh, I can't believe you. How can you be so nonchalant about something this significant?" "Leave it to me. I will handle it today." As a graduate in the field of finance, Liu Yan is acutely aware of the lucrative potential of this technology. She has already devised a plan. First, to secure the technology through patent law, and subsequently, to seek financing. It is imperative to avoid those investment capitalists known for their shrewdness. Instead, one should approach technology companies, which are relatively easier to persuade. Do you recall the rehabilitation institution I mentioned? It could be acquired for a mere $20 million, as they possess the qualifications for selling health equipment and have their own manufacturing facilities. Provided that the necessary procedures are in place, mass production could commence within a month. By rebranding the rehabilitation center, creating promotional videos showcasing patient outcomes, and investing in endorsements from a few influential figures on Weibo, Along with partnering with mainstream distributors for assistance in sales, the market could be established. Once it is well established, they could be sidelined, allowing franchisees to handle distribution. As the scale expands, a second round of financing could be initiated, enabling nationwide coverage in as little as 6 months. Once the business team is consolidated, entry into overseas markets could begin within a year. If a more expedited approach is desired, an initial public offering could be launched. As the strength of the technology developed is sufficient to support the company amidst the tumultuous capital market. Liu Lang's excitement grew with each word, her complexion flushing with enthusiasm. In contrast, Liu Lang was left in a state of astonishment. He had initially been contemplating how to rationally explain the origin of this technology to his sister, yet she was already envisioning the future. Liu Lang was neither knowledgeable nor interested in the technical aspects, but she was well-versed in the financial prospects and operations within the capital market. Her years of university studies and research had not been in vain, and she was eager to embark on concrete actions. Liu Lang opened his mouth, realizing he had little to contribute. He was responsible for the technical side, while his sister was undoubtedly more adept in capital operations and business management. Having a financial prodigy as his sister would save him a significant amount of time. Moreover, it was only fitting to have his own blood relative in this crucial role. After gathering the relevant technical information, Liu Lang hurriedly departed in a taxi arranged by Liu Lang. Liu Lang's intention to acquire the struggling rehabilitation institution was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Despite his current wealth amounting to several tens of millions, it was still far from sufficient for producing the live-action film The Wandering Earth. As his inaugural live-action project, Liu Lang aspired for perfection. He deemed it essential to incorporate various science fiction props, even considering the construction of a small-scale space elevator in the real world to facilitate filming. The technologies for the space elevator and exoskeleton armor were already at hand, yet the construction of even a miniature version of the space elevator would require substantial additional funding. Thus, the civilian commercial development of the exoskeleton armor technology entered Liu Lang's plans. In the film, the exoskeleton armor technology primarily serves military applications. Liu Lang, of course, would not simply replicate the approach. His sister Liu Lang's research into the rehabilitation therapy market upon her graduation presents an excellent avenue for civilian commercialization. Adept at assimilating the exoskeleton technology, with the profit sharing from DJI drones, coupled with the various support from ByteDance, should everything proceed smoothly, it will not be long before Liu Lang commences filming the live-action adaptation of The Wandering Earth. As for the specific timeline for the project's establishment and commencement, that would hinge on the degree of success achieved in the commercialization of the exoskeleton technology. Brother, I have successfully completed the patent registration. Now, I am merely awaiting the financing. We need to raise at least 20 million in the angel round. The technical aspects will depend on your presentation to the investors. Additionally, do you have any thoughts on the equity percentage to be offered to the investors? Naturally, seeking financing entails a certain cost, and relinquishing equity is the most common choice for tech entrepreneurs. I don't think financing is necessary, Liu Lang replied. Though I graduated not long ago, I have managed to save enough money to acquire that company. Upon receiving the bank check worth 20 million from Liu Lang, Liu Lang was momentarily taken aback. Is it really that profitable to make movies? Chapter 33. Repayment is out of the question despite having grown up in a well-off family. 20 million still seemed an astronomical sum to Liu Lang. The tangible check worth 20 million and the 20 million recorded in financial statements were worlds apart. The former was a gift from her brother, while the latter was merely unrelated work data. After confirming the check's validity, the once mysterious film industry piqued Liu Lang's curiosity even further. Liu Lang refrained from providing excessive explanations. After all, he couldn't possibly divulge to his sister that he possessed a miraculous film technology system. Such a claim would be utterly absurd. Moreover, upon reflection, all of Liu Lang's current savings were directly or indirectly derived from the filming of science fiction short films. Thus, Liu Lang's perspective was not entirely unfounded. With the 20 million check in hand, Liu Lang hurriedly set off to negotiate with the Rehabilitation Therapy Institution. Observing that a fool was willing to take over this mess, the company eagerly signed an agreement with Liu Lang that very day, anxious that she might change her mind. In terms of comprehensive rehabilitation treatment for disabled patients, whether through pharmacological or mechanical means, there are no effective solutions available worldwide. As a company that had struggled in this industry for 2 years, they were acutely aware of the challenges involved. Therefore, when Liu Lang arrived with the check, everyone assumed she was a wealthy heiress lacking in intellect. Eager to divest themselves of the burden, they hastily signed the agreement without conducting thorough due diligence. Liu Lang even capitalized on their eagerness, negotiating a reduction of 2 million from the acquisition price of 20 million. The acquisition process, facilitated by both parties' enthusiastic cooperation, was unusually swift, completing all procedures in just a few days. When Liu Lang returned once more, the former rehabilitation therapy institution had entirely transformed into an enterprise under his ownership. Brother, there is both good news and bad news. The good news is that this institution has been acquired for 18 million. The bad news is that they are burdened with over 50 million in bank debt, which is due in 6 months. A company that was once valued in the hundreds of millions has now depreciated to less than 20 million, with the overwhelming debt being a significant factor. This is precisely why the other party is eager to divest themselves of it. Although Liu Lang is quite confident in the market potential of exoskeleton armor technology, the substantial bank debt still causes her some concern. Thus, must we repay this bank debt within 6 months? There is no need for such urgency. As long as we can generate profit within that time frame, the bank is unlikely to press for repayment. In these times, those in debt hold the power. The more one struggles to repay, the more insistent the bank becomes. However, if you demonstrate repayment capability, the bank would even prefer you to take out more loans with them. After acquiring this company, Liu Lang's first action was to inspect the equipment manufacturing department. This rehabilitation institution had previously focused on developing medical devices for disabled patients, aiming to help them regain mobility swiftly. Thus, the medical equipment manufacturing department is a crucial component of the company's assets. However, they underestimated the challenges in developing such medical devices, resulting in the creation of only one high-tech electric wheelchair over 2 years, which, aside from its massage function, bore little distinction from a standard electric wheelchair. This left many patients, who had invested significantly in the institution's services, feeling deceived. A number of them began to lose hope for recovery and resorted to drastic measures, attempting to compel the rehabilitation institution to refund their payments. Liu Lang encountered one such individual, a patient who had survived a suicide attempt by jumping from a rooftop. During his first visit, the siblings were inspecting the equipment manufacturing plant, which housed the industrial production lines and a variety of equipment materials and tools essential for production. Most importantly, this rehabilitation institution possessed the necessary qualifications for the production and sale of medical devices. Liu Lang no longer had to worry about production permits. He merely needed to modify and adjust the production line to manufacture and sell exoskeleton armor as medical equipment. While Liu Lang contemplated the redesign and development of the medical version of the exoskeleton armor, a sudden commotion erupted outside the factory. Rogue merchants. Refund our money. False advertising. Return my hard-earned money. It turned out to be a group of hospitalized patients and their families from the rehabilitation institution protesting. Their dissatisfaction had already been brewing due to the institution's failure to deliver the promised therapeutic results, and upon learning of the change in ownership, they feared that the new investors might abandon the venture. This ignited a collective outcry among all the hospitalized individuals, accompanied by their families. They surrounded the equipment manufacturing plant adjacent to the rehabilitation center, demanding answers from Liu Lang and his sister, the new proprietors. The leader of this group was none other than the patient who had attempted to take their life from the restaurant rooftop, whose fall had only deepened their existing physical afflictions. Initially, only one leg was fractured, yet now another leg and an arm have been encased in plaster, leaving only a single arm capable of furious gesticulation. As the patients and their relatives fervently surrounded the premises, Liu Lang found herself at a loss, having never encountered such a tumultuous scene. Meanwhile, the factory workers, indifferent to the unfolding drama, retreated to the sidelines, showing no inclination to defend the newly appointed boss, as they were merely laborers earning a meager salary each month, uncertain of the factory's future. Brother, I have already alerted the police, but they will not arrive for at least 15 minutes. What should we do? Liu Lang grasped her brother's hand tightly, seeking solace in his presence. Perceiving his sister's anxiety and urgency, Liu Lang gently patted her hand to reassure her, signaling his intent to address the situation. Let us converse amicably. What are your grievances? Liu Lang calmly inquired as he faced the agitated crowd of patients and their families, scanning the sea of furious faces. He even recognized a delivery worker who had brought him meals on several occasions. However, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. The immediate priority was to resolve the issues at hand. Repay us. The exit is blocked. Even the police won't be able to assist today, shouted a leader, reclining in a wheelchair with an air of defiance. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in agreement. Liu Lang furrowed his brow at the mention of repayment, contemplating the vast number of individuals before him, who knew how much this rehabilitation center had charged them. If he acquiesced, would he not be deemed a fool? The matter of repayment can be discussed later. Just as the crowd seemed poised to erupt, Liu Lang quickly added, if I can help you regain your mobility, would that not resolve the issue? Do not heed his empty promises. I have heard this for 2 years. It is all deceit. If you truly possess such abilities, I will leap from this factory rooftop right now. An impassioned voice proclaimed, waving the only arm still capable of movement towards the factory's lofty roof. Liu Lang sighed as he glanced at the height of the building. There's truly no reasoning with you. Observing the agitation stirred by the outspoken individual, he chose to say no more and retreated into the factory, emerging with a small flatbed cart. Upon it rested the prototype of an exoskeletal armor he had crafted himself. Originally intended for refinement using the factory's equipment for subsequent mass production, it had now become unexpectedly relevant. As the peculiar device came into view, the onlookers exchanged skeptical glances. Given the Rehabilitation Center's previous foray into manufacturing ineffective gadgets such as electric massage wheelchairs, doubt clouded the expressions of the gathered crowd. I am currently in need of a volunteer. Is there anyone willing to step forward and give it a try? Those who do will have priority in purchasing the mass-produced model of the rehabilitation therapy exoskeleton. Liu Lang surveyed the crowd, but upon hearing the call for volunteers, test subjects, the onlookers began to withdraw. I will. A sudden shout emerged from the crowd, and all eyes turned to a patient in a wheelchair. Old Zhang, take it easy. You can barely move your head. Don't risk injuring your brain. Someone kindly advised the paralyzed individual, who had lost all sensation below the neck. I've had enough of this. Lying here like a potted plant every day, what difference is there between me and a vegetable? Life is worse than death. If I were to die, that would be preferable. Encouraged by his fellow patients, old Zhang's resolve to try this opportunity only strengthened. Were it not for his paralysis, he would have already ended his life long ago instead of waiting for a chance like this. With a proactive volunteer at hand, Liu Lang wasted no time and began assisting old Zhang in donning the prototype exoskeleton. The crowd hurriedly recorded the event, considering it crucial evidence to prevent the company from reneging on their promises. The mention of one hand triggered a realization among the onlookers, prompting many to whip out their phones and prepare to upload footage to social media, hoping to exert public pressure on the company. Liu Lang, however, remained unfazed. Having personally crafted and worn the exoskeleton, he harbored complete confidence in its efficacy. The recordings from the spectators were merely perceived by him as buyer showcases for the medical-grade exoskeleton. Under the gaze of the crowd, which was equally filled with anticipation and skepticism, Liu Lang finally succeeded in fitting the prototype armor onto old Zhang. Observing old Zhang still reclined in his wheelchair, the doubts among the crowd deepened. After all this effort, this is the result? It seems utterly useless. Liu Lang disregarded their skepticism and instructed old Zhang. Stand up and take a few steps. Stand up and take a few steps. Had this been in the past, the irritable old Zhang would have erupted in anger. He had been paralyzed for nearly a decade. Was this not a cruel taunt? However, as he contemplated this, old Zhang's hand inexplicably began to rise, pointing towards Liu Lang. Wait, how can my hand move? Old Zhang was astounded. Without any external assistance, his hand had indeed lifted. I seem to be able to move. His brain frantically commanded his body to stand, and after a slight tingling sensation in his neck, he truly managed to stumble to his feet. After 10 years of paralysis, old Zhang found himself somewhat unaccustomed to controlling his own movements. It took him over a minute to regain his balance with the help of the exoskeleton. Come on, take a couple of steps. Just try to walk. Liu Lang calmly guided the newly standing old Zhang, ignoring the bewildered expressions of the onlookers. To everyone's astonishment, old Zhang actually succeeded in walking, even managing to bounce on the spot a couple of times. With the assistance of the exoskeleton armor, mechanical devices closely adhering to his limbs began to facilitate old Zhang's body in coordinated movement under the control of the brain-computer interface. Thanks to the mature and advanced brain-computer interface, he could act with no delay, as though he had regained mastery over his body. For old Zhang, who had been paralyzed for a decade, this felt miraculous. In his excitement, he even began to run and jump around the factory premises. Overcome with emotion, he wept as he moved, reflecting on those 10 long years. He was finally able to feel his limbs once more. Witnessing old Zhang, a fellow patient with high-level paraplegia, move as if he were a normal person, especially when he leaped in place, struck a heavy blow to the hearts of many onlookers. Old Zhang, come back. Let me try? Old Zhang, you're too old for this. Don't run, it's too dangerous. Let me do it. Old Zhang, I'll find you a companion, my younger sister. Come back. The crowd watching old Zhang frolic around the factory was consumed with envy and admiration. If someone with high-level paraplegia could use such technology, how much easier would it be for those with lesser disabilities? In an instant, numerous patients capable of operating their electric wheelchairs turned green with envy and began to pursue old Zhang. The previously tense assembly of patients around the factory began to dissolve from within, leaving behind a group of those unable to maneuver their electric wheelchairs, gazing longingly at old Zhang sprinting in the distance. Hey, do you have any of those devices left? I'll give you 300,000. Would you sell me a pair? A man, with only one hand functioning, approached Liu Lang with the assistance of his family, pleading earnestly. Well, your situation is somewhat complicated. Not complicated at all. I'll offer 500,000. What do you say? If that doesn't work, just name your price. I beg you. With a face twisted in desperation. He felt on the verge of tears, never anticipating that Liu Lang genuinely possessed the capability to restore their mobility. He cursed himself for his previous lack of foresight. The embarrassment was minor compared to the fear of Liu Lang harboring resentment and refusing to sell to him. Patients fortunate enough to reside in this upscale rehabilitation facility typically had some wealth, as the annual therapy costs could reach into the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Unaffordable for an ordinary family. Thus, should the opportunity arise to regain their mobility, they would go to great lengths to gather funds, even if it meant several 100,000. Let us discuss your fractures and healing first. For now, please register and wait in line. Liu Lang dismissed the desperate individual with a few words, leaving him disheartened to learn he might only stand again in 3 months, depending on the availability of the equipment. Meanwhile, outside the walls of the rehabilitation facility, a substantial police presence had assembled. Chapter 35, Commercial Production Model Finalization. The situation inside had become rather complex. Hundreds of patients and their families have surrounded the factory, their emotions running high, making a direct breakthrough unfeasible to avoid provoking them and inducing a stress response. Snipers are hastily taking their positions, armed with tranquilizer rounds. The Special Police Airborne Unit stands ready for immediate deployment to rescue the hostages. Other allied forces maintain their positions on the periphery, awaiting further orders. The objective is to secure the hostages, ensuring their safety above all else. Efforts must be made to avoid harming the agitated crowd. However, if anyone attempts to assault the target, limited use of force is permitted to neutralize the threat. Outside the walls, a clean-shaven man devoid of any identifiable insignia is solemnly orchestrating the operational deployment. Captain, which unit does this individual belong to? What authority does he have to take command here? One officer remarked. It's merely a civil dispute. Yet they've mobilized the special police and even dispatched police helicopters. It's utterly outrageous. Another added. Indeed. Our legitimate police forces aren't even allowed to directly participate in the operation. We're relegated to peripheral duties. Amidst the murmurs of discontent from his subordinates, Captain Peng, who felt equally perplexed. Upon receiving the emergency call from the police center, he had anticipated a typical civil dispute. However, within a mere 10-minute journey, he received 3 urgent calls from his superiors, his brigade leader, the chief, and the district security bureau head, all insisting on his full cooperation with the higher authorities. En route, he even encountered the special police unit, fully armed, with police helicopters typically reserved for drills now in action. At that moment, Peng, who almost believed a terrorist attack had unfolded in his jurisdiction. Everyone, focus. Let us not embarrass our precinct. Keep your chatter to a minimum. Peng, who admonished his younger officers before leading them to their designated waiting area. Just as the operations commander, the clean-shaven man, was about to issue the order to commence the rescue, intelligence from within the walls caught him off guard. What do you mean it's already been resolved? Just moments ago, it was said to be on the brink of escalation, requiring immediate support. I can't explain it clearly. You'd best come see for yourself. As the police forces he had deployed entered the enclosure, the gathered officers and special forces were met with a bewildering sight. Dozens, if not hundreds, of disabled patients were maneuvering electric wheelchairs, pursuing a figure ahead of them. Upon closer inspection, the figure appeared to be an elderly gentleman, clad in a bizarre suit of armor constructed from various metal frameworks, moving with an astonishing agility that far surpassed expectations for someone of his age. Old Zhang, stop running. Let me take a look at that thing. I'm not trying to steal it, shouted one of the pursuers. Zhang, if you keep this up, I'll pull your catheter. Another yelled. Grandpa Zhang, don't run outside. Don't damage that armor. I haven't had a chance to try it yet. As Peng Hu and his team pried open the main gate, they were startled by the sight of a figure rushing toward them, followed closely by a legion of electric wheelchairs. In his 20 years of service, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary scene. Captain, is the person running ahead a hostage? Nonsense. That is a patient from this institution. Is this not a rehabilitation facility? Should it not be filled with individuals with disabilities? How can that person outrun me? By the time the situation was completely under control, an hour had passed. Under the forceful execution of dozens of police officers, the exoskeleton prototype was finally removed from old Zhang. The numerous patients and their families, who had initially gathered to protest and demand a refund from the rehabilitation facility, were now embroiled in internal discord over the queue to purchase the slots for the rehabilitation exoskeleton armor. At this moment, no one mentioned refunds anymore. Instead, they eagerly anticipated Liu Lang to commence the collection of pre-orders for the rehabilitation exoskeleton armor. This farce, after much ado, reached a satisfactory resolution. The hospitalized patients within the rehabilitation facility reached a comprehensive understanding with Liu Lang. He promised to expedite the development of the commercial model of the rehabilitation exoskeleton armor for rapid mass production, ensuring that the hospitalized patients would have priority purchasing rights. Thereafter, Liu Lang could finally begin the development of the commercial model of the exoskeleton armor. When Liu Lang originally crafted the prototype, it was based on the military version depicted in films. Naturally, the commercial version could not be as rugged as the prototype. It would be best to establish 3 model variants: a low-end model to meet basic needs at minimal cost to expand the user base, a mid-range model to build reputation and promote vigorously as the backbone of sales, and a high-end model designed as a luxury item to elevate brand value and cater to the affluent class. Liu Lang's sister, Liu Nian, being a professional, had a deeper understanding of market demand than he did. With her insightful suggestions, Liu Lang spent a week finalizing the first batch of market-oriented commercial exoskeleton armor. The Guardian series, as the most affordable model in the commercial line, is constructed entirely from spliced stainless steel to reduce costs and expedite modular mass production, minimizing the use of metal materials wherever possible. Apart from the critical brain-machine interface, the material costs of the remaining components are remarkably low, amounting to merely a few hundred yuan. The Guardian series is further divided into the fashion dynamic type, suited for individuals with mild disabilities, such as the loss of a limb, ensuring they can regain a certain level of mobility, and the fashion elegant type, designed for those with severe disabilities, such as complete paralysis below the neck, enabling them to regain some degree of movement for basic self-care. The Premium Selection series, considered the cornerstone of the plan, targets the most significant consumer demographic, the middle class. This entire series employs aerospace-grade aluminum alloy, carbon fiber for the sports series, and various high-strength, durable materials, incorporating anatomically tailored components to enhance comfort. Additionally, it offers up to 10 size variants based on the wearer's body shape and weight to ensure maximum customer satisfaction. Furthermore, the Premier Selection series offers a variety of post-purchase customization services, including but not limited to film application, color change, bespoke pattern engraving, and the addition of functional kits. This series is divided into 2 models, the luxurious dynamic and the luxurious intelligent. The former caters to a broad audience, enabling physically capable users to enhance their athletic prowess while significantly reducing their physical exertion. The latter represents a comprehensive upgrade of the intelligent version from the Guardian series, featuring enhanced strength in the prosthetic components, greater comfort in wear, and a more extensive range of services. The final offering is the Exclusive series, aimed at the elite market segment, characterized by users who exhibit the lowest sensitivity to price within the luxury consumer demographic. Consequently, even the most affordable model in this series commands a price exceeding 1 million. In the future, the series will feature limited edition collaborations with various brands, utilizing precious metals, leather, and other luxury embellishments to enhance its exclusivity. Technologically, the products will not diverge significantly from the mid-range Premier Selection series. Moreover, there will be a meticulously crafted high-end version designed to meet the needs of outdoor extreme sports enthusiasts, such as rock climbers, mountaineers, and those engaged in wilderness obstacle navigation and emergency rescue. This segment presents a substantial market opportunity, given the high demands for performance and quality in outdoor adventure gear, as these products can indeed be life-saving in critical moments. Catering effectively to this demographic will significantly elevate the brand's reputation and prestige. Thus, the performance ceiling of the bespoke high-end version will reach the pinnacle of civilian commercial specifications. Once the initial development models were confirmed, Liu Lang commenced renovations on the production line within the equipment manufacturing facility. The primary challenge in the commercial mass production of the therapeutic prosthetic armor lies in the brain-machine interface device, a crucial apparatus for information exchange between the human body and the prosthetic armor, the importance of which is undeniably paramount. The manufacturing complexity and confidentiality required for other components of the prosthetic armor are comparatively less demanding. As long as the supply of the critical brain-machine interface device is well managed, the remaining components can be entrusted to the equipment manufacturing department. Having resolved the industrial mass production of the prosthetic armor, a new challenge presented itself to Liu Lang: how to effectively promote the product. Previous videos capturing the moments when patients and their families confronted the Liu siblings failed to circulate widely on the internet due to various issues, including network limitations, security permissions, and potential violations of content regulations. Liu Lang, his sister, initially suggested adopting the conventional strategy employed by tech companies during product launches, collaborating with influential online personalities to promote the product and investing in advertising on digital platforms. While the effectiveness of this approach was uncertain, the expenditure would undoubtedly be substantial. By the way, brother, aren't you an influencer as well? What could be more fitting than you endorsing your own product? If not for his sister's reminder, Liu Lang might have overlooked the fact that he had become a notable figure in the online realm. Following the release of the two science fiction short films, Space Elevator Battle and Moonfall Crisis, and with the vigorous promotion by Byte Entertainment, Liu Lang has ascended to become one of the most renowned figures in the realm of Chinese science fiction. His follower count on Douyin has soared to over 60 million and continues to rise. Recently, he has been trending across various online platforms. And although the initial fervor has waned, he has undeniably become a household name. Seizing this momentum, Liu Lang has commenced promoting his endeavors on his social media platforms. He released a video announcing the establishment of his sole proprietorship technology and introduced a groundbreaking product, the therapeutic exoskeletal armor, designed to assist individuals with disabilities in regaining mobility. In the video, he not only elaborated on the functionalities and specifications of three distinct series of exoskeletal armors, the Guardian Series, Premium Selection Series, and Luxury Series, but also disclosed their pricing structures. The Guardian Series, positioned as the entry-level option, starts at 99,900 yuan, excluding the technological value of the brain-machine interface. The production cost of a single unit of this series is approximately 900 yuan, leaving a staggering profit margin of 99,000 yuan. The Premium Selection Series targets the mid-range market, offering more features and catering to a broader audience beyond just individuals with physical disabilities, thus commanding a higher price point, ranging from 300,000 to 1,000,000 yuan. Finally, the Luxury Series, priced above 1 million yuan, is not Liu Lang's primary focus until the exoskeletal armors gain wider market acceptance. Should the Guardian and Premium Selection Series receive favorable market responses, luxury brands will likely be eager to collaborate on co-branded products, thereby enhancing the intrinsic value of the exoskeletal armors. As for concerns regarding the pricing, Liu Lang remains unperturbed. The functionality of the therapeutic exoskeletal armor is an absolute necessity for individuals with disabilities, and with such a vast demographic requiring it, he is confident in the product's sales potential. Indeed, the end of the world cannot escape the influence of commerce. Liu Lang, have you forgotten your original intentions? Hurry up and create that video, you wretched procrastinator. Technology? A splendid name that embodies a sci-fi essence. I initially thought it would be called Liu Lang Technology. I wanted to support our esteemed leader, especially considering the high production costs of CG effects, but these prices are exorbitant. The entry-level version suitable for individuals with disabilities starts at a minimum of 100,000 yuan, and the luxurious dynamic version I'm interested in is priced at 600,000 yuan. The gentleman above seems unaware of the cost associated with such specialized medical equipment. A price of 100,000 yuan is already quite reasonable. If the effects presented in the video are genuine, people would be clamoring to pay 500,000 yuan. This is a medical device capable of restoring mobility to paralyzed individuals. Why does this resemble the exoskeleton armor from video games? Given that weight capacity is not an issue, it would be prudent to equip it with armor and weapon modules, transforming it into a super soldier on the battlefield. The introduction of the video, freshly uploaded, swiftly attracted a multitude of viewers who flocked to the comments section to voice their opinions. Upon encountering a suggestion to militarize his exoskeletal armor, Liu Lang could not help but smile wryly. He was well aware of the military value inherent in exoskeletal armor technology. After all, the therapeutic exoskeleton he was promoting was derived from military-grade designs featured in films. However, he understood the implications of proactively marketing such sensitive technology related to national defense. Uncertain of the official stance towards him, he was wary of the potential repercussions should he encounter a hardliner who might impose restrictive measures upon him. The power of an individual pales in comparison to the will of the state. As preparations for his live-action film adaptation of The Wandering Earth progressed, he was keen to avoid any disruptions at this critical juncture. While collaborating with the authorities could yield numerous conveniences, it also introduced various uncertainties. Liu Lang opted to adopt a wait-and-see approach, knowing that the technology utilized in the therapeutic exoskeleton would inevitably attract the attention of official forces. Should they choose to approach him for collaboration, he would then possess greater leverage in negotiations. Chapter 37. Running Beneath the Setting Sun. The passage of youth after Liu Lang chose to endorse his product, the therapeutic exoskeleton, sparked extensive discussions across the internet. As an unprecedented, innovative technological device, the functionalities showcased in the promotional video offered assistance to individuals with disabilities that far surpassed all existing medications and devices available on the market. Consequently, it naturally drew an avalanche of skepticism. Can an animator really produce such a technological product? It's one thing for a sci-fi film director to endorse technology, but to claim that this is your creation is utterly ridiculous. As a researcher in life sciences, I must assert that the artificial neuron projects globally are still in their infancy. Based on the effects advertised in the video, I can only say there is a possibility. But the challenges to realization are immense, likely placing us 30 to 40 years behind the current global standards. Internet Police, Dragon Country Academy of Sciences, come forth to debunk this. The wave of skepticism inundated the comments section of the video. Many potential buyers, witnessing this backlash, began to waver in their intentions. As the strategic director of Byte Entertainment, Dong Yinling was unusually anxious and quickly reached out to Liu Lang. Mr. Liu, if you are in need of funds, you can simply tell me. There is no need to wade into this murky waters of product promotion. What is the situation with that technology? How much have you received from the other party? Regardless of the compensation amount, return it to them immediately. Byte will cover it. We must swiftly distance ourselves from this matter. I've already contacted the company's legal department, and a professional team of commercial lawyers will be dispatched to assist you. Just 1 hour after the video's release, Dong Yinling had already reached out to the legal department for support. As a celebrated sci-fi film director championed by Byte Entertainment, Liu Lang's work had not only caused a stir domestically, but had also garnered acclaim abroad. The new work, The Wandering Earth, has been submitted for consideration to prestigious international science fiction literary awards after translation and has already been shortlisted. At this critical juncture, Dong Yinling must ensure that Liu Lang is not ensnared by any negative public opinion. Although the situation is still unfolding, she has, like many others, prematurely concluded that Liu Lang has been deceived by others for the sake of promoting this technological initiative. After all, it seems almost fantastical that a director of a science fiction film, a graduate of a film academy, could unravel the complexities of the neuronal life sciences that have perplexed countless researchers worldwide. Ms. Dong, the technology is from my own company, and everything promoted in the video is entirely true. I cannot elaborate on the specifics over the phone, but time will reveal the truth. Liu Lang provided little further explanation and reassured her not to worry before hanging up. Director, I have discovered that the technology originally belonged to a rehabilitation institution, which was recently acquired and renamed. The owners and legal representatives of the company are Liu Lang and Liu Nian. After the call, Dong Yinling initially thought Liu Lang was merely being obstinate. However, her assistant confirmed the accuracy of the information provided. Yet, Dong Yinling remained undeterred. The company may belong to him, but the technology showcased in that video may not be authentic. The reason Liu Lang hastily ended the call was that he was preoccupied with preparing for another matter, participating in a half marathon. However, the key was not his own participation, but rather having the elderly Mr. Zhang, who was equipped with the premium series exoskeleton armor, take part. This decision was made after careful consideration. To dispel doubts, mere words would not suffice. One must demonstrate through tangible actions. And what could be more convincing than a high-level paraplegic completing a half marathon while wearing it? The first batch of exoskeleton armor produced by the manufacturing facility was repurposed for promotional purposes by Liu Lang. Upon hearing that they could be among the first to secure purchase rights for the initial batch of rehabilitation exoskeleton armor, the patients in the rehabilitation area eagerly signed up, nearly sparking a commotion. Ultimately, it was the elderly Mr. Zhang, a high-level paraplegic, who stood out and was selected to participate in the nearby Binhu District half marathon. Regarding the need to reveal his true identity for promotional purposes, Mr. Zhang expressed no concern. Experiencing the sensation of running once more after so many years was, in his eyes, more precious than anything else. Brother, it's all set. It's about to begin. Liu Nian once again concealed the exoskeleton armor closely fitted to Mr. Zhang's body beneath athletic wear, signaling her elder brother with an enthusiastic gesture. She had to admit that compared to her brother Liu Lang's wildly imaginative promotional approach, her original suggestion of enlisting popular influencers was rather lackluster. Beside them, Mr. Zhang was equally exhilarated. The exoskeleton armor he wore this time had undergone significant optimization. It was smaller, more form-fitting, and comfortable than before. Its design resembled a full-body support garment, and beneath the guise of athletic wear, its presence went entirely unnoticed by onlookers. Liu Lang received a signal and began to unlock his phone, activating the Douyin live broadcast mode. Hello everyone, I am Liu Lang, currently participating in the Binhu District Half Marathon. Liu Lang waved at the camera, provided an overview of the scene, and then directed the lens towards the main competitor of the technology team, Old Zhang. Hey, how can you still have the leisure to livestream while running? Hurry up and address the doubts. Liu Lang, you must hold on. Don't let things fall apart. Where's the host? I want to see the handsome host. Who is this old man? The old gentleman seems quite spirited. He looks to be in his 60s and is still participating in a half marathon. I'll bet 5 dimes that this old man definitely won't complete the race. As soon as Liu Lang began the broadcast, a multitude of spectators flooded into the live stream. They initially assumed Liu Lang was broadcasting to clarify the controversies surrounding a video. However, to their surprise, Liu Lang did not mention the topic at all, seemingly focused solely on live streaming the half marathon. Gradually, the viewer's attention shifted, guided by Liu Lang's lens, to Old Zhang. With the sound of the starting gun, thousands embarked on the 21-kilometer run. Liu Lang, holding a stabilizing gimbal, pointed the camera at Old Zhang for the entirety of the race. I just entered the live stream, but I don't quite understand what is happening here. The old gentleman is running quite fast. He is already in the lead group. It's useless. Long-distance running is about enduring stamina, not explosive power. Running fast at the beginning doesn't matter. Before long, he won't be able to keep up. The discussions among the viewers in Liu Lang's livestream were lost on Old Zhang, who remained oblivious and unconcerned. His sole focus was on the joy of running, reveling in the sensation of sweat and the wind against his face. Memories of running under the sunset flooded back to him, echoes of a youth long past. Chapter 38, Hardcore Marketing Approach Director. I have made arrangements with the media, newspapers, television stations, and several prominent fitness influencers will be present. Upon hearing this, the director of the Binhu District Sports Committee, who had just participated in the opening ceremony speech, nodded in satisfaction. He had spent nearly 6 months preparing for the Binhu District Half Marathon, aiming to achieve significant results and enhance his presence before the leaders of the district. To achieve this, he had officially invited a group of internationally renowned African long-distance runners to participate, elevating the competition's international and professional stature. Coupled with the cooperation of numerous local enterprises and universities, the half marathon attracted 4,000 to 5,000 participants, showcasing the community's enthusiasm for sports and contributing positively to the establishment of a civilized demonstration area. It was indeed a commendable political achievement. Wait, who is currently leading the race? The director glanced at the live drone footage and noticed that the front of the running pack had shifted from the initial African professional runners to an unfamiliar old gentleman. His assistant quickly checked the registration details. The director remarked, "It is that individual from the technology unit whose registration documents indicate he is 60 years old." The assistant introduced with a hint of surprise. "Ah, this venerable gentleman truly possesses the vigor of youth. Despite his advanced age, his athletic prowess remains formidable. Shall we ensure that the broadcast captures ample footage of him? This could serve as a focal point for promotion. Additionally, arrange for an ambulance to trail closely behind him. We must be vigilant to prevent any unforeseen incidents." The elderly gentleman, undeterred by age, resolutely participated in the marathon, running with the enthusiasm of a youth. The headline for this news would undoubtedly be captivating, embodying the positive energy they wished to promote. If this elder can exert himself so tirelessly, how could the younger generation dare to be complacent? As the director observed the images of the elderly gentleman running, he contemplated how best to orchestrate publicity that would yield maximum benefit for the organization hosting the Binhu District Half Marathon. However, as he continued to watch, he noticed something amiss. What is happening? How is this gentleman maintaining his position in the lead pack? The professional long-distance runners from Africa are falling increasingly behind. Many spectators on site began to sense the oddity. When Old Zhang surged to the forefront of the running pack, many cheered enthusiastically, but as he remained consistently in the lead, those familiar with long-distance running grew increasingly astounded. Long-distance running, particularly in a marathon, is a test of endurance and stamina. It is generally challenging for an ordinary person to complete the full distance, let alone lead ahead of a cohort of professional athletes. 20 minutes had elapsed since the start, and the elderly gentleman still held his leading position, widening the gap between himself and the professional runners with each passing moment. This is utterly absurd. I've run a half marathon and it took me nearly 3 hours. This elder is far superior. Not just superior. There's a live broadcast of the Binhu District Half Marathon, and he has left a group of professional runners in his wake. Goodness, look closely. It seems the elder is wearing the therapeutic exoskeleton previously advertised by the rehabilitation center. Is this live stream merely a ploy to showcase product efficacy? The viewers in Liu Lang's live stream quickly regained their composure and, before long, surmised Liu Lang's true intentions for broadcasting. Director, this seems problematic. I just inquired about the elderly gentleman's situation from the technology head, Miss Lu Nian. She informed me of his background. What do you mean problematic? Are you flustered? Could it be that this gentleman is a retired national-level athlete? That shouldn't be an issue. Our competition does not prohibit professional athletes from participating. The director dismissed the assistant's anxiety, eager to have a competitor like this elder to elevate the excitement surrounding the Binhu District Half Marathon. Director, you must come and see. This elderly gentleman is a patient from the Technological Rehabilitation Center, paralyzed from the waist down, classified as a level 1 disability. The assistant trembled as he spoke. What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? The director glared fiercely at the assistant upon hearing his words. Any reasonable individual would likely react with astonishment upon hearing that a person with a high-level spinal cord injury is leading a marathon. However, when the director glimpsed Mr. Zhang's disability certificate and the extensive 10-year diagnostic report, he was rendered speechless, frozen in disbelief. How could this be possible, given Mr. Zhang's unwavering pace, which seemed to accelerate as he progressed? It was highly plausible that he would secure first place in the Binhu District Half Marathon. Yet, as the organizer of this event, the director was haunted by a dreadful thought. A patient who had been paralyzed for a decade was effortlessly outpacing numerous professional runners, claiming the top honor. This was far from an inspiring tale of resilience. It was poised to become a catastrophic incident. Who would trust the integrity of the competition? Who would believe it? In that moment, the director knew he would be the scapegoat for any fallout. Liu Lang remained oblivious to the panic engulfing the event organizers. He trailed closely behind Mr. Zhang, completing the race in 58 minutes and finally reaching the finish line. The staff awaiting at the finish were taken aback as they witnessed Mr. Zhang and Liu Lang crossing the line in succession. They had anticipated that the first to finish would be one of the invited elite African runners. See, congratulations. If I'm not mistaken, 57 minutes and 46 seconds. You should have shattered the half-marathon world record. The staff, eyes glued to the timer, could hardly believe their eyes. Finally, with a strained voice, they conveyed this remarkable news to Mr. Zhang. A 60-year-old man had indeed broken the half-marathon world record, leaving the staff in utter shock. Not only did this unfold offline, but it also ignited a media frenzy online and in the live broadcast room. The race was documented in real time, leaving no room for deceit regarding the timing. As the identity of Mr. Zhang, a 10-year high-level paraplegic, became public, the situation began to take on a surreal quality. Liu Lang subsequently showcased the fitted exoskeleton armor beneath his athletic wear. This hardcore promotional strategy propelled the therapeutic exoskeleton armor to the top of trending lists across major internet platforms. After consulting with authoritative researchers about the technological prowess encapsulated in the armor, the Safety Bureau, which had been quietly observing, finally sprang into action. Chapter 39. Teacher Liu Lang begins his class as the officials of the Binhu District Half Marathon grappled with whether the auxiliary equipment worn by Liu Lang and Mr. Zhang met the award standards. Liu Lang had already dismissed any concern for the event's medal, in comparison to a trivial accolade from an amateur sporting event. The buzz generated online for the therapeutic exoskeleton armor was what truly mattered to him. The acquisition of a rebranded technology company, equipped with complete medical device manufacturing and sales qualifications, ensured that the production lines within the manufacturing facility could support the mass production of the therapeutic exoskeleton armor. Under the adept guidance of my younger sister Lu Nian, the technologically advanced therapeutic exoskeleton has officially commenced pre-sale online. Even before Liu Lang's live stream had fully concluded, a plethora of pre-sale orders began to flood in. With Liu Lang's inventive and engaging sales technique, coupled with the astonishing functionalities of the therapeutic exoskeleton, the technological marvel swiftly gained prominence across the internet. Just as Liu Lang returned to the machinery manufacturing facility, his sister Lu Nian informed him of an unexpected visit from uninvited guests. Greetings, Mr. Liu. I am Shirley from the security department, holding the rank of colonel. Upon encountering this sturdy, crew-cut man who greeted him with a smile, Liu Lang felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Upon hearing the mention of the security department and the military rank, a jolt of realization struck Liu Lang. Official forces had finally initiated contact with him. Are you here regarding this? Liu Lang inquired directly, gesturing towards the array of therapeutic exoskeletons on the production line. Shirley surveyed the exoskeletons, then turned his gaze back to Liu Lang, his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and intrigue. He had not anticipated Liu Lang would achieve such notable scientific advancements so swiftly. Although the technology demonstrated by the therapeutic exoskeleton bore no evident direct connection to national defense, the associated techniques of artificial neuron manufacturing, analysis, and control remained at the forefront of life sciences globally. The research implications and the potential future value of this technology were beyond measure. Moreover, after their previous encounter, Shirley believed Liu Lang to be more approachable than he had initially assumed. To convey sincerity, he personally led a team of relevant scientific experts from the Academy of Sciences to verify the technologies related to the therapeutic exoskeleton. Given that Shirley had previously disguised himself as a high-ranking executive from DJI during his role as a security consultant, this marked the first formal meeting between Liu Lang and him. This is simply astounding, so incredibly seamless. As Liu Lang conversed with Shirley, the accompanying scientific experts eagerly began to experiment with the samples of the therapeutic exoskeleton displayed on the shelves. After a short period of exploration, the experts, being authorities in their respective fields, swiftly donned the exoskeleton. Upon activating the device, they could immediately manipulate their own bodies through the brain-machine interface located at the nape of their necks. The instantaneous mechanical response, devoid of any delay, felt akin to wielding direct control over the metallic exoskeleton with their minds. The latency and obstructive sensations caused by neuron signal conversion had long been the most significant challenge faced by researchers in this domain. To witness their persistent dilemma vanish entirely with Liu Lang's therapeutic exoskeleton left one particular researcher exclaiming in astonishment. This is researcher Tianyun from Institute 706. The senior director of the Brain Neuroscience Project, Shirley promptly introduced the awestruck scientific expert to Liu Lang. If I am not mistaken, the prevailing methods of artificial neuron signal transmission worldwide can be categorized into 3 distinct steps. The initial step involves converting dopamine chemical signals into electrical currents. The subsequent stage utilizes these electrical signals to adaptively modulate the internal resistance state of the memristor. Following this, the Joule heating effect is employed to stimulate the device to release dopamine chemical signals, which are then transmitted to adjacent neurons, facilitating bidirectional communication of chemical information. Liu Lang glanced at Shirley beside him and the research expert not far away, continuing his discourse. This methodology is not without merit. However, should neuronal information exchange adopt such an approach, it necessitates numerous complex transformations between chemical and electrical biosignals. The efficiency is woefully inadequate, and the prolonged duration results in unresolved operational latency issues. The research expert named Tianyun nodded slightly at Liu Lang's remarks, recognizing that this was indeed a vexing problem for their Institute 706, as well as scholars in related fields worldwide. Thus, I have adopted a more direct and effective method. After parsing the biochemical signals of life-endowed neurons, I facilitate ex vivo electrical signal interaction. This approach significantly reduces the frequency of signal exchanges, enhancing the speed of neuronal signal interpretation and transmission. Liu Lang gradually revealed a glimpse of the core technological principles concerning the exoskeletal armor. Upon hearing Liu Lang's words, Tianyun's eyes widened in disbelief. So that is the case, but this operation is exceedingly complex. The technical difficulty surpasses the previous method by tenfold at least. How did you accomplish this? Liu Lang smiled, elaborating briefly on the design scheme for the neuronal interaction parsing within the core brain-machine interface of the therapeutic-type prosthetic armor, providing Tianyun with a succinct overview of the technical methods involved. Although the realm of artificial neuron technology is vast, Liu Lang only divulged the tip of the iceberg, yet it left Tianyun astonished, akin to clearing the fog to reveal the bright sky. Observing their conversation, Shirley, despite his background in security forces and lacking comprehension of such advanced scientific concepts, was acutely aware of the significance of Liu Lang's knowledge. At that moment, senior researcher Tianyun appeared before Liu Lang like a diligent student, eager not to miss a single word, almost wishing to record every utterance with a voice recorder. Researcher, what do you think? After a few minutes of conversation, Tianyun was reluctantly pulled aside by Shirley for inquiry. 10 years. The content from just these few minutes could conservatively accelerate our domestic artificial neuron project by a decade's worth of research progress. The value of such brief dialogue is so immense. Shirley certainly did not doubt Tianyun's words, and thus, his assessment of Liu Lang's value elevated another notch. His gaze towards Liu Lang now imbued with greater eagerness. Mr. Liu, would you be interested in collaborating with our Institute 706? Shirley gradually proposed an offer that was unlikely to be declined. Chapter 40. Filming base, props factory finalized. The debts owed by your technology institute to the bank can be completely wiped out, and furthermore, a batch of interest-free loans can be provided, tentatively set at $300 million. Following the technological collaboration with the 706 Institute, I can officially assure you that any related technologies developed will not be utilized in commercial ventures, thereby ensuring no conflict with the operations of your esteemed tech company. Furthermore, should you have any additional requests, please feel free to express them. I will endeavor to accommodate within the limits of my capabilities. Shirley earnestly conveyed the conditions that he could offer on behalf of the official body. Liu Lang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The terms were indeed unexpectedly generous. The cancellation of a bank debt effectively gifted Liu Lang over $50 million, while the subsequent interest-free loan, amounting to $300 million, came with no specified repayment timeline. For Liu Lang, who was in urgent need of funds to expand his production line, this was akin to receiving timely assistance amidst adversity. Regarding the shared technology, the assurance that it would not be employed in the commercial sector, aside from avoiding conflicts with Liu Lang's tech company, hinted at a deeper implication. If it were not to be used in the commercial sphere, could it not be utilized in military applications? The technology demonstrated by the therapeutic exoskeleton indeed holds vast potential within military contexts. This was precisely what Shirley valued. Otherwise, a technology that could only achieve success in civilian commercial fields would hardly warrant direct involvement from the Security Bureau. As it happened, Liu Lang found himself with certain needs. He recognized that this was the opportune moment to articulate his desires, for some of his aspirations could only be efficiently addressed through official channels. I would like to designate a piece of land here, Liu Lang said eagerly, opening a map on his phone and pointing to a coastal area on Hainan Island as he spoke to Shirley. Shirley looked somewhat puzzled. Was Liu Lang considering establishing his company there, or perhaps constructing a seaside villa? In truth, I am a director currently planning to shoot a science fiction film, and I intend to select this location as the film's base of operations. A film base? Shooting a movie? Shirley stared in bewilderment at Liu Lang, who was animatedly presenting his plans. He almost forgot that Liu Lang was indeed an award-winning science fiction director abroad. However, the productions he had been involved with were primarily short animated films. No director would be satisfied with merely creating short films. It is the feature films that grace cinemas which truly showcase a director's prowess. Seemingly sensing Shirley's thoughts, Liu Lang continued to elaborate. Observing Liu Lang, who could undoubtedly thrive through scientific and technological endeavors, yet sought to validate himself in the realm of filmmaking, Shirley was left both confused and profoundly astonished. Nevertheless, due to the unique nature of the Security Bureau, Shirley had encountered numerous domestic prodigies in scientific and academic fields. These individuals, possessing intellect and logical reasoning far beyond the ordinary, often exhibited peculiar quirks. Some had a penchant for cross-dressing, while others enjoyed skinny dipping, casually strolling down streets to capture stray cats and dogs for sterilization at pet clinics. And there were even those who bravely spent nights by forest graves. In contrast, Liu Lang's fervent ambition to produce a live-action science fiction film appears rather mundane. He has chosen a remote film base, with only a semi-abandoned coastal port nearby. After a brief consultation via phone, Shirley promptly provided Liu Lang with an affirmative response. The area, encompassing 50 square kilometers, including the port, would be allocated for his film production. Once filming is completed, the site could also be utilized for commercial operations. The local townsfolk would be duly informed to facilitate the filming process. Shirley acted swiftly. Within a mere 10 minutes, a few phone calls resolved Liu Lang's persistent dilemma regarding the filming location. To enhance the authenticity and impact of the film's visuals, on-site filming is deemed essential. Liu Lang's vision for the live-action adaptation of The Wandering Earth is an ambitious undertaking. The grand spectacles involved necessitate locations of exceptional caliber, particularly to emphasize the magnitude of the scenes. Additionally, considering the planned site for the space elevator, Liu Lang thoughtfully selected Hainan Island at the southern tip of Long Country's map. Initially, securing a filming location was no small feat, even with the assistance of Byte Entertainment. Such swift coordination seemed unlikely. However, with the intervention of the official powers represented by the Security Bureau, everything fell into place seamlessly. Moreover, I wish to establish a factory near the filming site and require your provision of some critical high-temperature electrolysis equipment and industrial gas materials. Given the constraints surrounding the procurement of specialized industrial equipment, Liu Lang made an additional request. A factory? What is the purpose of building a factory for a film? Shirley was somewhat perplexed. The requirements for props in a science fiction film are exceedingly high. This is my first live-action science fiction endeavor, and I must strive for perfection. Liu Lang recalled the planned construction of the space elevator and responded earnestly. Shirley fell silent. Realizing that Liu Lang was genuinely committed to his cinematic aspirations, having meticulously chosen a filming base, and even planning to construct a factory for prop production. This piqued his curiosity about the type of science fiction film Liu Lang would ultimately create. Very well, I will contact the relevant departments and expedite the factory arrangements. After finalizing several details, Liu Lang and Shirley reached a consensus. Liu Lang shared the technology behind the therapeutic exoskeleton armor with the official 706 Institute in exchange for their support of his film project. However, he was not prepared to reveal the space elevator technology to the outside world just yet. In his view, the involvement of official powers in artistic endeavors such as filmmaking is not always beneficial. The current level of official engagement strikes a perfect balance, offering ample assistance without exerting excessive influence over him. Liu Lang must ensure that he possesses absolute authority over the filming of The Wandering Earth. He has resolved to unveil the space elevator technology to the public only when the moment is opportune. Mr. Liu, these blueprints. Why do they resemble military design models so closely? While handing over the documentation for the therapeutic exoskeleton armor technology to Liu Lang, and Tianyun inadvertently discovered several peculiar drawings among the materials. The external reaction armor, weapon combat platforms capable of carrying over 1,000 kilograms, battlefield emergency rescue equipment modules, and more. Before he could contemplate the transformative military implications of the therapeutic exoskeleton armor, the militarized application version of the exoskeleton armor technology had already presented itself before him in the form of blueprints. Chapter 41. Hardcore Sci-Fi Film. These blueprints are merely for fun. I'm just a filmmaker. What do I know about military equipment? They were drawn with the inspiration of sci-fi film props. So please don't take them seriously. Liu Lang hurriedly distanced himself from these drawings, and Tianyun was momentarily taken aback. I find these data quite detailed. Their feasibility for implementation seems substantial, not haphazard. While he was still pondering, Shirley quickly reacted. Researcher and Mr. Liu has already stated that these are just for fun. Let us not dwell on it. Mr. Liu has concluded his visit for today. We can reconvene another time when convenient. Shirley promptly urged the still-dazed and Tianyun to leave. The tech company currently specializes in civilian-grade, therapeutic exoskeleton armor, and any association with the military would undoubtedly spell trouble for the technology. Hence, Shirley comprehended Liu Lang's recent demeanor perfectly. As the custodian of the therapeutic exoskeleton armor technology, Liu Lang's design of the military variant of the exoskeleton armor holds significant reference value for the 706 Institute, which is still exploring artificial neuron-related technologies. These blueprints would undoubtedly expedite the development of the Dragon Nation's military version of the exoskeleton armor. Having a military background, Shirley places considerable importance on equipment capable of significantly enhancing individual combat capabilities. The Dragon Nation prides itself on having the strongest infantry on Blue Star, and in Shirley's view, such individual equipment is the most likely invention to alter the landscape of future land warfare. Having resolved the collaboration with the official 706 Institute, Liu Lang redirected his focus back to the company's operations. With the assistance of his sister Liu Nian, a finance management major, the company has emerged from the previous rehabilitation institution's slump, swiftly regaining vitality. The primary catalyst for this resurgence has been the influx of orders generated by the therapeutic exoskeleton armor. Following the conclusion of the half marathon in the coastal district, the therapeutic exoskeleton armor, showcased by Old Zhang's extraordinary performance, utterly captivated the online audience. Throughout the live broadcast, the formidable capabilities of the therapeutic exoskeleton armor, worn by Old Zhang, were unmistakably evident. Tens of thousands of pre-sale orders swiftly filled the production capacity of the manufacturing facility. And this was merely the order volume from the first day of pre-sales. Despite the exorbitant cost of the rehabilitation exoskeleton, with the base model starting at a staggering 100,000 and mid-range versions reaching several 100,000 for enhanced capabilities, the price is not deemed excessive by those with pressing needs, particularly individuals with physical disabilities. The daily expenses for their treatment and care are substantial, compelling them to invest in such technology. Moreover, the rehabilitation exoskeleton promises to restore their longed-for autonomy of movement. Under Liu Nian's guidance, the interest-free loan from the bank, agreed upon by Shirley, was promptly utilized for the expansion of the technological manufacturing facility. The sheer volume of orders heralded immense profits. In stark contrast to the steep retail price of the rehabilitation exoskeleton, its production cost is remarkably low. The newly added 10 production lines commenced relentless operations around the clock. As soon as the components rolled off the production line and were assembled, they were immediately dispatched. The entire technological production department operated like a meticulously wound clockwork mechanism. tirelessly generating substantial profits for Liu Lang. Once the production and sales of the rehabilitation exoskeleton fell into a steady rhythm, Liu Lang entrusted the company's affairs to his sister and turned his attention to the long-anticipated live-action film project. Since acquiring the cinematic black technology system, he had been preparing for the live-action adaptation of The Wandering Earth. The previously shot CGI short films, Space Elevator Battle and Moonfall Crisis, served as precursors for the live-action feature. The black technology he redeemed and the technology companies he acquired were all strategic moves to amass sufficient funds to commence filming. The black technology list included the immensely coveted nuclear fusion planetary engine technology, valued at 1 billion points, and the 550 series artificial intelligence system technology, worth 3 billion points, both of which tantalized Liu Lang. Given the box office performance of the previous Wandering Earth, it is not inconceivable for a live-action film to gross 4 billion. However, the process of redeeming points from box office revenue is far more complex than that of video shorts. The profits from video shorts stem from the Starlight Award and a one-off transaction with Byte Entertainment, devoid of intermediaries profiting from the difference. Thus, points are nearly equivalent to monetary gains. Conversely, film box office revenues must be shared with distributors and cinemas. Typically, the production team retains no more than 40% of the total box office. This implies that Liu Lang would need to produce at least 2 Wandering Earth films to have a chance at acquiring 40 billion points, enabling the redemption of the nuclear fusion planetary engine and 550 series artificial intelligence system technologies. To maximize his share of box office profits and accumulate as many points as possible, Liu Lang found it necessary to position himself as the sole producer. The success of the rehabilitation exoskeleton would eventually provide Liu Lang with considerable financial backing, bolstering his confidence to initiate the filming of The Wandering Earth. His first point of contact was Dong Yinling, the strategic director of Byte Entertainment. In undertaking a project as vast and industrially complex as The Wandering Earth, the resources at the disposal of Byte Entertainment were indispensable to Liu Lang. When Dong Yinling learned that Liu Lang was preparing to shoot a live-action science fiction film, she felt somewhat taken aback. "Mr. Liu, is your script ready? What specific genre are you aiming for? A science fiction comedy, action film, or romance? What is the anticipated investment?" A barrage of questions tumbled from Dong Yinling's lips. As the director that Byte Entertainment was keen to promote, she was quite invested in Liu Lang's new endeavor. The script in question is the film adaptation of The Wandering Earth. The genre is hard science fiction, with an estimated investment of around 6.8 billion yuan. Liu Lang contemplated for a moment, factoring in the visual effects, and made a rough estimate of the costs. Upon hearing Liu Lang's words, Dong Yinling was momentarily stunned. Setting aside the script, the prospect of a hard science fiction film with an estimated investment of 6.8 billion yuan left her in silence. It sounded like a surefire path to financial ruin. Historically, there has been no commercially successful precedent for hard science fiction films in the annals of world cinema. With such a monumental investment, I find it challenging to persuade the company's decision-makers, Dong Yinling thought, assuming Liu Lang had called to solicit funds. Despite her position as the strategic director at Byte Entertainment, which afforded her considerable authority, investments of hundreds of millions still required the approval of the company's decision-making body. Moreover, she was not optimistic about the hard science fiction genre, leading her to politely decline Liu Lang's proposal. "I have resolved the investment issue. Now I only need Byte Entertainment's assistance with distribution and promotion." Dong Yinling was once again taken aback by Liu Lang's explanation. Now consumed by one pressing question: who on earth would be foolish enough to invest 6.8 billion yuan in a hard science fiction film? Chapter 42. Yes, I am that fool. The significance of developing science fiction films is immense, a fact that Dong Yinling, as Byte Entertainment's strategic director, understands better than anyone. Take, for instance, the current global box office rankings. The top 10 films, including Avatar, the 3 Avengers films, Star Wars, and Jurassic World, are all heavily infused with science fiction elements. Audiences around the world have varying preferences, customs, and cultural differences. A genre that thrives in one country may not resonate with viewers in another. This explains why comedies and romantic films, which are perennial favorites in Long Country, often struggle when released in international markets. The humor and nuances of comedies and romances can be difficult to convey to audiences from different cultural backgrounds. However, this issue does not apply to science fiction films. Starships, laser weapons, mechs, colossal beasts, and extraterrestrials, elements that have never manifested in the real world, strangely manage to pique the interest of diverse cultural groups across the globe. Coupled with the captivating spectacle of stunning CGI effects, these films can effortlessly draw in audiences. Given the same ticket prices and simultaneous releases, narrative-driven films, romances, and comedies from Long Country simply cannot compete with the established commercial science fiction films from abroad. This is also a significant reason why Dong Yinling is determined to support the science fiction genre. She aspires for ByteDance Entertainment to cultivate culturally impactful works with international resonance. Only through this can they effectively undermine domestic competitors like Alibaba and Tencent. This is indeed ByteDance Entertainment's strategy for surpassing the entire Chinese film industry. While Dong Yinling has confidence in the science fiction genre, it does not extend to hardcore sci-fi films. May I inquire about the source of your investment? Dong Yinling pondered. Perplexed. The Chinese film industry is neither too small nor too large, and she could hardly fathom which unwitting investor would commit a staggering $6.8 billion for a hardcore sci-fi film. I used my own funds. I recently acquired a technology company and launched a therapeutic exoskeleton product that has garnered considerable popularity. Coupled with dividends from DJI's new products and various other income streams, I am well equipped to invest in this film personally. Liu Lang was still being overly modest. The therapeutic exoskeleton was not merely popular. It was immensely successful, with orders extending 6 months into the future. The existing production lines, along with several under expansion, were functioning like money-printing machines, generating substantial cash flow for Liu Lang. Dong Yinling was momentarily taken aback, recalling the technology company under Liu Lang's name. Initially, she thought he was merely dabbling in business, considering his primary role as a film director. To her surprise, Liu Lang was genuinely treating technology as a serious venture, and it appeared he was doing quite well. By the way, the filming base and supporting prop factory have also been secured in Hainan Island. It won't be long before we can commence the film project. With funding in place, a script ready, and venues and equipment lined up, Dong Yinling could see Liu Lang's earnestness in bringing this hardcore sci-fi film to fruition. If there is anything ByteDance Entertainment can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. Within my capacity, I will do my utmost to accommodate. Without the immense pressure of a $6.8 billion investment looming over her, Dong Yinling was willing to contribute and lend support, enhancing the project. She had often heard of actors bringing funds to productions, but a director doing so, particularly with an unprecedented investment of $6.8 billion, was a first for her. This alleviated her concerns. Even if the hardcore sci-fi film were to fail, the repercussions for her role as ByteDance Entertainment's strategic director would not be severe. However, should she invest the company's funds, a disastrous loss would be enough to compel her resignation. She hoped to draw from ByteDance Entertainment's resources for film distribution, promotion, and various specialized filming equipment, along with professional personnel. The production of a large-scale industrialized sci-fi film, akin to The Wandering Earth, necessitated high standards for both the quality and quantity of professionals and equipment involved in the filming process. Although Liu Lang was no longer short on funds, he could not afford to waste time on professional personnel and specialized equipment on set. Byte Entertainment has strategically positioned itself within the Dragon Kingdom's film industry, having previously acquired and enlisted a considerable number of seasoned professionals in the field of cinema, along with an extensive array of filming equipment. With such convenient resources at his disposal, Liu Lang was certainly not inclined to overlook this opportunity. Furthermore, filmmaking differs significantly from producing short videos. Achieving success in theatrical release entails navigating a labyrinth of screenings, distribution, coordination with cinema chains, and the preliminary promotion, all of which are cumbersome tasks. For Liu Lang, the endeavor is far from simply capturing the film on camera. Thus, he resolved to delegate these time-consuming and trivial matters unrelated to the actual filming process to Byte Entertainment. The company boasts a specialized distribution team, whose expertise, coupled with the substantial influence of Byte Entertainment, would undoubtedly lend greater weight in negotiations with cinema chains than Liu Lang could muster on his own. Though it is a bitter pill to swallow, Liu Lang must concede that, as a nascent director with no prior film releases, he is but an inconspicuous figure in the presence of those formidable cinema chains, lacking any substantial leverage in negotiations. Enlisting Byte Entertainment's assistance for the film's distribution not only alleviates a multitude of headaches, but also serves as a mutually beneficial arrangement, as a successful film would reflect positively on Byte Entertainment as well. Moreover, Liu Lang has personally experienced the prowess of Byte Entertainment's online promotional capabilities. The earlier short film, Moonfall Crisis, which lasted a mere 15 minutes, garnered Liu Lang millions of followers, and under Byte Entertainment's vigorous promotion, he was even sculpted into the leading figure of science fiction in the Dragon Kingdom. While this also sparked considerable controversy, it must be acknowledged that Byte Entertainment's promotional acumen has left a profound impression on Liu Lang. With the production of The Wandering Earth underway, the backing from Byte Entertainment in terms of promotion is certain to bolster its box office performance significantly. These matters are relatively minor. I will ensure my team continues to follow up on them. Shortly thereafter, Dong Yanling and Liu Lang reached a verbal cooperation agreement, wherein Byte Entertainment would supply a batch of professional equipment and personnel. The rental fees for the equipment and the salaries for the personnel would initially be covered by Byte Entertainment, with payment to be settled upon completion of the film. Furthermore, the distribution rights for The Wandering Earth would also be entrusted to Byte Entertainment. Having resolved these issues, Liu Lang prepared to commence the promotional build-up for the live-action adaptation of The Wandering Earth. Chapter 43. Preparations for The Wandering Earth after a period of growth. Liu Lang's follower count on Douyin has surged to an astonishing 68 million since his arrival on the platform. Consequently, Douyin has naturally become Liu Lang's preferred venue for promotion. A new video was swiftly released under Liu Lang's direction. I sincerely apologize for the prolonged absence and regret to inform everyone that this update does not feature the highly anticipated science fiction short film. However, I do bring good news. I am in the process of preparing my first live-action science fiction film, The Wandering Earth, adapted from my own namesake science fiction work. It is noteworthy that the two previous short films, Space Elevator Battle and Moonfall Crisis, were actually teasers for this project, The Wandering Earth. Liu Lang briefly introduced The Wandering Earth in a short video, encompassing the film's genre and a succinct overview of its universe. Upon its release, the video swiftly ignited fervent discussions across the internet. Comments ranged from expressions of anticipation for the director's transition from short films to the big screen, to inquiries regarding the film's complexity and narrative. Fans expressed their excitement for the ambitious concept of transporting Earth itself, while others conveyed skepticism about the domestic sci-fi landscape, questioning the quality of Chinese science fiction cinema compared to international offerings. Despite Liu Lang's impressive following of 68 million, not all responses were optimistic. Many voiced concerns regarding the viability of a hardcore sci-fi film succeeding in the domestic market, given the absence of precedent for such a genre flourishing in Dragon Country's cinematic history. The apprehension was exacerbated by Liu Lang's lack of experience in feature filmmaking, leading even the most hopeful supporters to harbor doubts about The Wandering Earth. As the video circulated and discussions proliferated among fans, the news of Liu Lang's preparation for the film gradually spread across various platforms in Dragon Country's internet. Casual netizens, often more critical, offered scathing remarks, questioning the feasibility of the film's premise and suggesting that a more pragmatic approach, focusing on preserving humanity in the face of disaster, would be more appropriate. Observers noted that the new generation of directors in Dragon Country often lacked maturity and depth, with Liu Lang's previous short films, despite their modest acclaim, being insufficient to warrant confidence in his ambitious leap to feature-length cinema. I advise these young directors to cultivate their craft with patience, rather than merely shadowing their esteemed predecessors for a decade or more, for what can they truly create? A certain unnamed director remarked. I had the fortunate opportunity to visit the Hollywood studios in Los Angeles, the veritable dream factory for science fiction cinema. Hollywood's industrial prowess has undeniably placed it a whole phase ahead of the rest of the world, having established a framework for large-scale, industrialized production of science fiction films. It is not an exaggeration to assert that they are at least 30 years ahead of our nation, Dragon Country. Therefore, I propose that we need not invest further in the development of science fiction cinema, as it proves to be a fruitless endeavor, no matter how much effort we exert. Can we truly rival Hollywood? It would be wiser to concentrate our energies on action films, comedies, and romantic dramas. As rural and local themes have garnered international acclaim at prestigious awards, let the foreign filmmakers claim the science fiction market. The online discourse surrounding The Wandering Earth has been rife with negativity, intensifying with its rising popularity, leading to the original narrative of Liu Lang's live-action film being scrutinized. The sun faces a helium flash crisis, prompting humanity to construct 10,000 planetary engines to propel Earth away from the solar system towards a new home near Proxima Centauri. This journey is projected to span 500 years, encompassing the efforts of over 100 generations, thus dubbed the Wandering Earth Plan. Many, upon encountering the synopsis, could not refrain from commenting. Some even criticized the narrative without completing the less than 25,000 word novella, pointing out its implausibilities. In reality, the sun has at least 3 to 4 billion years of life left. Humanity will likely perish long before the helium flash occurs. Every individual possesses the right to choose. Why should they be compelled to wander with Earth? Such an ideology, steeped in authoritarianism, might find traction only in Dragon Country, where democracy and freedom are revered abroad, rendering this concept untenable. The discussions online grew increasingly fervent, capturing the attention of many industry leaders, even those less attuned to the digital realm. Is this the new director that ByteDance Entertainment is currently promoting? Is he truly unafraid to wade into the murky waters of science fiction? In the top-floor office of Huai Brothers Media, industry magnates weighed in on Liu Lang. Boss, it seems the recent surge in interest for science fiction narratives is somewhat tied to this young man. Our company is currently negotiating with Alibaba Pictures to co-produce a romantic science fiction film, employing a tried-and-true formula of mainland male stars paired with veteran actresses from Hong Kong to capitalize on the market's momentum. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, the magnate nodded in agreement. Such a thematic and casting combination indeed appears far more reliable than the hardcore science fiction of The Wandering Earth. Chapter 44. No particular reason. A familiar sight. Is the director confirmed? What of the script? We have preliminarily selected director Tung to oversee it, as his romantic films are assuredly of high quality. The screenplay is adapted from the renowned author Jiang Bei's eponymous science fiction romance, Magic City Fortress, whose works resonate profoundly with the youth demographic. With a solid foundation of devoted fans from the original work, coupled with the inclusion of a popular star, the film is deemed to be nearly guaranteed for success. The assistant confidently asserted to the boss. Compared to The Wandering Earth, the notoriety of Fortress of Magic City is undeniably higher. The author Jiang Bei, having gained fame over the years, has cultivated a loyal following among the younger demographic in Longhua. In contrast, Liu Lang, although briefly illuminated by the accolade of Best Short Film at the Starlight Awards, has merely garnered a transient fanbase from 2 minor sci-fi shorts. Once the grand production featuring major stars is released, Liu Lang's hardcore sci-fi film will inevitably become a stepping stone, overshadowed beneath it. As a seasoned veteran in the Longhua film industry, Wei Jun is acutely aware of the audience's preferences. The combination of popular stars and seasoned actors in romantic comedies is a surefire recipe for box office success. A grand production can be completed within 3 to 5 months, effectively catering to a broad spectrum of viewers' desires. Most importantly, this model is replicable. Wei Jun has publicly praised this industrialized filmmaking characteristic of Longhua on numerous occasions, as each such collaboration consistently yields substantial box office returns. With a cost-effective, swift production process and established templates to follow, there is no need to laboriously pursue other genres, particularly those with high production costs, niche audiences, and uncertain returns like science fiction. The tumultuous discussions online have also influenced Dong Yinling, the strategic director of Byte Entertainment. The announcement of their collaborative film project sparked widespread debate on the internet, which should have been a positive development. However, Dong Yinling found little joy in it. This is because nearly everyone questioned Liu Lang's The Wandering Earth, from casual viewers to his fans, and from readers of sci-fi magazines to industry professionals. The overwhelming consensus was one of pessimism. This collective doubt began to shake Dong Yinling's faith, who had always believed that data does not lie and that it reveals all truths. Mr. Liu, I believe placing the film's theme on a hardcore sci-fi like The Wandering Earth may be somewhat too risky, Dong Yinling delicately suggested over the phone after contemplating her phrasing. I recently received insider information indicating that Alibaba and Huai are preparing to collaborate on a sci-fi romance. While I acknowledge that there is a market for sci-fi, as evidenced by their swift actions, I feel that the acceptance of this genre among Longhua audiences is still not sufficiently high. Over the past decade, the box office data reveals that aside from foreign sci-fi films, the highest-grossing domestic films have predominantly been romantic comedies. Perhaps the script for The Wandering Earth could benefit from further refinement, such as incorporating elements of romance and comedy, she sincerely advised Liu Lang. Byte Entertainment is merely responsible for distributing the live-action adaptation of The Wandering Earth and has not invested significantly in it. Even if it were to incur substantial losses, it would hardly affect me. If it were another director, I would hardly have the time to concern myself with their fate. Yet, she truly did not wish to witness the debut film of the science fiction prodigy she had discovered meet with dismal failure. Alibaba and Huai are the dominant titans within the Dragon Kingdom's film industry, possessing an astute sense for cinematic production. Byte Entertainment has only just ventured into this realm, still finding its footing, while Dong Yinling harbors confidence in surpassing both Penguin and Alibaba in the future. This does not imply that she would underestimate the discernment of these established industry giants. In strategy, one may belittle the enemy, yet in tactics, one must regard them with utmost seriousness. Dong Yinling perceives that the science fiction romance film co-produced by Alibaba and Huai may very well align with the prevailing trends in the Dragon Kingdom's cinematic market. A science fiction romance. Liu Lang momentarily faltered at the suggestion, but upon hearing the proposal to modify the script, he immediately shook his head resolutely. This script, which encompasses elements of both love and comedy, has been in preparation for quite some time. I believe it is the most fitting. The reason Liu Lang had invested such an extensive duration securing funding was to retain control over the production of The Wandering Earth. The script he had meticulously crafted in his mind was the epitome of perfection, and he would not alter it based on mere fleeting suggestions from others. He possessed unwavering confidence in The Wandering Earth, and having shouldered the entire financial burden of the film, he felt no obligation to acquiesce to external opinions. After terminating the call regarding the potential rival, the nascent science fiction romance film, Liu Lang found his thoughts drawn back to matters concerning the company. Following the recent incident at the machinery manufacturing plant, Liu Nian felt for the first time that her brother Liu Lang required professional security assistance. As the technology company expanded and the sales of the therapeutic exoskeletons surged, Liu Lang had evolved from a recently graduated film student to a billionaire tech mogul. Despite the previous incident being resolved satisfactorily, Liu Nian was no longer willing to witness such occurrences. Consequently, she consulted a professional security firm and recruited a cadre of elite security personnel to serve as Liu Lang's bodyguards. Brother, these are all professional security consultants. Elite veterans from the military. I have done my research. They are absolutely authentic. Liu Nian whispered conspiratorially to her brother. As a finance major, Liu Nian was not well versed in such matters. Her research merely involved a brief consultation with a contact from the security bureau, Shrug, who also happened to be affiliated with the security company. Liu Lang surveyed the group of formidable-looking, well-built bodyguards before him, feeling that his sister was perhaps overreacting. Was it truly necessary to have such an entourage for protection within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom? Just as he was about to decline, his gaze fell upon a somewhat familiar figure among the bodyguards. Hey, young man, didn't you deliver food to me once? Liu Lang inquired. The delivery person among the bodyguards appeared somewhat embarrassed at the question. Boss, you have an excellent memory. I even got a buzz cut, and you still recognize me. According to the records, this delivery person had worked as a food courier and taxi driver after his military service, only recently securing a position at the security firm. Liu Lang, unable to resist his sister's insistence, ultimately acquiesced, though he selected only the delivery man as his personal bodyguard. There was no particular reason for this choice, save for the familiarity he felt. In Chapter 45, Hugo Award nomination. The agreement Liu Nian signed with the security company stipulated that a team of up to 20 security personnel would be on duty in shifts, tasked with ensuring the safety of the siblings. Their parents, residing far away in Ningxing, would also have protection discreetly provided. Just as Liu Lang was beginning to adjust to the presence of bodyguards in his daily life, a message from Byte Entertainment once again captured his attention. Mr. Liu, congratulations. Your work, The Wandering Earth, has been nominated for the Hugo Award for Best Short Story. The caller delivering this joyous news was none other than Dong Yanling, the strategic director at Byte Entertainment. Oh, that's rather good. Liu Lang's response elicited a moment of surprise from Dong Yanling, who was struggling to suppress her own elation and maintain a calm demeanor. The Hugo Award, often referred to as the Nobel Prize of Science Fiction Literature, is celebrated alongside the Starlight Award, the Oscar of science fiction films, as a twin star of the genre. Liu Lang now stood a chance of receiving both accolades, a pinnacle of honor for any science fiction writer or director. Yet, the recipient's reaction was merely a subdued acknowledgement. Mr. Liu, this is the Hugo Award. Dong Yanling found herself stifling the urge to elaborate on the significance of the Hugo, fully aware that Liu Lang, a director who reveres science fiction, could not possibly be ignorant of its prestige. However, his nonchalant tone left her somewhat taken aback. If he were to win the Hugo, he would become the sole creator in contemporary times to have received both the Hugo and the Nebula Awards, undoubtedly earning the title of the foremost figure in Chinese science fiction, and indeed, a singular entity on the global stage. This would serve as the most formidable rebuttal to his detractors. In truth, as a steadfast supporter of Liu Lang, Dong Yanling had recently felt considerable pressure. She had advocated fiercely for the exclusive broadcasting rights to Moonfall Crisis, orchestrated relationships, and mobilized resources to promote Liu Lang as the leading figure in Chinese science fiction. While these efforts had elevated his profile, they had also sparked significant controversy. Many questioned how a recent graduate from a film school, having directed only 2 short science fiction films totaling less than 30 minutes, could be lauded as the foremost figure in Chinese science fiction simply for winning the Starlight Award for Best Short Film. To many, this seemed a misnomer. The creator must let his work speak for itself, and with only 2 short science fiction films to his name, Liu Lang found it challenging to persuade the vast multitude of internet users. As someone who had championed Liu Lang and viewed him as a burgeoning star for Byte Entertainment, Dong Yanling had, in a sense, tied her own fortunes to his, while their fates had not yet reached the point of mutual dependence. Should Liu Lang's reputation suffer and he face scrutiny from netizens, Dong Yinling would inevitably bear some of that burden. Conversely, if Liu Lang were to achieve success, she would also have a rightful claim to share in the accolades. In the current world, if one were to consider who, aside from his parents and sister, harbors the most fervent hopes for Liu Lang's success, Dong Yinling would undoubtedly rank among the foremost. I understand, but isn't this merely a nomination? Liu Lang was not particularly surprised by the nomination of The Wandering Earth for the Hugo Award. After all, it is the most successful cinematic adaptation of the work by the former electrician Liu. The sheer audacity of constructing 10,000 planetary engines to lead Earth on a journey through the cosmos is enough to evoke profound reverberations deep within the soul. This unique romanticism, characteristic of Chinese science fiction, presents a striking novelty to foreign readers still enraptured by elements such as the star fleet, laser cannons, and colossal extraterrestrial beings. However, when it comes to the possibility of The Wandering Earth ultimately clinching the Hugo Award for Best Novelette, Liu Lang harbored no illusions. The Hugo Award for Best Novel was awarded to another of electrician Liu's grand masterpieces, The Three-Body Problem. In comparison to the profound depth of worldview presented in The Three-Body Problem, which includes the dark forest theory, droplets, two-dimensional foil, and the concept of dimensionality reduction strikes, ideas that are both astonishing and deeply unsettling, The Wandering Earth, with its mere 25,000 words, cannot compete. The essence conveyed in The Wandering Earth is a poignant journey of humanity united in the face of crisis, striving to preserve civilization at any cost. This core value stands in stark contrast to the liberal ideals instilled in many foreigners from a young age. They may be awed by the grand imagination presented in The Wandering Earth, yet they are unlikely to resonate with the tragic journey undertaken by all of humanity for the sake of civilization's survival. This is the very reason Liu Lang feels a lack of confidence regarding The Wandering Earth winning the Hugo Award. The mere nomination is already a significant achievement. One must remember that prior to this, he was merely a director. Even a nomination serves as a testament to his prowess in the realm of science fiction literature. Furthermore, there remains a possibility of ultimately winning the award. Dong Yinling could not abide Liu Lang's nonchalant demeanor. She resolved to advocate ardently for The Wandering Earth. Mr. Liu, prepare yourself. You cannot afford to be absent from this award ceremony, as you were last time. This time, Byte Entertainment will spare no effort in promoting the Hugo Awards ceremony. I have also contacted Liu Zitao, who will accompany us to the event. In just a few sentences, Dong Yinling once again exhibited her resolute and decisive demeanor as the strategic director of Byte Entertainment. In truth, there was no need. Old Liu could go in my stead. As I have yet to process my passport, Liu Lang was not particularly enthusiastic about this merely nominative accolade. With a hint of social anxiety, he felt somewhat awkward at the prospect of sharing a space with a multitude of unfamiliar foreigners. At this point, Dong Yinling was on the brink of exasperation. For heaven's sake, this is the highest honor in global science fiction literature, the Hugo Award. Influencers and celebrities in our country resort to various shameless tactics to grace the red carpets of foreign film awards, all for the sake of appearing in the world media spotlight for a fleeting moment. You are quite something, a formally nominated potential awardee. Yet you seek an excuse to abstain? I will take care of the passport issue, and if communication is required, Liu Zitao can act as a translator. When faced with interviews, there is no need for panic. Simply maintain a smile, and I will handle all other inquiries. Under Dong Yinling's persuasion, Liu Lang reluctantly acquiesced. Boss, are we embarking on a distant journey? I need to report to the security center. The delivery man, Wei Wu, gazed in astonishment as he witnessed Liu Lang wheeling a suitcase out of the office. Yes, we are heading abroad for an awards ceremony. Upon hearing the word abroad, Wei Wu's pupils dilated. Calling Wolf Fort. The Golden Monkey is about to depart. Wolf Fort received. What is the destination? The Netherlands. Hunan. Yes, the Netherlands, Amsterdam. Chapter 46. Incident in the live broadcast room? Upon receiving this news, the hastily established security center was enveloped in silence. They had yet to devise a comprehensive plan to address Liu Lang's overseas trip. Once he leaves the country, various unexpected situations could arise. Simple, just delay his passport processing. And he won't be able to leave, suggested a member of the Special Security Bureau. The target's passport is being processed by professionals from Byte Company. Without a convincing and suitable excuse to prevent his departure, it is likely that Liu Lang might perceive it as targeted scrutiny from relevant authorities. The approach of obstructing his passport was quickly dismissed. The Security Bureau's protection of Liu Lang was more of a precautionary measure and did not indicate that he was facing any particular threat. Forcing restrictions on Liu Lang's movements would undoubtedly escalate the situation and heighten the potential threats he could encounter. As for revealing the situation to Byte Entertainment, that was even less feasible. To them, Liu Lang was merely a director and writer. Informing them that he was under the surveillance protection of the Security Bureau and restricted from leaving would be tantamount to exposing the unusual nature of Liu Lang's identity. Does the risk assessment team have any updates? There are no abnormalities domestically, and our contacts abroad have reported no information regarding Liu Lang. Those individuals remain focused on the usual matters: fifth-generation fighters, aircraft carriers, and ultra-high-speed ballistic missiles. All information concerning Liu Lang from abroad stemmed from his identity as a recipient of the Starlight Award. Specific core technological information related to Liu Lang had already been cleansed from the internet in collaboration with the cyber police during the net cleaning operation. The associated risk assessment was determined to be at an extremely low level. Upon hearing the Security Bureau's professional risk assessment predictions, Shirley finally felt at ease. The reason for such a low risk level was Liu Lang's overt identity, which was remarkably deceptive. Who would suspect that a wildly popular science fiction director and author was behind the scenes a developer of multiple cutting-edge technologies? Such a matter, not only would it be feared for its potential disclosure, but even if presented before foreign forces, they would be left momentarily dumbfounded. The technology related to drones is overseen by DJI, while the neuron technology associated with therapeutic-type armored prosthetics can only be truly appreciated after witnessing the blueprints and the explanations provided by Liu Lang at the 706 Institute. In the eyes of foreign observers, Liu Lang is merely a benign science fiction filmmaker, and the accolades bestowed upon him by domestic fans, labeling him as a drone magnate and the Iron Man of the Dragon Kingdom, are often met with skepticism. Many believe that if Liu Lang possessed the prowess his fans claim, he would not remain a director but would instead pursue a career at a scientific research institution, which would undoubtedly offer a more promising path than that of a filmmaker. Let us not overreact. Initiate standard security protocols and contact the relevant foreign embassy for assistance. The situation is not as complicated as you might think. Eventually, the head of the Security Bureau, Shirley, issued the operational command. In Amsterdam, Netherlands, there exists a 7-hour time difference from the Dragon Kingdom. When Liu Lang and his companions arrived via a chartered flight from Bike Group at noon, most regions of the Dragon Kingdom were still shrouded in the early dawn. The celebrated science fiction maestro Liu Lang's latest work, The Wandering Earth, has garnered a Hugo Award nomination for Best Short Story, positioning him to potentially become the first creator to simultaneously receive both the Starlight Award and the Hugo Award. The Hugo and Nebula Awards are esteemed as the dual crowns of science fiction, often referred to as the Nobel Prize of Literature within the genre. Douyin will broadcast the Hugo Awards ceremony live, inviting numerous authoritative figures from the Dragon Kingdom science fiction community to analyze the likelihood of The Wandering Earth winning. Reports indicate that the largest legal betting institution in Australia has set odds for The Wandering Earth winning at second to last, indicating a lack of optimism among industry insiders. Before their departure, Dong Yenling instructed her team to initiate promotional activities for The Wandering Earth, including a live broadcast of the awards ceremony on Douyin, inviting industry professionals to participate in analysis and debate sessions, and enhancing public awareness and promotion of science fiction awards and thematic works. Douyin's grand promotional campaign has once again thrust Liu Lang back into the public eye. This time, he is no longer merely the leading figure in Dragon Kingdom science fiction. Byte Entertainment has elevated him to the status of a science fiction master. Should he indeed achieve his aspirations at the awards ceremony, this science fiction master would seamlessly ascend to the rank of a global science fiction icon. While it remains uncertain whether The Wandering Earth will ultimately secure the Hugo Award, Dong Yenling, who oversees Byte Entertainment, will certainly not let this opportunity slip by, even if The Wandering Earth does not win. As the first writer from the Dragon Kingdom ever nominated for a Hugo Award, Liu Lang will undoubtedly be enshrined in history. Inside the Douyin official studio, the live broadcast of Byte Entertainment's journey to the Netherlands is underway. The studio has also invited 2 guests to provide analysis and commentary for the viewing audience. We have just discussed the standing of the Hugo Award in the hearts of science fiction enthusiasts worldwide, which our audience in the Dragon Kingdom may not fully grasp. But I believe Editor Wei is well aware of it. The beautiful host in the studio then directed the conversation towards the invited guest, the editor-in-chief of Science Fiction World magazine from the Dragon Kingdom. Another guest is the popular domestic variety show star, Yu Dada, who was invited due to his publicly declared persona as a science fiction enthusiast. Indeed, the Hugo Award, if I may confess without fear of ridicule, having served as the editor-in-chief of a science fiction magazine for over a decade, I never dared to imagine that such a prestigious science fiction accolade could ever be attained by someone from our Dragon Nation. The 50-something Chief Wei felt a profound bitterness in his heart. He was acutely aware of the struggles faced by domestic science fiction over the years, a niche culture in our country. I still recall 5 years ago when we brought our own science fiction works to the Hugo Award preliminaries. Hardly anyone had heard of Dragon Nation science fiction. They assumed we were from Sakura Land. Upon realizing we were from the Dragon Nation, no one even bothered to engage with us. Chief Wei represents the older generation of science fiction professionals in our country, and after sharing his sentiments, the beautiful host turned to Udeda to inquire about his feelings. When it comes to impactful science fiction works, I must say that Dune, 2001, A Space Odyssey, and the masterpieces of British science fiction master H.G. Wells, such as The Time Machine, resonate deeply with me. In comparison to these international giants, I believe domestic science fiction literature has a long journey ahead. For instance, the nominated The Wandering Earth, which promotes collectivism, does not align with the prevailing global values of individual freedom. Were I a judge, I would undoubtedly refrain from casting my vote for it. Upon hearing Udada's remarks, the expression on the beautiful host's face nearly froze. This was not what had been scripted prior to the live broadcast. Wasn't he had agreed that we would rally support for The Wandering Earth and encourage the online audience to back Liu Lang? The host's pleading gaze darted towards the producer behind the live camera, while Chief Wei, sitting beside her, appeared utterly bewildered, still unaware of what had transpired. Only Udada's lips curled into a subtle smile. Chapter 47. A Protective Amulet. It seems Udada's insight is not unfounded. The Wandering Earth indeed falls short compared to foreign science fiction works. Having studied high school abroad, I can attest that Westerners truly uphold freedom. The Wandering Earth is unlikely to resonate with them. Alas, I originally held some hope for The Wandering Earth to win. I woke up early for this. But knowing what I do now, I might have been better off sleeping in. Listening to Udada's seemingly rational analysis, the audience's flickering hope gradually dissipated. Damn, that scoundrel has played me for a fool. Dong Yinling, the strategic director of Byte Entertainment, was now glaring sullenly at the invited star science fiction fan, Udada. His intention had been to invite this variety show star to elevate the atmosphere in the live broadcast, hoping to cultivate a favorable impression of The Wandering Earth among online viewers, thereby achieving Byte Entertainment's strategic objectives and solidifying Liu Lang's status as a science fiction master. To this end, Byte Entertainment had extended an olive branch to Udada, planning to make him a permanent guest on their upcoming variety show. Both parties had verbally agreed. But the moment Udada opened his mouth in the live studio, the producer knew he had been deceived. The guest displayed no intention of cooperating at all. The chief director has discovered that the representatives from Penguin reached an agreement with Udada yesterday, and next month, he will host a variety show. The words from his subordinate darkened the chief director's countenance even further. Everything became clear. Udada had sold ByteDance to Penguin. As a long-established entity in the Dragon Kingdom's entertainment industry, Penguin's offerings of variety show resources undoubtedly possess greater allure than those of the burgeoning ByteDance. It is only natural that Udada would abandon the overtures from ByteDance. The chief director was taken aback by the ferocity of Penguin's oppressive tactics. Currently, the live broadcast was in full swing. Despite it being early morning in the Dragon Kingdom, over 10 million viewers were captivated by the stream. Thus, it was impossible to interrupt the broadcast, and Udada was evidently a disruptive element placed by Penguin. If the broadcast continued in this manner, it could potentially lead to an irreparable live-streaming disaster. Give me the microphone. Let the host follow my commands. Ultimately, the chief director could not muster the resolve to terminate the live broadcast and could only remotely direct the beautiful host in an attempt to salvage the situation. Change the subject. Do not give Udada the chance to exploit this. Upon hearing the chief director's words, the beautiful host felt a slight sense of relief. Steadying her nerves, she shifted the topic to the scene of Liu Lang and his team exiting the aircraft. Dear viewers, it is evident that ByteDance has high standards for this awards ceremony. The strategic director, Ms. Dong Yinling, is personally leading the team, accompanied by the original literature director, Mr. Liu Zitao, and the author of The Wandering Earth, Mr. Liu Lang. Oh, we can see that a convoy has arrived at the airport to welcome them. According to the information relayed by the staff on the ground, we have learned that the welcoming convoy is actually from the Dragon Kingdom's embassy in the Netherlands. It seems that our officials are taking this Hugo Award ceremony quite seriously. The beautiful host excitedly described the live footage on the big screen, showcasing a row of solemn black armored vehicles waiting by the airport runway, with the ambassador himself leading the welcoming party. Wow, the Wandering Earth has such prominence. The ambassador personally received them. Impressive. Only international superstars like Jackie Chan or Jet Li would receive such treatment, right? How is it that Liu Lang, a mere short video creator, enjoys the same? Is the Hugo Award that prestigious? It seems I have underestimated it. The viewers in the live stream became increasingly enthusiastic upon hearing the beautiful host's commentary. Liu Lang, appearing to be of similar or even younger age than the audience, was already receiving the honor of a personal airport reception by the ambassador, evoking genuine admiration from the viewers. However, the officials' attention would not sway the Hugo Award to favor the Wandering Earth. The verdict still hinged on the merit of the work itself. Just then, an untimely voice echoed through the live stream. "You Dada," interjected with a sarcastic tone. "Indeed, what this fellow you Dada says holds some truth. Aren't the officials also quite invested in the national football team? Observe the current state of our national football team. Speaking of the Wandering Earth, what are your thoughts? I found it quite enjoyable, yet I wonder how it measures up against foreign science fiction works." The Hugo Awards are renowned for their impartiality and professionalism, remaining untouched by political influences. In just a few hours, the awards ceremony will commence, and we shall see who truly shines. The charming host spent considerable time cultivating the atmosphere of the live broadcast, finally rekindling the audience's hopes for the Wandering Earth. However, a rather sardonic remark from a certain individual swiftly derailed the enthusiasm, turning official support into a source of ridicule. This left both the host and the production team longing to silence the offending party. "Mr. Ambassador, I did not expect your personal presence. It is truly a privilege." Upon encountering the ambassador who had graciously come to greet them, Dong Yinling felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. The ambassador represents the dignity of a nation, and his personal appearance at the airport signified the official recognition of their group and the Hugo Awards. This instilled a profound sense of responsibility in Dong Yinling, Liu Zitao, and others, as they realized the weight of expectation resting upon them for the awards ceremony. Should they fail to achieve any accolades, it would be a disservice to the significance placed on them by the officials. Is this Liu Lang? The young man not only possesses striking looks, but has also achieved remarkable success at such a young age. The future is indeed bright. After a brief exchange with Dong Yinling, the ambassador promptly invited Liu Lang to share a vehicle with him. Liu Lang, taken by surprise, found himself ushered into the car, leaving behind the envious gazes of Dong Yinling and Liu Zitao. What kind of treatment is this? Even a small nation's leader wouldn't receive such honor. The sentiment of envy and admiration was palpable. After 2 decades of hard work in North Africa, amassing a fortune in the hundreds of millions, I once invited an ambassador from that region to dinner, and he declined my invitation. Brothers, this is a signal. The authorities might be preparing to robustly support science fiction-themed cultural works in the future. It simply makes no sense otherwise. The accompanying staff from ByteDance, having received official consent, continued the live broadcast. Upon the footage returning to the domestic audience, it sparked a considerable uproar online. The ambassador's warm demeanor and his cordial invitation for Liu Lang to share a ride led many to exclaim that Liu Lang had indeed struck gold. This displayed a clear acknowledgement and interest from the authorities, serving as a protective charm of sorts for Liu Lang. After nearly an hour's journey, the convoy finally arrived at its destination, the Nemo Science Center, located just 2 kilometers from the Amsterdam Royal Palace. This year, the World Science Fiction Society has chosen this venue for the Hugo Awards ceremony. Upon reaching the Science Center, the ambassador opted not to enter alongside Liu Lang and the others. To preserve its neutrality, the Hugo Awards have historically refrained from engaging with political figures. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the attendees, the ambassador departed, leaving behind several armored vehicles and a contingent of military attaches. While there remains some time before the official commencement of the award ceremony, a considerable number of distinguished guests have already gathered within the halls of the Science Center. In the live broadcast studio, as Liu Lang and his entourage entered the venue, the charming host reignited the conversation. We observe that the event is graced by numerous cultural luminaries from various fields across Europe and America, extending beyond the confines of literature. Could Editor Wei enlighten our viewers in the studio regarding this? This exemplifies the profound influence of the Hugo Awards, which transcends the realm of science fiction. It encompasses a significant impact on both science fiction and fantasy cinematic and literary works, drawing attention from the cultural circles of Europe and America each year. However, since English-language science fiction authors, from countries such as the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, etc., hold a predominant position in the global science fiction arena, submissions must be translated into English. In certain respects, this practice constitutes a substantial discrimination against science fiction works from non-English-speaking countries, with only a handful of Asian science fiction authors having been honored with the award thus far. Editor Wei gazed at the live feed with a concerned expression, noting that Liu Lang and his companions were among the few Asian faces present. As an annual celebration within the realm of science fiction literature, the awards ceremony serves as a vital platform for interaction among nearly all renowned science fiction creators from Europe and America. While the audience may not be familiar with these individuals, their works are likely to resonate deeply. Recently traversing the screen was the producer of the immensely popular sci-fi series The Expanse. To the right, a group comprised the production team of The Martian. At the 11 o'clock position, the bearded gentleman beside the blonde beauty is none other than George R. Martin, the author of A Song of Ice and Fire. It appears that the group at the bar consists of the screenwriters for the Avengers series. Remarkably, Christopher Nolan, the director, producer, and screenwriter of Inception, has also made an appearance. His films, including Interstellar and the Batman series, are well known to all. Under Editor Way's guidance, the viewers in the studio gained a clearer understanding of the many cultural figures from Europe and America present in the Science Center. While the foreign names and faces might initially confuse them, the mention of these individuals' works sparked recognition among the online audience. Game of Thrones, Inception, Interstellar, The Martian, and the Avengers series are all monumental titles that resonate profoundly with viewers from the Dragon Kingdom. Wow, I've been following Game of Thrones and didn't realize the author was this bearded gentleman. Christopher Nolan. Oh, Maestro, you are my idol. I absolutely adore Interstellar and The Martian. I hope to witness, within my lifetime, the Dragon Kingdom produce works of such caliber. It is rather peculiar. Is the Hugo Award not primarily focused on science fiction literature? Why then are there so many luminaries from the Western cinematic sphere in attendance? As the commencement of the award ceremony draws nearer, the number of viewers in the live stream continues to swell, swiftly surpassing 30 million. Many spectators have observed that numerous cultural icons present at this Hugo Award ceremony hail from the Western film industry. The live chat is rife with inquiries regarding this phenomenon, compelling the charming host to once again pose the question to Editor Way. This is entirely reasonable. For creators of science fiction do not rely solely on publication for their livelihood. The transaction of film adaptation rights is also a crucial aspect. As one of the most prestigious awards in the realm of science fiction literature, the Hugo Award attracts not only authors, but also a multitude of investors, directors, and producers from the Western film industry. Once a science fiction writer receives a nomination or an award, the value of their intellectual property skyrockets exponentially. The convergence of numerous investors, directors, and producers from the Western film industry here is indeed a pursuit for the adaptation rights of these literary works. Many popular science fiction films and series have made their way to the screen through this very process. As a professional in the field of science fiction literature in the Dragon Kingdom, Editor Way harbors a profound envy for the adaptation processes in the West that are predicated on literary awards. The professional adaptation of science fiction works not only provides substantial financial returns for the authors, but also allows these literary creations to disseminate their influence more widely across the globe. This cyclical process fosters a healthy ecosystem, paving the way for an ever-increasing number of science fiction literary and cinematic works to emerge. Just as Editor Way was elaborating during the live stream, Liu Lang and his companions finally encountered an unsolicited engagement. A group of individuals, also of Asian descent, approached them for conversation. Dear viewers, I have received a response from our frontline staff. It appears that the team from the Wandering Earth has been contacted by the Kawakawa Corporation from the country of Sao. This firm is a professional investor in film and television IP, seeking to acquire the adaptation rights for the Wandering Earth in advance. The tone of the beautiful host was markedly invigorated. The fact that someone from the Wandering Earth team was approached for a rights acquisition serves as a testament to the commercial value of the work. However, the proposal to acquire the rights seems rather opportunistic, and I suspect the offer is significantly undervalued, merely an attempt to cast a wide net for a bargain. After a prolonged silence, Udada confidently asserted his suspicion. Indeed, as Udada had surmised, the offer from Kawakawa Corporation amounted to a mere 100,000 euros, which was emphatically rejected by Dong Yanling and others. Liu Lang and his companions had never contemplated selling the rights to the Wandering Earth, and the offered sum felt somewhat insulting. It is worth noting that the cost of their chartered flight far exceeded 100,000 euros. Once the nominated Best Short Story clinches the award, its copyright value will soar tenfold or more. As the audience in the live broadcast became animated, speculating on the potential worth of the copyright for the Wandering Earth, the Hugo Awards ceremony finally commenced. Chapter 49. Teacher Liu, Nolan praises your brilliance. Best Dramatic Presentation, Best Art Book, Best Professional Magazine. Like other prestigious genre literary awards around the globe, the Hugo Awards also delineate distinctions in the weight of the specific categories presented. The initial announcements consisted of less influential awards, primarily aimed at professionals. The true prestige of the Hugo Awards lies in the categories directly related to science fiction literature. Best Novel, Novelette, Short Story. Teacher Liu, it's almost time for Best Short Story. Are you nervous? Liu Zitao inquired, his gaze fixed on the award podium, turning to Liu Lang beside him. Well, not really. Liu Lang replied. Observing Liu Zitao's excited demeanor, flushed face, and slight tremors, he noted that his companion seemed far more enthusiastic than himself. Liu Lang had not been particularly focused on the proceedings on stage, partly due to his limited English proficiency. He struggled to comprehend the accented speech of the foreign presenters. Moreover, regardless of whether the Wandering Earth would ultimately win, the film's production was already in the planning stages. Rather than fretting over the award, Liu Lang was more concerned about securing the desired actors for the project. Just as Liu Lang pondered how to persuade those esteemed stars to participate, Liu Zitao and Dong Yinling suddenly leapt up in exhilaration, their cheers drowned out by the applause of those around them. Liu Lang, taken aback, was pulled to his feet by Liu Zitao, who followed up with a vigorous bear hug. "Teacher Liu, we did it." Liu Zitao's jubilant voice echoed in Liu Lang's ears. Dong Yinling, too, had lost her usual composure, tears welling in her eyes as the atmosphere enveloped her. Turning to the large screen above the podium, Liu Lang beheld his slightly bewildered, handsome visage, with a striking line of bold letters dominating the center of the display, "The Wandering Earth." Wow, we really won. It was worth the 2-hour wait. What an achievement, a dual winner of both the Stellar Award and the Hugo. This must make him the first in Asia. Not just the first in Asia, this is truly unparalleled worldwide. Haha, Liu Lang looks a bit dazed. I bet he didn't expect to win. Darn it, what a loss. Had I known, I would have bet on the Wandering Earth at those 20-to-1 odds. Wasn't that you who analyzed it as having zero chance of winning? TSK. What a slap in the face. Liu Lang is truly a paragon of talent and beauty. No amount of slander can hinder his success. Unlike the previous Stellar Awards, this time, ByteDance Entertainment livestreamed the entire Hugo Award ceremony. Over 30 million viewers in China witnessed The Wandering Earth triumph as the best short story in real time. The atmosphere in the livestream room suddenly erupted with exuberance, akin to the festive spirit of the new year. The barrage of comments surged forth like a tsunami, while the enchanting host joyfully rose to her feet, and the editor-in-chief of the sci-fi world, standing beside her, was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face. Countless witnesses observed as The Wandering Earth triumphed against a multitude of foreign works, breaking through the barriers set by international sci-fi awards to ultimately claim victory. This ignited a sense of participation among the audience, as if the film's success was a collective achievement in which they had played a significant role. However, Yu Dada seemed unable to accept the accolades bestowed upon The Wandering Earth, stubbornly muttering that it was merely a Best Short Story award, lacking the prestige of a Best Novel. He lamented the diminishing credibility of the Hugo Award. Yet, the elated viewers, caught in the throes of celebration, were unaccustomed to his pessimistic remarks, and the comments began to flood in, critiquing Yu Dada's cynical attitude. Gratitude poured forth for the creation of such an expansive and imaginative sci-fi narrative, featuring elements like planetary engines and space elevators, which allowed them to experience for the first time the wonders and romance of Chinese science fiction. Presenting the award to Liu Lang was none other than the illustrious world-renowned director, Christopher Nolan, whom they had encountered earlier in the hall. With a beaming smile, he lavished praise upon Liu Lang's The Wandering Earth. Hearing such commendation from a director capable of crafting masterpieces like Inception, Interstellar, and The Prestige was a moment of triumph for Liu Lang, though his companion and translator, Liu Zitao, was so exhilarated that his hands trembled. "Liu Laoshi, Nolan just said you are amazing." Liu Zitao, momentarily at a loss for words, finally composed himself before relaying the message. Liu Lang replied, "I did pass the college English level 4 exam. I can understand a bit. Is your translation too concise?" "Not a big deal, Liu Laoshi. It's your turn to give an acceptance speech now." Liu Zitao, being an old friend, understood the excitement of being a seasoned sci-fi enthusiast in this moment. After a brief moment to gather his thoughts, Liu Lang commenced his acceptance speech. "This is a small step for world science fiction, but a giant leap for Chinese science fiction. Ahem. Liu Laoshi, you've already said that during the Starlight Award ceremony. Perhaps you should choose another." Liu Zitao quietly reminded him from the side. Liu Lang, after delivering an impassioned speech celebrating Chinese science fiction, descended the stage amidst thunderous applause. Following this were the awards for Best Novelette and Best Novel. Before long, the entire award ceremony reached its conclusion. However, the end of the ceremony did not signify the conclusion of the evening's festivities. Liu Lang and his companions were subsequently invited to a banquet. Unlike the initial cold reception, after The Wandering Earth secured the Best Short Story award, an influx of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners approached Liu Lang and his colleagues, eager to engage in conversation. The banquet was not the focal point. Rather, it was the prominent figures from the European and American film industry in attendance that piqued interest. Just as Dong Yinling finished speaking to Liu Lang and Liu Zitao, An elegantly dressed older white gentleman with graying hair approached, surrounded by a throng of admirers. After a conversation, it was revealed that the other party was a representative from Paramount Pictures in Hollywood, hoping to negotiate the film adaptation rights for The Wandering Earth with Liu Lang, offering a staggering sum of $6 million. As one of the oldest titans in Hollywood, Paramount's initial offer was formidable enough to deter various entities interested in acquiring the film rights during the banquet. Before Liu Lang and his associates could respond, netizens in the Dragon Kingdom watching the live broadcast erupted with excitement. Wow, $6 million. That's over 40 million Dragon coins. I just searched, and no science fiction film in Dragon Kingdom's history has ever reached a 40 million box office. Brothers, over 20,000 words for 40 million Dragon coins. That's roughly 700 coins per word. Truly, a word worth 1,000 gold. Chapter 50. Paramount schemes. As tens of millions of viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were astonished by the offer from Paramount, on-site professionals Dong Yinling and Liu Zitao were equally taken aback. As industry experts, they estimated the film rights for The Wandering Earth to be around $1 million, even considering its win for the Hugo Award for Best Short Story. However, Paramount's offer was already at the forefront of Hollywood adaptation deals. Only franchises like The Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter could potentially surpass it. Dong Yinling did not believe that these seasoned Hollywood giants would recklessly spend $6 million to acquire a short science fiction work from a Dragon Kingdom author. May I inquire why your esteemed company is willing to invest $6 million in acquiring the film rights for The Wandering Earth? It's quite straightforward. We at Paramount are considering including The Wandering Earth in our next phase of major productions. If all goes according to plan, it will be directed by Christopher Nolan. By the way, it is worth mentioning that The Wandering Earth is a project that Nolan has strongly advocated for within the company, which in a sense elevates our valuation of the work. The representative from Paramount candidly stated the reason, and amidst the crowd, Christopher Nolan soon revealed himself. Mr. Liu, I am deeply intrigued by the worldview and humanistic spirit you have crafted in The Wandering Earth. I would be delighted to personally direct it and present it to the world in cinematic form. Nolan approached Liu Lang, extending a friendly handshake before sincerely explaining his reasons. As a world-renowned director known for creating critically and commercially successful films like Inception and Interstellar, Nolan possessed a keen sensitivity to science fiction. The various elements revealed in The Wandering Earth, so distinct from decades of Western science fiction, ignited his eagerness to adapt it into a film. At this juncture, Dong Yinling and Liu Zitao finally comprehended the situation. It was evident that Paramount had invested heavily to entice Christopher Nolan by acquiring the rights to The Wandering Earth, with the intention of pursuing further collaboration. Given Nolan's stature as a world-class commercial director, he undoubtedly merits a screenplay adaptation valued at $6 million. With Nolan at the helm and Paramount providing the financial backing, coupled with the promotional advantages and professional prowess of a traditional Hollywood titan, The Wandering Earth stands a significant chance of replicating the brilliance of Inception and Interstellar, potentially reaping global box office success while garnering critical acclaim. Can you believe that The Wandering Earth has caught Nolan's attention? Incredible. The future of Chinese science fiction looks promising. Do the naysayers still dare to speak? Who claimed The Wandering Earth was trash? A renowned global sci-fi director expresses interest in adapting it. Could it truly be worthless? It sounds promising. But isn't it peculiar that Paramount's representative publicly disclosed the bid? Aren't they concerned about competition? In the live stream, numerous viewers found Paramount's bold offer somewhat perplexing. Typically, such copyright negotiations are conducted discreetly, rarely so brazenly in the public eye. This was Paramount Pictures' overt strategy. The guest editor Wei contemplated for a moment before elucidating the intricacies of Paramount's high-profile bid to the audience. With a price tag of $6 million, it is unlikely that many competitors exist, even among the world's Hollywood giants. However, such a grand sci-fi production demands a director and production team of exceptional caliber, and only a handful of directors worldwide possess the capability to execute it effectively. Other major Hollywood studios may have directors interested in collaborating, yet their schedules may not permit. Paramount's lofty offer serves to curry favor with Christopher Nolan. Should the acquisition succeed, it would be a perfect fit for Nolan to direct, as he is indeed a top-tier director of commercial sci-fi films, with a strong likelihood of delivering a remarkable rendition of The Wandering Earth. Conversely, if the acquisition falters, it poses little risk, as this endeavor merely represents a contingency for Paramount's next phase of large-scale productions, for which Nolan would still owe them gratitude. Wei's analysis thoroughly dissected the underlying interests behind Paramount's audacious offer, leading the audience in the live stream to a collective realization. Regardless of the outcome, Paramount Pictures would not suffer a loss from this strategy. I earnestly implore that Nolan be allowed to helm the wandering Earth. I long to witness a world-class Chinese science fiction film in my lifetime. Even if it's a Chinese script, a Hollywood production team would suffice. To be honest, I was initially quite eager for director Liu Lang's involvement, but we're talking about Nolan here. With such an illustrious team combining a world-class sci-fi director and a Hollywood titan, I believe it would be prudent to entrust the wandering Earth to them. Do not fret. Only a fool would decline. If I were Liu Lang and heard that Nolan was willing to direct, while also receiving over $40 million for it, I'd have to be out of my mind to refuse. Selling the rights certainly seems like a guaranteed profit, doesn't it? The audience, filled with impatience, almost wished to affirm Liu Lang's decision on the spot. Even the professional guests in the live stream, including editor Wei, nodded in agreement upon reading these comments. Despite being a specialist in the realm of science fiction and entertainment in Longhua, editor Wei secretly hoped for the creation of a world-class sci-fi blockbuster that truly belonged to the people of Longhua. However, the long-standing realities of the Longhua film industry rendered such aspirations seemingly unrealistic. Rather than squander the promising IP rights of the Wandering Earth, it might be more prudent to entrust it to the expertise of Hollywood, which could yield the best outcome for Longhua's science fiction. Oh, handing it over to Hollywood isn't entirely foolproof either. I dread the thought of some politically correct, cross-gender, vegan animal rights activists taking the lead role. The political correctness in sci-fi films is becoming nauseating. The brother above is still too young. Do you really believe our directors could create anything worthwhile? I can already predict the plot. A bunch of popular stars will be busy falling in love while saving the Earth, sprinkled with a few painfully awkward jokes for comedic relief, culminating in a noble sacrifice by the leads to evoke some tragic undertones and elevate the theme. Wow, you really understand Longhua cinema. As the viewers in the live stream continued their lively discussion about the future plot of The Wandering Earth, Liu Lang, upon hearing Liu Zitao's translation, did not hesitate. He firmly communicated to the Paramount representatives his rejection of the acquisition offer. Chapter 51. Just because they say it's impossible, does that mean it truly is? The film adaptation of The Wandering Earth is already underway and will not be sold externally. Upon Liu Zitao's translation of this statement, the Paramount team, including Christopher Nolan, was momentarily taken aback. Had someone else beaten them to it? Which company could it be? Sony? Universal? Or Warner Brothers? The representative from Paramount, an older white male, furrowed his brow and inquired, believing that perhaps only fellow Hollywood giants could possess the capability and funds to produce such a large-scale industrial sci-fi film. It's none of those. It's my own work, Liu Lang replied earnestly. At this revelation, the expressions of the Paramount team grew even more perplexed. They had never heard of Longhua's foray into science fiction cinema. In fact, this was not merely ignorance. As a Hollywood titan whose films enjoyed global success, Paramount had never paid attention to the state of the domestic film industry in Longhua. In their view, Longhua's cinematic offerings, aside from those in the artistic and realistic genres that managed to gain some recognition at international film awards, were utterly ineffective in the commercial film arena. Each time a Hollywood blockbuster graced Longhua's cinemas, it swept away all competing domestic films with relentless force. Were it not for the existence of designated months to protect distinctive domestic films, nearly 90% of the annual box office revenue in Longhua would have been completely devoured by Hollywood. Faced with such a feeble opponent, Hollywood titans exhibit little interest in conducting targeted research, treating the Dragon Kingdom market merely as a treasure trove to exploit at will. This is why the representatives from Paramount Pictures expressed such bewilderment. If you intend to seize this opportunity to inflate the price, I regret to inform you that $6 million is Paramount's final offer. No, what I mean is, I will direct The Wandering Earth. Liu Lang solemnly declared to the representatives of Paramount Pictures before him. The elderly Caucasian man raised an eyebrow upon witnessing Liu Lang's earnest demeanor. Young man, allow me to offer you some advice. Industrial science fiction is not akin to a romantic film or a comedy. To bring such a project to fruition, one must have the support of a robust film industrial system. Frankly speaking, after more than 30 years in the industry, I have yet to hear of any representative works of science fiction from the Dragon Kingdom. There exists an insurmountable chasm between a stellar award-winning short film and a mature industrial science fiction feature. Once you have clarified your thoughts, you may reach out to Paramount. However, by then, The Wandering Earth may not even be worth $6 million. Following this, the entourage from Paramount Pictures chuckled lightly. No one took Liu Lang's words seriously. It seemed absurd for a country lagging in commercial filmmaking to aspire to create a mature industrial science fiction film. In the grand scheme of things, only a few Hollywood giants possessed the requisite capability. Christopher Nolan, upon hearing Liu Lang's words, also smiled with a hint of bitterness. But his laughter was not directed at Liu Lang's overconfidence. Rather, he saw in Liu Lang a reflection of his younger self. Liu, I understand your sentiments. Every director yearns to present their envisioned script in the most exquisite fashion. Yet, you face challenges that extend beyond mere financial constraints. The disparity in film industrial systems cannot be bridged swiftly with money alone. I can only wish you good fortune. Even as a world-renowned director of science fiction, Nolan sometimes had to heed the opinions of Hollywood giants, whose resources amassed over decades form the bedrock of the Hollywood industrial system, indispensable for producing grand cinematic works. Without Hollywood's mature industrial framework, classics such as Inception and Interstellar would never have come to be. As Paramount Pictures and Nolan departed, the viewers in the live stream, who had been attentively following the exchange, began to inundate the chat with a torrent of comments. Liu Lang, are you out of your mind? We have no experience in making science fiction films. How can you expect to leap directly to the top? It would be wiser to collaborate with Hollywood, learn from them, and adopt their skills to surpass them. Honestly, I'm at a loss. What qualifications does Liu Lang have, aside from producing 2 animated science fiction films, to take on a live-action The Wandering Earth? Blind confidence will only lead to tragic arrogance. I'm curious to see what you can produce. I will be the first to buy a ticket to criticize if it flops. Many netizens, harboring a sense of frustration akin to that of a mentor disappointed in a wayward pupil, have subjected Liu Lang to a profound interrogation. However, at this moment, Liu Lang, who is abroad, remains unfazed by the clamor surrounding him. After the conclusion of the banquet, he and his entourage board a private jet, heading directly back to their homeland. While still airborne, news of The Wandering Earth winning the Hugo Award begins to spread across the internet, gaining momentum. An increasing number of citizens from the Dragon Kingdom become aware of a young man named Liu Lang, who has simultaneously received both the Hugo and the Starlight Awards. Furthermore, he is poised to undertake an unprecedented challenge in the annals of Dragon Kingdom cinema by adapting his award-winning work, The Wandering Earth, into a live-action science fiction film. In an instant, the internet is abuzz with mixed reviews of Liu Lang. On one hand, many express admiration for him as the sole creator to have achieved both the Hugo and Starlight Awards, especially considering his tender age and promising future. Conversely, others deem him overly ambitious for attempting to challenge the Hollywood industry's exclusive domain of science fiction filmmaking, labeling him as excessively arrogant. Teacher Liu, you could have circumvented such negative critiques, remarked Liu Zitao, who feels a deep sense of regret as he observes the online discourse about Liu Lang. Had Liu Lang abandoned the filming of The Wandering Earth, these disparaging comments would likely not have emerged. Is it not essential for someone to attempt the impossible? Just because foreigners assert it cannot be done, does that render it unachievable? Half a century ago, who could have foreseen that the Dragon Kingdom would develop its own nuclear weapon through sheer human ingenuity and the use of an abacus, without the aid of computers? I firmly believe that creating this film will not prove to be more challenging than the circumstances faced back then. As Liu Lang spoke, Liu Zitao felt a surge of fervor within him. He too yearned to witness a science fiction blockbuster that belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. In that moment, The Wandering Earth seemed to transcend its status as merely a film, evolving into a symbol of a certain collective spirit. Beside them, Dong Yanling was also moved. Initially intending to leverage the sci-fi genre to compete against the likes of Penguin and Alibaba within the Dragon Kingdom's film industry, she found her perspective elevated by Liu Lang's vision. Upon landing, Liu Lang disregarded the online uproar and made a phone call. Hello, Howsy. How is your training in Hungyan going? Wah, Brother Lang. You finally remember your estranged brother. Chapter 52, Carbon Nanotubes. Liu Lang's 2 science fiction short films, coupled with his presence on the Douyin platform and his dual accolades of the Starlight and Hugo Awards, have catapulted him to the pinnacle of internet fame within the Dragon Kingdom over the past month. This, of course, has not gone unnoticed by Lin Hao, who is currently in Hungyan. Despite his grueling schedule, rotating among several film crews and working tirelessly, he had never considered reaching out to Liu Lang for assistance. He possesses a strong sense of pride, although they had jokingly promised to remember each other amid riches before graduation. It was only when Liu Lang reached out that Lin Hao felt assured he had not been forgotten. At Liu Lang's invitation, Lin Hao hastily purchased a plane ticket and flew to Hainan Island to meet him. When Lin Hao beheld the expansive film studio, sprawling over dozens of square kilometers by the harbor, he was utterly astonished. Lao Gu, are you truly serious about this? The news circulating online about Liu Lang's intention to produce The Wandering Earth has stirred quite a commotion, and amidst the prevailing skepticism regarding his capability, Lin Hao, who possesses an almost blind faith in Liu Lang, finds himself filled with trepidation. As a graduate of a film directing program, he is acutely aware of the monumental challenges involved in creating an industrial science fiction film. In the realm of global cinema, such endeavors are predominantly the domain of Hollywood. Indeed, it is true. Do you think I intend to follow in by Faye's footsteps, merely securing some funds and enlisting a few popular actors to shoot a sci-fi romance? Upon hearing Liu Lang's words, Lin Hao scratched his head. Previously, he might have believed Liu Lang was considering such a venture merely to make a quick profit. However, with Liu Lang now adorned with accolades such as the Starlight Award and the Hugo Award, he has undeniably ascended to the pinnacle of Chinese science fiction and would never engage in such a self-destructive folly. I genuinely require your assistance. The production team for The Wandering Earth has just begun to take shape, and I need you to serve as my assistant director. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback and quickly began to decline. Lao Go, if it were any other production, I could perhaps muddle through as an assistant director. But I cannot jeopardize your project. My knowledge of hardcore science fiction filmmaking is virtually non-existent. During my time in Hongdian, I have been occupied managing extras, overseeing props, and dealing with explosive and battle scenes. I can at best be considered a logistical coordinator, and you cannot rely on me for the actual filming. Knowing one's own limitations is crucial. If it were a propaganda piece about the War of Resistance or a melodramatic soap opera, Lin Hao would not hesitate to showcase his directorial prowess. However, The Wandering Earth holds immense significance for Liu Lang, and Lin Hao does not wish to tarnish his friend's work. Your role as an assistant director will primarily involve managing the logistics of the production, including the oversight of extras, the preparation of equipment and props, and a myriad of logistical tasks within the crew. I am not comfortable entrusting such a vital position to someone else. Liu Lang's sincerity shines through. In truth, Lin Hao is somewhat of a second-generation figure in the film industry. However, he is not the typical star or director offspring that people often think of. Many of his relatives are engaged in various aspects of the film industry. His uncle serves as a casting director for a prominent director in Hongdian. Several aunts are responsible for catering services for nearly half of the productions in Hongdian, and two uncles are involved in providing costumes and props for various productions. From the aircraft, cannons, and tanks in war scenes to the diverse weapons in historical dramas, as long as the budget permits, authenticity can be achieved. In a certain sense, Lin Hao's involvement in the film industry is a product of his family legacy. Lao Gu, you should have mentioned this sooner. This is my area of expertise. During this time, I have been entirely immersed in logistical operations on set. Upon realizing that Liu Lang was referring to the role of assistant director responsible for logistics, Lin Hao's confidence was instantly restored. After spending considerable time rotating through various film crews in Hongdian, coupled with the insider knowledge shared by relatives about the film industry, Lin Hao has become thoroughly familiar with the logistics of crew operations. As it happens, I'll take you to visit the prop factory of our The Wandering Earth crew. After a brief wait, the Safety Bureau had already completed the construction of the prop factory that Liu Lang requested, and it was ready for use. As Liu Lang spoke, he led Lin Hao towards the periphery of the expansive The Wandering Earth filming base, which spans several dozen square kilometers. Prop factory? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback when he saw the rows of newly erected, towering factory buildings within the confines of the filming base. He was left utterly astonished. No way, Langgu, are you serious? These factories are genuinely for the production of film props. Lin Hao recalled his uncle, who singularly supplied nearly half of the film crews in Hongdian with various props, airplanes, cannons, tanks, knives, guns, and everything in between. Yet, even with such a vast operation, his uncle managed a mere 30 workers, which could only be considered a small workshop. Before him stood these prop factories, each towering between 20 to 30 meters and covering thousands of square meters, with as many as 20 of them. Do not be overly surprised. This is an industrial science fiction film. After all, the pursuit of authenticity necessitates an abundance of film props. Our crew simply has a slightly elevated standard for the quantity and quality, Liu Lang explained to Lin Hao. The equipment and materials were ready, but there was an urgent need for a reliable team of prop masters to handle them. Langgu, what exactly are you planning to create? Lin Hao asked. My uncle has connections, but his workers lack education and cannot craft overly complex props. Upon hearing the lack of education, Liu Lang's eyes brightened. Howsy, please be sure to contact your uncle and let him know that money is not an issue. Have him find a reliable team of craftsmen to help me process the raw materials for producing film props. The props Liu Lang envisioned were none other than the long-desired space elevator. The optimal location for the space elevator should ideally be in the Gabon region of Africa, similar to the setting depicted in the original The Wandering Earth film. However, Liu Lang understood that he could not simply replicate the film's scenario in reality. That area was not within the sphere of influence of Longhua. Additionally, given the sensitivity of the space elevator project, Liu Lang deliberated and ultimately opted for a more feasible alternative, selecting the Hainan Island region at the southern tip of Longhua. Constructing a colossal version of the space elevator, complete with 9 cabins and 216 cables of varying thicknesses, as depicted in the film, was clearly unrealistic here. Not only would the geographical conditions be insufficient, but Liu Lang also lacked the financial resources to invest in such an endeavor. If the sole purpose was for filming, a single cabin with 4 cables would suffice. This scaled-down version of the space elevator was well within Liu Lang's capacity. Once the planning was complete, the most crucial task remained: to manufacture the core material needed for constructing the space elevator, sufficiently long carbon nanotubes. Chapter 53. The cinematic legacy of Lin. How the success of constructing a space elevator hinges critically upon the discovery of a reliable cable material. The exaggerated length of the space elevator, extending tens of thousands of kilometers, imposes stringent requirements on the cable's material. Carbon nanotubes, with their superior load-bearing capacity, tensile strength, stability, thermal conductivity, and fatigue resistance, far exceed the properties of steel, which is currently the predominant material used in large-scale industrial applications. Remarkably, carbon nanotubes possess the ability to outperform steel in numerous aspects while weighing merely 1/6 of the equivalent volume of steel. Thus, they emerge as the optimal choice for the cable material of the space elevator. Research on carbon nanotubes has long commenced in the real world, and it is now feasible to synthesize them artificially within laboratory settings. However, regrettably, the maximum length achieved for laboratory-produced carbon nanotubes has only reached slightly over 70 centimeters, which is far from sufficient to meet the demands of a space elevator. Moreover, the cost of producing carbon nanotubes in laboratories remains exorbitant. Fortunately, Liu Lang has been enlightened with knowledge related to the technology of the space elevator, which includes mature techniques for the large-scale industrial production of carbon nanotubes. The revelation of such an affordable and efficient method for mass-producing carbon nanotubes would undoubtedly create an unprecedented sensation. Consequently, the filming of The Wandering Earth could potentially be affected, prompting Liu Lang to temporarily conceal this information and utilize it merely as a prop for the film, thereby minimizing any repercussions. Choosing Lin Hao's uncle to oversee the operations was the best solution Liu Lang could devise at present. Lin Hao's uncle, along with his artisans in the props workshop, possesses limited formal education and would unlikely fathom the immense value of the soft yet extraordinarily durable, long rope-like materials resembling engineering plastics that they would produce. Additionally, Lin Hao, as the assistant director, shares a familial bond with his uncle, reinforced by a substantial confidentiality agreement with high penalties, providing Liu Lang with a sense of assurance. Under Lin Hao's mediation, Liu Lang entered into a significant contract with his uncle, investing millions to employ them to manufacture a sufficiently long supply of carbon nanotube cables over the forthcoming months. In preparation for this endeavor, Lin Hao's uncle recruited a new batch of compliant townsfolk, expanding the small workshop to a workforce of 100. The carbon-containing gases and catalytic materials required for synthesizing the carbon nanotubes were coordinated through the Safety Bureau, with quantities manageable within the capacity of the relevant departments. The improved technique for large-scale industrial production of carbon nanotubes is characterized by its speed, scalability, and cost-effectiveness. The operational complexity is significantly less than that of laboratory methods, with the primary challenges lying in the innovation of processes and selection of novel catalytic materials. Consequently, after Liu Lang demonstrated the procedure a few times within the factory, the workers under Lin Hao's uncle swiftly mastered the technique. Soon, 20 brand-new factories began to hum with activity, with expansive workshops continuously churning out the raw materials essential for the space elevator's cables. Outside the filming base in Hainan Island, 2 sturdy men donned in straw hats casually plucked coconuts, their eyes occasionally glancing towards the factory buildings beyond the fence. 20 prop factories? What kind of film props are being created? This seems rather extravagant, doesn't it? What is this? Isn't that director supposed to have reported it? In due time, there may even be a test launch of an experimental rocket for the film, which the higher-ups have already approved. Haven't you seen the overwhelming promotions online? They are producing an industrial science fiction film, a grand production, and such significant events will become more frequent in the future. Oh, this endeavor certainly appears to be quite costly. Should we inquire with our superior for a reason to investigate? Why bother with such worries? Our task is to remain vigilant on the periphery, preventing foreign elements from approaching, not to surveil them. The target is being monitored by Xiao Wu, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Sigh, why is the target so stubborn, insisting on making a film? With his abilities, wouldn't he be able to secure a position as an academician at a research institute? Perhaps he believes that being a director is more exhilarating than being an academician. Who can fathom the thoughts of these intellectuals? Once the production of props and materials for the filming base commenced smoothly, Liu Lang re-established contact with Dong Yinling. the strategic director of Byte Entertainment. Dong had not forgotten her promise to Liu Lang, and under her instruction, the professional film crew from Byte Entertainment, along with various filming equipment, began to head towards the shooting base in Hainan Island as agreed. Lin Hao was responsible for receiving the film crew and managing the corresponding logistical tasks at the base, leveraging his background from a film family to start contacting extras and specialty actors needed for the upcoming film. As a large-scale industrial science fiction film with a disaster theme, The Wandering Earth required an enormous number of extras. At peak times, there could be thousands of extras appearing simultaneously on screen. Moreover, due to the film's setting, a significant number of foreign actors would also be needed to participate as specialty performers. Fortunately, Lin Hao had relatives who had cultivated extensive connections in Hongdian over the years, allowing him to accumulate considerable networking resources. Regardless of whether they hailed from the east or the west, as long as the price was right, Lin Hao's uncle, who worked as a casting director in Hongdian, could even find an African-American capable of reciting preface to the Pavilion of Princeton fluently. After enduring rigorous training in various film crews in Hongdian, Lin Hao faced the task of coordinating the arrival of the Byte Entertainment film crew, equipment, and organizing extras and specialty actors in a systematic and phased manner without any pressure. He could even adeptly liaise with nearby towns to prepare for the impending surge in meal provisions at the shooting base. With the increasing number of personnel at the filming site, ensuring meal supplies for hundreds or even thousands of people daily during the film shoot posed a significant challenge for all film crews. The abandoned port surrounding the shooting base was desolate, with the nearest town over 10 kilometers away. Ensuring daily meal provisions for hundreds or thousands at the shooting base was a daunting task for any film crew. This is also a significant reason why Liu Lang requires Lin Hao to serve as the assistant director. He cannot concentrate on the film's production while simultaneously managing the myriad of trivial matters unrelated to the actual shooting. With Lin Hao's assistance, Liu Lang can free himself to tackle more formidable challenges, such as inviting the lead actors to join the project. Liu Peiqiang, Tu Hongyu, and Zhou Ji are poised to portray the three most pivotal roles in the film The Wandering Earth. Liu Lang resolved to secure these principal actors first. In Chapter 54, filled with sincerity, the illustrious Liu Tianwang, Liu Peiqiang, Tu Hongyu, and Zhou Ji are the three most crucial characters Liu Lang has envisioned for The Wandering Earth. Their significance within the film is equally paramount. Regarding their portrayers, Liu Lang believes that the casting from the past life was exceptionally successful. Wu Jing, Andy Lau, and Li Xuejian are almost the very embodiment of these characters. Liu Lang decided to extend an invitation to the most prominent figure in the Dragon Kingdom's film industry, Andy Lau first. Once these three principal roles are secured, he is confident that inviting other actors will pose no significant challenge. With the assistance of Dong Yinling, the strategic director of Byte Entertainment, Liu Lang boarded a private jet directly to Hong Kong Island. Byte Entertainment has established connections within the Hong Kong entertainment circle, facilitating contact with Andy Lau's assistant manager. However, as one of the few luminaries in the Dragon Kingdom's film industry and a marquee figure in Hong Kong cinema, Liu Lang would have to negotiate the film contract himself. Hello, Mr. Liu. I am Andy Lau's assistant manager. He has some personal matters at the moment and is unable to meet. Please feel free to discuss anything with me, the assistant conveyed. The absence of Andy Lau himself, with only his assistant manager present for the meeting, left Liu Lang feeling somewhat challenged. It was evident that the other party did not hold to the Wandering Earth film project in high regard. Indeed, after Liu Lang articulated his intentions, the assistant politely indicated potential scheduling conflicts, expressing that Mr. Lau preferred to spend more time with his family. Despite Liu Lang's recent surge in popularity on the Dragon Kingdom's internet and the significant attention garnered by the Wandering Earth project within the film industry, having won the Hugo Award and attracted a substantial offer from Paramount Pictures, many still viewed the project with skepticism. Could it be that the filmmakers of the Dragon Kingdom do not aspire to create such a grand-scale industrial science fiction film, representative of the highest production standards in the global film industry? They certainly do wish to create it. However, the crux of the issue lies in the absence of commensurate capability. Not only do the directors lack experience in shooting related industrial science fiction films, but the production teams and post-production special effects standards fall far short of Hollywood's requirements. Now Liu Lang, a newly graduated director with no prior experience in producing live-action films for the big screen, seeks to take on an industrial science fiction project that has left nearly all Dragon Kingdom directors at a loss. The immediate reaction from filmmakers upon hearing this news is one of incredulity. Mr. Liu, to be candid, over the past few years, has been in a semi-retired state, and his standards for selecting scripts and film projects have become rather discerning. While your international accolades are undoubtedly commendable, It is worth noting that both the mainland and our film industry in Hong Kong have ventured into the realm of science fiction with little success, often facing considerable setbacks. Not to mention the formidable challenges posed by industrial sci-fi. The risks associated with The Wandering Earth are indeed substantial, and I hope you can appreciate this perspective. Liu Lang pondered for a moment. The words of the assistant manager held merit. In the current landscape, Hua has firmly established himself as one of the foremost talents in Hong Kong, ranking among the elite within the broader Chinese film industry. Having been in the industry for so long, he is certainly not lacking in financial incentives for any single film, and as he approaches the latter stages of his career, he will undoubtedly be more protective of his reputation. The potential fallout from accepting a subpar film, which could tarnish his hard-earned acclaim, is precisely what he fears. Letting out a long sigh, Liu Lang understood that mere words would not suffice to persuade the assistant manager before him. He then retrieved a tablet he had on hand and presented it to the individual. Inside were artistic concepts related to The Wandering Earth, including over 300,000 rough storyboard sketches, preliminary renderings of special effects, and intricate details of various scenes and props. As the assistant manager listened to Liu Lang's explanation, he was astonished to scroll through the tablet, where images vividly portrayed the worldview of The Wandering Earth. From the cataclysmic fall of the moon to the grand scenes of collapse, the stages of ignition for the planetary engines displayed over 100 transformations, down to the concept analysis of future engineering vehicles and the precise designs of the thousands of components that comprise these vehicles. Every detail was meticulously presented on the tablet. With over 20 years of experience, the assistant manager had never encountered such a comprehensive and meticulous collection of cinematic art concepts. Is this the new standard for science fiction films? Could that futuristic engineering transport vehicle truly be manufactured in reality? As he gazed at the image showcasing the vehicle dissected into over 1,000 components, he increasingly believed that such a creation might indeed be feasible. Additionally, we have planned a filming base on Hainan Island that spans an impressive 45 square kilometers. The prop factories alone consist of up to 20 facilities, covering a total area exceeding 100,000 square meters. A professional production team, along with approximately 1,200 extras and specialized actors, has already commenced assembling in phases as scheduled. Financial concerns need not be a worry, as I will personally bear the full costs, including an estimated 68 billion dragon coins for special effects production. Furthermore, I can assure you that the quality of the special effects will not fall short of those in my previously acclaimed sci-fi short film that won the Starlight Award. The assistant manager listened in astonishment as Liu Lang provided this detailed account. Coming from the Hong Kong film industry, he previously believed that a crew of 100 was already a considerable production, let alone a filming site spanning dozens of square kilometers and 20 dedicated prop manufacturing factories. For someone accustomed to the modest productions of Hong Kong's film industry, this undoubtedly came as a tremendous shock. It is worth noting that a film achieving a box office of 10 million in Hong Kong is considered a success. A production budget of 6.8 billion. The assistant agent felt momentarily bewildered. He did not perceive Liu Lang as a fool with excessive wealth. No one capable of such a substantial investment is truly naive, which indicated that Liu Lang must possess considerable confidence. Furthermore, the extensive array of stunning visual concept art, filming locations, and prop factories displayed by the other party, coupled with Liu Lang's accolades such as the Hugo Award and Starlight Award, showcased his prowess in scriptwriting and special effects. The assistant agent finally sensed Liu Lang's sincere intentions. Mr. Liu, I will convey your message to Hua Choi verbatim and provide you with a response by tomorrow at the earliest. I hope we can collaborate soon. After shaking hands and bidding farewell, Liu Lang silently watched the other man's hurried figure retreat. There was little more he could do. Boss, where to next? His bodyguard, Xiao Wu, inquired once the other had departed. Let us go meet another character, Liu Lang replied, recalling that an important star in Hong Kong required his visit. Chapter 55. The astonishing arrival of Fortress of Magic City Han Xiang, who plays an important role as Liu Peiqiang's father-in-law and the father of the sole female lead. Han Duo is a critical character. Although he only makes a cameo appearance in Liu Lang's planned first installment of The Wandering Earth, Han Xiang will assume an extremely significant supporting role in the anticipated second installment. Liu Lang decided to cast the esteemed Wu Mengda to portray Han Xiang. As a golden supporting actor from the golden age of Hong Kong cinema, the comedic duo of Wu and Stephen Chow has produced countless classic comedies. In his previous life, Liu Lang could be said to have grown up watching Wu's films. His sister, Liu Nian, had chosen a security company that, while not large, possessed remarkable capabilities and even had a branch in Hong Kong. As Liu Lang pondered this, his bodyguard and driver, Xiao Wu, had already arrived at their destination. Driving the off-road Hummer provided by the security company, In contrast to the reclusive King Liu, Wu Mengda was as approachable as an ordinary neighborhood uncle. When Liu Lang found him, Wu was in the park observing a group of retired gentlemen engaged in a game of chess. Upon hearing Liu Lang's intention to invite him for a cameo in a science fiction film, he symbolically accepted a fee of 200,000 Hong Kong dollars and agreed to participate. I quite enjoy high-tech films, but having previously starred in numerous absurd comedies, many have typecast me in that genre, which is rather unfortunate, Wu chuckled, engaging Liu Lang in a casual conversation devoid of any airs of a movie star. Liu Lang, inspired by this, sincerely invited him, "Mr. Wu, please take care of your health. If this film does not incur losses, I would love to have you back for an important supporting role in the next science fiction project." "Oh, you young ones should learn from the seasoned directors instead of painting dreams," Wu replied with a smile. "I appreciate your intentions, work hard, and I wish your film great box office success." Unperturbed by the conversation, Uncle Da dismissed it as mere banter from Liu Lang, and after some light-hearted exchanges, they parted ways. The formal contract would be sent to Uncle Da's agency later via fax. Successfully inviting Uncle Da felt like an auspicious omen, and that very evening, Liu Lang received a call from the assistant manager of Huachai, inviting him to gather at the villa in Deepwater Bay. Upon arrival, after a brief introduction by the assistant manager, both parties engaged in pleasantries before swiftly addressing the matter at hand. "Mr. Liu, I have heard that you have made extensive preparations for the film The Wandering Earth. You have written and adapted the screenplay, created storyboards, and produced over 100,000 concept illustrations of the film's universe. I believe you have poured your heart and soul into this project, but I must ask, why seek me for a role in it? Admittedly, there was a time when I starred in a science fiction film that received poor reviews and performed dismally at the box office." After absorbing the assistant manager's account, Liu Lang found himself convinced by the meticulous and ambitious preparations for the film. His lingering concern was whether he could rise to the occasion for such an unprecedented industrial sci-fi film in the annals of Dragon Country cinema. He feared not only for his reputation but also for disappointing Liu Lang, who had invested so much effort. Reflecting on Huachai's mention of the sci-fi film, Liu Lang recalled it to be Future Police, a commercial sci-fi failure that amalgamated numerous stars and renowned directors from across the Taiwan Strait and beyond. Following that experience, Huachai had developed a psychological aversion to the genre. "I understand your concerns, Brother Hua, but you need not worry excessively. Your character is that of a senior engineer. The sci-fi elements pertaining to your role do not involve clad in nanospace suits, wielding laser guns while engaging in fierce battles. Rather, they are of a conceptual nature, such as digital life. Furthermore, the character Tu Hengyu does not have an extensive role. You may consider it a special guest appearance. In fact, this special appearance comprises roughly 1/3 of the film's duration." Liu Lang, subtly addressing Huachai's apprehensions, focused on the paramount task of persuading him to join the crew. Upon hearing the director's reassurances, Huachai finally relaxed. They continued discussing the script, the film's preparatory work, and future promotional collaborations, ultimately reaching an agreement for Huachai to portray Tu Hengyu for a remuneration of 10 million. Unlike Uncle Da's cameo, Tu Hengyu's role was significantly pivotal to the film's narrative. Given Huachai's influence in the Dragon Country film industry, this remuneration could be considered a friendly rate for a commercial film. With ample funding at his disposal, Liu Lang had no objections and promptly signed the agreement. With the most prominent cast member, Huachai, secured, Liu Lang felt a considerable weight lift off his shoulders. Shortly after returning to the Hainan film production base, Huachai announced on social media his impending involvement in Liu Lang's The Wandering Earth, urging fans for their support. This announcement sent ripples throughout the Dragon Country film industry, leaving many astonished by Huachai's choice, as the public remained skeptical and many anticipated the potential missteps of Liu Lang. A prominent star from the Hong Kong film industry surprisingly became the first to join his film project. As an established figure who has thrived in the Dragon Kingdom for decades, Huachai not only possesses impeccable professionalism but also adheres to stringent standards when selecting scripts. Moreover, given his recent semi-retirement from acting, he would not easily agree to participate in any project that failed to captivate him. This reality has rendered his decision all the more astonishing. Could it be that The Wandering Earth truly holds the promise of becoming a landmark film in the realm of science fiction within the Dragon Kingdom? Huachai's endorsement carries significant positive implications for the Wandering Earth team. Dong Yinling personally reached out to Liu Lang, revealing that numerous second- and third-tier stars from the Dragon Kingdom's film industry have begun actively contacting Byte Entertainment, eager to audition for roles in The Wandering Earth. While top-tier celebrities remain cautious and observant, the lesser-known stars lack the luxury of such indecision. Liu Tianwang's involvement has instilled a sense of reassurance among them, prompting them to leverage their connections in pursuit of substantial roles within The Wandering Earth. Although they may harbor doubts about Liu Lang, they trust Liu Tianwang's judgment. If The Wandering Earth achieves phenomenal success, these opportunistic stars could also rise in prominence. However, Liu Lang already has a clear vision for casting and is indifferent to these self-nominated opportunists, just as he was discussing the remaining character selections with Dong Yanling. Another sensational piece of news began circulating across the Dragon Kingdom's internet. Penguin and Alibaba unite to produce a sci-fi romance epic, 5 years in the making. With an investment nearing $400 million, featuring top-tier stars, Han Lu, Hong Kong legends, and the goddess Shu Qi, Magic City Fortress is officially greenlit. Chapter 56. Bundled marketing. Since Liu Lang began collaborating with Byte Entertainment, the powerful machinery of internet promotion has continuously elevated the popularity of the sci-fi genre across various online platforms. International sci-fi awards such as the Starlight Awards and the Hugo Awards, which previously went unnoticed in the domestic sphere, have gained widespread recognition through extensive promotion by numerous self-media outlets. The comparisons to the Oscars in the realm of sci-fi film awards and the Nobel Prize in Literature for Sci-Fi have made the Starlight Awards and Hugo Awards household names in the Dragon Kingdom. Countless citizens have come to recognize Liu Lang as a remarkable young talent, breaking the foreign monopoly on international sci-fi awards that has persisted for years. This wave of promotion reached its zenith following Liu Lang's receipt of the Hugo Award and his announcement to adapt his award-winning work, The Wandering Earth, into a film. For the first time, the sci-fi genre has garnered such public attention in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, when the citizens sought to satiate their curiosity for domestic sci-fi films, they found that aside from a few subpar productions masquerading as sci-fi, there were virtually no legitimate works in this genre. As the two dominant forces in the film industry of the Dragon Kingdom, Alibaba and Tencent swiftly discerned the trends within the domestic movie market. They promptly resolved to collaborate, embarking on the creation of an epic science fiction romance film. The cast alone can be deemed as a top-tier production within the country. The screenplay is adapted from the acclaimed work of the young best-selling author Jiang Bei, boasting a fanbase that encompasses millions of young individuals in the Dragon Kingdom. The leading roles are portrayed by the nation's premier star, Liu Han, alongside the goddess of Hong Kong cinema, Shu Qi. The director, Tung, renowned for his successful romantic films, undoubtedly possesses exceptional credentials and prowess. Furthermore, the production is backed by Alibaba and Tencent, the titans of the Dragon Kingdom's film industry, ensuring unparalleled promotional strength. Coupled with a staggering budget of $400 million and an impressive 5 years of preparation, the announcement of Fortress of Magic City immediately sparked widespread public discourse. Can't wait for Xiao Lu's new film. I will definitely bring my entire family to support you. Isn't Shu Qi almost 50 years old? How can she be paired with my Xiao Lu? Strongly urge a change of leading lady. Wow, 5 years of preparation? When will it actually be released? My uncle is an executive at Tencent Entertainment. He told me this film is expected to be completed in, at most, 9 months, including post-production time. If it takes a few years to film, the sci-fi craze will have faded. I wonder, aside from the director, actor salaries, and promotional funds, how much of the investment will actually go towards special effects? The visual effects are crucial for a sci-fi film, aren't they? As a top-tier star, Liu Han's salary must be in the tens of millions, if not over $100 million. Shu Qi, being an old veteran, should demand around $10 to $20 million as well, adding in the director's fees and the salaries of supporting actors. Goodness, the salaries alone must consume half of the $400 million investment, right? And if we factor in the promotional budget, what's left for the special effects? Next door, The Wandering Earth claims an investment of $6.8 billion, with most funds allocated to special effects. It's pointless, nowadays, rather than spending exorbitantly on special effects. It's more effective to hire a few influential stars. While Huazi was once popular, that is a thing of the past. Currently, the leading star has to be someone like Liu Han, whose daily Weibo posts garner millions of likes and shares. How can an outdated Hong Kong star compete? Indeed, times have changed. Even the current cast of The Wandering Earth pales in comparison to Fortress of Magic City, unless The Wandering Earth can recruit some high-profile stars. I think Yang Mi would be a good choice. Yang Mi's feet stink. I prefer Reba or Angela. No way, those mentioned lack acting skills. I support Li Qin. Under the deliberate promotion by Tencent and Alibaba, the anticipation for Fortress of Magic City rapidly surged. Moreover, as The Wandering Earth was nearly announced concurrently with Fortress of Magic City, and both films belong to the science fiction genre, they were soon compared by the online community. Based on the information currently disclosed by both parties, there is no doubt that the Fortress of Magic City possesses a significantly greater prowess. Although director Tung has previously helmed romantic films, his qualifications and experience undoubtedly surpass those of the newcomer, Liu Lang. The ensemble cast, featuring seasoned actors alongside top-tier youthful talents, has proven to be a lucrative formula in the realm of Dragon Country cinema. In stark contrast, The Wandering Earth, relying solely on the charisma of a single star, simply lacks the star power to compete effectively. Observing how the Fortress of Magic City swiftly siphoned off the buzz originally belonging to The Wandering Earth through strategic marketing partnerships, ByteDance Entertainment's strategic director, Dong Yinling, began to feel anxious. Although ByteDance did not directly invest in The Wandering Earth, Dong held high hopes for Liu Lang, viewing him as a pivotal figure in breaking through the barriers erected by major domestic players like Tencent and Alibaba. Furthermore, with Tencent and Alibaba backing the competing film, Dong's concern intensified. The rivalry between ByteDance Entertainment and these giants commenced the moment the Fortress of Magic City was greenlit. Mr. Liu, I advise you to reconsider the casting of several actors on your list. While I can understand your choices of Wu Jin and Li Xuejian, one, despite some controversies, still boasts a decent degree of popularity, and the other is a renowned veteran actor. Those female actresses you've selected later in the list lack even second-tier recognition and possess virtually no appeal. Instead, we at ByteDance could utilize our resources to potentially secure the likes of Reba, Naza, or Li Qin, even if we can only bring one or two on board. Their presence would undoubtedly be more advantageous than that of these lesser-known third-tier actresses. As Dong Yinling earnestly tried to persuade Liu Lang, he found himself caught between amusement and exasperation. He could sense her genuine desire to assist him, yet he remained steadfast in his casting choices, unwilling to alter the pre-established lineup unless absolutely necessary. Certain roles demanded a background in martial arts or at least a commitment to physical training. Otherwise, relying solely on posing during shoots would result in an inauthentic portrayal. Ms. Dong, I appreciate your sentiments, but to be frank, I have not placed much stock in the Fortress of Magic City. Ultimately, it is the strength of the work that will speak for itself. Liu Lang graciously declined Dong Yinling's suggestions, opting instead to adhere to his original casting decisions. Chapter 57. Actors, please take your places. Seeing Liu Lang's resolute stance, Dong Yinling could only sigh in resignation and relinquish her recommendations. She then shifted her focus to assisting Liu Lang in contacting the performers for the other two principal roles. As more members of the production team arrived at the filming base, with the support of the assistant director Lin Hao and his well-connected relatives, the abandoned port was swiftly transformed into the ground landscape for the space elevator depicted in the film. Various costumes, insignias, and promotional materials for the joint government's defense forces were also produced, readying for the cinematic endeavor. In a somber atmosphere illuminated by lead gray tones, the space elevator security checkpoint and boarding bridge were meticulously reconstructed, reflecting nearly a one-to-one rendition of the visual effects portrayed by Liu Lang. This detailed scene construction significantly minimizes the jarring presentation of the special effects. With these tangible settings, coupled with the advanced visual effects produced by Liu Lang's cinematic technology, he felt confident in his ability to create a science fiction film of world-class caliber. Byte Entertainment displayed remarkable efficiency, swiftly establishing contact with the other two primary characters from The Wandering Earth within just a few days. The basic procedures and contractual agreements posed no issues. However, they had one request: to meet Liu Lang, the director, investor, and producer, face-to-face. When Liu Lang encountered Wu Jin, he found him engaged in a spirited game of soccer with a group of students. Upon their meeting, Wu Jin exhibited even greater enthusiasm than Liu Lang. Director Liu, I've long heard of your esteemed reputation. Mr. Wu Jin, I've eagerly anticipated collaborating with you as well, Liu Lang replied. After exchanging pleasantries, the atmosphere quickly became warm and inviting. Director Liu, what prompted you to seek me for a role? After that film, few major productions dared to invite me. Wu Jin inquired curiously. Liu Lang was well aware of the film Wu Jin was referencing, Wolf Warrior 2. This personal heroism war action film, starring Wu Jin, achieved immense box office success but also sparked considerable controversy. While many viewers had seen numerous Western action blockbusters featuring protagonists who could single-handedly confront entire armies without evoking much disbelief, the portrayal of a Dragon Kingdom individual in a similar heroic narrative stirred discontent among some audiences. The somewhat rigid performances and overt expressions of patriotism and nationalism in Wu Jin's Wolf Warrior series had provoked discomfort and backlash among critics. The intense reversals and explosive nature of the series left an indelible mark on their psyche, resulting in what could be termed Wu Jin PTSD. Before collaborating with Wu Jin, the domestic film industry had to reckon with the potential for persistent smear campaigns and criticisms from certain segments of the audience. Consequently, for any major film investments, producers often hesitated to engage with Wu Jin. Brother Jin, it seems we share some similarities. Those foreign sci-fi films effortlessly rake in billions at the domestic box office. Yet, when I aspired to create a science fiction film, I was met with overwhelming skepticism. Liu Lang empathized while retrieving his familiar tablet. He presented Wu Jin with an array of preparations he had undertaken, showcasing countless storyboard concept images, world-building diagrams, and detailed breakdowns of technological props. Wu Jin was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Liu Lang's meticulous attention to detail in the conceptual design for the Wandering Earth. Like the initial impression he had received from Huazi, Wu Jin felt the sincerity and dedication Liu Lang had towards this cinematic endeavor. Thus, I hope that Brother Jin will join the cast of the Wandering Earth, and together we shall use our work and facts to silence our detractors. Director Liu, your words resonate deeply with me. It is merely a special guest role, and the screen time should be limited. I've signed the contract. Just let me know when you need me. Wu Jin readily agreed, signing the contract in front of Liu Lang. As for the role, well, it seems manageable. Rest assured, Brother Jin, I will contact you personally when the time comes. Liu Lang touched his nose, acknowledging Wu Jin's enthusiastic agreement. Indeed, the role is not extensive, comprising merely 1/3 of the film. It is accurate to call it a special guest role. In Liu Lang's eyes, the Wandering Earth lacks a true protagonist, as Liu Peiqiang, Tu Hingyu, and Zhou Zetsi are all considered special guest characters. Regarding the selection of Zhou Zetsi, Mr. Li Xuejian initially intended to decline due to health concerns after being contacted by Byte Entertainment. However, with the assistance of Liu Lang's university mentor, Ning Xueli, he ultimately agreed to meet. Ning Xueli's predecessors shared a significant friendship with Li Xuejian. As a renowned veteran actor in the Dragon Kingdom's film industry, Mr. Li Xuejian embodies the essence of an artist in Liu Lang's eyes. His performances in The Unveiling, Water Margin, 1942, and The Young Marshal have showcased his remarkable talent, bringing numerous classic characters to life. In The Wandering Earth, Zhou Zetsi plays a pivotal leadership role in promoting the Wandering Earth initiative to the world. Such a crucial character can only be portrayed by a seasoned actor of Li Xuejian's caliber. Mr. Li, this is what I have prepared for the Wandering Earth. If you have any inquiries, please feel free to ask. As a graduate of the Film Academy, Liu Lang found Mr. Li to be the most fitting form of address. Industrial science fiction. Li Xuejian murmured to himself while perusing the images on the tablet Liu Lang provided. I recall that Hollywood produces quite a bit of this genre. You are correct. Currently, our domestic capabilities in this area cannot compare to Hollywood. However, the ability to produce industrial science fiction films often reflects a nation's comprehensive strength and serves as a powerful tool for cultural export. The Dragon Kingdom's foray into science fiction has been delayed, and if we do not strive harder, we will inevitably be left behind in the global film arena. I aspire to be a trailblazer in this field, regardless of the outcome. As he gazed at the artistic concept art and storyboard illustrations on the tablet, and listened to Liu Lang's words, Li Xuejian looked up at the young man before him, finally revealing a smile. 20 years ago, I witnessed the birth of our nation's atomic bomb in The Unveiling. I hope that 20 years from now, I can once again witness the rise of our country's industrial science fiction films. Having resolved the casting of the 3 pivotal roles, Liu Lang felt a wave of relief wash over him. The remaining names on the casting list consisted of minor characters. Once the actors are in place, he will finally be able to commence filming. To expedite the process, Liu Lang entrusted the upcoming actor invitations to Byte Entertainment. However, just a few days later, Liu Lang received another unexpected piece of news. Chapter 58, Underhanded Tactics. What? Wang Ji has contract issues and cannot participate? Upon hearing Dong Yinling's words, Liu Lang couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had not anticipated that, while the 3 main roles in the film were secured, a problem had arisen with the female lead. Compared to Wu Jin, Hua Zai, and Li Shui, who held significant status in the Dragon Country film industry, Wang Ji could only be regarded as a third-tier actress. Aside from a supporting role in a blockbuster comedy, she had not delivered any memorable performances. Yet this time, she was invited to play the female lead in a high-budget production with an investment scale reaching 6.8 billion. Although the character's screen time was far less than that of Liu Peiqiang, Tu Hongyu, and Zhou Zhizhong, the female lead, Han Duo, was still a prominent role. In such a high-investment, high-profile film, Liu Lang found it difficult to comprehend the reasons for her refusal. If it were any other third-tier actress, she would not hesitate to seize the opportunity, even if it meant dealing with contract issues or paying penalties. Having directly inquired, it was clear that she was willing and had no scheduling conflicts, yet her management company refused to budge. She was signed under a management company owned by Penguin, which seemed to be obstructing the contract. What about paying the penalty? As the planned female lead, Wang Ji possessed remarkable beauty and an impressive physique. Most crucially, she had begun her martial arts training at the tender age of 7, making her one of the few emerging martial arts actresses in the Dragon Country film industry. Liu Lang had primarily invited seasoned actors, and naturally, he could not settle for a mere pretty face in the role of the female lead. Considering that Han Duo had several action scenes in the film, Wang Ji, with her martial arts background, was certainly more suitable than her counterparts. The penalty. She had signed a long contract worth nearly 60 million. Upon hearing Dong Yinling's words, Liu Lang finally lost all hope. He could not justify spending 60 million on Wang Ji. It was not merely a matter of her worth, but also of his financial capacity. Even an actor of Hua Zai's caliber only received a remuneration of 10 million. If he were to allocate 60 million to a third-tier actress like Wang Ji, it would first and foremost be unfair to the other more prominent actors in the crew. The Dragon Country film industry has always emphasized seniority and qualifications. Without phenomenal fan support or a hit project backing her, it was evidently unreasonable for her to demand compensation that exceeded her status. Lu Han, currently the top-tier young star in the Dragon Country, was among the few who qualified for a share of tens of millions. Wang Ji was merely one among the multitude of third-tier actresses in the industry. To spend 60 million to extricate her from her management company would ultimately be detrimental to her. Her management company was backed by Penguin, which clearly had no intention of yielding to a competitor like Byte Entertainment. I will reach out to several other prominent brokerage firms, and then you can assess if there are any suitable options, Dong Yinling advised Liu Lang. Unfortunately, the matter concerning the female lead must be put on hold. However, just 2 days later, Liu Lang received another piece of disheartening news. Ning Li has also been entangled in a contract. Upon hearing this, Liu Lang sprang to his feet, startling the assistant director, Lin Hao, beside him. Indeed, his contract was with Alibaba, and although his negotiations had been progressing well, the following day the agency unequivocally informed him that he could not participate in the Wandering Earth. This predicament could be attributed to me. Tencent and Alibaba are clearly targeting ByteDance Entertainment. Dong Yinling was equally troubled. Under normal circumstances, these agencies would not dare to show such blatant disregard, but with Tencent's backing, the situation had drastically changed. ByteDance Entertainment is merely a rising star in the Dragon Kingdom's film industry, and there remains a palpable gap in influence compared to the two established titans, Tencent and Alibaba. It is entirely reasonable that these agencies would act according to their interests. Liu Lang was acutely aware that this predicament could not entirely be blamed on ByteDance Entertainment. Ever since the announcement of Fortress of Magic City, which was branded as a science fiction film, The Wandering Earth had become their competitor. Not only did they engage in a series of bundled promotions and traffic-seeking strategies, but The Wandering Earth also ignored their provocations, which only emboldened them further. Even if The Wandering Earth lacked the backing of ByteDance Entertainment, such underhanded tactics would still persist. However, he had not anticipated that the methods employed by Fortress of Magic City would be so despicable, leveraging hefty penalty clauses in brokerage contracts to control their actors. Stars of the caliber of Hua Zai and Wu Jin naturally retained their agency rights. Li Xuejin, a veteran actor with multiple official titles from the Dragon Kingdom's Literary and Art Federation and the Film Association, is not someone that Tencent or Alibaba can easily manipulate. Only the truly lower-tier actors in the Dragon Kingdom's film industry find themselves reliant on the resources of brokerage firms to secure opportunities in the entertainment world, thus compelled to sign contracts with agencies that possess significant clout, which renders them so vulnerable. After hanging up, Liu Lang's mood remained tumultuous. If there was still room for negotiation regarding the role of Han Duo, the character of Master Ma Zhao, the mentor of Tu Hongyu, held significance that rivaled that of Zhang Peng, Liu Peiqiang's master, as it was the most crucial role after the three core characters. As a competent actor, Ning Li, when gazing intently, always imparts a sense to the audience that there are deeper secrets to be unearthed behind this character, making him the perfect fit for the role of Ma Zhao. Liu Lang could not abide the thought of this pivotal character being denied a suitable actor due to the sordid tactics of competitors. Damn it. These despicable old schemers are revolting. Lin Hao, upon learning the details, felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He understood how long Liu Lang had dedicated himself to this film and the immense effort he had invested, thus resonating with Liu Lang's inner turmoil and indignation. Brother Lang, should we consider seeking media exposure? Perhaps apply some public pressure? Liu Lang shook his head. Although the actions of their competitors were despicable, they had not transgressed any laws. Mere reliance on public sentiment would embolden them further. Howsy, how are those film props we prepared coming along? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, they were discussing strategies to counteract the underhanded tactics of their rivals, and now the conversation had shifted to film props? Brother Lang, we're nearly ready. The materials have filled the warehouse to capacity. As for that rocket, my uncle mentioned that once fueled, it might indeed ascend. Brother Lang, we're just making a movie. Is it really necessary to make the props so authentic? As the deputy director in charge of logistics, Lin Hao felt a pang of pain at the thought of the exorbitant costs associated with these film props. Chapter 59. A hardcore welcome through discussions with Shirley. Liu Lang not only secured a film shooting base spanning dozens of square kilometers, but also acquired a wealth of materials for constructing prop factories. He even managed to procure a backup model of a carrier rocket that had been in storage for nearly a decade from the nearby aerospace base in Hainan. The Hainan Aerospace Launch Center, under directives from the Safety Bureau, collaborated to assist the Wandering Earth crew in constructing a rocket launch platform to serve as a film prop. At Liu Lang's insistence, they restored the rocket to a launch-ready state, mimicking the appearance of the launch center. With the dedicated efforts of numerous aerospace experts, the crew expended nearly 10 million long coins to nearly replicate a simplified version of a space launch platform. Although this carrier rocket was merely an outdated model from the Dragon Kingdom's Aerospace Center over a decade ago, its fate likely lay in storage until decommissioned. It remained a bona fide spacecraft capable of reaching outer space. To utilize it as a film prop seemed extravagantly lavish to Lin Hao. More importantly, to ensure that this spacecraft could genuinely achieve a launch-ready condition, the crew invested nearly 10 million in constructing the launch platform. This is too hardcore, really too hardcore. Brother Lang, while we are filming a hardcore sci-fi movie, is such authenticity necessary? Gazing at the towering carrier rocket standing in the film base, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of wistfulness. Had it been his uncle and his team of professional prop makers, they could have constructed a similarly shaped launch center with merely a few $100,000, using cardboard and wooden scaffolding. Combined with special effects and CG animation to simulate the rocket's launch, it would have been effortlessly accomplished. As Lin Hao pondered this, his attention was suddenly drawn to a convoy of hazardous materials tankers entering the filming base. Each tanker bore the markings of aviation fuel, liquid oxygen, kerosene. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Hao and the many staff within the base, these tankers made their way directly to the vicinity of the launch platform. Lin Hao's astonishment morphed from confusion and bewilderment to sheer terror. No way, Brother Lang. Are you serious? He had come to realize that Liu Lang was determined to launch this endeavor into the heavens. It was time to make a significant impact. Liu Lang smiled at Lin Hao, offering no further explanation. The issue of actors being bound by contracts presented no viable solutions for Byte Entertainment, for Liu Lang. Attempting to resolve matters through conventional means was utterly improbable. The dominance of Tencent and Alibaba within the realm of the film industry made it exceedingly difficult to triumph over them under their established regulations. Should Liu Lang choose to remain passive, he might find himself facing even more unscrupulous tactics in the future. Compromise was not an option for him. Since the opponent was employing tactics at the gaming table of rules, he would simply overturn the table. The advent of the space elevator and carbon nanotube materials would undoubtedly attract official attention. Liu Lang had initially hoped to avoid drawing such scrutiny from authorities so soon, as it could potentially disrupt the filming schedule. However, given the current circumstances, he could no longer afford such considerations if he did not act swiftly. It seemed improbable that the cast of the Wandering Earth would be assembled in time. In truth, the construction of a space elevator was not as unattainable as one might think, provided that suitable materials for the elevator cable were identified. By launching a spacecraft equipped with the cable into space, allowing the lower end of the cable to descend back to Earth with the aid of a weight, and ultimately connecting it to a predetermined platform, the project could materialize. Simultaneously, the other end of the cable would remain attached to the spacecraft. As the Earth rotates, the cable would experience an upward centrifugal force, balanced against the downward pull of gravity. Finally, securing the track system at both ends of the cable and utilizing energy converted from ground-based lasers would propel the elevator car upwards. Given the extraordinary height of the space elevator, should it serve purely military purposes as depicted in films, the ascent could be divided into 3 phases. The lower section utilizing turbojet-assisted propulsion from a launch tower, the middle section employing electromagnetic acceleration, and the upper section connecting to a space station. This approach would facilitate the swift movement of the elevator car along the space elevator. However, this method presents a drawback. During launch, the elevator car experiences a significant increase in G-force due to the initial velocity imparted by the launch tower, akin to a catapult. Consequently, personnel within the car would require rigorous anti-gravity training to meet the conditions for operating within the space elevator. Nevertheless, all of this felt distant to Liu Lang. His immediate goal remained the prompt launch of the rocket carrying the carbon nanotube cable into the sky. Has the launch application been approved? Yes, it has been. Are the consultants at the Space Center ready? I have checked, and everything is prepared. Then what are we waiting for? Set the cameras in position and ignite the launch. With a decisive command from Liu Lang, the personnel at the rocket launch site sprang into action, guided by the expertise of the specialized consultants from the Space Center. As they commenced the final ignition procedures, more than a dozen customized large photography drones provided by DJI encircled the launch pad, initiating multi-angle, close-range filming, striving to extract every ounce of value from the rocket. As the base of the rocket shimmered with an orange-yellow glow, a dense plume of white steam suddenly enveloped the launch platform. Under the powerful thrust of the rocket, the carbon nanotube cables positioned near the launch site swiftly ascended. Watching the rocket ascend from a distance, Lin Hao's emotions remained tumultuous and unsettled. This rocket, codenamed Sky Monkey, had consumed over 10 million yuan for a single launch, making it the most extravagant firework Lin Hao had ever witnessed. A staggering sum, over 10 million, enough to feed the entire crew of hundreds for numerous days. The deputy director responsible for the crew's logistical support pondered anxiously. "Excuse me, is this the set of the Wandering Earth?" Wu Jin glanced at his phone's navigation before looking up at the rocket that had already taken off not far away, uncertainly inquiring of Lin Hao. Behind him stood Sha Yi, Louis Ku, and others. "Ah, Teacher Wu Jin. Teacher Andy Lau, Teacher Sha Yi. Hello. Yes, this is indeed our filming base. I am Lin Hao, the deputy director responsible for liaising with you. You can call me Xiao Lin." Xiao Lin. How is it that there is a rocket launch at our filming base?" Louis Ku asked, bewildered as he gazed at the rocket soaring into the sky. "Well, this is our meticulously planned welcome for you. As a hardcore sci-fi film, it seems quite fitting to greet you in such a robust manner, don't you think?" Lin Hao observed the expressions of shock and confusion on their faces, reflecting that the value of the Sky Monkey had once again been fully realized. Chapter 60. A wonderful misunderstanding. As the rocket codenamed Sky Monkey ascended, the Air Defense Identification Zone monitoring screen at the Southwest Radar Monitoring Center quickly displayed an alarm signal. "Commander, an unidentified flying object has appeared in the southwest airspace. Should we alert nearby units for verification?" There's no need to panic. That area belongs to the Wandering Earth crew, who have reported in advance that a prop aircraft would be launched. The station chief, on duty at the monitoring center, dismissed the concern. "Commander, the target aircraft has reached an altitude of 8,000 meters and is still climbing rapidly. The radar's signal reflection area is unprecedentedly large, even surpassing that of commercial airliners, and it is ascending vertically. It looks very much like a launch vehicle from a space launch center." A launch vehicle? The station chief paid little heed to his subordinate's speculation, as the target area was merely a film crew. He had never heard of a movie set so extravagant as to utilize a real launch vehicle for prop purposes. However, the radar signal indicated that the reported prop aircraft's trajectory and dimensions were indeed peculiar. Contact the Kainan flight base and have them dispatch a reconnaissance drone for inspection. Nearby units, enter a state of alert and prepare. The head of the monitoring center pondered for a moment before commanding his subordinates. Although the film crew had submitted their report, it would be prudent to add an extra layer of reconnaissance procedures. The Kainan flight base had been contacted, and the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was expected to arrive in the target airspace within 5 minutes. The fighter squadron was already in position on the runway, ready to launch for interception if necessary. The FD-2000 anti-aircraft missile silos had been opened, awaiting further instructions. With everything interconnected, the regional air defense forces were fully prepared within a matter of minutes, standing by for the reconnaissance intelligence from the unmanned aircraft to determine whether to engage. Soon, the large screen at the radar monitoring center displayed the signal from the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. The visuals of the target airspace appeared in video format on the center screen. A white rocket was ascending vertically into the sky, leaving behind a thick trail of white vapor as it soared upward, its orange-yellow tail flame blazing brightly. Directly beneath it lay the filming base of the Wandering Earth movie crew. The head of the monitoring center gaped in astonishment at the video, taken at the rocket launch platform within the filming base. He had never imagined that a film crew could actually use a rocket as a prop and successfully launch it into the sky. "Commander, the target rocket has ascended to the stratosphere and continues to climb." A subordinate's voice broke through his astonishment, jolting the head of the monitoring center back to reality. "Immediately contact the Security Bureau and the Strategic Monitoring Center. This is beyond our capacity to handle." As the rocket ascended higher, the nearby air defense forces, including the fighter formations and short-range surface-to-air missiles, found themselves unable to effectively respond to the situation. This troublesome issue had to be escalated to higher authorities. Meanwhile, when Shirley received the news, he was engaged in testing the exoskeleton armor military production model. With the comprehensive technical blueprints provided by Liu Lang, the researchers at the 706 Institute rapidly finalized the design of the exoskeleton armor military version. The testing results had left Shirley quite satisfied. As a former military officer and now the head of the Security Bureau, Shirley was not well versed in cutting-edge biotechnologies like artificial neuron signal simulation. But he understood that the soon-to-be mass-produced exoskeleton armor military version would significantly enhance the combat capabilities of infantry soldiers on the battlefield. Boss, it seems there's been an unexpected incident here. Just as Shirley was in good spirits, he received an encrypted communication from his subordinate. Realizing it was a member of the Security Bureau responsible for safeguarding the area surrounding the filming base, Shirley's heart sank. What is going on? Has something happened to Liu Lang? Having witnessed the live demonstration of the exoskeleton armor military version, Liu Lang's safety had become increasingly important to Shirley. No, it's not related to him. It's about the filming base. Do you remember the stock rocket we promised to get for the filming base? Upon hearing that Liu Lang was not involved, Shirley felt a wave of relief wash over him. What happened? Did something go wrong? The matter is not significant. That rocket was merely an outdated item from the Space Center's inventory. Shirley believed that the film crew had damaged the rocket, which he considered inconsequential. Instead of allowing an antiquated rocket to languish in storage awaiting decommissioning, it was far more beneficial to offer it to Liu Lang as a prop for the film, thus rendering a favor. To Shirley, the military-grade exoskeleton armor held far greater allure than an obsolete rocket. Boss, the rocket is intact. The issue lies in its excellent condition. It may have already soared into outer space, came the somewhat melancholic voice of his subordinate. In the next moment, Shirley received a video clip on his encrypted communication device. It depicted the rocket within the film base ascending at an astonishing speed. Upon witnessing this scene, Shirley's heart momentarily stopped. Wasn't this supposed to be brought in as a prop? How could it possibly be launched into the sky? Boss, didn't you send an expert from the Space Center to assist with the guidance? Shirley suddenly recalled that this was indeed the case. However, the assistance he referred to merely involved helping the crew construct a rocket launch platform and providing more scientific and authoritative advice to avoid any significant scientific discrepancies that might expose the film's flaws to the audience. Yet, the consultants from the Space Center took their tasks for the Security Bureau quite seriously. Believing that the filming of the Wandering Earth was part of a mysterious space mission, carried out under the guise of the filming base to maintain secrecy. Otherwise, why would they request guidance in the name of the Security Bureau? Under Liu Lang's persuasion, the rocket successfully launched into the sky. After the launch, the consultants from the Space Center did not depart, but remained, their gazes fixed on the rocket's ascent. However, their focus was not on the outdated rocket, but rather on the carbon nanotube cables that ascended rapidly alongside it. Initially, I was perplexed as to why we were brought in to launch an obsolete rocket. Now, I finally comprehend. Observing the carbon nanotube cables tautening as the rocket ascended higher and higher, the expressions of the space consultants shifted from confusion and astonishment to overwhelming excitement. Though they were not experts in material science, they possessed some knowledge of carbon nanotubes. The cables affixed to the rocket were capable of withstanding pressures that far exceeded anything a steel cable or composite alloy rope could manage. In reality, only carbon nanotube materials could meet such standards. It is said that the most advanced specimens have only reached a length of 3 meters within laboratory conditions. Shoo. We haven't signed our confidentiality agreement yet. Chapter 61. Is it reasonable to construct a space elevator for a science fiction film? After a series of internal speculations, the consultants from the Space Center had already concluded that this film crew was undertaking a significant scientific endeavor. By the time Shirley arrived at the filming base for the Wandering Earth, carbon nanotube cables had already been connected to the ground-based platform inside the filming site. Having been launched into the cosmos, the rocket serves as a counterweight module for the space elevator, tautly pulling 4 carbon nanotube cables. Positioned in geostationary orbit, the rocket's motion resembles that of a hammer throw, with Earth acting as the athlete and the rocket as the weighted ball. As long as the centrifugal force on the rocket in geostationary orbit exceeds gravitational pull, the elevator cabin can ascend and descend steadily along the carbon nanotube cables. The next step involves constructing a cabin capable of transporting both personnel and goods. As Liu Lang prepared for this endeavor, Shirley finally approached him. Mr. Liu, you've created quite a sensation. You were supposed to use that rocket as a movie prop. How could you have actually launched it? Faced with this anticipated reproach, Liu Lang remained unperturbed. Dean Sure, have you seen my short film, The Battle of the Space Elevator? Yes, I have. What of it? Shirley responded, his face displaying confusion as Liu Lang shifted the topic. As Liu Lang's representative work, the video was certainly familiar to him. In the short film, I designed a structure capable of reaching outer space directly from the ground, a space elevator. It enables the transportation of personnel and materials to the cosmos at an exceptionally low cost. Listening to Liu Lang's explanation, Shirley's expression of bewilderment deepened. He was well aware of the significance of the space elevator, having encountered ample expert discourse on the internet. However, the construction of such a marvel faced numerous challenges, foremost among which was the issue of materials. Given the current technological capabilities of humanity, this problem could not be resolved in the near future. Mr. Liu, we are currently discussing the rocket you have sent into outer space. Indeed, it constitutes a vital component of my space elevator project. Liu Lang gestured toward the ground base of the space elevator within the filming site. Following his indication, Shirley finally noticed the 4 unassuming carbon nanotube cables. They were firmly attached to the ground base, stretched straight up, piercing the sky. This is high-strength cables made from carbon nanotube material, connecting the ground base of the space elevator to the upper counterweight module. Currently, the rocket is positioned above them. Upon hearing Liu Lang's explanation, Shirley finally grasped the reality. You have actually constructed the space elevator? He stared in astonishment at the 4 carbon nanotube cables. If Liu Lang was not deceiving him, the rigidity displayed by these cables indicated that the most challenging material issue in the construction of the space elevator had been addressed. To be precise, only the cabin remains. Wait a moment. Let me process this. Shirley's heart raced inexplicably as he looked up at Liu Lang, increasingly perceiving him as an enigma. Although not an expert in materials science, Shirley, as a supervisor in the safety department, frequently engaged with various cutting-edge national research projects. The density of carbon nanotubes is merely 1/6 that of steel, yet their tensile strength exceeds that of steel by over 100 times, accompanied by numerous astonishing properties. Presently, their production is limited to small quantities within laboratory settings. Remarkably, Liu Lang has managed to fabricate cables extending from the ground into space, signifying his mastery over the technology for mass-producing carbon nanotube materials. Is it those prop factories? Were you prepared for this all along? Shirley suddenly comprehended the reason behind Liu Lang's request for such a substantial quantity of industrial raw materials. Indeed, why are you constructing this space elevator? To shoot a film, of course. I am a science fiction director. The Wandering Earth is a hard science fiction film, and I need to create some practical architectural props. Which seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Liu Lang earnestly gestured in exasperation. This science fiction film is indeed quite hardcore. Shirley swallowed hard. It was not the first time he had heard Liu Lang assert his identity as a director. Despite Liu Lang being merely a recent graduate from a film academy's directing department, the drone technology, exoskeleton armor technology, and the semi-finished space elevator he presented left Shirley, who considered himself worldly, utterly astounded. I apologize. I must step out to consult with my superiors. The industrial mass production technology of carbon nanotubes, as a material with extensive applications, holds significant strategic importance for the nation. If what Liu Lang claims is true, then the technology he possesses exceeds the scope of authority that Shirley could handle independently. Watching Shirley hurry away, Liu Lang let out a long sigh. The following morning, Liu Lang did not wait for Shirley but was approached by the assistant director, Lin Hao, who appeared troubled. Brother Lang, are we in trouble? Huh? Liu Lang momentarily failed to grasp Lin Hao's concern. It seems there are military personnel patrolling around our base. They are in uniform, but their gait made it immediately evident, and their clothing appears bulging, likely concealing firearms. This morning, 2 Coast Guard ships, each displacing 7,000 to 8,000 tons, arrived at the port, claiming to dock temporarily for supplies. They are treating me as a fool. Let's not even mention how long this port has been abandoned. Where would Coast Guard vessels equipped with rapid-fire close-in weapon systems and vertical missile launchers come from? The filming base is vast, covering over 40 square kilometers. The actors and staff residing within remain oblivious to the surrounding anomalies. However, as the assistant director and logistics manager of the Wandering Earth, Lin Hao has keenly noticed the changes encircling the filming base. Do not worry, if fortune smiles upon us. In a few days, we might welcome a large group of professional military extras to the set. Those 2 Coast Guard ships could even be borrowed for filming. Liu Lang's primary concern remained the issue of the actors' contracts being stalled. Without resolving this matter, the crew could not enter the normal filming phase. Since the competitors resorted to underhanded tactics like contract blocking, Liu Lang had no qualms about creating a greater stir to counteract their moves. Lin Hao listened with a skeptical expression, as if he were being told a fantastical tale. After contemplating the matter, he deduced that the commotion caused by the firework-like ascent of the rocket had indeed attracted the attention of the authorities, including the military. In a certain sense, his conjecture was not entirely unfounded. Chapter 62. Shirley, truly at a loss with you. When Shirley returned to the filming base of the Wandering Earth, a group of prominent figures from the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences accompanied him. After a day of preparations, The periphery of the filming site was now firmly under the control of the Security Bureau. Mr. Liu, this is Academician Yu Zihua, the head of the Academy's chemistry department. Shirley introduced respectfully to the elderly gentleman with graying hair. Old Yu, this is Liu Lang, the one I mentioned to you. He has made remarkable achievements in the fields of radar electromagnetic waves, artificial neurons, and carbon nanotube materials. Upon seeing Shirley, Liu Lang noticed that he was introducing him with utmost deference to the esteemed elder. Behind Academician Yu, several dozen individuals clad in uniforms bearing the Academy's insignia followed closely. Upon hearing about radar electromagnetic waves and artificial neurons, Academician Yu's eyebrows quirked slightly. He was drawn in by the allure of carbon nanotubes, but upon arrival, he was pleasantly surprised by the vast scope of Liu Lang's research. Observing the scene before him, Liu Lang quickly grasped that the elderly Academician Yu was the true authority among the group. The previously formidable Shirley, who acted with decisiveness and vigor, now appeared as compliant as a diligent student in the presence of the elder. Greetings, esteemed elders. Welcome to the filming base of the Wandering Earth, Liu Lang greeted. Though he was not a professional researcher, the name Yu Zihua sounded somewhat familiar to him. But the title of head of the Academy's chemistry department imparted a palpable sense of gravitas. Youth, I have heard that you have resolved the challenge of industrial-scale production of carbon nanotubes? Academician Yu inquired directly, bypassing any small talk. As a leading figure in the chemistry department, his schedule was typically booked weeks in advance. However, the astonishing news regarding the mass production of carbon nanotubes, particularly relayed to him directly by a Security Bureau official, compelled him to cancel several significant meetings to attend. Liu Lang did not rush to explain, but instead guided the group to the filming base's location at the ground base of the space elevator, where he showcased the 4 towering carbon nanotube cables that reached skyward. As they beheld the 4 cables, extending infinitely upward, the onlookers were left in a state of awe and astonishment. Academician Yu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the spectacle with a serious demeanor. The cables were connected to a launch vehicle above, and only carbon nanotube materials could withstand such immense tensile strength. Liu Lang began to elucidate the semi-finished space elevator he had constructed. In truth, there was no need for him to elaborate extensively among those present. He and Shirley were the only ones with the least academic qualifications. The others, without exception, were elite talents from the fields of science and engineering in the Dragon Country. The moment I laid eyes upon the 4 cables, I immediately recognized their remarkable attributes in tensile strength, self-weight density, and metal fatigue resistance. Academician Yu Zihua instructed a few words to those behind him, and soon, 2 middle-aged researchers, adorned with thick-framed glasses and equipped with devices, approached to examine the carbon nanotube cables up close. Before long, they retreated, their faces a canvas of astonishment. The characteristics they observed bore little distinction from those in our laboratory, and any specific analysis would likely yield comparable results. Upon hearing their remarks, the crowd erupted in disbelief, signifying that Liu Lang had indeed mastered a method for the mass production of carbon nanotube materials. Most importantly, this industrial-scale version showed no qualitative differences in appearance and performance compared to the high-cost experimental variants produced in laboratories. These 2 individuals were technical supervisors from the National Polymer Carbon Nanomaterials Research Institute, among the foremost experts in carbon nanomaterials research both domestically and globally. Listening to Shirley's introduction, Liu Lang nodded in understanding. However, when he turned to glance at the 2 technical supervisors, he was met with gazes akin to those one might reserve for a marvel. Hundreds of the nation's leading scholars in polymer materials had expended countless research funds and nearly a decade of time to achieve merely 70 centimeters in length for carbon nanotube materials under laboratory conditions. Yet now, a young man, younger than their own juniors, had astonishingly expanded this to a breathtaking length, and they had just witnessed the physical evidence. The impact on these professionals dedicated to carbon nanotube research was immeasurable. Young man, you must have employed a chemical deposition method, correct? One queried. It is indeed the most promising approach for large-scale production of carbon nanotubes. Did you utilize the substrate method, the supported method, or the floating catalyst method? I suspect it was the supported method, am I right? How did you address the challenge of sustained catalytic cracking reactions? Without resolving this issue, mass production would be impossible. I am more inclined to believe it was the floating catalyst method, which solved the porous membrane dilemma, making all other challenges surmountable. The 2 technical supervisors from the Carbon Nanomaterials Research Institute began to engage in a spirited debate in Liu Lang's presence. Liu Lang opened his mouth to speak, casting a glance at Shirley, who appeared equally helpless. Clearly, he was no stranger to witnessing these senior researchers embroiled in debates due to differing research directions and methodologies. At times, he truly wondered if a significant portion of these elite researchers exchanged their high intelligence for emotional intelligence. All right, Comrade Liu is here. He will elucidate the specific methods to us. Academician Yu Zhihua finally interjected, silencing the two supervisors with a single statement. Mr. Liu, you must showcase your skills. If your carbon nanotube technology can convince Academician Yu today, not only will you secure a film studio and a dozen props factories, but you might even have a naval aircraft carrier named after you. Upon hearing Shirley's quiet reminder in his ear, Liu Lang's eyes brightened instantly. Wasn't this the promise he had been eagerly awaiting? Naming an aircraft carrier was far too ostentatious. Would it be possible to request your support for my film project later? My demands are modest. Liu Lang's response nearly left Shirley speechless. He could not fathom that, given Liu Lang's evident talents and achievements in scientific research. Should he genuinely wish to pursue a career in this field, attaining the status of a lifetime academician within 3 to 5 years would likely be a natural progression. The societal standing and esteem associated with being a lifetime academician of the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences and that of a rising star director in the entertainment industry are not even comparable. Yet, despite this, Liu Lang remained steadfast in his original aspirations, wholeheartedly focused on his cinematic ambitions. It can only be said that Liu Lang's passion for filmmaking is truly profound. All right, it's all up to you. Chapter 63, Young Man. Would you like to learn chemistry from me? With Shirley's promise secured, Liu Lang finally felt at ease. He chose not to elaborate extensively on the methods for the mass production of carbon nanotubes to the gathered audience, including the esteemed academician Yu Zhihua, but instead led them to the props factory at the filming base. No amount of words could rival the impact of witnessing it firsthand. As the group, guided by Liu Lang, pushed open the door to one of the prop factories, the sight within once again left them in awe. Long carbon nanotube cables, measuring several meters, even over 10 meters in length, were carelessly discarded on the floor as if they were mere refuse. Such expensive, celebrity-grade materials, which currently existed only in national-level advanced polymer laboratories, were being treated like $2-a-meter PVC pipes by the workers on site. Ah, boss, you've arrived? I apologize for the mess on the floor. I'll have the crew tidy up. Upon noticing Liu Lang and the others, Lin Hao's uncle became aware of the disorder and felt somewhat embarrassed. He immediately called out, prompting over 10 workers nearby to bend down and gather the scattered carbon nanotubes, tossing them into a trash bin in the corner of the factory. Seeing these carbon nanotube materials treated so brutally caused the breaths of the two technical supervisors from the Polymer Materials Research Institute to quicken. Do you even know what these are? How can you treat them as garbage? The workers, caught off guard by the outburst, exchanged confused glances, and Lin Hao's uncle looked at Liu Lang with bewilderment. Despite the somewhat distinguished appearance of the academy crowd, Lin Hao's uncle couldn't care less. Liu Lang was his boss. He instructed the workers to power up the machines and produce another batch of carbon tubes. Following the directive, Lin Hao's uncle wasted no time and led the workers to start the production equipment within the factory. Everyone, no need to be overly excited. The workers here have never heard of carbon nanotubes and do not comprehend their value. In truth, once carbon nanotubes can be produced on an industrial scale, they won't be so precious anymore, Liu Lang remarked, as he began to introduce the rumbling production line behind him. I employ the floating catalyst chemical vapor deposition method for their fabrication, using ferrocene as a precursor for the catalyst and thiophene as a growth promoter. One can catalyze the pyrolysis process under high-temperature conditions to produce a substantial quantity of single-walled carbon nanotubes. Subsequently, a unidirectional porous filter membrane is installed in the reaction collection device, which, through the radiochemical reactions occurring during the carbon nanotube formation, yields higher purity and high-quality single-walled carbon nanotubes. Liu Lang succinctly summarized the methods for the large-scale industrial production of carbon nanotubes at the prop factory, detailing the various production processes, catalyst ratio adjustments, and the timing of crucial chemical reactions would likely require an entire day to elucidate thoroughly. Listening to Liu Lang's exposition, the production line within the factory underwent successive rounds of chemical reactions, culminating in the visible formation of carbon nanotubes within the chemical product tank. The two technical supervisors from the Polymer Materials Research Institute gazed in disbelief at the carbon nanotubes produced at such a remarkable speed. In stark contrast to the meticulously controlled environments of laboratories, with their professional operators and carefully selected high-quality raw materials, the conditions within this prop factory were undeniably rudimentary. The workers were even unaware of what carbon nanotubes were. Yet, despite this, carbon nanotube materials began to emerge from the product tanks along the production line, witnessed by their own eyes. How was this accomplished? It was not overly complex. Once the process flow was established, suitable equipment was calibrated, and workers were trained to follow the predetermined production sequence. I mean, how could you, relying on just one individual, determine so many related processes, catalyst selections, and operational protocols? The two technical supervisors inquired with a tone of incredulity directed at Liu Lang. The Polymer Materials Research Institute could be described as the pinnacle of domestic research strength in the relevant field, boasting a formidable team of over 100 elite researchers led by two individuals of quasi-academic stature, with ample research funding. Even the interns assisting in the laboratory were of doctoral caliber, yet despite the extensive resources expended, their results paled in comparison to those achieved by this lone researcher. Furthermore, this solitary researcher had autonomously completed the study of the industrial production method for carbon nanotube materials, which left the two specialists from the Polymer Materials Research Institute feeling profoundly disheartened. They began to contemplate the possibility that there might indeed exist individuals favored by the divine, for it was incomprehensible to explain Liu Lang's scientific achievements through rational means. According to the records, this young man named Liu Lang is merely 21 years old. Is there no justice in the world? Well, there is a significant element of luck in materials science. Sometimes, it's just a flash of insight that leads to the discovery of a key catalyst or essential reaction equation. Perhaps I am just fortunate, Liu Lang deflected, unable to admit that the knowledge in his mind was imparted through inspiration, instead attributing it to good fortune. Good fortune? The esteemed academicians present were hardly convinced by such an enigmatic assertion. They were more inclined to believe in Liu Lang's exceptional talent. Achieving such significant research outcomes at the age of 21 is not only unprecedented domestically, but also unparalleled on a global scale. The research achievements in the industrial preparation methods of carbon nanotube materials are so remarkable that they could easily secure a Nobel Prize in chemistry. Although most individuals present are not experts in polymer materials chemistry, as leading researchers in the country, they possess a considerable understanding of the value of the scientific contributions presented by Liu Lang. Young man, would you be interested in studying organic chemistry with me? At this moment, academician Yu Zhihua, who had been quietly observing, could no longer restrain himself from speaking. Upon hearing these words, the attendees were momentarily taken aback. As a prominent figure in the chemistry division of the Academy of Sciences, academician Yu's research focus lies in organic chemistry. Throughout the years, he had never actively taken on a disciple. In the eyes of the elder academicians, a disciple who comes to them voluntarily is not merely a means of continuing their research direction and achievements, but also an heir to their resources and prestige. In a sense, it is akin to having a biological offspring, prompting a careful selection process. However, after Liu Lang showcased his astonishing research results and remarkable talent, academician Yu's admiration for talent could no longer be contained. Among the younger generation present, many wished that academician Yu would extend the same invitation to them, eager to kneel and pledge their allegiance to him, sparing him any opportunity for regret. This is a leading figure in the Academy of Sciences, whose mere words could influence national policy, a titan of research in the Dragon Kingdom, whose ill health would send ripples through the central government. Beside him, Shirley felt a surge of excitement, sensing he was about to witness history. Yet, upon seeing Liu Lang's calm demeanor, an unsettling thought crossed Shirley's mind. Oh no, could this young man still be preoccupied with that dreadful movie of his? Chapter 64. I have a few small requests. My main occupation is filmmaking, and I haven't had time to focus on anything else lately. As soon as Liu Lang uttered these words, the attendees of the Academy of Sciences were left speechless. The impact of this brief statement was as profound as witnessing the successful industrial mass production of carbon nanotube materials firsthand. To have academician Yu Zhihua as a mentor would grant Liu Lang access to an expanse of research opportunities, allowing him to avoid at least 20 years of detours in his scientific career. This is not merely about assistance with research achievements, but rather the myriad conveniences available in the realm of scientific inquiry. Imagine, any research project Liu Lang wishes to pursue would undoubtedly receive approval, simply because his mentor is academician Yu Zhihua. The level of research projects, funding, and resource support would be abundant and timely, owing to his association with a giant of the Academy of Sciences. Various academic and technical project endeavors would garner the support of numerous esteemed researchers, simply because his mentor is a leading figure in the chemistry division of the Academy. The multitude of advantages and conveniences is overwhelming, especially for those dedicated solely to their scientific tasks, often neglecting interpersonal matters. It is, in essence, a dream come true for researchers seeking a solid foundation. Yet, as the palpable envy of the onlookers converged upon Liu Lang, he astonishingly declined the offer. The reason? He wished to pursue filmmaking instead. This left everyone present exchanging bewildered glances, utterly astonished. No matter how exceptional one's film may be, even if it rivals the works of esteemed directors like Zhang, Feng, or Chun, it remains merely entertainment. In contrast, venerable scholars such as academician Yu Zihua embody the true pillars of our nation. The Dragon Kingdom can afford to do without directors like Zhang, Feng, or Chun, but it cannot bear the loss of academician Yu. The contemporary youth possess a plethora of ideas and choices, a notion I can comprehend. Upon hearing Liu Lang's polite refusal, academician Yu displayed no trace of anger. Instead, he responded with an open-hearted smile. The individual's ability to industrialize and mass-produce carbon nanotube materials undoubtedly attests to their remarkable scientific talent and prowess. Rather than insisting that this individual conform to the constraints of the academy system, it would be wiser to allow them the freedom to flourish, potentially leading to greater contributions to the scientific endeavors of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Academician Yu had witnessed, throughout his life, instances where scientific prodigies, constrained by their environment and institutional limitations, faded into obscurity. Thus, while there is a tinge of regret, he does not press Liu Lang. After the Academy's representatives completed their inspection of the site, aside from the 2 technical supervisors from the Polymer Materials Research Institute who fervently requested to remain, the others departed the filming base under the escort of the Security Bureau's special agents. Their visit, prompted by an invitation from Shirley, aimed to verify the authenticity of Liu Lang's claims regarding the industrialization of carbon nanotubes. The implications of this technology are profoundly staggering, and the internal personnel of the Security Bureau lacked the expertise to effectively assess Liu Lang's assertions. Alas, Liu Lang, I truly do not know what to say to you. You have missed such a splendid opportunity. After bidding farewell to academician Yu and his entourage, Shirley returned to the filming base, expressing a sense of frustration towards Liu Lang. As the head of the Security Bureau, Shirley fully understood the immense significance of a scientific luminary like academician Yu to the nation. Should Liu Lang have had the opportunity to inherit his legacy and evolve into a key figure within the academy, backed by the reputation of academician Yu, he could have benefited generations to come, truly ascending to the ranks of the elite capable of influencing national strategic decisions. In contrast, what future could a film director possibly hold? Even the finest directors in the country, like Zhang, Feng, or Chun, could be easily overshadowed by Shirley, given his position. Liu Lang merely smiled in silence upon hearing this, understanding well the weight of the esteem in which academician Yu was held. However, all of his current scientific knowledge stemmed from the cinematic black technology system's enlightenment. If he were to genuinely accept academician Yu's invitation, it would likely lead him down the path of a scientific career. While he had achieved some success in areas like carbon nanotubes and radar electromagnetic waves through this acquired knowledge, venturing into new technological development without the aid of cinematic black technology would undoubtedly be fraught with uncertainty. The Institute of Polymer Materials has gathered the nation's most eminent researchers and substantial funding. However, the fruits of their labor over the years pale in comparison to the potential value of space elevator technology. Liu Lang, of course, could not forsake the boundless possibilities of his cinematic career for the sake of immediate gains. As I have mentioned, my primary vocation is filmmaking. Upon hearing Liu Lang's words, Shirley opened his mouth, only to shake his head in response. He had long since given up trying to comprehend the thoughts of these scientific geniuses. Fortunately, Liu Lang's eccentricity lay solely in filmmaking, a quirk that Shirley, albeit reluctantly, could accept. Rest assured, I will fulfill the promises I made to you. However, due to the unique nature of carbon nanotube industrialization and mass production technology, there are certain matters I must forewarn you about. After a moment of contemplation, Shirley began to discuss strategies with Liu Lang. The implications of this technology are so significant that it cannot be disclosed to the public at this time. We must wait until domestic applications of this technology surpass international standards, at which point you, as the inventor, will reveal it to society. This is, in fact, a form of protection for you. You must understand that the industrialization of carbon nanotube materials will attract considerable interest from foreign entities. Shirley warned Liu Lang with utmost seriousness, and Liu Lang nodded in understanding. Given the exceptional performance of carbon nanotube materials, it is evident that their initial application will undoubtedly be within the realm of military equipment. Carbon nanotube materials have the potential to replace a significant portion of military-grade steel and composite metals, thus yielding superior enhancements in performance. This advancement will greatly augment the overall combat capabilities of military equipment and profoundly impact national defense. Should the news of your role as the inventor of this technology leak, it would undoubtedly invite peril. Our security agency will intensify its protective measures for you. Regrettably, you may find it impossible to leave the country in the future. The filming base will also be subject to strict oversight, with all personnel and equipment entering or exiting the crew being monitored. Liu Lang was not surprised by these stipulations. Now that I have outlined the aforementioned restrictions, you may present your requests. As long as they are within my power to grant, I shall comply. The carbon nanotube mass production technology Liu Lang submitted possesses immense strategic value. Consequently, Shirley was granted considerable authority to accommodate Liu Lang's demands. Have you not been preoccupied with filming that movie? Is your funding sufficient? I can assist you in securing whatever amount you need. If funding is not required, I have a few modest requests. Liu Lang rubbed his hands together in excitement, eagerly anticipating this moment. Yet, upon hearing Liu Lang's mention of modest requests, Shirley inexplicably felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, as if foreboding something unsettling. Chapter 65. Unprecedented official support. The film includes several war scenes, and we are currently in urgent need of professional actors for these roles. Is it possible to source a contingent from the military? Ideally, we would also require a number of officers to provide specialized guidance. Upon hearing Liu Lang's words, Shirley sighed inwardly, knowing it would not be so simple. How many do you require? Isn't it a bit exaggerated to require a whole division? A mere 1,000 or 1,800 personnel would suffice. I'm not greedy. When I heard about a division, I nearly declined on the spot, for that entails a force of over 10,000. However, Liu Lang is adept at negotiation. 1,000 or 1,800 is indeed a more palatable figure compared to a division's multitude. Very well then. What I seek is a main combat force, not just ordinary military police. By the way, can you manage your own meals? The sheer number of personnel might create a significant burden in catering. Internally, Shirley was incredulous, thinking, do you not realize the numbers are excessive? Could you not ask for fewer? Additionally, our crew's deputy director mentioned that the 2 Coast Guard vessels docked at the port look rather impressive. All right, I shall lend them to you for filming. As soon as Liu Lang spoke up, Shirley understood his intentions and saw no point in haggling, promptly agreeing. No, Colonel Shir, you misunderstand. I find the 2 Coast Guard vessels somewhat insufficient. Might you be able to lend us a carrier group for the shoot? Ideally, 2 aircraft carriers. But if that's not feasible, 1 would suffice. Just 1, perhaps? Look at that. Are these words befitting a sane individual? Shirley felt a headache coming on. Do you comprehend what it signifies for a duo of aircraft carriers to appear in this vicinity? The international ramifications would be immense. After much discussion, the 2 finally reached a consensus. A carrier group would indeed assist in the filming of The Wandering Earth. Furthermore, Liu Lang insisted on the inclusion of a newly commissioned aircraft carrier equipped with deck-based electromagnetic launch technology. In addition, a plethora of military equipment, including tanks, self-propelled artillery, 5th-generation fighters, and domestically produced armed helicopters, would also be brought in to support the shoot. Moreover, with the coordination of the Security Bureau, numerous state-owned enterprises specializing in engineering and manufacturing would participate in the endeavor, tasked with constructing and assembling the many futuristic props required for the film, striving to faithfully recreate the authentic technological vision of The Wandering Earth as conceived by Liu Lang. By the end, Shirley was utterly numb. He had come to fully grasp the absurdity of Liu Lang's modest requests. A main combat force equipped with primary battle gear participating in a film shoot? Tanks, aircraft, artillery, warships, aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines. Such demands, even from renowned directors like Zhang, Chun, or Feng, would have led Shirley to dismiss them as madmen. Yet, when it comes to Liu Lang, he could only find a way to facilitate and begrudgingly acquiesce, even if it might provoke astonishment from allied nations. Lastly, there's a minor matter that requires your attention. Upon hearing this, Shirley felt a chill run down his spine. I sincerely hope this is indeed a trivial issue. The situation is as follows. Several key actors that the crew had planned for have already been communicated with. However, their contracts are now being obstructed by their management companies, incited by competitors. Shirley sighed in relief. Compared to the previous demands, this truly seemed like a minor issue. Very well, leave this to me. Shirley waved his hand, indicating that he would assist in resolving the matter, and hurriedly withdrew, fearing that if he lingered, Liu Lang might impose even more outrageous demands. Brother Lang, I heard someone just came to inspect. What is the situation? Lin Hao, having just completed his logistical duties within the crew, rushed over to inquire. We have reached an agreement with the authorities. Future filming will receive official support. The industrialization of carbon nanotube production technology is a challenging venture for Liu Lang, and due to its strategic significance, it poses considerable risks to him. Thus, collaborating with the state emerges as the optimal choice, allowing him to exchange it for various forms of support that previously existed only in dreams, such as the main combat forces participating in filming with their primary equipment. Such a level of support is unprecedented, even in the highly nationalistic Hollywood. Moreover, Liu Lang would gain crucial personal protection. In the foreseeable future, as Liu Lang produces more cinematic works, astonishing black technologies will continually emerge. He cannot overlook his personal safety in such scenarios. Fortunately, in the land of Longhua, the protection offered by the Security Bureau is the most reassuring presence for him. That afternoon, a group of security personnel with credentials entered the filming base, explicitly heading towards the prop factory at the edge of the site. They announced that from that moment on, these prop factories would officially become state-owned assets under the supervision of the Security Bureau. Lin Hao's uncle and others, having worked as operators in the prop factory during this time, were also granted official status, transitioning from unemployed individuals to formal employees of a national defense military enterprise. Lin Hao's uncle was promoted to deputy factory director overseeing workshop production, while the official factory director would be one of the two technical supervisors from the Polymer Materials Research Institute. Future endeavors will focus on the research and production of carbon nanotube applications in the military defense sector. As Lin Hao was already informed by Liu Lang regarding the logistics management of the filming base, he was not overly surprised by the appearance of the security personnel. However, the transformation of his uncle, who had spent half his life in Hongyan dealing with cardboard and wooden models of aircraft, artillery, and tanks, into a formal employee of a national defense military enterprise, felt somewhat surreal to Lin Hao. The forcibly integrated workers, including his uncle, were even more cooperative than the security personnel had anticipated, seemingly embracing their new identities with joy. It is noteworthy that many of these prop factory workers had recently been farmers eking out a living from the soil. The comprehensive military application of carbon nanotube technology will eventually lead to its civilian use. Only then will Liu Lang's technology company begin to receive relevant patent revenues. During this period, should Liu Lang require financial support, the bank will provide him with corresponding interest-free loans. After resolving a series of issues, Liu Lang could finally focus his attention on the filming of The Wandering Earth. The first scene was a grand spectacle of war, depicting the fierce battle for the space elevator. Brother Lang, isn't our leading lady still unconfirmed? Fear not. She will be reporting for duty in just a few days. Chapter 66. Brother Lang, are you serious again? Boss, we've investigated several talent agencies, and they all seem to have some tax evasion issues. Their internal management has a history of criminal activities as well. Where should we begin? Do you want to handle this personally? What position do I hold? Is it necessary for me to personally deal with these lowlifes? Get rid of them swiftly. I am quite busy. Shirley shot a glare at his subordinate. Preoccupied with coordinating the major military districts to prepare for a joint military exercise in the southern waters of the filming base. The main combat troops, primary equipment, and various weaponry of the deployed forces could hardly be disclosed as being specifically for the purpose of filming a movie. They could only use the military exercise as a cover. Shirley was currently liaising with either the leaders of major military districts, high-ranking officials from the Strategic General Office, or eminent scientists from the Academy of Sciences, with the least being promising newcomers like Liu Lang. How could he possibly regard the owners of entertainment companies with dubious backgrounds? To personally confront these individuals would be to lower his own standing. Under Shirley's instructions, members of the Security Bureau's Special Task Force took action, leaving the entertainment company owners, who had previously boasted about waiting for their lawyers before cooperating with the investigation, utterly dumbfounded. Just the next day, the contractual issues involving actors Wang Ji and Ning Li were resolved, as they marveled at the director's remarkable capabilities. Managing to handle even those rumored to have criminal ties, they received Liu Lang's invitation and arrived at the filming base of The Wandering Earth. The management of the filming base was both secure and accommodating. After a thorough inspection by perimeter security personnel, Wang Ji, Ning Li, and others finally entered the expansive filming area, covering over 40 square kilometers. The first thing that captured their attention was the thousands of extras donned in the United Government, UEG, military attire. Nearby, dozens of armored vehicles resembling main battle tanks were parked, and further afield, a daunting array of armed helicopters and large-caliber self-propelled artillery could be seen. With the assistance of engineers from Shugong Heavy Industry and other mechanical companies, these props were undergoing modifications to align with the aesthetic of The Wandering Earth. This production team seems quite dedicated. I've previously been on sets for war films where the props looked like they were made of cardboard and wood from a distance. Here, the armored vehicles can actually move, Ning Li remarked in amazement as he gazed towards the area filled with military vehicles. The extras portraying soldiers appear very professional. Surely, they can't all just be veterans? Wang Ji gazed at the soldiers of the United Earth Government, UEG, in the distance, all seemingly cast from the same mold. With their short black hair and sharp, keen eyes, exuding an undeniable aura of military presence. Internally, she felt a profound sense of admiration. The professionalism of a film crew and the dedication of its director and producers towards a project can often be discerned from the meticulous details within the crew. It is not merely the grand declarations of billions in investment or the star power of the leads that can substitute for this diligence. A shared glance between Wang Ji and Ning Li revealed their mutual astonishment. The mere preparation of the extras and props was sufficient to attest to the reliability of the Wandering Earth production team. Hello, Wang Ji and Ning Li. I am Lin Hao, the assistant director of the Wandering Earth, responsible for the logistical operations of the crew. Upon receiving news of the actors' arrival, Lin Hao hurried to greet them. Director Lin, is Director Liu Lang on set? Yes, he is currently busy with filming. By the way, Wang Ji, you have your scenes tomorrow. Would you like me to take you to the set for a preview? Hearing this, Wang Ji readily agreed. Just a couple of days prior, she had received the script for her role as Han Duo. It would be impossible not to feel anxious about portraying the female lead in such a significant film. To seize this opportunity, Wang Ji began memorizing her lines as soon as she received the script, delving into the character's background and dialogues to internalize Han Duo's essence and portray her authentically. Ning Li, intrigued by this, decided to accompany Lin Hao to the ongoing shoot. They arrived at the set where the space elevator defense battle scene was being filmed, located near an abandoned port. As the most thrilling opening scene of the Wandering Earth, Liu Lang was determined to present it in all its glory on screen. The set was not only supported by 1,000 DJI drones, but had also temporarily installed 10 genuine rapid-fire close-in weapon systems at the dock, not far from the port. A carrier fleet awaited, with fighter jets on the carrier deck always poised for action, ready to participate in this grand war scene. As for the armored vehicles on the ground and the 10,000-ton frigates nearby, they were merely supplementary to the spectacle. Hello, Teacher Wu Jin and Teacher Andy Lau. Upon arriving at the set, Wang Ji and Ning Li were delighted to encounter the two leading actors of the Wandering Earth and greeted them enthusiastically. Wu Jin had come early to observe the filming as he was scheduled to shoot his scenes, which involved an internal battle in the space elevator, the following day. Although Andy Lau's scenes were later in the schedule, his curiosity about the depiction of war in a science fiction film had prompted him to accompany Wu Jin to the set early in the day. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Ji and Ning Li could sense that Wu Jin and the others were somewhat distracted, their attention clearly captivated by the filming environment. Where's the green screen? Why is there no green screen set up for such a large-scale war scene? Wu Jin, who had previously participated in the filming of large-scale war scenes, found himself utterly perplexed. The absence of green screens suggested that the computer-generated imagery in this scene would be minimal. Yet, how could a science fiction war sequence possibly forego CGI effects? Was it conceivable to enact it for real? As Wu Jin and his colleagues stood nearby, their confusion palpable. An ear-splitting drone of buzzing filled the air. Over 1,000 Reaper drones ascended, their proximity to the launch site merely 200 to 300 meters away, instantly overwhelming the onlookers with the sheer force of the drone swarm. Each drone towered at 19 meters high, with a wingspan of 83 meters and a length of 8 meters. As the drone fleet took to the skies, flying over the harbor dock, the cannons mounted on the Reapers began to unleash bursts of fire. These were likely specially designed blank rounds, crafted solely for visual effect. So there was no need for alarm, Lin Hao reassured the group. However, a sudden rumble echoed overhead as a dozen carrier-based fifth-generation fighter jets screamed past. Before the spectators could fully comprehend the scene, air-to-air missiles were launched from their undercarriage, swiftly resulting in the obliteration of several Reaper drones, which erupted into massive fireballs as they plummeted toward the sea below. Faced with the astonished gazes of Wu Jin and others, Lin Hao himself was left utterly bewildered. Good heavens, Brother Lang, are you actually doing this for real? Chapter 67. The director is a live-action enthusiast. Liu Lang's ability to enlist actual military personnel and equipment for the shoot left Lin Hao, the assistant director, in awe. However, he was taken aback to discover that the fighter jets were genuinely employing live ordnance. The air-to-air missiles were real, striking targets right before their eyes. As the assistant director responsible for logistics on the Wandering Earth set, Lin Hao's immediate reaction was to ponder the cost of the destroyed Reaper drones and the missiles. Meanwhile, Wu Jin, Hua Zai, and others were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Wu Jin, one of the few domestic actors to have filmed large-scale modern warfare scenes, had handled real firearms and even fired a few magazines under professional supervision. The tanks and armored vehicles depicted in previous battle scenes were mere relics, often near the point of decommissioning, with their barrels welded shut. Even so, he had found that experience exhilarating. However, Witnessing the aerial combat of the wandering Earth firsthand completely transformed Wu Jin's understanding of modern warfare cinematography. He finally grasped why green screens were scarcely used. Missiles had been deployed, and drones had genuinely exploded. Did this spectacle not surpass the verisimilitude of CGI-rendered animations? Was this the norm for modern war films on the mainland? The impact on Huazai was equally profound. In Hong Kong cinema, a scene featuring 100 extras was considered grand, and car chases involving the destruction of a few vehicles were lauded by entertainment news. Real fighter jets participating in filming? Launching missiles that obliterated large drones on site? This scene was once a dream beyond the wildest imagination of Huazai. The crowd remained in a state of bewilderment as the port area, transformed into a ground fortress for the space elevator, began to stir with activity. More than a dozen temporarily installed rapid-fire close-in weapon systems roared to life, accompanied by a shrill electric bell. The barrels whirred, targeting the swarm of Predator drones overhead, unleashing a barrage of fire. The rapid-fire guns, equipped with red tracer rounds, sent projectiles soaring through the sky, creating a luminous trail that resembled a laser beam. The 10 or so drones caught in the onslaught erupted into fiery explosions, reducing them to billowing fireballs. This spectacle was precisely captured by a large drone camera hovering at the periphery of the battlefield, becoming a crucial segment of the space elevator defense battle scene. The assistant director, Lin Hao, found himself utterly numb. As a non-professional military enthusiast, he had some understanding of close-in weapon systems. Take, for instance, the widely used Type 1130 close-in weapon system, which fires DC-115, Type 30mm armor-piercing rounds. Each round costs approximately 1,000 yuan, and with a firing rate of 10,000 rounds per minute, a mere 3-second burst would consume over 500,000 yuan in ammunition. Now on set, 10 rapid-fire guns were simultaneously discharging, and the faint buzzing that might seem crisp to bystanders struck Lin Hao's ears like a heavy hammer, leaving him agitated. This was disastrous. No budget could withstand such extravagance. While the assistant director lamented the budget, Liu Lang, engrossed in the footage displayed on the monitor, exclaimed in delight. Although his sci-fi short film Space Elevator Battle featured similar visuals, the intricate realism of the live-action shots was incomparable to that of CG animation. Excellent, excellent. The visuals are splendid. This segment is complete. Prepare for the next shot. We need to reshoot Zhang Peng's cockpit perspective. Upon hearing Liu Lang's instructions, Sha Yi, who had been standing behind the director and enjoying the filming, froze in place. He played the role of Zhang Peng, the mentor of Liu Peiqiang. Director, are you calling for me? I don't see a mock cockpit here. Confused, Sha Yi glanced around, realizing he couldn't shoot this scene without the necessary equipment. Teacher Sha Yi, someone will take you to the machine shortly. I will communicate with you via the earpiece. Just follow the script and get into character. Liu Lang reassured him. No sooner had Liu Lang finished speaking than a naval-armed helicopter descended near the set, and several soldiers clad in the uniforms of the Dragon country's naval aviation approached. Liu Lang gestured towards Sha Yi, and the soldiers nodded in understanding. Soon Sha Yi, utterly bewildered, found himself escorted onto the armed helicopter. Wait, how are we leaving the set? Where are we going to shoot? As the helicopter ascended, Sha Yi became increasingly disoriented, watching the filming base recede into the distance. Before long, a colossal flat-top vessel emerged in the horizon, surrounded by a fleet of numerous escort and supply ships. An aircraft carrier. Witnessing the neatly arranged combat jets on the deck below, Sha Yi was taken aback. Teacher Sha Yi, for this reshoot, we will utilize actual footage of the fighter jets. You need not worry. The aircraft you are seated in is a dual-seat trainer, with a pilot in the rear responsible for the controls. You simply need to perform as per the script. It's quite straightforward, Liu Lang communicated through the headset. Meanwhile, Sha Yi hurriedly entered the cockpit of the long-prepared trainer. As Liu Lang signaled readiness, the trainer was launched skyward via electromagnetic catapult, leaping from the deck into the sky. Shortly thereafter, more than a dozen fifth-generation carrier-based fighters ascended to accompany the trainer, participating in the shoot. As the trainer executed several high-difficulty aerial maneuvers, Sha Yi, seated at the front, felt a surge of adrenaline, his blood pressure soaring. Teacher Sha Yi, how do you feel? Excited? Are you in the groove? If we keep flying like this, I want to be able to handle it. All right, all units prepare, 10-second countdown. Upon seeing the footage perfectly capture Sha Yi's enthusiastic shouts and the subsequent counterattack by a swarm of supportive fighters, Liu Lang contentedly declared the segment a successful wrap. What an exhilarating experience. After returning to the filming base, Sha Yi found his legs still weak for quite some time. When Wu Jin, Huazai, and others learned that Sha Yi had just been aboard an aircraft carrier, flying in a genuine military trainer while accompanied by numerous fifth-generation fighters for an aerial combat scene. They exchanged stunned glances, speechless. Just how formidable is Director Liu's background? Unanimously, they began to ponder this question in their minds. Director Liu is a fervent advocate for practical shooting. You'd best be psychologically prepared. Hearing Sha Es warning, Wu Jin and Wang Ji exchanged glances, apprehensively contemplating as their turn for the space elevator cabin battle scene was set for the following day. Surely, they couldn't be expected to actually film in space. Could they? Chapter 68. What we desire is an authentic experience. The space elevator, as its name suggests, naturally includes a cabin capable of carrying passengers. The greatest challenge in constructing the space elevator was the creation of the cable made from carbon nanotube materials. Once successfully launched into the sky, Liu Lang did not remain idle. He continued to draft the design blueprints for the subsequent elevator cabins. In a matter of days, with the assistance of the props factory at the filming base and various mechanical manufacturing enterprises that came to support, the cabin for the space elevator was fabricated. The interior passenger area of the cabin bore resemblance to the layout of a typical commercial aircraft cabin. To accommodate the gravitational loads caused by the rapid ascent and descent of the elevator, supportive equipment, such as load-resistant suits and oxygen masks, were designed for passenger use. The cabin itself utilized numerous high-strength alloy metals, including carbon nanotube materials, to ensure the safety of those within. The production cost of a single-seat cabin reached nearly 10 million dragon coins, excluding the value of the carbon nanotube materials. However, the exorbitant cost of the props posed no challenge for Liu Lang. Not only was this cabin covered, but even the substantial military expenditure incurred during the earlier scenes of the space elevator defense battle was footed by the authorities, categorized under the training expenses. The following day, when Wu Jin, Wang Ji, and others arrived at the filming location and beheld the meticulously prepared space elevator cabin, they were momentarily taken aback. "Director, are we filming inside this?" Wu Jin queried, pointing at the enclosed cabin, perplexed. "Indeed, I have already sent you all the relevant storyboard renderings for today's shoot." Liu Lang replied, "Please familiarize yourselves with the CG animation video to prepare adequately for filming, aiming to complete each shot in a single take." Prior to the official filming of The Wandering Earth, Liu Lang had meticulously prepared the storyboard animation, illustrating how each scene and segment should be captured. Through these concise animations, the actors could swiftly comprehend the content of their impending performances. In simpler terms, the actors merely needed to emulate the performances depicted in the storyboard animations provided by Liu Lang. Moreover, the cast comprised seasoned actors like Li Xuejian and Hua Zai, who had decades of experience in the industry, alongside skilled performers such as Wu Jin, Ning Li, and Sha Yi, and even the earnest and aspiring new generation actor Wang Ji. This significantly alleviated the challenges of the shoot. Wu Jin scrutinized the storyboard, noting the combat scenes set in a weightless environment. "Director, there are fight sequences requiring wire work. This enclosed cabin cannot accommodate the rigging," he remarked, drawing from his extensive experience with martial arts scenes. "Do not worry, you will understand shortly," Liu Lang responded, refraining from further explanation as he led the actors and crew into the cabin. The fight scenes within the space elevator encompassed both standard and weightless segments. Liu Lang commenced with the scenes in normal conditions, with the complete set of storyboard demonstration animations and the professional crew provided by Byte Entertainment. Along with the main actors Wu Jin and Wang Ji, who possessed ample martial arts experience, they managed to film most of the fight sequences within half a day. Glancing at the time, Liu Lang instructed everyone to don their pressure suits and oxygen masks, taking their seats in the cabin. As the crew complied, they marveled at the meticulous design of the pressure suits, noting that the oxygen masks indeed contained real oxygen, showcasing the crew's attention to detail. At that moment, a sudden cacophony emanated from outside the cabin, reminiscent of mechanical hydraulic arms coupling with metal walls. The occupants of the cabin felt a wave of confusion wash over them. "Director, why is the cabin ascending?" An actor seated by the window exclaimed in alarm as he noticed the ground receding from his view. "What is the panic? Didn't I mention it? Next, we will be filming in a state of weightlessness." "Director, didn't you say we would be shooting right here in this cabin?" "Indeed. That is correct. We will film here. However, you must wait until we ascend. We will be able to capture the scenes of weightlessness once we reach the vicinity of the synchronous orbit," Liu Lang earnestly explained to the actors inside the cabin. Upon hearing this, many actors who understood the implications of the synchronous orbit could not help but gasp in disbelief. "Director, are you referring to the synchronous orbit at an altitude of 36,000 kilometers from the ground?" "Actually, it's not that high." As soon as these words were spoken, the group momentarily felt relieved. An altitude of 33 or 34,000 kilometers would suffice to achieve the requirements for filming weightless scenes. What difference does that make? A chorus of despair echoed within the cabin. Do not worry. I am here with you all. With the anti-gravity suits and oxygen masks properly donned, we are about to accelerate, Liu Lang declared. Shortly thereafter, the cabin emitted a low hum and suddenly began to accelerate. The occupants felt an immense thrust beneath them, akin to a high-performance car with over 1,000 horsepower, with the gas pedal pressed to the floor while at rest. In the next moment, the cabin surged vertically upwards at an astonishing speed. Despite Liu Lang's simplified version of the space elevator lacking the catapult mechanism seen in films to provide substantial initial thrust, the G-force experience during the ascent was far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Fortunately, the presence of anti-gravity suits alleviated the strain, and there was no need to excessively pursue ascent speed as depicted in movies. Observing Wu Jin, who appeared somewhat panicked and instinctively grasping the arm of the person next to him, Liu Lang quickly grasped the fixed position camera to begin filming. This was precisely the authenticity they sought. Meanwhile, at the ground filming base, where is director Liu Lang? Where has he gone? Shirley had been preoccupied with coordinating exercises and maintaining confidentiality regarding carbon nanotube material technology, leaving him overwhelmed. Upon arriving at the filming base, he intended to discuss matters with Liu Lang, but found himself unable to locate him. The assistant director, Lin Hao, looked up with a forlorn expression and pointed skyward. Brother Lang is currently up in the sky. Shirley looked up and finally spotted the space elevator cabin, which had rapidly ascended above the clouds. Didn't he say he would inform me before leaving the filming base? How did he end up in the sky? Shirley's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the tiny black dot of the space elevator cabin in the sky. In a sense, Brother Lang was still at the filming base. He was simply up in the heavens. Chapter 69. Professor Zhang, the Military Advisor North America, NASA Headquarters. As the world's most authoritative aerospace research institution, NASA not only undertakes a range of missions, including the exploration of extraterrestrial civilizations, the study of terrestrial-like planets, and the observation of cosmic celestial evolution. Under the guidance of national directives, it also bears the responsibility of monitoring various space apparatuses from around the globe. The Planetary Defense Coordination Office. In the early morning, Fernandez was savoring a cup of richly brewed coffee made from beans sourced directly from Brazil. Sir, you should come and see this in person. The call from the hall interrupted his indulgence. What is it, sir? Do you recall the spacecraft numbered CN-1024B that I reported to you a couple of days ago? The one from the Dragon Nation? Wasn't it determined to be an outdated model from over a decade ago? Is there a problem? Fernandez certainly remembered. In fact, considering the current state of global space capabilities, the Dragon Nation was the only entity that could potentially surpass others. Every launch from within the Dragon Nation's borders was meticulously documented. However, the recent launch of the CN-1024B spacecraft was swiftly categorized as an ordinary carrier rocket, lagging behind the times. In countries like Kimchi Land and Cherry Blossom Land, such a rocket might signify a monumental leap in aerospace prowess. Yet for the Dragon Nation, which had already achieved the capability to deploy lunar rovers on the far side of the moon, this relic of a rocket was merely a testament to outdated technology. As the head of the Planetary Defense Coordination Office, Fernandez had not given much thought to this antiquated carrier rocket. The trajectory of CN-1024B appears to be somewhat irregular. I requested monitoring satellites to observe it, and we discovered this image. As he spoke, his subordinate presented the results of his findings. Under the scrutiny of high-precision monitoring satellites, for carbon nanotube cables connecting to the bottom of the carrier rocket were revealed in the imagery. The previously indifferent Fernandez's expression shifted to one of grave concern upon seeing the tightly interwoven cables. What in the world is this? These cables should be connected to the ground. But if that is the case, there is currently no material on Earth capable of withstanding such intense tension. Just as they were pondering the implications of these cables, the subordinate made another startling discovery. Sir, the monitoring satellites indicate that a new aerial vehicle has ascended from the location of CN-1024B. Soon, the computer screen displayed a thumbnail image of a space elevator capsule, ascending at an astonishing rate. Gazing at the futuristic metallic cube before them, both the subordinate and Fernandez exchanged a glance, each recognizing the fear reflected in the other's eyes. Could this be some sort of weapon? Are those damn Dragon Nation folks preparing to deploy space weapons in outer space? In an instant, Fernandez's mind was convinced that this was a clandestine space weapon being developed by the Dragon Nation. Quick, connect me to the Washington Command Center. The Dragon Nation is about to deploy militarized weapons in outer space. Meanwhile, in the capital's television studio, the host announced, "Welcome to this episode of Military Perspectives. This program will be broadcast via television and online platforms. Today, we are honored to have Professor Zhang from the National Defense University with us. and we hope he can enlighten our military enthusiast viewers. Professor Zhang, greetings to all the military enthusiasts. I am your familiar Professor Zhang, here today to engage in a discussion. Host, Professor Zhang. It has come to our attention that NASA has recently claimed to possess evidence of our nation deploying space weapons in outer space, and they have lodged a diplomatic protest against us. As an expert in military equipment, what is your perspective on this matter? Professor Zhang, this is utterly preposterous. Our nation is a signatory of the Outer Space Treaty, wherein all signatories pledge not to deploy weapons of mass destruction in outer space. Although I am now retired, I can assure you with confidence that our military planning does not include any options for space weapons. Host, as a lifelong professor at the National Defense University and an expert in military equipment research, your sources must be reliable. However, NASA also released a photograph depicting a cuboid metal artificial device. What are your thoughts on that? Professor Zhang. This is merely a misunderstanding. Interestingly, just the other day, while collecting my pension, I inquired with the relevant department. That area is actually a film set. I'm sure you've heard of the crew of the Wandering Earth. They are producing a hard science fiction film, and the cuboid object in the photograph is merely a prop, a large hot air balloon designed to resemble a metal cube. Host, oh I see. If it weren't for your insight, Professor Zhang, many netizens, including myself, would likely be left in the dark. By the way, many internet users, including foreign netizens, are speculating whether this is related to the legendary space elevator. They are questioning whether our nation has secretly invented this elusive technology. Professor Zhang, as a retired individual, I am not fully aware of these rumors. However, based on my extensive experience in military equipment research and development, I find this highly improbable. Consider the fact that the most critical aspect of a space elevator is the material. Finding a substance that possesses a tensile strength hundreds of times greater than steel while being significantly lighter is no simple task. Some may point out that we have carbon nanotube materials domestically, but after over a decade of research, we have only managed to produce lengths of around 70 centimeters in a laboratory setting. Utilizing such materials for constructing a space elevator is simply unrealistic. I believe that research into specialized alloys abroad holds considerable promise, potentially leading to a viable solution for space elevator materials. I urge the United States to increase its support for specialized alloy technology. If developed, it would benefit all of humanity. Host, thank you, Professor Zhang, for shedding light on this topic. Is there anything else you would like to discuss with our audience? Professor Zhang, indeed, I have something to say. Let's not focus on unrealistic notions such as space weapons and elevators. Have you all noticed that there was a large-scale joint military exercise conducted recently in the South? Host, oh, Professor Zhang, could you enlighten us on the noteworthy aspects of this exercise? Professor Zhang, there is so much to discuss. Foremost is the formal commissioning of our nation's first aircraft carrier equipped with electromagnetic catapult capabilities. I must emphasize, the significance of its commissioning is monumental. Chapter 70. Shall we blow it up? As the capsule of the space elevator descended from its geosynchronous orbit, Shirley, stationed near the ground base of the space elevator, hurriedly approached. He felt a sense of relief upon confirming that Liu Lang was safe within the capsule. Despite Shirley's high energy clearance as the head of the Security Bureau, the control room of the space elevator capsule was located inside the vessel. Unless Liu Lang actively operated the descent, Shirley could do nothing but wait anxiously, unless he resorted to utilizing a remote ballistic missile for a forced landing. Mr. Liu, are you aware of the perilous nature of your actions? Do you comprehend the complications it brings to your security protocols? Shirley questioned, his tone tinged with urgency. Given Liu Lang's expertise in radar electromagnetics, artificial neurons, and carbon nanotube technology, his safety was of paramount importance to Shirley. Furthermore, considering Liu Lang's youth, he had a long and promising research career ahead, likely yielding even more remarkable scientific contributions. If anything were to happen to this invaluable research talent under Shirley's protection, he would never forgive himself. Brother Lei, please do not fret. I have safely descended, have I not? Rest assured, I would never take unnecessary risks, Liu Lang reassured him, attempting to comfort his colleague. Since he had submitted the technology related to carbon nanotube materials, Liu Lang was acutely aware that his personal safety was now intricately linked to national strategic security. Shirley's concern was not merely a matter of caution. The elevator's ascent would undoubtedly attract the attention of foreign powers. Once they recognized Liu Lang's significance, he might face even greater security threats. However, we have already arranged military drills and deployed professionals to dispel any rumors. This should serve as a smokescreen. At that moment, Shirley felt grateful for Liu Lang's identity as a science fiction director. With this facade, those foreign military intelligence analysts would never suspect that a dual award-winning Hugo Award Starlight Award laureate, was also a master of breaking through the industrial mass production techniques of carbon nanotube materials. I've given it some thought, Brother Lei, and you are indeed correct. The space elevator is exceptionally conspicuous. My creation of it has indeed overlooked the increased difficulty of your tasks, and for that, I apologize. Upon hearing Liu Lang's words, Shirley, who had initially worn a serious expression, felt a sense of surprise. He did not expect Liu Lang to be so accommodating, just as he was feeling relieved. Anticipating Liu Lang's cooperation with the Security Bureau's protective measures, Liu Lang continued to speak. After considerable contemplation, I pondered whether it would be wise to refrain from detonating the space elevator. Exploding? The moment those words escaped Liu Lang's lips, Shirley's heart leaped into his throat, and his blood pressure surged dramatically, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Liu Lang, Brother Lang, I even called you brother. What are you thinking? I still aspire to retire peacefully. Please, do not frighten me in this manner. If you continue like this, I might need to take antihypertensive medication. Shirley was genuinely alarmed by Liu Lang's words. Given that Liu Lang possessed the capability to construct a space elevator deemed miraculous from scratch, his mention of destroying it was certainly not a trivial remark. Liu Lang scratched his head. He could hardly admit that he wished to capture footage of the space elevator's descent. Although the space elevator he was filming was merely a miniature version for cinematic purposes, with the right angles and enhanced by CGI effects, it could deliver the awe-inspiring impact he desired for his film. This space elevator was merely a prototype, constrained by geographical limitations, allowing only a single cabin to be constructed domestically. Had it been situated along the equator, such as in Gabon, Africa, a more stable structure with 3 main towers and 12 launch pads could have been erected, supporting 216 carbon nanotube cables that would facilitate the simultaneous transport of 9 cabins to and from a space elevator. Most crucially, this complete version of the space elevator would possess a capacity 9 times that of the miniature model, enabling it to transport hundreds of tons of cargo and passengers to geostationary orbit in a single trip. Liu Lang endeavored to illustrate to Shirley that this diminutive version was merely a substandard replica compared to his envisioned full-scale model. However, Shirley's attention had drifted elsewhere. The equatorial region? Gabon, Africa? Shirley displayed no interest in these distant locations, even if they were perfectly suited. He would not consider them without ensuring the safety of the space elevator. This national treasure, crafted from carbon nanotubes, must be constructed within the dominion of the Dragon Kingdom, under the absolute control of the Security Bureau. Wait, are you saying this contraption can transport hundreds of tons to geostationary orbit? Shirley exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the space elevator cabin not far away. Until now, he had focused solely on Liu Lang, neglecting the futuristic, cubic cabin before him. Not so much. This is a single cabin, roughly 1/10 the size, perhaps weighing several dozen tons. It is reusable, correct? Shirley's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Certainly. Otherwise, how could it be called an elevator? Liu Lang replied, puzzled by Shirley's growing excitement. What is the cost of operating it? Shirley inquired eagerly. Quite expensive. Based on industrial electricity rates, it would probably cost several thousand yuan. Including the fuel for rocket acceleration during the initial phase, it might reach around 10,000 yuan. Liu Lang estimated. Upon hearing this, a beaming smile spread across Shirley's face. Only 10,000 yuan to elevate dozens of tons to geostationary orbit? This utterly eclipses the capabilities of all existing launch vehicles worldwide. Even SpaceX, which claims to minimize orbital transportation costs, incurs an average launch expense of several $1,000,000. Not to mention the risk of failed recovery. On average, the transportation cost per kilogram of cargo reaches thousands of dollars. In stark contrast, the space elevator constructed by Liu Lang boasts a transportation cost of merely several thousand yuan, rendering it nearly negligible in the realm of space logistics. This innovation distinctly disrupts the pricing structure of global rocket-based cargo transport. As Liu Lang watched Shirley hurriedly depart, the echoes of the latter's myriad admonitions lingered in his ears, leaving him with a sense of melancholy. It seemed that filming the space elevator at the base was no longer feasible. Chapter 71. I just want to film a movie upon returning to the strategic headquarters. Shirley engaged in a series of discussions and simulations regarding the space elevator, ultimately returning to the wandering Earth filming site with renewed purpose. Mr. Liu, are you familiar with the American aerospace company SpaceX, founded by Elon Musk? Liu Lang nodded, well aware of the illustrious reputation of Musk, often referred to as the Iron Man of America. SpaceX, as the first private entity to engage in the aerospace domain, traditionally dominated by national agencies, has achieved remarkable success, earning Musk widespread admiration and positioning him as a representative of a new generation of the American dream. You must know that its establishment was heavily supported by the U.S. government, Shirley continued. From its inception, SpaceX not only employed numerous personnel originally from official aerospace departments, but also secured a contract for commercial orbital transportation services from the space agency, subsequently monopolizing a significant portion of NASA's launch missions. It is evident that without the continuous influx of technical expertise and contracts from the government, SpaceX would not have attained its current scale and standing. Liu Lang nodded slightly, though he remained uncertain about Shirley's intentions in recounting this information. Despite SpaceX's motto of reducing costs and enhancing space services, portraying itself as a private enterprise independent of governmental oversight, everyone understands that this is merely a facade. Leveraging its private status, SpaceX is launching low-Earth orbit satellites en masse, aiming to deploy 12,000 Starlink satellites for their so-called Starlink project. Although they repeatedly assert that this initiative focuses solely on the civilian satellite internet market, the successful deployment of over 10,000 Starlink satellites overhead would pose a significant security risk. Listening to Shirley's grave exposition, Liu Lang began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. In peacetime, these Starlink satellites could ostensibly provide communications services solely for commercial purposes. Once war is declared, the ambiguously aligned SpaceX will undoubtedly comply with official demands, providing essential military information services needed in wartime, including rapid responses in localized conflicts and the acquisition of precise, high-resolution imagery data within a short time frame, thereby enhancing the information-gathering capabilities in sensitive areas. Why are you telling me all this? Liu Lang inquired of Shirley, aware that his counterpart would not casually share such unrelated information. We are prepared to support your company to utilize space elevator technology and transform it into the SpaceX of the Dragon Nation. This was the decision reached by the Strategic General Office and related aerospace departments following their research. The government has long intended to emulate SpaceX's Starlink initiative by deploying a multitude of remote sensing satellites in ultra-low orbit, complemented by high-altitude surveillance satellites and conventional military satellites in general orbit, thus forming an unbreakable military satellite network. However, promoting this initiative under an official capacity would undoubtedly attract global criticism. As a signatory to the Outer Space Treaty, the Strategic General Office must consider the implications of its official identity. Finding a private space entrepreneur akin to Musk domestically has proven to be quite challenging. It was at this juncture that Liu Lang came into the Strategic General Office's purview. The emergence of the space elevator not only shocked them with the potential mass production of new materials like carbon nanotubes, but also sparked a sensation within the aerospace sector due to its efficient and cost-effective means of space transportation. Furthermore, Liu Lang, who had already engaged with the Security Bureau regarding the construction of the space elevator, had garnered recognition from the Strategic General Office, being regarded as one of their own due to the prolonged observations and the advanced technologies he had provided. Consequently, Liu Lang, who operated a technology company, was immediately identified as the most suitable candidate to enter the satellite launch field as a private entrepreneur. Our future objective is to deploy at least 18,000 ultra-low orbit satellites, which will be publicly promoted under the guise of commercial communication satellites. All launch missions will be entirely outsourced to your technology company as commercial endeavors. Shirley earnestly presented the ultra-low orbit satellite constellation plan to Liu Lang. But my technology company primarily specializes in therapeutic exoskeletons. Strictly speaking, we are merely a healthcare apparatus company. This has nothing to do with the aerospace sector. That is of no concern. Where there is a will, there is a way. I understand your point. You need personnel, correct? No problem. In a few days, a group of highly skilled aerospace professionals, aged between 25 and 40, will be leaving their official posts to join your technology company. They are the elite backbone of the aerospace field. Do you require funding? Banks can readily arrange substantial interest-free loans for your technology company, with repayment terms set at your discretion. Loans under $2 billion can be expedited through a fast track and finalized within 2 days. Rest assured, we can offer you an average launch price for low Earth orbit satellites that rivals that of SpaceX. Considering the remarkably low transportation costs of the space elevator, your technology is bound to be profitable. Now, should you have any further requests, do not hesitate to voice them. As Shirley confidently made a series of assurances, Liu Lang stood there, utterly astonished. It sounded almost too good to be true, as if it were a cheat code to success. The space arms race was initiated by the United States. Since they have the capacity to support Musk, we surely can extend our support to you as well. What kind of private entrepreneur can engage in such extravagant endeavors? Would anyone believe my unofficial status if I were to speak of this? Fear not, for you have the backing of official support. If the authorities deem you a private entrepreneur, Then you are indeed one. In Shirley's calm gaze, there was a hint of condescension, as if the concerns raised by Liu Lang were trivial in his eyes. Given the implications for national defense strategy, the government's support for the low Earth orbit satellite constellation plan would surely be unwavering. After some contemplation, Liu Lang acquiesced and subsequently summoned the company's executive president, his sister Liu Nian, from the capital. Brother, what is the situation with your production team? Why must we sign a confidentiality agreement to enter? This was Liu Nian's first visit to the filming base of the Wandering Earth, and she was filled with curiosity about everything as she looked around. Upon learning from Liu Lang about the low Earth orbit satellite constellation plan and the pivotal role their tech company was about to play, Liu Nian's expression was even more shocked than Liu Lang's had been initially. Brother, did you save the galaxy in your past life? Or did our ancestral tomb emit smoke? How could such good fortune come our way? Liu Lang shot his excited sister an exasperated glance. How would I know? I just want to make a good movie. Why is it so difficult? After Liu Nian's arrival, Liu Lang entrusted her with liaising with the tech company, the security bureau, and various aerospace departments. Given that the industrialization of carbon nanotube materials must first be applied in the military sector, the deployment of the planned low Earth orbit satellite constellation would be appropriately delayed. Once the tech company recruited the elite aerospace talents provided by the government and utilized the abundant financial resources from the bank, it would integrate the space elevator technology along with the necessary aerospace personnel expertise. At that point, the company would transform into the second private aerospace enterprise in the world, following SpaceX. Having familiarized herself with the capabilities related to space elevator technology, Liu Nian, as the executive president of the tech company, held confidence that they could outshine SpaceX in the realm of commercial spaceflight. With Liu Nian's ambitions aside, Liu Lang, after completing the handover with his sister, devoted himself wholeheartedly to the filming of the Wandering Earth. The zero-gravity action scenes involving the space elevator were merely a minor interlude. By the third day, the entire crew resumed their rigorous shooting schedule. Liu Lang presented a meticulously crafted storyboard CG animation video, showcasing the scenes he envisioned for the film to the actors in advance. Each shot was rigorously selected, ensuring that only the essential frames required for the final film were included, leaving no redundant or superfluous footage to be discarded. As a result, the shooting schedule for the entire crew accelerated tremendously. I cannot shake the feeling that director Liu Lang already possesses a vivid image of this film in his mind. What we witness now is merely a recreation of the visuals he has conceived, despite having directed no fewer than 100 films and television dramas. Wu Jin remains profoundly astounded by Liu Lang's method of filmmaking. Based on his previous experiences on set, a day's worth of shooting typically yields only 1 or 2 usable shots in the finished film, with the majority deemed extraneous and requiring cuts. However, on the set of The Wandering Earth, he experienced an unprecedented level of efficiency. His fellow cast members, including Hua Zai and Sha Yi, shared this sentiment. Although nearly all principal actors in the crew were seasoned professionals with remarkable acting skills, this significantly expedited the film's production. Nevertheless, Liu Lang, as a burgeoning star director, managed to impress the cast with his exceptional command over the filmmaking process. Some directors are inherently suited for this profession, possessing an uncanny ability to precisely visualize the imagery that will appear in their films. Even while filming, the completed work has already materialized in their minds, a true gift, unattainable by the average individual. Hua Zai, having experienced the golden era of Hong Kong cinema, felt a deep resonance with Liu Lang's astonishing control over his film, reminiscent of the genius directors who once propelled Hong Kong films to greatness. As a few principal actors engaged in private conversation, Liu Lang approached from outside the set, accompanied by the now familiar assistant director Lin Hao, who was pushing a small cart laden with what appeared to be film props. The cast gathered around to familiarize themselves with the new props, which would be integral for the next phase of shooting. Noticing the presence of several main actors, Liu Lang called out to everyone. Upon hearing the term film props, Wu Jin felt a wave of apprehension. He vividly recalled being tricked into a space elevator cabin, ascending to a synchronous orbit to film weightless scenes. Afterward, he experienced a rapid descent of the cabin, and unprepared for the psychological impact, he nearly lost his composure. Liu Lang's response to this was surprisingly nonchalant, suggesting it was merely a slightly larger version of a free-fall ride. Surely no one would be afraid of that? Wu Jin, who often prides himself on being a tough, new-generation male star, could only respond with a silent, sullen expression. Meanwhile, Sha Yi bore a similar look of trepidation. During the space elevator battle sequence, he too had been convinced to board a real training aircraft, experiencing firsthand the intense G-forces and acrobatics of a fighter jet. Most astonishingly, The Air Force stunt instructor responsible for piloting the aircraft behind Shah-E was, in fact, an ardent admirer of him. Witnessing his idol Shah-E personally aboard the fighter jet he was piloting, the instructor, overwhelmed with excitement, performed a series of intricate aerial maneuvers. It was only when he noticed Shah-E nearly on the verge of nausea in the cockpit that he reluctantly ceased his display. Experiencing the latest and most advanced aircraft carrier firsthand, engaging intimately with the nation's pride, the fifth-generation fighter jets, and soaring through the azure skies. Accompanied by an entire squadron of these formidable machines, filled Shah-E with an exhilarating thrill. However, the memory of his tumultuous experience within the cockpit also instilled a sense of apprehension in him. Although he was indeed a retired serviceman, his tenure had been within an artistic troupe. The notion of enduring such intense piloting in the skies was quite daunting. Having observed Wu Jin and Shah-Yi's encounters, Hua Zai, Ning Li, and others formed an even deeper impression of Liu Lang. The director was exceptional in every regard, yet his meticulous nature bordered on obsession, often insisting on realism to the extreme. Noticing the somewhat evasive glances from Wu Jin, Wang Ji, and Shah-Yi, Liu Lang finally grasped the situation. "What are you all worried about?" he inquired. "This time, it's genuine props. Previous misunderstandings aside, I promise to inform you all in advance next time." As he spoke, Liu Lang lifted the cover from the cart. Soon, the novel cinematic prop captured everyone's attention. Is this a door frame? It feels rather peculiar towering above a person. The mechanical apparatus appeared to consist of 3 metallic robotic arms, presenting an odd spectacle to the onlookers. What purpose does it serve? Is it some sort of engineering equipment? They pondered. Just then, the doorframe-like device sprang to life, leaping towards the crowd as if it were a sentient being. The doorframe robot was a military-grade apparatus specifically designed for the UEG Army in the film The Wandering Earth, integrating combat, defense, and cooperative operation capabilities. It utilized biometric recognition technology to scan and bond with soldiers, fighting alongside them. Soldiers could customize their door frames by adding or removing functional modules, including weapon attachments, life support systems, defense mechanisms, and radiation protection. Equipped with a scanning radar module and connected to the base's local network, the doorframe robot typically served as a security device for controlled areas, featuring a display screen that showcased security authentication information. Additionally, the screen was embedded with emoticons, endowing it with a degree of intelligent conversational capability. As Liu Lang manipulated the doorframe robot with a controller, he elaborated on its features to the audience. "Wow, it's so intricate. The doorframe has come to life," Wu Jin remarked, observing the robot greeting him through the display screen. "Director Liu, are you suggesting this contraption truly possesses those functionalities? Combat, defense, radiation protection, and all?" Given Liu Lang's penchant for realism, and seeing the meticulously crafted doorframe robot before him, Shah-E could not resist the urge to inquire, his heart racing. In response, Liu Lang merely smiled shyly, avoiding a direct answer. "Guess what? Chapter 73. What have you truly understood?" Since ByteDance Entertainment has vigorously promoted Liu Lang's works, after a period of time, overseas profits have finally been realized. Following the establishment of a technology company under the management of his sister Liu Nian, the core technological innovation known as the therapeutic exoskeleton armor has been making significant strides in the domestic medical assistive device sector. Recently, through the mediation of the Security Bureau, the lower-end models of the therapeutic exoskeleton armor are poised to be included in the medical insurance system, which will likely lead to a substantial increase in potential user demographics. The company's development momentum is exceedingly strong, and the overseas advertising revenue, amounting to several million, even tens of millions, seems trivial in Liu Lang's eyes. However, the subsequent points accrued have pleasantly surprised him. He swiftly exchanged them for the doorframe robot and the bumpy mechanical military dog. Within a few days, prototypes were crafted in the prop factory at the filming base. As everyone marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of the new prop, the title of director Liu Lang, the filming maniac, gained further validation. In contrast to other film crews that typically resort to CG effects or merely construct rudimentary facsimiles from wood and metal, Liu Lang's team remarkably produced props that mirrored the cinematic effects with astonishing accuracy. "Bumpy, come down and greet everyone." At that moment, Liu Lang turned to call out to the cart. The next instant, a miniature vehicle resembling a go-kart, in the form of a mechanical dog, slid to the ground, swiftly hiding behind Liu Lang while cautiously peering out to observe the crowd. Hua Zai, Wu Jin, and others looked on in bewilderment at the robot named Bumpy. If the anthropomorphic movement of the doorframe robot had already impressed them, Bumpy's entrance completely transformed their understanding of robotic machinery. "Am I seeing this correctly? Is this thing a machine or a real animal?" Wu Jin stared in disbelief at the timid Bumpy, which displayed various symbols on its screen, seemingly conveying its inner emotions. Its full name is the Multifunctional All-Terrain Intelligent Transport Platform. However, that's rather cumbersome, so I refer to it as the mechanical dog. This unit is named Bumpy, designed as a mechanical military dog with obedience functions. The joints of the mechanical dog's legs are spherical, equipped with 4 mechanism wheels that enable superior maneuverability across diverse terrains. Its back features an adjustable cargo platform, while 4-axis mechanical arms on either side can grasp and secure items. The head can rotate 180 degrees, with a camera and radar array on the front, and a full-screen display on the back, which includes built-in emoticons and voice recognition capabilities. Currently, Bumpy possesses a basic artificial intelligence emotional module, allowing it to understand human commands and respond accordingly. Listening to Liu Lang's introduction, Sha Yi, Hua Zai, and Wu Jin exchanged glances, astonished that Liu Lang had indeed created a robot equipped with an artificial intelligence emotional module. Director, do enlighten us, Sha Yi inquired, leaning closer to Liu Lang with an air of intrigue. Is there an official confidential mission assigned to our The Wandering Earth crew? We have all signed non-disclosure agreements, so feel free to share. Since joining the crew, Sha Yi had been increasingly puzzled by the peculiarities surrounding their project, signing confidentiality agreements, the presence of rocket launches, and the involvement of the most advanced 5th-generation military aircraft, aircraft carriers, warships, submarines, and other military assets aiding in the filming. The UEG soldiers, who were strictly regulated, bore an uncanny resemblance to active-duty servicemen, and not just any soldiers, but elite combat forces. As a veteran, Sha Yi had begun to harbor suspicions regarding the bizarre phenomena within the Wandering Earth production. Throughout his extensive career, he had never encountered a film crew with such influence, commanding the support of numerous state-owned enterprises and military forces for filming. Moreover, Liu Lang, the director, occasionally unveiled astonishing technological advancements, space elevator cabins, frame robots, and robotic military dogs, among others. Though not a researcher, Sha Yi could not discern the true value of these innovations at a glance. However, one thing he was certain of, these cinematic props could not possibly be the sole creation of one director. Coupled with the confidentiality agreements signed upon joining the crew and the omnipresent security personnel surrounding their filming location, Sha Yi quickly deduced that Liu Lang was entrusted with a special mission, utilizing the guise of the Wandering Earth to test confidential military equipment. Nothing of the sort exists. Do not let your imaginations run wild. We are merely a conventional science fiction film crew, and all these props are of my own making. There's no connection to any official entities, Liu Lang hastily clarified, sensing the inquisitive gazes directed towards him. The aircraft carriers, fighter jets, main battle forces, and soldiers were all props he had procured through his own efforts. He had fully financed the production of The Wandering Earth, and could not allow any unfounded accusations to tarnish his integrity. Understood, Director. I apologize for my presumptuousness. Though I am retired, I remain ever mindful of my identity as a soldier of the people. Rest assured, Director Liu, I will approach the upcoming filming as a political assignment and will ensure its quality and completion. Sha Yi saluted Liu Lang earnestly, leaving the director utterly bewildered. What exactly do you think you have understood? Liu Lang asked, perplexed, as he observed Sha Yi's serious demeanor. The other actors, witnessing this exchange, seemed to grasp something as well, and the doubts that had lingered in their minds suddenly became clear. Director, if there are any high-altitude weightlessness tests, just let me know. I, Wu Jin, am not a delicate actor. Wu Jin exclaimed, followed by Wang Ji and the others echoing their support to Liu Lang. Even after everyone had departed, Liu Lang remained in a state of confusion. How Z? Was it my expression that was unclear, or did they misunderstand? He puzzled, turning to his assistant director, Lin Hao, who wore a look of melancholic contemplation. Brother Lang, after all these years, have you been keeping secrets from me? What could I possibly hide from you? My second uncle informed me that they have now been officially integrated into a defense-related military enterprise, earning over 10,000 in monthly contributions. They seem to be busy producing some reactive armor. Brother Lang, remember our promise, to prosper together and never forget one another. Don't forget about your brother. Liu Lang. Chapter 74, Scandal Promotion in the End. Liu Lang silenced Lin Hao with the promise of an appropriate role that honored their brotherly bond once the film was completed. Upon hearing this, the assistant director Lin Hao felt a surge of motivation. With new movie props in place, the filming base became bustling once again. With official support, the crew of The Wandering Earth benefited from substantial logistical backing, including coordination of locations, personnel, equipment, and most crucially, military assets for collaborative shooting. This significantly alleviated the challenges faced during the filming of The Wandering Earth, Given Liu Lang's high standards for live-action films, standard cardboard and wooden props would not suffice for his vision. For scenes requiring close-up detail, Liu Lang endeavored to utilize authentic high-tech products or props modified from various engineering machinery to evoke a futuristic, sci-fi aesthetic. Conversely, for broader scenes, such as the destruction of the moon or large-scale meteor impacts on Earth, he had to rely on CGI effects. While he was an advocate for practical effects, detonating the moon was simply absurd and impractical. The film The Wandering Earth is a science fiction piece. Should he attempt to blow up the moon, it would veer into the realms of horror and thriller. The entire Wandering Earth crew swiftly entered a phase of high-efficiency shooting. The filming crew, technical staff, and various personnel were all seasoned professionals sourced by Byte Entertainment. Most of the extras were active-duty soldiers from the official military. The main cast comprised seasoned actors and skilled performers, allowing Liu Lang to focus less on management, as the shooting schedule progressed smoothly according to plan. Meanwhile, the high-profile sci-fi romance production Fortress of Magic City, which was initiated almost simultaneously with The Wandering Earth, also commenced filming. However, as a co-producer and investor, Su Lei, the director of Hawaii film industry, began to feel anxious. What is going on? Has the marketing department heard nothing about this major event? Su Lei furiously pointed at the front-page headline of the newspaper, reprimanding his subordinates. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs refutes American accusations regarding domestic research into space weaponry. Reliable sources indicate that the so-called space weaponry is, in fact, props from the Wandering Earth film crew. This information comes from Professor Zhang, a former head of the Military Logistics and Military Technology Equipment Research Department at the National Defense University, a rear admiral, doctoral advisor in military strategy, and a leading figure in military equipment studies, as well as a special commentator for the official television station. Su Lei remained utterly unconcerned about the so-called space weapon. His primary focus lay on why such matters could inexplicably elevate the popularity of the Wandering Earth crew. Currently, Magic City Fortress had emerged as an overt competitor to The Wandering Earth. As both films were conceived within the same time frame, their release dates would not diverge significantly. Consequently, these two akin cinematic endeavors would inevitably be juxtaposed by audiences. As the project leader for Magic City Fortress, Su Lei could not permit it to falter at the starting line. Since the film's announcement, the project had relied heavily on the star power of its leading man, Liu Han, to sustain its momentum. Observing the recent surge in topics and discussions surrounding The Wandering Earth, ignited by this space weapon, Su Lei began to feel anxious. Director, our marketing department has conducted an investigation. It turns out there is a joint military exercise taking place near the filming site of The Wandering Earth. This coincidental timing has benefited them tremendously. And we had no prior knowledge of this exercise, lamented a beleaguered subordinate, who felt unjustly criticized. Who could have anticipated that such a large-scale joint military exercise would occur so close to the filming location of The Wandering Earth? Reports indicated that this exercise showcased a plethora of the latest advanced weaponry, including aircraft carriers equipped with electromagnetic catapults, mature fifth-generation carrier-based fighter jets, and world-class airborne early warning systems. Naturally, this display of high-precision equipment drew global attention. And the proximity of the Wandering Earth crew to the exercise meant that even the most innocuous activities, like launching a hot air balloon, were misconstrued as demonstrations of space weaponry, leading to protests from foreign entities. Ultimately, this spurred official denials, inadvertently causing the popularity of The Wandering Earth to soar. Su Lei and his team found themselves grappling with the sheer luck of the Wandering Earth crew. I will not tolerate this. The company does not maintain your marketing department merely for idle chatter. Quickly devise a strategy to reclaim our momentum, he commanded. Director, perhaps we could exploit the relationship between Liu Han and Shu Qi to generate some gossip for promotional purposes, suggested a subordinate, hastily proposing a common tactic used in film marketing. However, Liu Han was already in a relationship, and such a scheme might not be well received. Not well received? Once he signed the contract, he must comply with the promotion. If this film flops, I will face dire consequences, and he shouldn't expect to fare any better. Having a girlfriend is even more advantageous. This gossip can introduce several twists to elevate the hype, Su Lei asserted, delegating the task to his subordinate with a sweeping gesture. The unfortunate subordinate's expression contorted into one of despair, caught between the demands of his superior and the whims of a top-tier celebrity. Shocking. Inside scoop from the Magic City Fortress set. Shu Qi personally fed Liu Han snacks. Exclusive report. Staff at the Magic City Fortress set revealed that Liu Han had a phone argument with his girlfriend. Latest news. Shu Qi's agent states that Shu Qi and Mr. Liu Han are merely friends, and that there is no romantic involvement stemming from their work. Media that engages in baseless reporting and sensationalism will face legal warnings if they do not cease their defamatory actions. As of the publication date, we have interviewed Liu Lang and his girlfriend, yet we have not received any affirmative response. We shall continue to monitor the developments of this matter. Soon, a series of exclusive revelations began to surface in print media and online reports. As the pinnacle of contemporary entertainment figures, Liu Lang's scandalous news instantly captured the attention of his vast fanbase, propelling it to the forefront of trending topics across various social media platforms. Is this a joke? That old woman, Shu Qi, thinks she can pursue a younger man? She is significantly older than him. How could she even consider herself worthy? To protect our beloved Liu Lang, I bought 20 crates of rotten eggs. Are there any sisters from the fan club willing to join me in teaching that older woman a lesson? I just went on Dubon and rated all the movies starring that old woman with 1 star. Sisters, am I in the right? Chapter 75. The battle for popularity. Liu Lang undoubtedly stands as the top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, at least in terms of fan numbers, which eclipses many of his contemporaries. The staggering number of fans swiftly generated immense topic heat. Following the exposure of Liu Lang's scandal, discussions related to him surged to the pinnacle of numerous online platforms. Naturally, the large-scale film he starred in, Fortress of Magic City, garnered significant attention as well. The instigator of this phenomenon, Su Lei, the project director of Fortress of Magic City, observed the film's rising popularity with a sense of relief. Although the pre-release buzz does not necessarily predict box office success, Su Lei firmly believed that while a highly regarded film is not guaranteed to be poor, a poor film will certainly attract little attention. Director, Liu Lang's fans have gathered near the filming location, threatening to throw acid on Miss Shu Qi. They are also declaring a hunger strike and threatening to harm themselves unless we replace the lead actress. Upon hearing this, director Su Lei exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of brainless fans are these? Wait, let us engage some cooperating media to report on this and steer the focus toward the Fortress of Magic City crew. This could serve as excellent promotional material. Also, let us enhance security on set. Those fervent fans might actually act on their threats. As the topic surrounding Fortress of Magic City skyrocketed on internet platforms, Dong Yinling, the strategic director of ByteDance Entertainment, observed closely. This was not merely a competition between Fortress of Magic City and the Wandering Earth, but also a battle among ByteDance, Tencent, and Alibaba Entertainment. Dong Yinling held high hopes for Liu Lang and could not afford to watch Fortress of Magic City overshadow the Wandering Earth in popularity. What? You want me to provide behind-the-scenes footage and promotional materials? Liu Lang, deeply engrossed in filming at the studio, was somewhat taken aback upon receiving Dong Yinling's message. When he learned that the rival Fortress of Magic City crew was fervently generating online hype, he did not take it seriously. There is no need for such measures. Ultimately, the quality of a film speaks for itself. Relying on scandal to attract attention can backfire if overdone. However, Liu Lang's perspective did not gain the approval of Dong Yinling, who insisted on proactively generating buzz for the Wandering Earth, asserting that it was the responsibility and obligation of the distributor. With such fervor displayed and faced with a responsible distributor, Liu Lang had no choice but to acquiesce. He took the time to edit a few behind-the-scenes videos that contained no spoilers and sent stills from the set to Byte Entertainment, after which he returned to the busy task of filming. As Byte Entertainment released these lightly edited Wandering Earth videos online, they instantly captivated a multitude of netizens, sparking extensive discussion. BTS Video 1, Scenes Inside the Space Elevator Cabin, Wu Jin, Wang Ji. BTS Video 2, Fighter Jets Counterattacking a Swarm of Drones. Sha-E. Is this BTS Video 1 depicting the storyline inside the space elevator? The equipment worn by the actors appears remarkably realistic. Why is there an oxygen tank? Wow, Wu Jin's performance is astonishingly authentic. Did you see his flushed complexion and the veins on his forehead? Goodness, that expression of fear looks incredibly genuine, devoid of any trace of acting. Not only Wu Jin, but upon closer inspection, the expressions of the other supporting actors also exude a genuine sense of terror. The crew has indeed struck gold. It seems the promotional cast is comprised of seasoned professionals, truly deserving of praise. Let me clarify. I am a licensed mental health professional, and I can't shake the feeling that the expressions of the actors in BTS Video 1 seem too genuine to be mere acting. It feels rather peculiar. Incredible. Have you seen BTS Video 2? Sha-E piloting a fighter jet launching from an aircraft carrier deck with the latest electromagnetic catapult. It's breathtaking. Is there a possibility that the aircraft carrier in Sha-E's video is not CGI? Did the crew genuinely collaborate with the military? As the deputy moderator of a military forum, that aircraft carrier depicted in the clip appears to be the very latest model equipped with electromagnetic catapult technology. As a devoted fan of Lane for a decade, I wholeheartedly support the conjecture made by the esteemed commentator above. As for the aircraft carrier, I run a shop specializing in model aircraft. I am quite familiar with the J-20's design. I just analyzed the video frame by frame, and I can confidently assert that the accompanying fighter jet in Shah-ES behind-the-scenes video is likely our latest fifth-generation aircraft. Wow. Are there so many experts in the comments section? Are you all like Leeuwenhoek? By the way, didn't T-News just break a couple of days ago? A joint military exercise is being held near the filming base of the Wandering Earth. Hiss. What kind of background does director Liu Lang have to facilitate military collaboration for filming? Moreover, all the latest weaponry is involved. In the past, anyone leaking images of such equipment would have faced dire consequences, each valued at 500,000, as the behind-the-scenes footage of the Wandering Earth circulated across online platforms. An increasing number of revelations regarding this hardcore science fiction film crew began to capture the attention of netizens. In the film crew's shooting location, photographs of rapid-fire close-in weapon systems have emerged, with a sheer volume of spent shell casings covering the ground, weighing in tons. Netizens jest that one could amass a fortune by scavenging these brass shells from the set of the Wandering Earth. Additionally, there are upright walking doorframe robots and quirky mechanical military dogs capable of greeting with screens and cameras, which have elicited enthusiastic responses from online audiences, evoking the essence of science fiction. Amid all the promotional clips and images, the prominent actors such as Wu Jin, Shai, and the renowned Hua Zai have taken a back seat to the focus on the hardcore weaponry, drones, warships, fighter jets, and the vividly futuristic robots and mechanical dogs that serve as film props, captivating the attention of netizens. In contrast to the incessant gossip surrounding the male lead's romantic entanglements in the Magic City Fortress production, The Wandering Earth distinctly aligns with the essence of a hardcore science fiction film. As the popularity of The Wandering Earth and Magic City Fortress continues to rise, the fans of both works, due to their competitive nature, have begun to engage in targeted criticisms of one another. Numerous actors and directors from the entertainment industry have chosen sides, either due to differing stances or to ride the wave of publicity. Among them, Bai Fei's situation is particularly unique. On one hand, he is a classmate of Liu Lang from the directing department at the Film Academy. On the other hand, his graduation project, Chasing Dreams in the Entertainment Industry, was decisively overshadowed by the sci-fi short film produced by Liu Lang. As Liu Lang's senior and a director who has worked on feature films, I believe I am qualified to speak on this matter, Bai Fei stated. Chapter 76. Bai Fei, there is nothing I fear to criticize. I believe The Wandering Earth has the potential to become a milestone in the Chinese film industry. This declaration immediately triggered waves of derision across various social media platforms. I wondered who it was, only to find it was director Bai with a Dubon rating of 22. Perhaps you should rewatch Chasing Dreams in the Entertainment Industry. Thank you. Do you even have the right to express an opinion at your level? Aren't you tired of the embarrassment your films bring? While you commend The Wandering Earth, it feels somewhat off. Are you being sarcastic, Director Bai? Please, stop pretending. As a fan of director Liu Lang, I can't shake the feeling that you're undermining him. In an instant, both the supporters of The Wandering Earth and the fans of Magic City Fortress dismissed Bai Fei's remarks, facing disdain from fans of both films for his citing. It seems he has become an outcast. However, as an internet provocateur who once single-handedly clashed with the fanbase of a well-known rising star, Bai Fei remains unfazed by such ridicule. As a graduate of a prestigious film academy, I can confidently predict that Liu Lang's The Wandering Earth exceeds the standard threshold, undoubtedly marking itself as a genuine science fiction film in recent years. The essence of science fiction films lies primarily in their captivating CGI effects. Judging by the visual splendor of the space elevator battle and Moonfall Crisis, Liu Lang's studio has undoubtedly ascended to the echelon of world-class special effects production. Moreover, the cast of The Wandering Earth comprises seasoned actors, predominantly skilled thespians, with only a few, such as Hua Zai and Wu Jin, barely qualifying as popular stars. To my knowledge, the highest-paid actor in the crew is Hua Zai, earning a mere 10 million, with a staggering budget of 6.8 billion. The actors' salaries constitute only a small fraction of the overall expenditure. The behind-the-scenes footage reveals that the production invested heavily in the creation of sci-fi settings and the design of movie props. It is reasonable to anticipate that the investment in post-production CGI effects will be substantial, as these elements are indeed the most critical facets of a science fiction film. With such solid foundations, the sci-fi lineage of The Wandering Earth is assuredly robust. In my earlier naivete, I once believed that popular celebrities held the key to box office success, viewing them as the paramount presence in a film. However, after completing Chasing Dreams in the entertainment circle, I realized how misguided I was. With a Dubon rating of 22, I can confidently assert that The Wandering Earth is by no means a poor film. Bai Fei, unusually restrained, refrained from launching an immediate tirade, instead opting for a reasoned analysis, which left many netizens, who were prepared for a confrontation with the director, somewhat disoriented. Although Bai Fei and Liu Lang had previously been rivals during their graduation project evaluations, the latter's accolades, including winning the Starlight Award for Best Short Film and creating The Wandering Earth, which garnered the Hugo Award for Best Short Story, compelled even the proud Bai Fei to concede Liu Lang's superior prowess. Furthermore, Liu Lang has never regarded Bai Fei as a competitor during their encounters at the Film Academy. He consistently greeted Bai Fei with warmth, further instilling a sense of humility in him. While Bai Fei might harbor envy towards those slightly more accomplished than himself, the extraordinary achievements of Liu Lang, which overshadow many renowned domestic directors and writers, leave him in awe, recognizing that they operate on entirely different levels. As contemporaries in the same director's class, the greater Liu Lang's success, the more pride Bai Fei and his classmates feel. Previously, when they introduced themselves as graduates of a particular class at the Film Academy, they often met with blank stares. However, when they mentioned their association with director Liu Lang, the response would transform into one of recognition and enthusiasm. The film industry is indeed pragmatic. Even though Liu Lang has not engaged in the class group for quite some time, the group's administrator has thoughtfully bestowed upon him the title of admin. As long as they share a chat group with Liu Lang, it serves as an invaluable resource. Nonetheless, Bai Fei's laudatory remarks about The Wandering Earth soon provoke the ire of fans of Magic Fortress. As the undeniable focal point of Magic Fortress, the fanbase of the male lead, Liu Han, constitutes the majority of the film's followers. The past his prime, greasy Hong Kong star, the patriotic hero of Wolf Warrior. What is there to appreciate in such a film? If The Wandering Earth is deemed a milestone work, then Magic City Fortress must surely be a creation of divine origin. Why do you not discuss Magic City Fortress, Bai Fei? Are you perhaps a hired hand from the Wandering Earth crew? Do you have any idea how hard Brother Liu Han works? Little detractor, are your eyes blinded? Can you not see his contributions in Magic City Fortress? Although Bai Fei made no mention of Magic City Fortress, he was nonetheless overwhelmed by the fervent fans of Liu Han. The two films are rivals, and Bai Fei's enthusiastic praise for The Wandering Earth while neglecting Magic City Fortress seems to be a blatant affront to Liu Han's starring role. It must be said that the reasoning of fan circles is quite peculiar. Bai Fei, inexplicably bombarded on social media and forced to apologize by countless Liu Han fans, felt a surge of anger. All you Liu Han fans, get lost and stop causing a scene here. Whether The Wandering Earth becomes a milestone work is something only time and the market can determine. But I know that the film your brother starred in, Magic City Fortress, is highly likely to be a tombstone of a creation. Just wait and see. Provoked, Bai Fei shed his genteel facade and transformed into a keyboard warrior, fiercely clashing with the agitated fans of Liu Han. His salary for a single leading role amounts to 100 million, and with promotional costs, alongside the remuneration for other actors and crew members, over 200 million has already vanished. With a total investment of only 400 million, what remains for production costs is minuscule. How on earth can they produce any special effects? If you truly care for your brother, why not donate more to the production team? I'm eager to see what kind of rubbish this film will turn out to be. After collaborating with the internet sensation Lin Junyi, Bai Fei developed a deep-seated animosity towards such fleeting stars, believing the failure of chasing dreams in the entertainment circle was inextricably linked to the male lead Lin Junyi. Even though Liu Han is currently the hottest star in the entertainment industry, Bai Fei shows no leniency, expressing his criticisms boldly, if it comes to it. He would rather leave the film industry and return to inherit his family wealth. Wow, Director Bai is so bold. Love it. Director Bai is someone who can stand his ground. He truly speaks his mind. I admit I previously had a rather one-dimensional understanding of Director Bai. I apologize. Brothers, let us flood Dubon with 5-star reviews for chasing dreams in the entertainment circle. Chapter 77, Golden Spittoon Award. What Bai Fei did not anticipate was that his remarks quickly garnered widespread acclaim online. The supporters were a diverse mix, military and sci-fi enthusiasts attracted by the behind-the-scenes revelations of The Wandering Earth, fans of director Liu Lang, and various supporters of other actors within the production. However, the majority were those who had long grown weary of the dominance of fleeting young stars in the entertainment industry. Byte Entertainment exerted considerable effort in its promotion, merely ensuring that these casual viewers were aware of the ongoing production of The Wandering Earth. Yet, Bai Fei's verbal exchanges with Liu Han's fans inadvertently attracted even more casual viewers to The Wandering Earth. The aggressive nature of the fan circles surrounding popular celebrities has always been formidable. While bystanders may disapprove of the younger, flashy stars, they often conceal their sentiments. fearing harassment from those fervent fan groups. However, for Bai Fei, known affectionately as Bai Canon, such concerns are trivial. Coming from a wealthy background with a billionaire father as his support, he does not tread lightly like others. He is forthright and unreserved, ready to voice his opinions vehemently. His pent-up frustration transforms into accusations against these popular stars, and the perceived persecution from the male lead of Chasing Dreams in the entertainment circle, Lin Junyan, fuels his fervor, leading him to engage passionately online. Countless onlookers revel in the spectacle, as through director Bai, they gain insight into the darker secrets of the celebrity world. Consequently, Bai Fei unexpectedly rises to fame once again, with his Weibo followers skyrocketing from a mere tens of thousands to over 3 million within a day. The comments section brims with eager spectators awaiting Bai Fei's next move. With their enthusiastic support, the Dubon rating for Chasing Dreams in the entertainment circle leaps from an abysmal 2 to a respectable 3x. Had it not been for the frenzied one-star reviews from Lin Han's fans, the film might have genuinely broken free from its low rating and the stigma of being a poor production. As Bai Fei finds himself unexpectedly topping the TikTok trending list due to this verbal skirmish, he feels a surge of excitement. This motivates him further, transforming him into the standard-bearer of an anti-pop idol movement, rallying the intrigued audience to launch an offensive against this segment of the entertainment industry. The cacophony of online disputes intensifies, gradually encompassing the entire entertainment realm. Numerous viewers, influential figures in film and television, actors, producers, and directors are compelled to take sides. In no time, Bai Fei becomes a central figure in the industry, initiating a tempestuous debate regarding the merits and failures of popular, trendy actors. Even the crew of The Wandering Earth, currently in a semi-closed filming state, has caught wind of the commotion. Look at Bai Fei. Aside from filmmaking, he has quite the flair for spectacle. Rumor has it that he intends to establish the Golden Film Cup award to recognize the worst films and actors in the domestic industry. Astonishingly, he has secured sponsorship from his father, and those daring enough to attend the ceremony could even win a cash prize. Lin Hao gazes in disbelief at Bai Fei's Weibo, taken aback by his unexpected ingenuity. In truth, Bai Fei is earnest about launching the Golden Film Cup. Although Chasing Dreams in the entertainment circle may have flopped, he seems to have discovered a path more suited to his development in the entertainment industry. While filmmaking may not be his forte, his critiques of films have garnered immense support from countless netizens. The more scathing his remarks, the more exhilarated the audience becomes, cheering him on. It appears Bai Fei has become the voice of the masses, articulating the criticisms that they dare not express towards popular stars. Even when he announced the preparation for the Golden Film Cup, advertisers began approaching him, eager to seek sponsorship opportunities. This revelation left Bai Fei, who had spent his years living off his family's wealth without contributing, utterly astonished, as he suddenly perceived his place within the film industry. Becoming an esteemed film critic or a prominent film reviewer could indeed serve as a viable pathway. Despite the overwhelming clamor from the outside world, such public discourse bore little consequence for the crew currently engaged in the production of Fortress of Magic City. In the eyes of Su Lei, the creative director at Hawaii, Fortress of Magic City was buoyed by the backing of two colossal film industry titans, Penguin and Alibaba. Bai Fei was merely a jester who had produced a dismal flop, hardly worthy of a direct rebuttal. The extensive support from Liu Han's fans, alongside numerous other fan bases of popular celebrities, provided Su Lei with a sense of reassurance, as these groups constituted the foundation of their film's audience. However, the prevailing success of The Wandering Earth seemed to overshadow Fortress of Magic City, and the promotional efforts surrounding Liu Han's nebulous romantic rumors had begun to yield diminishing returns. Thus, under Su Lei's directive, a new wave of promotion for Fortress of Magic City was launched. Shockingly, the crew of Fortress of Magic City booked the bustling Bund for an entire day of filming. According to insider sources, this extravagant filming endeavor cost several million. Additionally, half a day will be set aside for a fan meeting, where fans who register will have the chance to take photos with Mr. Liu Han and Ms. Shu Qi on set. Just as the heat surrounding Fortress of Magic City began to wane, the new promotional campaign surged forth. The spectacle of filming on the most vibrant streets of the city instantly captivated countless online viewers. It must be acknowledged that the marketing department of Hawaii had executed a remarkably successful promotional strategy. Thousands of Liu Han's fans flocked to the venue, and the originally scheduled morning fan interaction segment was extended to nearly 10 hours. Director Su Lei was delighted to witness the fervent crowd of fans arriving, feeling increasingly confident about the film's box office prospects. Yet, director Tung wore a frown. As the lead director, he was tasked with appeasing top-tier stars and adhering to the demands of dominant investors and production partners. Ultimately, The segments of the filming that he could truly control were continually compressed due to fan interaction events and other activities. Director Su, if this continues, we won't have enough time to complete the original filming schedule, he lamented. No problem, Su Lei reassured him, when the time comes. We can rely on the special effects team to enhance the visuals. After all, this is a sci-fi romance film, and I still trust your expertise in directing romance. Just do your best. He added, by the way, didn't you suggest to Liu Han's agent that he should shave his bangs? For a star of Liu Han's caliber, image management is crucial. Hairstyles can't simply change on a whim. He can cover his bangs with a hat. It's manageable. Let us overcome this challenge and proceed diligently. If Fortress of Magic City becomes a hit, you will establish yourself as the foremost figure in domestic sci-fi romance films. The company will not neglect you. And there are several major productions awaiting your direction. Su Lei patted Teng's shoulder, offering encouragement. As the conversation reached this point, Director Teng had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 78. The ultimate trailer. The competition between Fortress of Magic City and The Wandering Earth. Fueled by numerous netizens and the subtle rivalries between Byte Entertainment and the production and distribution teams of Fortress of Magic City, swiftly transcended the realm of mere cinematic rivalry. Their contest not only symbolized the success or failure of Byte Entertainment's foray into the film industry, but also represented the defense of established titans of the cinematic world against the rise of new contenders. Moreover, it illustrated the clash between hard science fiction and soft science fiction romantic dramas, as well as the competition between seasoned veteran actors and youthful, popular stars. Prior to The Wandering Earth, such a combination of films had never graced the Dragon Kingdom's cinematic landscape. A hard science fiction film, accompanied by minimal romantic comedy elements and devoid of any star power, with only Lao Chai qualifying as a half-star, yet lacking significant appeal to the younger viewing demographic. Faced the additional burden of controversial stars, the presence of Wu Jin, associated with PTSD, cost the film a segment of its audience even before its release. This multitude of negative factors led domestic film analysts and prominent figures on Weibo to publicly express their lack of faith in The Wandering Earth. Were it not for Liu Lang's esteemed reputation as a dual award winner of the Hugo and Starlight Awards, alongside the positive reception of his 2 science fiction short films, and his own hefty investment of $6.8 billion, the film would likely have already been condemned by industry professionals. In contrast, Fortress of Magic City boasted a far more glamorous and reliable cast. It is widely recognized within the industry that Fortress of Magic City is a romantic film cloaked in the guise of science fiction. This approach is particularly clever for the Dragon Kingdom's film industry, which has yet to produce a commercially successful blockbuster in the science fiction genre. Furthermore, the film is directed by the renowned domestic romantic filmmaker, Director Teng, coupled with the male lead being a top-tier star who comes with a vast fan base. This stands in stark contrast to Wu Jin from The Wandering Earth. One film was assured a significant fan support before its release, while the other had already deterred a section of its audience due to the PTSD associations. For many industry professionals, the strength of each film was evidently discernible. Critics anticipated that Fortress of Magic City would at least achieve a passing grade as a romantic film dressed in science fiction. Based on past experiences with major productions featuring top stars, it was expected to generate double its investment at the box office, ensuring cost recovery, with the only variable being the extent of profits. Conversely, The Wandering Earth, with its staggering investment of $6.8 billion, elicited a predominantly pessimistic outlook among critics and industry experts. If such an immense investment were indeed accurate, the film would need to gross at least $1.4 billion to recoup its costs. As 2 major productions vying for supremacy within the Dragon Kingdom's film industry, these films undoubtedly emerged as hot topics, with countless critics and industry insiders conducting various analyses across internet platforms. Liu Lang paid no heed to the myriad analyses circulating on the internet. After more than 3 months of filming, the majority of the live-action scenes had been successfully completed. Such a pace is nothing short of astonishing given the grand scale of The Wandering Earth. Prompted by Dong Yanling, the strategic director of Byte Entertainment, Liu Lang took a moment to craft the final version of the trailer, lasting 3 minutes and 8 seconds. He uploaded it to his Douyin account, captioning it with a vow that this truly is the final trailer. Subsequently, Byte Entertainment began to generate excitement around this ultimate trailer. Oh my! The space elevator battle and the Moonfall Crisis are both trailers for The Wandering Earth, and now we have an ultimate version. Hurry up and announce the film's release date. Liu Lang, you truly understand trailers. Wow! This trailer is exhilarating. The space elevator, drone swarms battling 5th-generation fighters, and the fiery meteorite crash. Did the moon just explode? Goodness. Were the previous 2 sci-fi shorts actually trailers? Indeed, live-action films possess a level of intricacy far superior to pure CG animation. I adore it. I hope the final product maintains the visual effects showcased in the trailer. Woohoo! The Statue of Liberty has been blown up. It seems the disaster film content is more pronounced, and that robot operated with a helmet and controller looks incredibly cool. Are the characters appearing in the trailer the protagonists? Wu Jin, Huazi, Li Xuejian, and Wang Ji. Does this suggest a multi-thread narrative structure? Can someone analyze this? The release of the ultimate trailer instantly drew a multitude of viewers online. Many were captivated by the dazzling visual effects. And numerous fans of Liu Lang's previous sci-fi shorts grew even more eager for the Wandering Earth upon witnessing the CG animation brought to life in the live-action film, with even better results. However, some industry professionals cautioned fans. The trailer is merely 3 minutes long, and the visuals presented are often meticulously crafted by the production team. The final film may likely differ significantly from the trailer's quality. Beware of the phenomenon where a trailer deceives. The trailer reveals a wealth of critical information through character dialogues. Wu Jin's portrayal of a pilot states, "I just want my family to survive." Li Xuejian's character, an official decision-maker, insists, "In times of peril, only responsibility prevails." Huazi's character appears to be an engineer. Her life lasts only 2 minutes. I must grant her a complete lifetime. Wang Ji, presumably the female lead, asserts, "I am here. Always." Finally, my favorite line, delivered by Li Xuejian, "I believe we will once again see blue skies, flowers, and branches laden with blooms." From the trailer and the limited information gleaned from the original work, it appears that the Wandering Earth has undergone a complete transformation. It embodies a sense of national pride and features heroic moments in the face of adversity, suggesting that this segment of the narrative will be quite poignant. Wu Jin and the female protagonist Wang Ji seem to be responsible for the few emotional arcs in the narrative. The remaining characters, Hua Zai and teacher Li Xuejian, are tasked with the other two storylines. Personally, I find myself intrigued by the USB-like device that Hua Zai connects to the computer machinery. Considering his declaration of wanting to provide his daughter with a complete life, I cannot help but speculate. Perhaps it pertains to the realm of mechanical life? Overall, the trailer has heightened my anticipation for the Wandering Earth, as it appears to transcend the narrative simplicity and thin plots typical of ordinary Hollywood disaster sci-fi films, promising a wealth of profound content worthy of exploration. With the promotional efforts of ByteDance Entertainment, an increasing number of individuals have been exposed to the ultimate trailer of the Wandering Earth. As countless netizens joined the discussion, the brief 3-minute preview was meticulously analyzed, igniting the curiosity of many onlookers regarding the film. Bro, is it true, as these netizens suggest, that there are so many intricately designed details hidden within that 3-minute trailer? Lin Hao mused, observing the extensive analyses that spanned thousands of words. He couldn't help but admire the talents of those individuals. Liu Lang, upon seeing the fervent interpretations of the netizens, found their overanalysis absurd. "I'm currently engrossed in post-production. I hardly have the time to focus on the intricacies of the trailer's design." Liu Lang shook his head, choosing to divert his attention elsewhere. The live-action footage for The Wandering Earth had been primarily completed after more than 3 months of shooting. What remained was the rendering of the crucial CG visual effects for the film. By the way, Howsy, get in touch with ByteDance Entertainment and inform them that I intend to launch in theaters during the Spring Festival. Ensure they are prepared for the promotional collaboration. The Spring Festival? That leaves us with less than 4 months. Is that even feasible? Lin Hao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He understood that post-production typically consumes more time than the initial shooting phase, especially for a hardcore sci-fi film like The Wandering Earth, which demands high-quality visual effects. In Lin Hao's estimation, a mere 4 months would be insufficient to achieve the level of special effects showcased in the trailer. Rest assured, this is my debut on the big screen. Would I deceive you about it? Give me 4 months, and I'll present you with a miracle. Liu Lang, aided by his advanced cinematic technology system, brimmed with confidence. Meanwhile, upon the release of the Wandering Earth Ultimate trailer, Su Lei, the project leader for the film Fortress of Magic City, was momentarily taken aback. Is this a joke? Have they really released the final trailer so soon? Their post-production effects must be lagging behind. Su Lei watched the Ultimate trailer with an utterly bewildered expression, and afterward, his demeanor turned grave. As the project leader, he possessed a fundamental appreciation for cinematic arts, and based on the visual effects presented in this Ultimate trailer, it was evident that they had achieved a standard rivaling world-class Hollywood sci-fi films. Director, the opposing team commenced their shoot almost simultaneously with us, and they have only recently completed the initial filming. The special effects for their trailer must have been outsourced to a foreign company. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce such a polished product so swiftly. Upon hearing this well-reasoned analysis from his subordinate, Su Lei's expression brightened slightly. How are we progressing? Director Tung mentioned that we are in the final stages, with only post-production remaining afterward. Inform him to expedite the process. We cannot lag behind the wandering Earth. After receiving the instruction, the subordinate hurried off to relay the message to the director. Just then, however, an assistant rushed in, delivering astonishing news to Su Lei. What? The Wandering Earth is scheduled for release on New Year's Day. Director Tung, who rushed over upon hearing the news, was equally bewildered. Have they lost their minds? Such a quick announcement? With only 4 months left until the Spring Festival, will they have enough time for post-production? Su Lei and Director Tung exchanged stunned glances. Magic Fortress has publicly announced an investment of 400 million, but the actual budget for post-production special effects is only around 50 to 60 million. Even so, it is expected to take at least half a year to complete the special effects. In contrast, The Wandering Earth, which claims an investment of up to 6.8 billion, has significantly lower actor costs compared to Magic Fortress, and its promotional costs, based on current results and scale, are also far less than those of Magic Fortress. It is speculated that the special effects budget is at least 400 million. Yet, they assert that the production cycle will merely take 4 months. This is clearly absurd. I now understand. Liu Lang's actual investment is likely only 200 or 300 million, yet he boasts of a 6.8 billion investment as a gimmick. In this day and age, the youth are incredibly ruthless. They almost deceived me. After thorough analysis, Su Lei and Director Ting quickly concluded that the investment figures from The Wandering Earth were grossly inflated. Otherwise, it is inexplicable why they would not recruit more commercially viable stars from today's market. Moreover, if their investment were truly that high, the post-production special effects could not possibly be completed in just 4 months. So what should we do? Should we proceed with the planned summer release? In light of The Wandering Earth announcing an early release date, Director Tung found himself at a loss for how to respond. What does this early announcement from The Wandering Earth signify? It indicates their fear. Su Lei increasingly felt he had unraveled his competitors' intentions. Did they believe that by hastening post-production and scheduling an early release, they could evade direct competition with us? Lacking strength and hoping to avoid confrontation, Su Lei scoffed. I am determined to have Magic Fortress confront The Wandering Earth head-on. Let us see who truly represents the pinnacle of Chinese science fiction. Historically, Magic Fortress and The Wandering Earth have been rivals, each vying for the title of China's foremost science fiction film, whether overtly or covertly competing. With The Wandering Earth seemingly retreating, how could Su Lei possibly let the opportunity to exploit their weakness slip away? Director Tung, you must brace yourself for a demanding schedule ahead. I shall also reach out to the post-production department to expedite their progress. We must ensure we align with the Spring Festival release. Su Lei is resolute in his determination to compete head-to-head with The Wandering Earth during this crucial holiday period. We cannot allow The Wandering Earth to premiere first. Should their film prove subpar, it could engender a sense of aversion among audiences towards the sci-fi genre. Consequently, our own film, The Fortress of Magic City, which shares the same genre, would suffer unwarranted repercussions. Su Lei spoke earnestly to Director Tung, already perceiving The Wandering Earth as a potential cinematic failure. If it were indeed a quality production, why would they choose to announce their release date prematurely, right after the completion of filming, during such a sensitive period? It is highly likely that the quality of their live-action production is so dismal that The Wandering Earth feels compelled to avoid direct competition with another major sci-fi venture, The Fortress of Magic City. As for the decision to release early rather than delay, that is quite understandable. An early release presents an opportunity to capture some audience interest. Whereas, if released after The Fortress of Magic City, the prior success might dissuade viewers from supporting the inferior The Wandering Earth. Convinced of his insight, Su Lei swiftly coordinated with the marketing and production teams. Ultimately, on the very day The Wandering Earth announced its release, we declared that The Fortress of Magic City would also premiere on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Both films will vie for audiences during the Spring Festival. Chapter 80. The Propaganda War. Although the previous 2 films exhibited a semblance of rivalry, it predominantly reflected the discourse among the fans of each film. Today, The Fortress of Magic City has announced its release date, closely following The Wandering Earth, which can be interpreted as a definitive severance of any pretense. Both industry professionals and casual viewers can sense the palpable tension between these 2 cinematic endeavors. Prior to these films, no major domestic investment exceeding 100 million had dared to venture into the realm of science fiction. The market response to The Wandering Earth and The Fortress of Magic City is likely to signify that one of these films will unlock the doors to China's science fiction cinema, marking a monumental milestone in the annals of domestic film history. Such an honor, undoubtedly, cannot be simultaneously bestowed upon both films. Thus, one will inevitably serve as a stepping stone for the other. As the head of the Fortress of Magic City project, Su Lei possesses considerable confidence in this grand science fiction romance, which has consumed vast resources from his company. The film boasts a seasoned production team, top-tier domestic stars, a script adapted from a best-selling author's work, and direction from a renowned filmmaker specializing in romantic films. Coupled with a staggering investment of $400 million and substantial promotional support from major players like Tencent and Alibaba, Su Lei feels invigorated and self-assured. How could the Fortress of Magic City possibly falter? Following the announcement of the release date, the next step involves the arduous task of post-production. Particularly, in order to compete head-to-head with The Wandering Earth, the timeline for post-production on the Fortress of Magic City is exceedingly tight. However, Su Lei harbors little concern. After all, The Wandering Earth also has merely 4 months to complete its post-production. He is confident that, given the same time frame, the Fortress of Magic City will not lag behind. Informed that writer Zhang Bei, who boasts over 4 million followers on Weibo, to leverage his influence and promote our film on social media, Su Lei instructed the head of the marketing department. Fans of adapted films often serve as powerful advocates for generating positive word of mouth. Prepare the necessary promotional materials in advance. There's no need for me to elaborate on the execution. Su Lei continued. The director has already reached out to Zhang Bei, expressing a desire to view a sample of the Fortress of Magic City before collaborating on promotional efforts. To be frank, as the original author of the work, Zhang Bei's request is not unreasonable. He is arguably more invested in the film's success than I am. However, as the producer and project leader, I have a different perspective. Is he truly qualified to dictate the terms of production? He should simply adhere to the promotional agreement we established in the contract. He will be invited to the media screening. Su Lei remarked with impatience, furrowing his brow. If Zhang Bei were not the original author of the Fortress of Magic City, with a substantial fanbase to tap into, Su Lei would hardly regard this internet writer with a mere few million followers as significant. By the way, promptly contact Luhan Studio to coordinate publicity matters. Wasn't there some prior tension due to the rumors we discussed? I heard he was somewhat displeased. Inform him that the employee responsible for orchestrating that rumor has been dismissed. I was unaware of the situation. Apologize to him sincerely and ensure he is appeased. Luhan is not merely a star from Jiangbei. He stands as one of the most prominent celebrities in the country today, boasting an astounding Weibo following nearing 100 million. Even a casual snapshot from him can garner millions of shares. In the presence of such a top-tier star, Su Lei could not afford to be negligent. Upon hearing his superior's words, the assistant felt a sudden tension, realizing that Su Lei effortlessly shifted the blame onto others. Working as an assistant under such a boss left one uncertain about when the burden of responsibility might fall upon oneself. Furthermore, he instructed to notify Penguin and Alibaba's publicity departments to ensure seamless coordination. From this day forth, the promotional campaign for Fortress of Magic City must be fully launched. I intend to maintain the fervor of the movie's promotion from now until the Spring Festival. Director, with such an extensive promotional period, the dedicated funds for marketing may be insufficient, the assistant cautiously reminded. This reminder caused Su Lei, who was previously brimming with confidence, to stiffen momentarily. Despite Fortress of Magic City having an investment of $400 million, the cost for actor salaries and promotional expenses consumed more than half, leaving little remaining after accounting for the costly post-production special effects. Initially reallocating funds from the special effects budget seemed plausible, as the production timeline had already been compressed, thus should not incur excessive costs. It is imperative that we ensure our promotional efforts overshadow those of The Wandering Earth. But the tasks did not end there. After assigning several responsibilities to his assistant, Su Lei took it upon himself to visit the headquarters of Huai for a private discussion with the owner. The following day, at the invitation of Huai's president, representatives from Penguin and Alibaba's film divisions convened to deliberate on the Spring Festival release schedule. Given that all three parties held vested interests in Fortress of Magic City and shared a strategic goal of curbing ByteDance's entertainment sector, adjustments were made to the release dates of potentially competing blockbuster films, thereby avoiding a clash during the festive period. Ultimately, the confirmed lineup for the Spring Festival, premiering on the first day of the Lunar New Year, included Fortress of Magic City, The Wandering Earth, as well as a children's animated film, Bears in Trouble, and an adult-oriented animated feature, The Ocean's Fish Tang. With only these 4 competitive films vying for attention during the Spring Festival, Bears in Trouble, being a children's animation, posed no threat to Fortress of Magic City. Similarly, The Ocean's Fish Tang, with its artistic adult animation, clashed neither with live-action nor science fiction genres. Thus, the fierce competition remained solely between the science fiction films The Wandering Earth and Fortress of Magic City. as actors, artists, directors, and numerous industry insiders associated with Penguin, Alibaba, and Hawaii began to publicly express their support for Fortress of Magic City on social media. Nearly half of the entertainment industry rallied behind it within a week. This surge of backing left Dong Yenling, the strategic director of ByteDance Entertainment, in a state of urgency. The company found itself with few notable figures capable of making a significant impact in the domestic film scene, and faced with the combined pressure from established entertainment giants. They could only endure being overshadowed. As the assistant director, Lin Hao felt a sense of urgency and promptly notified Liu Lang, who was engrossed in the post-production phase of the film. Upon receiving the news, Liu Lang remained remarkably calm. After a moment of contemplation, he made several phone calls. Standing beside Liu Lang, Lin Hao caught a glimpse of several names in Liu Lang's contact list. Brother Lei, DJI, Shugong, Academy of Sciences, Aerospace Institute. Chapter 81. The national team's debut. Brother Lang, what are you up to? Lin Hao began to harbor a suspicion. Are you recruiting people? However, the individuals being invited to participate were all actors, directors, and producers from the entertainment industry. Would it truly be effective to enlist these professionals, whose expertise did not align with the film's theme? How can we know unless we try? Liu Lang shrugged and continued dialing. Hello, Brother Lei, long time no see. I need a small favor. No, there's no need to go to outer space, nor to use active warships as target props. And certainly not to film a nuclear explosion. How could I make such outrageous demands? The following morning, dozens of engineering machinery enterprises that had previously assisted in the filming of The Wandering Earth announced their support for the film on their official websites and various online platforms. The companies involved in supporting the film were predominantly large state-owned enterprises, renowned in the field of machinery manufacturing. Each of these engineering machinery companies employed thousands, if not tens of thousands, of workers. Through these workers' social media platforms, the promotion of The Wandering Earth spread like wildfire, reaching the friends and families of hundreds of thousands, ultimately impacting millions. However, this was merely the least effective promotional channel. DJI soon joined the promotional efforts for The Wandering Earth. As the undisputed leader in the global civilian drone industry, DJI's recognition in China far surpassed that of the engineering machinery enterprises. Furthermore, given that DJI's flagship products are drone aerial photography equipment, the audience's acceptance of science fiction films was unexpectedly high. This collaborative promotional effort with The Wandering Earth could be regarded as a model of precise marketing. Wow. Brothers on the forum, hurry to check the DJI official website. After the first day of the Lunar New Year, you can enter a lottery with your ticket for The Wandering Earth to win a limited edition Predator drone. It even comes with the signature of director Liu Lang. Another lottery. I hope they don't just bring out 1 or 2 limited editions for show. That's no fun. Wow. I just saw that there are actually 500 prizes. A 1/4 limited edition Predator drone. Has DJI really gone all out? There are also discount coupons. After the first day of the Lunar New Year, you can redeem 1 ticket for a 1 yuan discount on purchases, with a maximum of 10 tickets per order. You can enjoy a 10 discount on all models. I'm just about to upgrade to a Mavic 3 Pro. How delightful. Can The Wandering Earth really collaborate with DJI? This is quite impressive. The individuals above may be oblivious to the relationship between director Liu Lang and DJI. It appears they share a technological collaboration, particularly regarding the recently promoted large-scale drone series. During the filming of the movie, DJI even provided 1,000 scaled replicas of the Predator drones as props. In various forums and discussion boards related to drones, the promotional activities linked to DJI swiftly gained traction. The limited release of 500 civilian-grade Predator drones is irresistibly alluring to drone enthusiasts. Even before the premiere of The Wandering Earth, second-hand trading platforms were already listing acquisition requests for these limited edition Predator drones, with prices soaring into the range of 30 per million, placing them within the realm of luxury collectibles. For many, the most tangible discount comes from purchasing movie tickets, with a maximum of 10 off. This unprecedented collaborative campaign by DJI has been fervently shared within the domestic electronic technology community, attracting the attention of many electronic product enthusiasts who previously had no interest in drones. I wasn't planning to see the movie in theaters, but I might as well treat it like a lottery ticket. What if I actually win? Likewise, I plan to take my family to see The Wandering Earth, buying 5 tickets to increase my chances. You all are being too naive. Be bolder. Let me show you a path to wealth. We could buy up used tickets for The Wandering Earth outside the cinema for 50 cents each and collect tens of thousands. Isn't that chance of winning far greater than a lottery? If we win, we could sell them for hundreds of thousands. If we don't win, we can sell the tickets outside DJI's offline stores for $1 each. We won't incur any losses. Wow, you're really devious. Bro, you've got me scheming. Quickly delete the post, and let's make our fortunes in secret. If it works out, I'll transfer you 50 via WeChat. Following DJI. Even the Academy of Sciences and the Aerospace Institute publicly declared their support for The Wandering Earth. They asserted that the production of such a hard science fiction film is not only significant for the domestic film industry, but also inspires the pursuit of truth in science and the exploration of space. It could even entice more young people in the country to broaden their horizons, shifting their interests from romantic pursuits to the more pressing realms of scientific and technological research for humanity and the nation, as well as the vast cosmos. With the endorsement of national-level research institutions such as the Academy of Sciences and the Aerospace Institute, even more authoritative media outlets subsequently lauded The Wandering Earth. This sequence of reactions and declarations left professionals in the domestic film industry astounded. They were perplexed, unable to comprehend why these national entities, enterprises, and media would bestow such high praise upon a film yet to be released. Could it merely be due to director Liu Lang being a recipient of the Starlight Award and the Hugo Award, bringing glory to the nation? Analyzing from a market perspective, The Wandering Earth evidently does not hold market expectations on par with its competitor, Fortress of Magic City. Liu Lang, Dong Yinling, what substantial investments have you made? To everyone's astonishment, the official endorsement of The Wandering Earth has been made public. Su Lei, perplexed, firmly believes that ByteDance Entertainment is behind the scenes orchestrating this. Garnering verbal support from nearly half of the film industry for Magic City Fortress is already the utmost limit achievable by the producers. However, just as Su Lei thought that the promotional efforts had overwhelmingly favored The Wandering Earth, a miraculous breakthrough emerged from official channels. In the eyes of the general public, the credibility of the Academy of Sciences, the Space Research Institute, and state media far exceeds the mere words of a few directors and stars within the film industry. With the affirmation from official sources, The Wandering Earth successfully garnered significant attention nationwide. Director, what should we do? Should we continue to invest in promotion? Su Lei, feeling a surge of annoyance at his assistant's inquiry, contemplated contacting the distributors and theater representatives to initiate advance ticket sales for the film. After some deliberation, he resolved to cease further expenditure on promotion and instead commence pre-sales for Magic City Fortress a month ahead of schedule. Chapter 82, 1 million in 10 minutes. Halfway through with champagne, Magic City Fortress shocking pre-sale. Pre-sale tickets offer a chance to win a signed poster by Liu Han. Under Su Lei's coordination, Huai Brothers partnered with Penguin and Alibaba, launching a grand pre-sale campaign for Magic City Fortress a month in advance. Numerous domestic cinema chains graciously showcased the film's posters in theaters ahead of time. As a focal point of the film's promotion, the crew had early on set up movie props, notably the Magic City cannon, along the bunt. Although the cannon, crafted from cardboard and wooden boards, appeared somewhat cheap, it still attracted a fair number of tourists eager to capture photographs. The media across the internet extensively covered the pre-sale activities of Magic City Fortress. However, the true emphasis of the promotion lay within Liu Han's dedicated fan base, as only his ardent supporters would commence pre-purchasing tickets a month prior to the film's release. At midnight, as the pre-sale portal opened, a surge of Liu Han's fans flooded in, causing a brief glitch on the pre-sale website. 100,000, 500,000, 1 million. In merely 10 minutes, the pre-sale box office for Magic City Fortress surpassed the million mark. Su Lei, who had been glued to his computer screen, refreshing the page every few seconds, felt an exhilarating thrill. It appears that the decision to cast Liu Han as the lead was indeed a sagacious one. If every one of Liu Han's fans contributes a ticket, and considering their families, boyfriends, and husbands, we may very well recoup our investment solely through pre-sale revenue. To be honest, when initially negotiating with Liu Han for the leading role, Su Lei had hesitated at the exorbitant fee nearing 100 million. Yet, the contributions from Liu Han's fans to the pre-sale box office finally eased his concerns. He even instructed his assistant to fetch the champagne they had prepared in advance. Ready to celebrate the anticipated success of Magic City Fortress with the members of the distribution team waiting in the conference room. As the project leader for Magic City Fortress, Su Lei had been in a state of taut anxiety for the past few months. This grand production project, with an investment of 400 million, holds immense significance for its success, profoundly affecting Su Lei's future career. Therefore, upon witnessing the pre-sale box office surpassing 1 million within a mere 10 minutes, Su Lei could no longer contain the tension that had been building within him. The atmosphere in the conference room was jubilant, and amidst a flurry of flattery and praise from his subordinates, Su Lei began to envision a future where the success of Fortress of Magic City would earn him the recognition of his superiors, propelling him further in his role and potentially leading to partnership at Hawaii. However, at that moment, his assistant approached, interrupting Su Lei's daydreams at an inopportune time. Director, there seems to be an issue. The pre-sale box office surge appears rather peculiar. Hearing this, Su Lei furrowed his brow. What is going on? Didn't it just hit 1 million in 10 minutes? How can there be a problem? Given the alarming increase in the pre-sale box office upon its launch, it was reasonable to estimate that within 24 hours, the total pre-sale would reach at least 20 million, with a month-long pre-sale period. A conservative estimate could even suggest a total of 1.2 billion, potentially breaking records for the highest pre-sale box office in Chinese cinema history. Thus, Su Lei was perplexed by his assistant's words. Director, the total pre-sale box office has yet to exceed 2 million. Su Lei could hardly believe his ears. It had surpassed 1 million within 10 minutes, and now he instinctively glanced at the clock on the conference room wall, 1:25. How could such a lengthy passage of time yield such a meager increase in total box office? Was there a network error? Or perhaps a glitch in the pre-sale ticketing system? Director, I've checked, there are no issues. Refreshing the pre-sale box office statistics repeatedly, the figure of 1.89 million remained stubbornly unchanged, causing Su Lei's eyes to ache with frustration. In a fit of annoyance, he pushed aside the champagne intended for celebration. It was likely too late, and people had already gone to bed. After all, this was a pre-sale, not the official release. A slowdown in data growth was to be expected. Su Lei stared at the screen for an extended period before offering an explanation, whether to reassure his colleagues or himself. Meanwhile, within Liu Han's fan group, some devoted fans began sharing their efforts to support their idol. Darlings, I just maxed out my credit card to buy 200 pre-sale tickets. You're amazing, I only bought 100. I'll borrow money from my boyfriend tomorrow to get 50 more. Ladies, we must secure at least 50 pre-sale tickets for this support campaign. Only those with 50 can join the core fan group and have a chance to meet Liu Han when the movie releases. These tickets are so expensive, 100 yuan each. 50 tickets cost 5,000 yuan. That's too pricey. I'll pass, I'm too broke. Exactly. Although I want to support my brother. I'll just buy a ticket once the movie is released. What is wrong with you? Are you fake fans? Are you really so stingy with your money for support? How can we be Liu Han's strongest backing like this? Soon, the fan community erupted into disputes over the issue of purchasing pre-sale tickets. Aside from a few genuinely affluent sisters and some core fans who, influenced by these wealthy individuals, resorted to loans and borrowed funds to acquire substantial quantities of pre-sale tickets. The majority of fans remained composed. While they were quite willing to engage in supportive actions such as retweeting, commenting, and liking on social media, the prospect of spending real money to support the film caused many to reconsider. Furthermore, in the film Fortress of Magic City, the character Liu Han was unexpectedly paired with the female lead, the older woman Shu Qi, which left many fans uneasy and generated resistance towards the movie. Early in the morning, Su Lei stared at his computer screen, having gone a sleepless night, his eyes bloodshot and weary. The pre-sale box office had yet to surpass 2 million, a mystery that had occupied his thoughts throughout the night. Director, I found out. The surge in pre-sale data 10 minutes before midnight was due to Liu Han's fan group organizing a support event. A small number of die-hard fans contributed over 10,000 tickets. Su Lei was baffled. With so many fans in Liu Han's group, how could the figures be so low? He could not accept it. If even half of the fans in that group had purchased pre-sale tickets, the box office would not be stagnating at 2 million. Director, I spoke with the head of the fan group, and she mentioned that many fans are quite resistant to our Fortress of Magic City. Some even openly declared they would not support it. Resistant? Why? Have they lost their minds? Isn't Liu Han the male lead? They expressed their disgust at the rumors surrounding Miss Shu Qi and Liu Han, stating they would never contribute a single cent to her. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Lei felt a weight in his chest, akin to a heavy blow, and he slumped back into his chair. It was then that he recalled he had been the one to orchestrate the publicity stunt for the film's promotion. Chapter 83. The preview screening. Relying on defense as the days passed, Liu Lang did not initiate pre-sales for Fortress of Magic City a month in advance as planned. Instead, he meticulously refined the post-production of The Wandering Earth. Ultimately, 1 week before the Spring Festival, the final cut was completed, approved for screening. At this juncture, to enhance the film's reputation, Liu Lang announced the commencement of a media preview screening, inviting prominent film columnists and various media representatives to attend. The allure of a good film cannot be confined to a narrow audience, relying solely on the ultimate trailer released a month prior. Along with promotions from major enterprises like DJI and Shugong, Liu Lang felt these efforts were insufficient to draw a larger audience to theaters. To truly gain the audience's approval, the quality of the film itself must take precedence. Thus, holding a media preview screening before the official release emerged as an excellent promotional strategy. The invited media, journalists, and film critics would offer their evaluations of the film without revealing spoilers, thereby providing potential viewers with early insights into the film. The assessments from professional critics would significantly influence the film's early reputation. If the quality of a film is sufficiently robust, a media screening can serve as a powerful promotional tool, propelling the film to rapid acclaim and attracting a greater number of undecided viewers. Following the announcement of the media screening day for The Wandering Earth, The Fortress of Magic City hastily scheduled its own screening for the same day. After months of fierce competition, the two films were at odds, and the disappointing pre-sale ticket sales left Su Lei with no retreat. He could only place his hopes on the screening before the official release. The media screening for The Wandering Earth was set for 8 p.m., and upon learning this, Su Lei strategically scheduled the Fortress of Magic City screening for 6 p.m. on the same day. Both films chose venues in the capital, with only a slight difference in timing, clearly indicating a pre-release contest for media acclaim. Is everything prepared? Su Lei inquired. Director, it's all set. 400 small red envelopes and 50 large ones, ensuring that every attending media personnel receives a share. His assistant replied. Satisfied with the arrangements, Su Lei nodded. It is often said that one is beholden to those they benefit after receiving red envelopes. The attending media and journalists would likely lean towards favoring the Fortress of Magic City production, or at the very least, temper their criticisms, showing some degree of courtesy. As the clock approached 5:30 p.m., numerous media representatives, journalists, and film critics arrived at the cinema for the screening of The Fortress of Magic City, invitations in hand. Su Lei personally welcomed them at the entrance, his smile radiant, betraying none of the anxiety he had felt in recent weeks. Mr. Zhang Bei, welcome. Please make yourself at home. Without you, The Fortress of Magic City would not have come to fruition. Soon, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached, somewhat reserved. He was the original author of The Fortress of Magic City. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Lei instructed the staff to escort Zhang Bei to his seat in the auditorium. Following this, waves of professional film critics began to arrive. Director, that one is the most acerbic critic in the industry, and the one behind him is Biandao Zhang. These two are the most popular film critics on online platforms this year. One boasts nearly 100 million followers on Douyin, a leading film account, while the other has a substantial following across Weibo, Bilibili, and Tieba, also nearing 100 million. As a professional in the film industry, Su Lei was familiar with the reputations of the most acerbic critic and Biandao Zhang, both prominent figures in the realm of online film criticism. Compared to traditional film critics, their reviews resonated more deeply with young audiences, rendering their opinions more authoritative among the youth demographic. This was Su Lei's first opportunity to meet the real individuals behind these acclaimed online personas. Recognizing their significance among the young viewing populace, his eyes brightened with inspiration. Prepare 4 large red envelopes, 2 for each. He instructed his assistant before eagerly making his way to greet them. As the clock inched closer to 6 p.m., just when Su Lei thought the venue was empty, an unexpected guest arrived right on time. Greetings, I am the founder of the film critique magazine Golden Phlegm Cup, Bai Fei. Upon hearing Bai Fei's name and the title of the magazine, Su Lei's forehead couldn't help but throb with tension. This Bai Fei was notorious for his online confrontations with the fanbase of Liu Lang. Notorious as an outspoken critic of the trendy youth and a representative of the flowery celebrity alliance. Now that he appeared here, was he intending to disrupt the proceedings? By the way, Mr. Su, it seems that Golden Phlegm Cup was recently established, which might explain the lack of an invitation. You wouldn't deny me entry, would you? Now that I'm here, how could you possibly turn me away? The screening is intended for critics like you to offer corrections and foster mutual growth. Do come in, do come in. Su Lei, observing the frantic flashes of cameras held by the journalists around him, forced a stiff smile, feigning cordiality as he invited Bai Fei into the screening room. The screening hall was filled with invited film critics. The sharp-tongued critic and the eccentric Zhang were engaged in animated discussion. Noticing an available seat beside them, Bai Fei joined in. Before long, the lights dimmed, and Magic City Fortress commenced its official screening. As the film showcased sci-fi elements, such as the Delta Mothership, bubble defenses, drones, and the colossal cannons emerging from the Huangpu River, the sharp-tongued critic and Zhang exchanged disapproving glances. Magic City Fortress boasted a staggering investment of 400 million, yet the special effects fell drastically short of expectations. When the aliens made their appearance, the ensuing battle between the Grey Eagle team and the extraterrestrial beings left both critics shaking their heads. The fundamental narrative flaws were too numerous to overlook. Comparing it even to Hollywood's established sci-fi war films would be unthinkable, and even the romantic plot, typically a forte of director tongue, barely reached a mediocre standard in this film. Logical inconsistencies, awkward visual effects, and perplexing emotional arcs Each began to jot down their impressions in their mobile memos, preparing to draft their critiques for publication later that evening. However, upon recalling the substantial red envelope graciously bestowed by the Magic City Fortress production team, Zhang hesitated, deleting his notes and reluctantly replacing them with a statement that deemed it a passable romantic film, even though he had accepted payment. This was the utmost praise he could muster for this sci-fi romance. After all, he had a responsibility to the followers who placed their trust in him. By chance, his gaze fell upon Bai Fei's phone screen, where 4 succinct characters were clearly inscribed, relying on defense. Chapter 84 in Bai Fei, this lad, is quite remarkable. The preview screening of The Wandering Earth is set to commence at 8 o'clock this evening. At this moment, numerous film critics and media reporters present within the screening hall of Magic City Fortress have also received invitations to the preview of The Wandering Earth. In truth, less than half an hour into the screening of Fortress of Magic City, professionals from the Dragon Kingdom's film industry had already formed an accurate assessment of the film's quality. It is essentially a cliched romance disguised as science fiction, bearing little distinction from My Love from the Overbearing CEO. The primary audience comprises fans of popular celebrities and those who are less discerning, seeking mere entertainment. For many, the Spring Festival represents a rare holiday. Thus, a lighthearted sci-fi romance may attract viewers more effectively than a hardcore science fiction narrative. Despite the film critics' perception that Fortress of Magic City fails to deliver on its sci-fi promise, coupled with its peculiar romantic storyline and awkward logical inconsistencies in its world building, there remains a certain sympathy among critics due to the nascent stage of the domestic sci-fi genre. In reality, if there were no superior alternatives, audiences might find Fortress of Magic City more palatable. After all, even the poorly received Tiny Times managed to achieve significant box office success through its sentimental portrayal of celebrity romance. Similarly, Fortress of Magic City, employing the same tactics, could potentially reap a substantial return at the box office. During the same release period, films such as Boonie Bears and The Sea Fish Tang do not pose any competition to Fortress of Magic City as they target different demographics and genres. Only The Wandering Earth, with its compelling themes and buzz, stands in contrast, its quality likely determining the success of Fortress of Magic City during the Spring Festival. The critics present were acutely aware that the evaluation of Fortress of Magic City would ultimately hinge on the quality of its competitor, The Wandering Earth. As the screening progressed, some audience members began to leave early, eager to attend the screening of The Wandering Earth in the capital. Only by viewing both competing films could critics arrive at a final judgment. The director, noticing that several media journalists and critics had departed, furrowed his brow upon hearing his assistant's words. He understood that these individuals were rushing to the screening of The Wandering Earth. Given that critics and journalists rely on their profession, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remain. He hoped that the prominent film influencers and authoritative critics had not left. Their endorsement would suffice. He had generously compensated these well-known film critics. Suddenly, an assistant rushed in with alarming news. "Director, I just saw Bai Fei take the most acerbic film critic and the renowned Zhang away." "What?" Sule was taken aback. Bai Fei, the most acerbic critic, and Zhang were 2 of the most influential figures on his guest list. He had anticipated their presence until the end, hoping they would promote Fortress of Magic City on social media. How had he let them slip away unnoticed? He had a premonition that Bai Fei's presence would not bode well. Sule hurriedly followed his assistant out, and upon arriving at the cinema entrance, he spotted Bai Fei driving a luxurious vehicle, accompanied by 2 newly acquainted film critics, heading towards the preview of The Wandering Earth. Frustration welled within him as he watched the car speed away. After the 107-minute screening of Shanghai Fortress concluded, fewer than a third of the audience remained in the screening room. Ignoring the complex gaze of Jiang Bei, the original author of Shanghai Fortress, Sule could only hope that the quality of the upcoming screening of The Wandering Earth would be inferior to that of Shanghai Fortress. Bai Fei, being a classmate of Liu Lang, was among the first to receive an invitation to the media preview of The Wandering Earth. Although there had been a brief competitive relationship between them due to graduation project issues, that was a thing of the past. Presently, Bai Fei, along with fellow classmates from the acting department, had become ardent supporters of Liu Lang. As the release of The Wandering Earth approached, Bai Fei was even more excited than Lin Hao, the assistant director. "I'm not kidding, I ranked just below Liu Lang in the graduation project selection, securing 2nd place. In a way, we are like senior brothers." Driving his car, Bai Fei engaged in conversation with the 2 film critics he had just met. "So, you must be quite familiar with director Liu Lang?" The critics exchanged glances, surprised to learn that Bai Fei was indeed a classmate of Liu Lang. "Of course. We were buddies back in college, but he has been busy shooting The Wandering Earth lately, so we haven't been in touch as much. I even invited him to be my assistant director after graduation, but fortunately, he had other commitments. Otherwise, the space elevator battle wouldn't have come to fruition. And neither would the subsequent Starlight Award. With excitement, Bai Fei effortlessly steered his sports car towards the venue of the Wandering Earth preview. Liu Lang had initially worried that the screening of Shanghai Fortress would attract many critics and media personnel who had been invited to his event. However, as the guests gradually arrived, his concerns dissipated. "Brother Lang, I made it just in time, right?" Bai Fei exclaimed as he approached Liu Lang with enthusiasm. "Brother Lang?" The unexpected address from Bai Fei took Liu Lang and Lin Hao by surprise. Known for his arrogance as a wealthy second generation, it was unusual for Bai Fei to address anyone as brother. Nevertheless, considering they were classmates and Liu Lang had not given much thought to the graduation project selection, their interaction was amicable. "Brother Lang, these two are my new friends, the critic known as the most acidic and spring-loaded Zhang. I just brought them over from the Shanghai Fortress preview." As the conversation unfolded, Bai Fei introduced two highly esteemed film critics he had brought along. Upon hearing the names of the acerbic movie's most caustic and winding Zhang, Liu Lang felt a surge of delight. He had been lamenting the absence of prominent critics at the screening. It was evident that Bai Fei was quite resourceful and genuinely helpful. Chapter 85. The shock from Dragon Country's science fiction as the lights dimmed. The screening room commenced the official showing of The Wandering Earth. From the very beginning, when the vertical takeoff and landing variant of the J-20C graced the big screen, all the critics and media representatives present instinctively straightened their posture, becoming serious. The J-20C, rendered through stunning CGI effects, appeared before the audience as if it were a genuine fighter jet. Through the 3D glasses provided by the cinema, spectators began to question whether the domestic military truly possessed such a vertical takeoff and landing fifth-generation fighter jet, lending it to the crew for filming. The elaborate interplay of light and shadow on the aircraft, the turbulent exhaust from the turbofan engines, and the seamless integration of the surrounding scenery all contributed to a strikingly realistic texture. This demonstrated that the special effects team of The Wandering Earth had reached unprecedented heights in their craft. Their work not only surpassed that of the recently released Magic City Fortress, but it also rivaled the top-tier special effects found in Hollywood's grand sci-fi productions. In the eyes of many industry professionals present, the critics, movie's most caustic and winding Zhang, exchanged a glance, then began jotting down their impressions of the rich and textured CGI in their notes, appreciating the crew's meticulous attention to detail regarding props and special effects. Before long, the film transitioned to its first grand scene, the space elevator defense battle. Thousands of marauding drones surged into the air, forming an unsettling swarm formation. The deafening hum of the drones resonated in the ears of the audience, stirring their emotions. In the next moment, these drones unleashed a merciless assault on the ground, with machine guns and missiles raining down, transforming the once busy military preparation zone into a battlefield. After neutralizing the armed forces in the preparation zone, the swarm of drones proceeded to swarm towards the space elevator. Surrounding the massive ground base of the elevator, countless rapid-fire close-in defense cannons began to retaliate. Each second on screen witnessed an uncountable number of drones being struck by the terrifying anti-aircraft cannon fire, exploding into fireballs in midair. This unprecedented spectacle left movie's most caustic and winding Zhang so astonished that they could no longer attend to their notes, exchanging incredulous glances. They had initially believed that the ultimate trailer for The Wandering Earth represented the pinnacle of the film's visual effects. Yet they were taken aback as this initial climax elevated the film's visual aesthetics to an entirely new level. Subsequently, the battle of swarm drones against human fighter jets and the fierce combat within the space elevator injected a potent dose of adrenaline into the audience. The industry professionals present were swept up in a tide of emotions, their eyes glued to the grand screen. Ultimately, as the cable of the space station above the space elevator was severed, the colossal space elevator station plummeted from the cosmos, engulfed in flames. Akin to a celestial meteor crashing down to Earth, annihilating the ground base of the space elevator and creating a massive crater. Accompanied by a hauntingly beautiful female voice that seemed to resonate within their souls, the audience watched the space station descend like a comet, involuntarily breaking into goosebumps. The film critics, known for their sharp tongues, exchanged astonished glances, speechless at the stunning visuals before them. They could scarcely recall the last time they had experienced such a profound emotional response to a domestic film. In a moment, they cast aside thoughts of evening reviews, eager to absorb every detail of the film. Following the space elevator defense battle, the narrative shifted to the Tianjin line, led by Huazai, centering on the Digital Life Project. After the previous breathtaking spectacle of science fiction warfare, the audience could finally steady their emotions and ponder the thought-provoking, sci-fi themes presented in the film. Without physical form, does human consciousness truly exist? The subplot concerning digital life elevated the film's thematic depth to a new dimension. The critics were pleasantly surprised at this juncture. The Wandering Earth transcended mere spectacle and disaster, offering a narrative worthy of contemplation and reflection. The story then transitioned to the mountain-moving plan, spearheaded by Zhou Zizi, played by Li Shuejian, which focused on the Wandering Earth initiative. Unlike traditional Western sci-fi disaster films, this narrative, through Zhou Zizi's character, depicted a shared human destiny. The responsibility of great nations and the weight of duty in times of crisis, deeply resonating with the audience. It dawned on them that, in contrast to the helplessness portrayed in Western sci-fi narratives during global calamities, only the people of the Dragon Nation would choose to wander with the Earth. This notion, rooted in the hearts of the Dragon Nation's populace for over 5 millennia, was presented to 21st century audiences through a high-caliber science fiction lens, embodying a unique form of romance exclusive to the Dragon Nation. The critics' hands repeatedly clenched and relaxed, shaken by the film's narrative and its core message, their bodies trembling slightly as if seeking solace. Finally, when the weary-faced Xia Yi called out, members of the Chinese spaceflight team, those over 50, stepped forward. Even the audience, predominantly comprised of industry professionals, found themselves choked with emotion. This is something that will forever elude the understanding of those who revere freedom, democracy, and individual power within the cultures of the West, stemming from the spirit of sacrifice embodied by the soldiers of the Dragon Nation. As the theater lights gradually brightened, the audience finally realized that the film had come to an end. Spanning over 170 minutes, it significantly surpassed the preceding Shanghai Fortress. However, the critics and media representatives present showed no signs of concern regarding its duration. Remarkably, not a single individual among the hundreds of viewers chose to leave early. When the film's creative team, led by Liu Lang, took the stage to express their gratitude to the invited critics and journalists, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the screening room. The most acerbic film critic gazed with fervor at Liu Lang and his team as they expressed their thanks. Wiping the sweat from his palms, he finally retrieved his phone to document the delightful surprises that the Wandering Earth had bestowed upon them. Time was of the essence for these critics and journalists. They needed to work through the night to publish their impressions of the 2 films showcased that day. Chapter 86. What more does the Wandering Earth offer? First, I must unequivocally state my position. The Wandering Earth is undoubtedly a film worth experiencing in theaters during the Spring Festival. It is responsible to declare that The Wandering Earth can be regarded as a milestone in the realm of Chinese science fiction, standing out as the most remarkable surprise in this year's cinematic landscape. Due to confidentiality agreements from the media screening, I am unable to divulge specific plot details. However, I can assure you that everything you wish to see is present in this film. There are large-scale battles and disaster scenes crafted with high-level CGI effects, various original props, unique to the worldview of The Wandering Earth, diverge from foreign science fiction concepts, along with architectural designs and equipment characteristic of the genre. Moreover, the film, lasting over 2 hours, does not merely present explosions, warfare, and disaster typical of commercial cinema. It also delves into profound sci-fi contemplations that resonate deeply within the soul. Who or what truly embodies the essence of human existence, body or spirit? What is particularly commendable is that within The Wandering Earth, I witnessed a distinct sci-fi style representative of the Dragon Nation. I must clarify that this sci-fi style does not entail the insertion of incongruous and awkward advertisements for Dragon Nation products into the film. Instead, it stands as a cultural emblem akin to the globally celebrated phenomenon of Kung Fu, serving as a beacon of Dragon Nation attributes. I sincerely wish for The Wandering Earth, a meticulously crafted work of Chinese science fiction, to achieve market recognition. I hope that such a film, which genuinely promotes the values of the Dragon Nation, will one day grace the world stage, allowing foreigners to witness the strength of Chinese science fiction. Upon returning home, the most acerbic film critic eagerly composed a lengthy article, posting it beneath a photograph with the creative team of The Wandering Earth, which he then edited into a video and shared on his media account. Many night owls, just beginning to embrace the nightlife, quickly stumbled upon this latest video release from the most acerbic critic. What? Is it rated this highly? My intuition tells me that a film from the Dragon Kingdom, infused with science fiction elements, is destined to be a lackluster endeavor. Over the years, countless directors from this realm have demonstrated the validity of this notion through their works. Has the acerbic critic changed, now succumbing to the allure of monetary gain? If you find yourself ensnared by the crew of The Wandering Earth, merely blink to signal your plight. I shall place my trust in you this once. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, I will take my family to view the film, but should it fail to impress, I shall unfollow you without hesitation. Initially, I had only purchased a pre-sale ticket for the Fortress of Magic City due to my girlfriend's influence, yet given your endorsement, I may also consider watching The Wandering Earth. Was it not previously announced that both the Fortress of Magic City and The Wandering Earth would have preview screenings today? Why, then, do we only see reviews for The Wandering Earth? Could it be a result of strategic public relations marketing? The most candid film critic has just released a review, instantly capturing the attention of a multitude of fans. Renowned as one of the leading self-media film critics online, this critic is celebrated for their fair and objective assessments, characterized by incisive commentary. However, the unabashed accolades bestowed upon The Wandering Earth have left many fans feeling somewhat disconcerted. Numerous individuals speculate whether the critic has been swayed by the film's production team, deceiving their loyal audience through cleverly orchestrated marketing. Observing the fan skepticism, the critic cannot help but chuckle wryly. Despite extolling the virtues of The Wandering Earth, they have not received a single monetary token of appreciation. Moreover, they endured a lengthy wait just to take a photograph with the creative team. The attention afforded to The Wandering Earth pales in comparison to the nearly 400,000 in generous rewards bestowed by the Fortress of Magic City. Nonetheless, the critic remains eager to champion The Wandering Earth to their followers. As for the substantial rewards from the Fortress of Magic City, they evoke a sense of exasperation. Had they not viewed The Wandering Earth, they might have begrudgingly penned a lengthy critique of the Fortress of Magic City. However, having witnessed the superior special effects, narrative, and structure of The Wandering Earth, the critic now struggles to recall the essence of the 107 minutes that the Fortress of Magic City encapsulated. What lingers in their mind are the exhilarating battles around the space elevator, the haunting descent of the space elevator, the collapse of the moon, the contemplative digital life initiative, and the exhilarating, uniquely Dragon Kingdom brand of science fiction. In stark contrast, the elements portrayed in the Fortress of Magic City appear depressingly barren. All that resonates is the protagonist Liu Lang's desperate cry to fire upon me, a film that is unremarkable, merely meeting the baseline standards of a Dragon Kingdom romance. After much contemplation, the critic ultimately updated their working account with a brief review of the preview screening of the Fortress of Magic City, consisting of a mere sentence. Yet, this was the most equitable assessment they could deliver, considering the substantial incentive of the 400,000 reward. As for why it is a romance film from the Dragon Kingdom rather than the sci-fi film proclaimed by the Fortress of Magic City, it is because the critics at the most acidic film review believe that if it can be classified as a sci-fi film, then that in itself would be an excessively fantastical assertion. They must be accountable to their vast legion of fans. Time will ultimately reveal the truth. This remark concluded today's preview reviews of the two films by the most acidic film review. Sule is naturally keenly aware of the media's reactions to the screening. He has been eagerly anticipating the viewing critiques from several renowned film critics present today. As midnight approaches, film critics begin to release their reviews online. Upon discovering that The Wandering Earth has a runtime of nearly 3 hours, Sule is pleasantly surprised. The longer the film's duration, the less favorable it is for theater scheduling. Clearly, the 107-minute The Fortress of Magic City enjoys a far better advantage in terms of screening than The Wandering Earth. However, Sule soon encounters a new source of anxiety. What is the deal with the most acidic film review? Such an extensive critique, and yet it exclusively praises The Wandering Earth? Only a single line for The Fortress of Magic City? And with such a sarcastic tone. Did I pay for nothing? Sule stares at the lengthy review on the computer screen, his mood unsettled for a long time. After spending money, he finds himself treated in such a manner. He feels even more disgruntled than Bai Fei did back then. Director, is it possible that the assistant, who had been preparing to suggest that it might be due to the superior quality of The Wandering Earth, noticed Sule teetering on the edge of fury and quickly swallowed the words. Perhaps it is because the production team of The Wandering Earth invested more in marketing? Chapter 87. The age calculation method of rounding. Sule pondered thoughtfully, considering that there indeed existed such a possibility. However, before he could devise a means to vent his indignation and retaliate against the scathing criticism directed at the film, a plethora of media reporters and film critics began to express their impressions of the two film screenings online. As he surveyed the landscape, he was taken aback by the incessant accolades for The Wandering Earth. The exquisite and dazzling visual effects, the depth of the storyline, the rich and hardcore science fiction style, alongside the exceptional casting. Sule stared blankly at the flood of media praise online, almost convinced that these individuals were extolling a foreign film destined for prominence in the annals of cinematic history, one that was both critically acclaimed and commercially successful. Yet, amidst these laudatory reviews, the title The Wandering Earth pricked at his consciousness like a needle, pulling him back to the harsh reality. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With similar production timelines and comparable post-production periods, he could not believe that The Wandering Earth could surpass Shanghai Fortress by such a margin, given the extravagant praises being heaped upon it. As a seasoned professional in the Chinese film industry, Su Lei was acutely aware of the environment within the domestic film circle. In the realm of science fiction, a genre that necessitates industrial strength, both Shanghai Fortress and The Wandering Earth were newcomers, and there was no logical basis for a significant disparity in quality. Yet, he felt utterly perplexed. While he could fathom one or two critics endorsing The Wandering Earth, it was implausible that they had managed to bribe every critic. Many of the commendations for The Wandering Earth struck Su Lei as absurdly excessive. The harbinger of Chinese science fiction? A milestone work for Chinese science fiction? A 173-minute journey through science fiction? A treasure capable of projecting Chinese values to the world? What nonsense! Such hyperbole was astonishing. Su Lei's initial reaction upon encountering these reviews was to suspect that these individuals had been compromised. Yet another, more terrifying possibility loomed in his mind. Could it be that The Wandering Earth was truly of exceptional quality and had skyrocketed to fame? After concluding the media screening event, Liu Lang entrusted the film's promotional efforts to the professional team at Byte Entertainment. All that was required of him had been prepared. Now, they merely awaited the film's release on the first day of the Lunar New Year. With only a few days remaining until the Spring Festival, he returned home to celebrate the new year with his sister, Lu Yan. During this period, the reactions from the media screenings began to proliferate across the internet. As numerous critics publicly lauded The Wandering Earth, an increasing number of netizens became intrigued by this film, touted as China's first commercial hardcore science fiction piece. With critics praising it, and little information about the plot or visuals apart from a few trailers, many film enthusiasts found themselves eager to witness the much-lauded domestic science fiction film and its merits. Meanwhile, Su Lei was finally thrown into a state of panic. Beginning to leverage the resources of his company for public relations, spending money to hire online influencers to disseminate messages, The Wandering Earth has resorted to purchasing online support. Liu Lang, however, dismissed the various disparaging narratives that surfaced prior to the film's release. The eyes of the audience are remarkably discerning. The day a film is released marks the day when rumors are dispelled. Upon returning to Ning City with his sister Lu Yan, Liu Lang finally felt a sense of relaxation. The period since his graduation project had been a whirlwind, creating a science fiction short film, winning awards abroad, acquiring companies, launching products, establishing connections with the Security Bureau and the Academy of Sciences, and then directing a film. This series of events kept him busy for over half a year, transforming him from a newly graduated aspiring director into a figure of fame and fortune, almost like a dream. Only upon returning to the more leisurely pace of life in Ning City did Liu Lang truly feel he had begun his long-awaited vacation. In contrast, his sister Lu Yan maintained a much lighter demeanor. Under the auspices of the Security Bureau, the tech company had forged a close collaboration with the Academy of Sciences and the aerospace sector. It was no longer the health industry company that solely focused on medical device manufacturing. Although Lu Yan was still an undergraduate in financial management, the tech company's partnership with official entities ensured a smooth trajectory. Financial concerns were met with unwavering support from banks, which expedited processes, even stationing a dedicated bank officer within the tech company to resolve any lending or tax issues promptly. As the company attracted numerous highly skilled professionals from the Academy of Sciences and the aerospace sector, it also acquired a proficient management team. Lu Yan need not worry about technical management issues. The tech company had even established a specialized security team, addressing any potential challenges Lu Yan could envision in running a business. Upon returning home, Liu Lang could not escape the inevitable inquiries from his parents. Although they were not well versed in the happenings online, the news surrounding Liu Lang over the past 6 months had made them aware that their son had seemingly achieved international recognition and was currently busy filming. In essence, their son was thriving, though their understanding of the specifics was rather vague. Compared to these unfamiliar domains, Liu Lang's parents were more concerned about another matter. Son, have you found a girlfriend at school? Not yet. Why do you ask? Liu Lang replied, looking up in surprise during the family reunion dinner. Look, you're not getting any younger. Isn't it time to consider marriage? Huh, I just graduated. I'm only 22. Isn't that a bit hasty? Liu Lang exchanged a bewildered glance with his sister, taken aback by the marital pressure. At 22, aren't I just 23 in terms of lunar age? Aren't I'm merely 24 in actual years. In 2 years, I'll just be 26 or 27. I'm hardly nearing 30. Liu Lang listened in astonishment as his mother calculated his age, momentarily at a loss for words. In recent months, acquaintances have been eager to introduce you to girls. The workshop director mentioned that his niece, who works at a research institute in the capital, is about your age. I've seen her picture. She is quite poised and dignified, a perfect match for you. The head of the Water Quality Inspection Department at the water plant mentioned that he has a distant relative residing in the capital. A young lady who appears to work in some disciplinary committee, and at her age, she has already attained a minor leadership position. The vice president of the water plant also introduced another acquaintance, seemingly from the police system in the capital, who happens to work in the same Binhu district as you. Furthermore, the plant director casually remarked that he has a relative thriving in the capital, whose daughter teaches at the Capital Drama Academy, being 3 years your senior. Liu Lang listened in astonishment as his parents enumerated these introductions of young women like a menu. No. It would be better to introduce them to his sister Lu Nian, as she is not exactly young anymore. I shall return to my room to rest. The film is set to premiere tomorrow. Liu Lang hastily declined, diverting his parents' attention toward his sister Lu Nian, and quickly retreated to his room, leaving behind his sister, who was caught off guard, laughing uncontrollably, her expression one of disbelief as she met her parents' gaze. Chapter 88. The casual admirer of Hua Zai on the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, while Liu Lang was still lost in slumber. He received a call from Dong Yinling, the strategic director of Byte Entertainment. Mr. Liu, I bring you good news. The real-time box office for the premiere of The Wandering Earth has surpassed 5 million, exceeding that of Magic City Fortress. Dong Yinling's excitement was palpable, even through the phone. Liu Lang could sense her exhilaration from afar in the capital. In fact, during the intense rivalry between Magic City Fortress and The Wandering Earth prior to their releases, aside from the creative team of The Wandering Earth, the individual most invested in the film's success was none other than her, the strategic director of Byte Entertainment. Liu Lang was the emerging director she had resolutely chosen to support, and the science fiction genre was also her decision, marking the next phase of Byte Entertainment's ambitious development in genre films. To break through the formidable barriers set by the two major giants, Tencent and Alibaba. Within the Chinese film industry, Dong Yinling had rallied Byte Entertainment's resources, placing all her bets on The Wandering Earth. Previously, the aggressive promotion of Magic City Fortress had garnered nearly half of the domestic film industry to rally behind it, genuinely intimidating Dong Yinling. As a data-driven manager, she was understandably anxious facing the overwhelming support for Magic City Fortress from countless industry insiders. Consequently, she even canceled the advance sales for The Wandering Earth, fearing that high pre-sale figures from the competitor might cast a shadow over her film. It was only after the media screening concluded and critics online overwhelmingly praised The Wandering Earth that she began to feel somewhat reassured. However, unlike Su Lei, who would pop champagne at the slightest good news, Dong Yinling remained cautious. Until the box office figures were revealed, nothing could be taken for granted. Despite the accolades from media critics, she was not blindly optimistic. She had witnessed too many films that garnered praise, yet failed commercially. The true determinant of a film's success lay not in the critics' commendations, but in the box office performance. Fixated on the box office data, she witnessed The Wandering Earth achieve a total of 5 million in revenue merely 2 hours after its 8 a.m. release. It is important to note that this is the morning of the Lunar New Year, a time when countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are preoccupied with festive greetings. Far from the peak hours of cinema operations, the fact that The Wandering Earth has swiftly surpassed 5 million in box office revenue is indeed quite astonishing. In stark contrast, the second-place film, The Fortress of Magic City, has only managed to garner a little over 1 million, and even with pre-sales included, it still falls short compared to The Wandering Earth. Dong Yinling recognizes that this surge is largely a result of the media's favorable reviews, which have drawn a multitude of casual viewers to the theaters. Whether The Wandering Earth can maintain its lead will depend on the audience's feedback following their viewing experience. Well done, Sister Dong. I'm off to put up the Spring Festival couplets. We shall chat later, Liu Lang remarked, seemingly indifferent to the box office success, as he never considered The Fortress of Magic City a competitor. In his eyes, the 4 films released during the Spring Festival, The Fortress of Magic City, Bears Unleashed, and The Great Sea Fish Tang, pose no threat to The Wandering Earth. However, Dong Yinling was momentarily taken aback by his nonchalance. Putting up couplets. Are you serious? Your film has just premiered, and you remain so composed? Am I, as the distributor, more excited than you, the investor, director, screenwriter, and original creator? After finishing the couplets with his sister, Liu Lang continued to assist his parents in preparing a feast for their guests, as this year it was their turn to host relatives for the New Year celebrations. News of Liu Lang's rise to fame had spread across the internet, and relatives in Ningxing were well aware of it. The emergence of a director from the Liu family had evoked envy among many relatives and friends. With Liu's parents beaming with joy, their smiles almost permanently etched on their faces from the day's compliments. During lunch, Liu Lang's phone vibrated, revealing a message from Lin Hao. Bro, it's at 50 million. And it's still climbing. We might even break 500 million today. We're taking off. As soon as he answered the call, Lin Hao's exuberance drew the attention of the relatives at the table. Haozi, stop shouting. I'm trying to eat here. Let me finish my meal before I head out, Liu Lang replied. How can you even think of eating at a time like this? Hurry back to the capital. We need to ramp up our promotional efforts. I got it. The signal's poor. We'll talk later, Liu Lang said, ending the call to find all the relatives staring at him. I just remembered, there's a film recently that you directed, right? One relative suddenly inquired. Although they were of an older generation and seldom visited cinemas, the proximity of the new year had brought about a surge of promotional material for several films. And they had noticed Liu Lang's name. Yes, it's directed by my brother Liu Lang, featuring stars like Hua Zai, Wu Jin, and Li Xuejian. Several younger relatives eagerly educated the older generation, gazing at Liu Lang with admiration. The promotional efforts for The Wandering Earth online were far more vigorous than those offline. And the younger audience was acutely aware of Liu Lang's current fame. Hua Zai and teacher Li Xuejian. Initially, Liu Lang was perceived merely as an ordinary director by his relatives, but upon hearing the names of Hua Zai and Li Xuejian, their expressions brightened instantly. Hua Zai occupies a revered status among the older generation, akin to the fervent reaction of Liu Han's fans upon hearing his name. Li Xuejian, renowned as a veteran thespian and a national-level artist, further elevated Liu Lang's stature in their eyes. While the younger generation might struggle to comprehend this, the relatives of the older generation could be considered casual admirers of Hua Zai. In their youth, they experienced the zenith of Hong Kong cinema, with Hua Zai being one of the hottest and most sought-after stars, far beyond the reach of contemporary celebrities like Liu Han. In no time, Liu Lang found himself besieged by questions from his relatives regarding the experience of working with Hua Zai, the quality of his Mandarin, and the character he portrayed, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Ultimately, he promised his relatives to procure autographed posters and photographs from Hua Zai, which brought the family gathering to a close. Following the meal, spurred on by the younger relatives, everyone set off to the nearby cinema, eager to watch The Wandering Earth. However, they soon encountered a new dilemma. The afternoon screenings of The Wandering Earth were nearly sold out, leaving only a few scattered seats at the corners. Chapter 89. The Earth is quite beautiful on the first day of the Lunar New Year. After lunch, people in the Dragon Kingdom began seeking entertainment activities before dinner. At this moment, watching a film at the cinema emerged as a popular choice. As lunchtime concluded, the cinema's attendance surged rapidly. Bunny Bears, the only animated film suitable for children among the 4 releases during the Spring Festival, faced almost no competition from the other 3 films. The Sea Fish Tang, based on its promotions and trailers, seemed more tailored for urban, middle-class youth, thus possessing certain thematic limitations. Only The Wandering Earth and Fortress of Magic City stood as genuine commercial blockbusters, aligning with the audience's expectations for an exhilarating popcorn experience. Notably, The Wandering Earth, through the promotions of the Space Elevator Battle, the Moonfall Crisis, and the Ultimate Trailer, informed audiences of its top-tier special effects. Liu Lang's accolades as a dual recipient of the Starlight Award and the Hugo Award, along with praise from official media, garnered significant attention for the film. Additionally, the unanimous acclaim from numerous critics who attended the media screening further encouraged viewers to purchase tickets for The Wandering Earth. In contrast, the allure of Fortress of Magic City appeared considerably weaker. From the cast and director to the film's subject matter, audiences could easily predict the storyline, with the primary draw undoubtedly being the top-tier celebrity, Liu Han himself. However, during the filming process, the gossip surrounding the male and female leads, Liu Han and Shu Qi, left many of Liu Han's fans, who had originally intended to support Fortress of Magic City, feeling utterly disgusted, as if they had ingested a fly. The mere thought of contributing to the box office and thereby enriching an older woman who was involved in scandalous rumors with their idol prompted them to collectively decide against watching the film. As a result of various factors, Fortress of Magic City, which initially boasted favorable screening data due to its runtime, experienced a dishearteningly low attendance rate on its premiere day, far inferior to that of The Wandering Earth. The latter film enjoyed a packed theater, while Liu Lang, despite being the director, could not conjure additional seats from thin air. He could only settle into a corner seat of the cinema, awaiting the screening. As the director of this film, he was undoubtedly the most familiar person with its entire content in the world. However, his greater concern lay in the audience's reactions. As the theater darkened, the auditorium, filled with hundreds of viewers, was intermittently punctuated by various sounds, some munching on chips and popcorn, others slurping on milk tea and beverages, and a few impatiently fiddling with their phones as they awaited the film's commencement. It was not until a J-20C fighter jet hovered into view on the big screen that the chatter gradually subsided. Is that a real fighter jet? It certainly looks the part. It must be real. The special effects in domestic films aren't that impressive. I heard this movie has military support. And there are even aircraft carriers and warships involved in the filming. On the large screen, the characters portrayed by Wu Jin and Xia Yi, a master and disciple duo, made their entrance. As the comedic elements of the early film, Xia Yi's character, Master Liu Peiqiang, portrayed by Zhang Peng, delivered a plethora of laughs with his fluent Northeast dialect, successfully guiding the audience into the film's first climactic sequence, when the screen unveiled the space elevator. Set at an astonishing height of 90,000 kilometers above the ground, the audience's eyes widened in awe. As the elevator cabin shot skyward, the viewer's perspectives soared alongside it. Propelled by the rapid ascent of the cabin, accompanied by stirring music, the theater erupted with exclamations of astonishment and excitement. The ordinary viewers were not professional film critics. They only knew that the visual effects were strikingly realistic, as if the elevator cabin were genuinely traversing a real space elevator. Liu Lang's lips curled into a slight smile. This was not merely special effects, but actual footage captured on set. Before long, scenes of combat erupted within the elevator cabin, and a swarm of rebellious drones appeared near the base of the space elevator. While martial arts sequences were a common sight for Dragon Kingdom audiences, the weightlessness of the fight scenes proved to be quite intriguing. On the opposite end, the spectacle of the drone swarm unleashed a far more profound impact on the audience. Thousands of marauder drones surged toward the base of the space elevator, launching suicide attacks. Missiles, cannon fire, and rapid-fire anti-aircraft artillery rained down like a curtain of fire across the cinematic landscape. The explosive flames were omnipresent, illuminating a futuristic battlefield filled with fire and thick smoke, sending the adrenaline of the cinema audience soaring. As the upper space station of the space elevator plummeted, the ethereal chanting of a female voice resonated, stirring the hearts of the viewers, leaving them in a state of tumultuous excitement. This is absolutely thrilling, far superior to the Magic City Fortress I watched earlier. My palms are sweating. How can this group of digitalists operate drones like terrorists? Aren't these supposed to be military assets? Could there be a mole? The murmurs of fellow audience members filled the air, and at that moment, no one paid heed to their snacks or phones, utterly captivated by the film's narrative. Zhou embodied the role of a national leader, facing peril with unwavering responsibility. How Xiaoxi proclaimed, "We merely inform you, not seeking your consent." Exactly. It should be this way. Why should we heed foreigners? This is so on point. If Earth were to face destruction, the foreigners would certainly escape in spaceships. Would they take Earth along? This is something we might actually do. In a desperate attempt to save his daughter, Tu Hingyu used a quantum computing-derived intelligent AI system to prolong her life, undeterred by the scorn of the masses. This powerfully conveyed the profound paternal love of a man of science and engineering. Tu Hingyu is truly a man. If my daughter were in a similar situation, I would never give up, even if there was only the slightest chance. Why are there cameras everywhere? It feels rather eerie. With a weathered expression, Zhang Peng bellowed, "Dragon Nation's spaceflight squadron, those over 50, step forward." The audience could hardly contain themselves, as Liu Lang heard the soft sobs of female viewers nearby. Even the two male spectators beside him could not resist wiping away tears, as these selfless astronauts manually detonated nuclear bombs on the moon. Zhang Peng took one last glance at the azure planet that nurtured him. Earth, indeed, is beautiful. The audience gazed at the grand screen, their hearts awash with a silent shock. Chapter 90, The Battle for Screenings, Voting with Their Feet. As the film reached its climax and the truth was unveiled, that the numerous crises, including the machinations of the digitalists, were orchestrated by the AI Moss, an icy shiver coursed through the audience. Under the guise of saving humanity, Moss continually manufactured crises within the confines of the rules set by humans, leaving countless viewers in a state of chilling contemplation. I knew it. The moment Tu Hengyu uploaded his daughter's consciousness, the lunar base encountered trouble. It was indeed the intelligent AI causing chaos. No wonder it insisted on avoiding metaphors, rhetorical questions, or hints in communication. Otherwise, it wouldn't grasp the true essence of human expression. This villain is intriguingly crafted, far more credible than any internal human conflict. After the revelation of the AI Moss's subplot, the audience buzzed with discussion, piecing together the details revealed earlier in the film, as new insights began to flood their minds. Until the final credits of the film rolled and the lights illuminated the room, the majority of the audience remained seated, lingering in anticipation. At that moment, the big screen was filled with scrolling acknowledgments of the production assistants. Observant viewers soon discovered an intriguing detail. Am I seeing this correctly? Alongside civilian and commercial machinery manufacturers like DJI and XCMG, why are there military units listed? Eastern Theater Command, XX Division, XX Brigade. South China Sea Fleet missile destroyers of the 052C class, hull numbers 169, 170, 171. South China Sea Fleet nuclear submarines, quantity X, model X. Experimental aircraft carriers not yet commissioned. Surely, the armored vehicles, fighter jets, and close-in weapon systems depicted in the film can't be real, can they? It was not until the cleaning staff entered to usher them out that the audience began to rise and make their way outside. The cinema restroom was instantly crowded with viewers from the Wandering Earth, as the nearly 3-hour film posed a considerable challenge for everyone, especially those who had consumed copious amounts of beverages during the screening. The seamless narrative left them with no opportunity for relief until the film concluded, after which they rushed to the restrooms. Liu Lang was no exception. Upon entering, he overheard discussions about Moss, the artificial intelligence portrayed as the antagonist in The Wandering Earth, which had sparked much debate among the audience. In Liu Lang's view, this was undoubtedly a testament to the film's acceptance by viewers. In the lobby, several couples waiting for tickets to Magic City Fortress were suddenly joined by a throng of excited individuals emerging from the theater, animatedly discussing topics such as Moss, space elevators, and the Digital Life Project. Their curiosity piqued. They soon realized that this group consisted of viewers who had just finished watching The Wandering Earth. Shortly thereafter, another group exited the cinema, expressing disdain. What a terrible film. It almost made me nauseous. Magic City Fortress has once again proven that science fiction in the Dragon Nation is hopeless. I told you to watch The Wandering Earth, yet you insisted on seeing that drivel. If only I could give that lot a piece of my mind. This group's scathing remarks stood in stark contrast to the previous audience's enthusiasm. Several couples exchanged glances, contemplating their tickets for Magic City Fortress with a sense of uncertainty. Not long after Liu Lang returned home, Dong Yinling could no longer contain her excitement and called to share the news. Initially, due to the film's long runtime, Magic City Fortress had been allocated more screening slots than The Wandering Earth. However, within a mere half-day, cinemas across major chains discovered that the attendance rate for The Wandering Earth far surpassed that of Magic City Fortress. First-tier cities were nearly full for every showing, while second-, third-, and fourth-tier cities also boasted an average occupancy of around 90. Nationally, the average occupancy across theaters reached 80, significantly higher than the 50 from Magic City Fortress. No one would turn away from profit, and thus theaters naturally favored allocating more screenings to the more lucrative film. Consequently, major cinema chains swiftly adjusted their schedules. Beginning from the second day of the Lunar New Year, with the screening quantity of The Wandering Earth set to increase from 28 to 38. In contrast, the Fortress saw its screenings reduced from 35 to 25, and should its box office performance not show significant improvement, further reductions may ensue. This trajectory suggests that the gap between the Fortress and the second-tier films, such as Boonie Bears and The Fish of the Sea, will diminish. Box office figures are a decisive factor in determining screening rates, and during this prime period of the Spring Festival, regardless of the stature of Su Lei, the head of the company in the Dragon Kingdom's film industry, adherence to market principles is paramount. Given that the Fortress is not as lucrative as The Wandering Earth, cinema owners will inevitably cast their votes with their feet. Originally scheduled to commence on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, the promotional activities for The Wandering Earth had to be initiated prematurely due to the film's robust market performance. According to current box office trends, The Wandering Earth is poised to enter the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom's cinematic history. We must amplify our promotional efforts. With a concerted push, we might create history. On the phone, Dong Yinling's voice was imbued with unprecedented excitement. The success of The Wandering Earth seemed almost assured. The pre-sale tickets for the entirety of the first day of the Lunar New Year had nearly sold out, with The Wandering Earth dominating the charts, achieving a staggering 5 billion. Coupled with random interviews across major cities and the overwhelming positive reviews on film critique platforms. Internal data analysis from Byte Entertainment conservatively estimates that the box office figures for The Wandering Earth will surpass 3 billion, potentially reaching a range of 30 to 40 billion. This undoubtedly signifies a monumental victory for Dong Yinling and the entire Byte Entertainment. This film marks their inaugural foray into the Dragon Kingdom's cinematic domain with a major release. Should The Wandering Earth indeed achieve its anticipated box office success and ascend into the top 10 of Dragon Kingdom's film history, it would serve as a formidable counterattack against established industry titans like Tencent and Alibaba. Furthermore, it would validate Byte Entertainment's strategic decision to focus on science fiction and support emerging directors like Liu Lang. Dong Yinling's position within the group would consequently become even more secure. At this juncture, although her involvement in The Wandering Earth was limited to distribution and promotion without investment. Both Byte Entertainment and Dong Yinling were even more eager for the film's success than Liu Lang himself. To this end, Dong Yinling even requested a special fund from the group headquarters, amounting to an impressive 100 million, specifically allocated to bolster the promotional efforts for The Wandering Earth. As Liu Lang boarded a flight to the capital to join the film's creative team, he remained blissfully unaware that the distributor had generously opened its coffers. Enhancing the film's promotional campaign. Chapter 91, 3 Hours of Sleep in the Cinema. Byte Entertainment chose to promote through its own network platforms, including Douyin, Tushio, and various long-form video platforms, resulting in a plethora of promotional content for The Wandering Earth trending on search lists. Spring Festival Viewing Guide. Why The Wandering Earth is the wise choice. Firstly, The Wandering Earth boasts a runtime of 173 minutes, while The Fortress of Magic City lasts only 107 minutes, making the former a far more cost-effective choice at the same ticket price. Secondly, the reactions from media preview screenings indicate that The Wandering Earth has garnered overwhelmingly positive reviews, far surpassing those of The Fortress of Magic City. A notable lifestyle blogger with a vast following on a prominent daily newspaper, who is typically not a professional film critic, has drawn the attention of a predominantly domestic audience, including many homemakers and older citizens. While such bloggers may not be the ideal choice for film promotion, their focus on value for money immediately piqued the interest of their followers. By referencing endorsements from authoritative media and esteemed film critics, they swiftly fostered a favorable impression of The Wandering Earth among their audience. In the realm of Chinese science fiction cinema, a comparison between The Wandering Earth and The Fortress of Magic City reveals distinct strengths and weaknesses. On the protagonist front, we have the composed and dignified military figure, Wu Jin, the strategic decision-maker, Li Shuejin, and the digital life technology engineer, Hua Zai, juxtaposed against the bumbling soldier, Liu Han, from The Fortress. As for the antagonists, we see the culmination of human intelligence in the quantum computing enhanced AI system MOS, dubbed Little Moss, challenging the mindless aliens who prefer close combat despite their technological advantages. In terms of visual effects, we witness the awe-inspiring ascent of the space elevator capsule and the dramatic aerial battles between drone swarms and human aircraft, contrasted with the underwhelming visuals of The Fortress, where the weaponry appears to be low-budget and lacks substance. The narrative core of The Wandering Earth revolves around the collective human struggle for survival in the face of existential threats. While The Fortress tells a tale of an ordinary individual saving the world, alongside a romantic subplot with a domineering female CEO. The release of this article sparked considerable resonance among viewers who had experienced both films. Comments flooded in, with many expressing disbelief at the inferior special effects of The Fortress, with one remarking that even their grandmother would scoff at it. Others pointed out the absurdity of the alien invasion, while cafes along the Bund continued to operate as usual, with patrons sipping afternoon tea amidst chaos. As discussions surrounding this comparison trended, they attracted a multitude of onlookers yet to see the films. The comment section became inundated with critiques of The Fortress, leading many potential viewers to reconsider their plans in favor of purchasing tickets for the highly praised The Wandering Earth. While ByteDance's promotional prowess is undeniably strong, it is equally a testament to the outstanding quality of The Wandering Earth and the lackluster performance of its rival, The Fortress. The online marketing served primarily as a catalyst, allowing dissatisfied viewers of The Fortress to voice their frustrations, while fans of The Wandering Earth enthusiastically promoted it to prospective audiences. The merits of The Wandering Earth and the shortcomings of Shanghai Fortress are inextricably linked. Without one, the other could not ignite a substantial public discourse online. The fervor of the discussions escalated, and as the head of the Shanghai Fortress film project, Su Lei undoubtedly felt the mounting pressure. The immediate consequence was a reduction in screening slots for Shanghai Fortress. Upon receiving notifications from major cinema chains, he felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. The film was curtailed in its screenings just a day after its official release, signifying not only a lack of faith from the cinema operators, but also a merciless market verdict condemning it to failure. Moreover, the audience's reaction, epitomized by its dismal Dubon rating, further devastated Shanghai Fortress following the media's critique and the diminished showings. A shockingly low score of 25 left Su Lei momentarily disoriented upon opening the Dubon app, rating 1 star out of a possible 5. The first love triangle sci-fi film from Longhua, cloaked in the guise of a science fiction narrative, yet fundamentally a romantic drama. This is the most disparaged sci-fi film to date. The battle against extraterrestrials is merely a facade. At its core, it is about a domineering female CEO falling in love with the protagonist. Even in the apocalypse, The male lead is afforded the luxury of vacationing and pursuing romance, with his final act before heading into battle being a confession to the commander. In this day and age, he is still sending text messages, which even fail to send. The setting includes modern amenities like noodle shops, dormitories, cars, and computers. As aliens invade Earth, the city of magic capital becomes the sole beacon of hope, with no explanation of what other countries are doing. Moreover, the Grey Eagle team is portrayed as the only salvation from magic capital, while the Avengers require dozens of superheroes to confront Thanos. This film places the weight of saving the world on 3 young individuals. Surely they are more capable than Iron Man. The character Jiang Yang, as a soldier, sporting long hair, severely tarnishes the image of Lungwa's military. Are you here to fight or to audition? If the Wandering Earth opened a door for Chinese science fiction, then Shanghai Fortress has firmly closed it, even going so far as to slam it on your head. Is it truly that bad? Sule found it hard to accept, unable to resist clicking onto the Wandering Earth page. Rating, 4 stars out of a possible 5. The Wandering Earth single-handedly elevates Chinese science fiction cinema to a global level. It is not a cliché tale of individual heroism, but rather a grand epic of humanity's collective struggle. However, with a runtime of 173 minutes, 3 disconnected storylines, and a gradually unfolding pace, the film may dissuade casual viewers with its lengthy exposition on numerical lifelines, catering primarily to ardent fans of the genre. Should a sequel arise, I hope the director and production team will address the shortcomings of the first installment. This comes as an expectation and blessing from a devoted science fiction reader from Longwa. Sule scrolled through the Wandering Earth page for nearly a minute before finally locating the most scathing critique. Yet, even this review was replete with praise, awarding it 4 stars. Furthermore, The Wandering Earth boasted an astonishing total Dubon score of 92, far surpassing that of Shanghai Fortress. Sule fixed his gaze intently on the impressive score of 92 for The Wandering Earth, recalling the critical remarks from a previous review. Unable to contain himself, he awarded the film a solitary star rating, declaring it uninteresting and tedious, even stating that he had dozed off for 3 hours during the screening. Despite knowing that such a disparaging rating would have little impact on The Wandering Earth, which had already garnered thousands of ratings, Sule felt compelled to express his disdain. However, after submitting his review, he found no sense of satisfaction or relief. Instead, he was engulfed by an overwhelming emptiness. No matter how much he disparaged the film, he could not halt its meteoric rise. Media reviews were glowing, audience reactions were overwhelmingly positive, and cinema chains were rapidly increasing the number of showings. Sule struggled to conceive of any means to reverse the tide. His assistant's voice broke through his reverie, informing him that the director and chairman had called, inquiring about the day's developments and requesting his presence at the company to explain matters to them and the co-investors. A buzzing filled Sule's mind, accompanied by a persistent ringing in his ears. When Liu Lang arrived in the capital by plane, it was already 8 p.m. Dong Yinling, leading the team, greeted him as a VIP at the airport and whisked him away towards the city. The core creative team had assembled, and they were set to embark on the first promotional roadshow at midnight. Over the next month, the inaugural cities for the roadshow would include the major box office hubs: Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Chongqing, Wuhan, Chengdu, and Hangzhou. Each of these cities boasted an annual box office exceeding 1 billion, ranking among the top 8 in the nation and serving as the focal point for their initial promotional efforts. Once these 8 cities were secured, the campaign would radiate outward to surrounding second and third-tier cities. Their ambitious goal for the roadshow was to cover 50 cities within 30 days. As the representative of the film's promotional and distribution team, Dong Yinling had meticulously crafted the marketing strategy. While online promotions were significant, the most prominent method of film promotion remained the roadshow, an event where filmmakers, stars, media, audiences, and fans convene in person to generate buzz for the new film. Every film faces an inevitable promotional battle prior to its release, typically lasting over a month. Success in this endeavor is crucial for securing high screening rates and box office returns. The secret to winning this battle lies in a swift nationwide sweep. Upon hearing Dong Yinling's roadshow plan, particularly the ambitious goal of 30 days and 50 cities, Liu Lang felt a headache coming on. This journey promised to be a grueling one, marked by exhaustion and relentless pace. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Dong Yinling, a staunch believer in big data, had devised her promotional strategy with careful consideration. Every city selected and the duration of stay were meticulously calculated to enhance the Wandering Earth's box office potential. Faced with such a dedicated team from the distribution side, Liu Lang, of course, recognized the gravity of the situation and chose to cooperate. Before long, he joined the creative team of the Wandering Earth, who had gathered in the capital city. I apologize for summoning you all for a promotional roadshow on the first day of the new year, he said, glancing at familiar faces like Wu Jin, Hua Zai, Li Shuejian, and Xia Yi, whom he hadn't seen for months. It's quite all right, Director Liu. We are all delighted. Wu Jin beamed. The opening day box office has already exceeded 5 billion. Let us put forth our best effort to break into the top 10 in film history. The surrounding crowd eagerly echoed his sentiments, radiating joy without a hint of discontent. Among those present, apart from Hua Zai and Wu Jin, the combined box office of the other actors' films likely did not reach 5 billion. To breach the top 10 in domestic box office history, a minimum of 4 billion is essential. For the majority of the creative team, this was undoubtedly a fantastical figure. Now, they had the opportunity to contribute to this goal, and their enthusiasm was palpable. The individuals most astonished by the box office performance of The Wandering Earth were undoubtedly Wu Jin and Hua Zai. Initially informed by Liu Lang that they would merely be special invitees, relegated to the role of supporting actors, they discovered upon watching the complete film that The Wandering Earth actually featured 3 protagonists. The screen time for Liu Peiqiang, Tu Hongyu, and Zhou Zhezhi was remarkably balanced, indicating that Wu Jin, Hua Zai, and Li Shuejian would each reap the rewards of a high-grossing commercial blockbuster, marking another milestone in their careers. This would serve as Wu Jin's most potent weapon against his PTSD and would allow Hua Zai to affirm that he had not been cast aside by the new era of the film market. After a round of pleasantries, they quickly boarded the vehicle towards their target cinema at the urging of Dong Yinling. As the selected first stop for the roadshow, the audience inside the cinema was blissfully unaware of the event. Therefore, when the film concluded and the creative team of The Wandering Earth emerged alongside the lights, the audience, who had been eagerly anticipating a post-credit scene, was met with sheer delight. They erupted in cheers, fervently capturing videos and photos on their mobile devices to share their exhilaration across social media platforms. Following a round of introductions and exchanges, they soon transitioned to the audience question segment. Director Liu, I've watched your previous 2 sci-fi shorts, and after just finishing The Wandering Earth, I feel that the visual effects have achieved a significant leap in quality. Many props in the movie seemed incredibly realistic. Could you share how the visual effects were handled? It appears that there is a considerable disparity compared to domestic films like Battle of the Magic City. Our budget for visual effects was quite ample. Liu Lang deftly sidestepped the question with a few words. Moreover, the team managed everything in-house without engaging those expensive foreign visual effects companies, which likely contributed to a more favorable cost-performance ratio. Do you believe the effects seemed so authentic that there is a possibility some of the props actually exist in reality? Liu Lang, smiling, tossed the question back to the audience, leaving them momentarily stunned. Before they could react, Wu Jin began to interject with his comments. Let me tell you, Director Liu is a true fanatic for live-action filming. Did you know? For the aerial combat scene involving the space elevator, he actually sourced 1,000-scale model Predator drones along with military fighter jets for the shoot, and the close-range artillery was genuinely firing live rounds. By the end of that aerial combat sequence, over 100 drones had been destroyed. I was nearly speechless on set. Wu Jin's remarks quickly garnered agreement from the creative team members, were it not for their confidentiality agreements. They would have loved to share their thoughts on the scenes within the space elevator's cabin. Who could have imagined that, to film the zero-gravity fight sequences, Director Liu would fool them into ascending to a geostationary orbit over 30,000 kilometers above the Earth? It was utterly outrageous. Chapter 93. The popularity of the doorframe robot and the clumsy dog. Listening to the creative team's banter about the director, the audience in the cinema felt a sense of novelty. The persona of Director Liu as a live-action enthusiast left a profound impression on them. Before the audience could fully process this, Liu Lang waved his hand at the staff nearby, and soon 2 uniquely designed props appeared beside the cinema screen. The doorframe robot, the clumsy dog. Upon seeing these movie props, the audience erupted in astonishment. Having just watched The Wandering Earth, they certainly remembered these 2 stunning sci-fi gadgets from the film. The doorframe robot, capable of withstanding tsunami waves, instilled a deep sense of security in the audience, while the timid clumsy dog won the affection of nearly everyone present. Just when the audience thought the crew had merely brought 2 model toys as props, under Liu Lang's control, the doorframe robot began to move like a human in front of them, facing the audience. It switched to defense mode with a series of mechanical sounds. Within mere seconds, the doorframe robot transformed into its complete defensive form, leaving the audience utterly astounded. Wow, this thing really exists. Director, is the doorframe robot considered merchandise? When will it be available for sale? It's so cool. I want to order one. Director, can this doorframe robot load weapon modules like in the movie? Just asking, no other intentions. In an instant, the cinema buzzed with excited chatter, and the doorframe robot, identical to its cinematic counterpart, filled them with delight. Judging by the robot's movements, it clearly transcended the typical realm of movie prop models. Look, that clumsy dog robot is so adorable. It really resembles a little dog. Before long, observant audience members noticed the clumsy dog not far from the doorframe robot. At that moment, it seemed a bit shy, cowering next to the big screen, even pulling a towel over its head as if that would make it invisible to others. The clumsy mechanical dog's performance in the cinema mirrored the film's narrative, eliciting a chorus of cheers and exclamations from the audience. How adorable. My heart is melting. Can the director sell this? When will the merchandise be available? It really expresses emotions through the screen on its head. How astonishing. Director, how did you achieve this? Surely, the clumsy one doesn't possess a true emotional module? The appearance of the doorframe robot and the clumsy mechanical dog was undoubtedly a delightful surprise for those who had just watched The Wandering Earth. The atmosphere in the theater became lively, with attendees eagerly querying the creative team. The fervor of the audience left the host somewhat overwhelmed, taking a considerable time to calm their excitement. In reality, numerous film props, including the Predator drone, doorframe robot, and the clumsy dog, are not merely cinematic embellishments. They have practical prototypes in existence. During the preparation for The Wandering Earth, I adhered to a principle: to create tangible props whenever possible, minimizing the use of models. If a scene could be shot live, we opted for that, striving to reduce reliance on special effects and CGI. The creative team, upon hearing Liu Lang's remarks, nodded in agreement, acknowledging his wisdom. The director even constructed a real space elevator at the filming base. In comparison, inviting military equipment such as fighter jets and aircraft carriers for filming seemed hardly extravagant in their eyes. After over half an hour of audience questions, the event finally transitioned to the concluding photo session. The doorframe robot and the reluctantly working clumsy mechanical dog became the most sought-after subjects for photographs. Even stars like Wu Jin and Huazai had to step back slightly before these two dazzling sci-fi props. A scene that left the creative team in a mix of amusement and disbelief. Following a session of viewing, Q&A, and photos, the cinemagoers departed with great satisfaction. They eagerly shared the day's roadshow event across their social media platforms. Friends and relatives residing in the capital received their promotional posts, piquing curiosity and drawing more individuals to the cinema. As the videos of the roadshow captured by attendees were uploaded online, they garnered even greater attention from netizens. The real-life doorframe robot and clumsy mechanical dog sparked extensive discussions on the internet. Amid this fervent exchange among online users, The Wandering Earth inadvertently achieved broader promotion, exemplifying the true essence of roadshow publicity. After concluding the promotion at this cinema, led by Dong Yinling's publicity team, the creative team of The Wandering Earth swiftly proceeded to 2 additional cinemas within the urban area. Each roadshow event averaged an hour and a half, culminating around 1 o'clock in the morning, marking the end of the first day's promotional activities. Nearly 2,000 spectators from the capital, after engaging closely with the creative team of The Wandering Earth, are poised to share their admiration for the film with countless relatives, friends, and colleagues within their social circles. Online, footage of the film's promotional tour is beginning to circulate. Today's 3 promotional events can be deemed a resounding success. Everyone should take care to rest and retire early, for we shall embark on a flight to the next city at dawn to continue our promotional endeavors. Tomorrow's agenda includes 2 cities, with at least 8 theaters, shopping malls, or schools to visit. Dong Yinling, with palpable excitement, relayed the plans for the next day's promotional tour to the creative team. Except for Li Xuejin, who, due to age and health reasons, cannot participate fully, the rest of the creative team will engage in this ambitious 30-day, 50-city promotional campaign. Although the task is not trivial, none have faltered, recognizing this as a rare opportunity. Liu Lang, like the rest of the creative team, quickly washed up and collapsed into bed. After merely 6 hours of sleep, he was roused by assistant director Lin Hao. Lao Go, wake up. You can't keep sleeping. It's 800 million. Including today's online ticket sales, we hit 800 million. Today's total box office is bound to exceed 1 billion. Liu Lang, bleary-eyed, struggled to rise and was met with Lin Hao's exuberant demeanor. Howsy, have you taken some sort of stimulant? I consumed 5 cans of energy drink and feel capable of taking on a bowl. As the creative team members boarded the bus, awaiting transport to the next promotional site, Dong Yinling approached Liu Lang with a peculiar expression, conveying a startling piece of news. Chapter 94, Ghost Show Box Office. The Fortress of Magic City may have manipulated its box office figures. Upon hearing Dong Yinling's words, Liu Lang, still somewhat groggy, was taken aback. What do you mean? Between midnight and 4 in the morning, the Fortress of Magic City saw its box office surge from 1.2 billion to 2.4 billion. This data defies logic. It's utterly bizarre. Released on the first day of the Lunar New Year, and including pre-sale figures, The Fortress of Magic City accumulated only $1.2 billion in total box office throughout the entire day. Yet, during the dead of night, at the theater's least attended hours, how could The Fortress of Magic City have achieved such an exaggerated doubling? Anyone with a modicum of understanding of box office dynamics would discern the irregularities. Are they inflating their figures? Liu Lang quickly grasped the implication. Dong Yinling nodded, evidently in agreement, and proceeded to show Liu Lang some videos posted by users on social media. You won't believe it, folks. In my small, obscure city in the Northwest, at 1 a.m., every screening of The Fortress of Magic City was packed. Curiosity led me to check, but there wasn't a single soul inside. Terrifying. Mine is even more astonishing. Starting at 1 a.m., there's a screening every 10 minutes, all fully booked, and it's always the same theater. Are these ghost shows being reserved by fans of Luhan? I don't understand, but it's utterly shocking. It is somewhat peculiar that the cinemas featuring ghost screenings seem to be affiliated with Hawaii, raising suspicions that the production company behind The Fortress of Magic City might be inflating ticket sales. Numerous netizens have shared screenshots of online ticket bookings from various locations. Despite The Fortress of Magic City struggling to fill daytime screenings in first-tier cities, its midnight shows in remote areas are inexplicably packed, with a particularly unusual instance of a single auditorium screening 6 consecutive times within an hour. Even those outside the film industry have sensed something amiss. Once these observations were shared online, they resonated with a broader audience. Is this not rather blatant? What purpose does inflating data serve? Is it merely to present a more appealing total box office figure? Liu Lang finds it difficult to comprehend the tactics of competitors. This approach seems to do little more than provoke increasing skepticism regarding the authenticity of The Fortress of Magic City's box office figures. Moreover, even though Hawaii possesses certain resources within the cinema circuit, the cost incurred in artificially inflating box office numbers can be substantial, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Currently, box office statistics are collected in real time. Thus, the only way to manipulate ticket sales is through such means. The costs involved, while significant, are secondary to the primary goal of maintaining screening rates. Dong Yinling calmly elaborated to Liu Lang. As the strategic director at Byte Entertainment and a seasoned professional in the industry, she is well aware of the many unspoken secrets shared between cinemas, distribution companies, and exhibitors. The allocation of screening times is initially determined by a series of specialized data analyses conducted by analysts prior to a film's release. However, once a film is officially released, its box office performance dictates future screening decisions. During the lucrative Spring Festival period, cinemas naturally favor films that prove more profitable. On the first day of the Spring Festival, The Fortress of Magic City is undeniably lagging far behind The Wandering Earth. Its screening rate has already been reduced by 10. And if the box office figures do not show significant improvement the following day, further cuts to its screenings are inevitable. At that point, it would not only struggle against The Wandering Earth, but also be overshadowed by second-tier animated films like Boonie Bears and Big Fish Begonia. Thus, it resorts to desperate measures to inflate its box office figures. If discovered, the worst consequence might merely be mockery from peers. However, failing to manipulate ticket sales could lead to a complete loss of screening opportunities, leaving The Fortress of Magic City with no option but to await its demise. Dong Yinling holds a disdainful view of such tactics employed by competitors, not due to any moral scruples regarding the inflation of box office figures, but rather because she perceives The Fortress of Magic City as engaging in a futile struggle. Even if it were to double its figures through Hawaii's efforts in smaller cities, it would ultimately result in a total box office of merely 2.4 billion yuan, falling short of even half of The Wandering Earth's first-day earnings. If the box office figures of the competitors are closely aligned with The Wandering Earth, and they ultimately surpass it through manipulative tactics, gaining an advantage in screening rates, then Dong Yinling, representing the distribution of The Wandering Earth, would undoubtedly take immediate action, whether through public discourse or legal measures. She would ensure that her adversaries face severe repercussions. However, as it stands, the fate of Madu Fortress is sealed. The more frantically they attempt to inflate their box office numbers, the more disastrous their outcome will be. Dong Yinling now observes the series of maneuvers from Madu Fortress with a sense of amusement. Were she the distributor of Madu Fortress, she would prefer to graciously acknowledge the project's failure rather than appear a fool among her peers, desperately clinging to life through box office manipulation. Dong Yinling is closely monitoring the actions of Madu Fortress, and Liu Lang, upon learning of the situation, does not overly concern himself. Their primary focus remains on conducting promotional roadshows across the nation. Meanwhile, the midnight ghost screenings of Madu Fortress have been increasingly exposed by netizens, beginning to gain traction online. I must reiterate that there is no such phenomenon as midnight screenings inflating box office figures. After thorough investigation and discussion, we have clarified the situation. The issues reported by certain netizens stem solely from errors in the ticketing systems of individual cinemas. Furthermore, on behalf of the Madhu Fortress production team, I must caution those influential figures on social media who disseminate false information. Should you not cease your defamation of Madhu Fortress immediately, our legal department will issue cease and desist letters, and we reserve the right to pursue civil actions for defamation and slander. At the entrance of Hawaii's headquarters, facing a multitude of media inquiries, Liu Lang, the project director of Madhu Fortress, issued a stern warning to those spreading rumors online. However, he bore the marks of fatigue, with dark circles under his eyes, bloodshot sclerae, and blisters on his lips, indicating his poor physical state. Responding to the reporters' questions, he consistently dismissed them as mere rumors. Director Liu, regarding The Wandering Earth maintaining a steady box office of $600 million today and leading the spring festival season with a staggering total of $11.5 billion. What are your thoughts as a competitor? Upon hearing this question, Liu Lang, who had maintained a stoic expression, felt an inexplicable pain in his chest. Chapter 95. The Clash of the Clams and the Gains of the Bear as the box office soared to $600 million on the second day of release. Surpassing the remarkable milestone of $11.5 billion in total revenue, the creative team found themselves invigorated by a renewed sense of purpose in their promotional endeavors. Each member felt they were witnessing the creation of history. In various cities, cinemas, shopping malls, and schools, the box office figures for The Wandering Earth increasingly approached the threshold of historical significance. As the film's promotional tour expands to more cities, a plethora of behind-the-scenes insights has found its way onto the internet through netizens. Aside from the director, Liu Lang, who has garnered a reputation for his hands-on approach, the most captivating aspects of the film are its array of stunning futuristic sci-fi props. The Predator drone, though still a limited edition, has made strides toward mass production. Furthermore, the doorframe robot and the clumsy robotic dog have captured the attention of many online viewers. After numerous promotional events, and due to the overwhelming requests from live audiences, Liu Lang has finally agreed to develop merchandise based on the doorframe robot and the clumsy robotic dog for The Wandering Earth. These will be produced in bulk by a technology company and made available for sale. However, Liu Lang cannot ascertain a specific release date. Given the advanced technologies embedded in the doorframe robot and the clumsy robotic dog, unless significant functional reductions are made, they must undergo rigorous assessments by safety authorities before being permitted for civilian use and mass distribution. Meanwhile, the creative team behind The Wandering Earth remains focused on their promotional tour across the nation. In a contrasting development, institutions beyond netizens have begun to voice concerns regarding the box office manipulation of the Fortress of Magic City. Surprisingly, it is not the competing team of The Wandering Earth that has raised these concerns, but rather the distributors of the Sea Fish Tang, who have publicly accused the Fortress of Magic City of inflating its box office figures during midnight screenings, thereby disrupting the healthy ecology of the domestic film market. Naturally, the team behind the Fortress of Magic City cannot admit to such allegations. They are perplexed as to why the Sea Fish Tang, a second-tier film, would openly intervene to create trouble for them. The distributors of the Sea Fish Tang seemed prepared, having released footage collected from undercover visits in recent days. Most of this material consists of covert interviews with cinema staff during midnight screenings, where unequivocal evidence reveals their involvement in the box office manipulation scheme. The absurdity of packed midnight screenings, with individual auditoriums showing films every 10 or 5 minutes, has also come to light. Furthermore, it has been established that these cinemas belong to the Hawaii Group, an investor in the Fortress of Magic City. With such compelling evidence, the team behind the Fortress of Magic City finds themselves in a difficult position to defend. Why is the Sea Fish Tang joining the fray? Have they lost their minds? If they cannot compete with The Wandering Earth, do they truly think they can take on us? Liu Lang has never regarded the second-tier films of the Spring Festival as competitors, thus his anger is palpable when faced with the betrayal from the Sea Fish Tang. Director, our screenings for the Fortress of Magic City have plummeted to 20, now on par with the Sea Fish Tang. They must see us as rivals. The assistant's words left Liu Lang momentarily stunned, as he finally recognized that the screening rate of Magic City Fortress had continuously declined, now relegated to the same tier as the second-tier film The Sea Fish Tang. With equivalent screening rates, Magic City Fortress and The Sea Fish Tang were now in direct competition. The financial performance of these films would directly influence the future screening rates across major cinema chains. Consequently, The Sea Fish Tang could not tolerate the box office manipulation by Magic City Fortress, compelling it to publicly voice its accusations. Liu Lang was overwhelmed with indignation. Since the inception of Magic City Fortress, its primary competitor had always been The Wandering Earth. Currently, The Wandering Earth was soaring at the box office, leading the Spring Festival lineup. To his astonishment, a film he had long dismissed, The Sea Fish Tang, dared to challenge them so boldly, which Sule found difficult to accept. How could a mediocre animated film act so audaciously? He instructed the marketing department to take action. If he could not surpass The Wandering Earth, could he not at least tarnish The Sea Fish Tang? As an investor in Magic City Fortress, the marketing department under Hawaii had maintained a cadre of online influencers. Initially, they aimed to steer public opinion against The Wandering Earth to undermine its reputation. However, the film's exceptional quality thwarted their efforts. Typical disparagement tactics for science fiction films, such as criticizing subpar effects or convoluted plots, were met with fierce rebuttals from netizens, who pointed out that Magic City Fortress was more susceptible to such criticisms. This left the marketing department's influencers feeling frustrated. The more vehemently they attacked, the more their own film suffered. Ultimately, they resorted to the feeble excuse that the film was tedious and caused drowsiness, but this rationale failed to resonate with audiences, yielding minimal impact. However, when the influencers shifted their focus to The Sea Fish Tang, the situation improved considerably. A mere online search revealed a plethora of controversial plot points regarding The Sea Fish Tang, providing the influencers with ample material to craft scathing critiques. Comments such as, "Unwatchable. It's merely a story about fish farming. I suggest you tune into Channel 7 for wealth-building tips." And suggestions to rename the film to The Forbidden Room Cultivation of Mature Fish or The Ultimate Backup Love Triangle began to circulate. The filmmaker's intentions were questioned, with some viewers expressing suspicion that anyone who enjoyed the film must be a mere backup or sycophant. The influencers easily found numerous critical reviews of The Sea Fish Tang online, which they skillfully manipulated, resulting in a barrage of negative commentary. Once published, these critiques resonated deeply with viewers, propelling the condemnation of The Sea Fish Tang onto the trending lists across various platforms. Seeing the conflict escalate, the distributors of The Sea Fish Tang decided to retaliate against Magic City Fortress without restraint, even publicly calling upon regulatory authorities to file formal complaints. The mutual rivalry between the two films has significantly impacted their box office performances, consequently affecting their respective screening rates in theaters. After a dazzling display of competition, The Wandering Earth continues to dominate the Spring Festival lineup. Surprisingly, the unassuming children's animated film Boonie Bears has secured the second position. Meanwhile, The Fortress and The Sea Fish Tang find themselves languishing at the bottom together.